Today is gonna be the day turning power to red from blue. By now you should have somehow realized what they're trying to do.
You're not gonna let up.
But I don't believe that anybody can steal it from me and you. No way, no how.
Had their ballots intercepted before they arrived to them and cast without their knowledge.
They need illegals in the street cause they'll vote for Dems without a doubt. You spend a fortune at the store while they fly them here to get handouts.
Prices are still too high.
I don't believe that anybody needs a border more than we do now.
We have to have strong borders. I want to build a wall. We need the wall.
Demographic changes here are blinding. Tonight the leftist dicks need some reminding. There are many ways that we can keep our nation true, and there's one way how.
Make America great again.
Well, frankly, we're gonna stop the anchor babies. It takes breast balls, but I'll build the wall.
We're going to build the wall. We have no choice. We have no choice.
Crazies are standing in our way. Now it's time to be the voice for you. By now you should have somehow realized that you're getting screwed. I don't believe that anybody will win as big as we are about to now. The endless lies, attacks, and weaponizing. Tonight the liberal chodes need some reminding. So many wins that Trump will have in term number 2, and it's starting now. I said frankly, we're gonna be the one that saves it. Not least of all, due to that great big wall. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. MAGAs all across the nation. So many MAGAs. We heard our country's call. It's one big red wall. A beautiful wall. I said maybe. Your vote will be the one that saves it. We're gonna save this great, great nation. We're gonna save it, folks. We're gonna be the ones that save it. Everyone says we'll save it. This great, great nation. There you go. That's the sound of our, my headphones came in hot, of our Super Bowl Only, unlike the Super Bowl, it is consequential and it's significantly less gay. So,
come on.
Also, very, very few cutaways to Taylor Swift. I do have to fix this headphone thing though because it's just giving me. Do I sound okay to you guys?
Good. Yeah.
All right.
Horrible.
Look, we have. We have so much to get to. This is the election live stream of the century, the Rumble on Rumble. There's a lot that makes tonight different. So let me bring in the folks we have here right now, which could change, by the way, because we are not leaving you tonight until we know who the next president of the United States is, Donald Trump. But I don't know, so there was a little bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah.
So we have Captain Morgan, number 2 CEO. How are you?
I am doing far better than you. How are you feeling?
I had the stomach flu from hell.
Yes.
I lost 8 pounds in about 12 hours, but I am here. I got an IV, and I'm good to go. We also have a button that kills all microphones tonight.
Wonder why.
And a bucket next to me. And we
true
have
story.
Right, true story.
Let us know in the chat if you'd like us not to kill the mics if that happens.
We have ginger chews and some things that won't be mentioned. We have, of course, he's going to be Bridgeview at the Bridgeview Center Theater in Ottumwa, Iowa, November 9th. You watch him on Mug Club. You can go to nickdip.com for the rest of his tour dates. Nick DiPaolo, funniest man alive. How are you, sir?
Good. How you doing? You know, Steve, like to say, the great ones play hurt, so I'm glad you're here with your dirty pants.
Thank you. Hey. 2 pairs of pants.
2 pairs of
Two
rubber
pairs.
panties.
It's because of the insulation. It gets cold in the studio. So what do we have tonight? Look, we told you you can go right now to the election integrity map, electionintegritymap.com. We're going to bring that up in a second, but we have a lot of guests. We have Tim Pool, we have Donald Trump Jr., we have Dan Bongino, we have Alex Jones, we have Vivek Ramaswamy, we have Russell Brand, we have The Quartering, and we have Devin Nunes tonight. Yeah. We also have the drinking game rules. Let's bring them up. Tonight,
oh boy.
You will drink anytime a state is called for Donald Trump, anytime a state is deemed too close to call, which will probably not happen that much tonight. We'll get into why. Anytime the mainstream media has a meltdown. You will drink anytime there are election hijinks, already alcohol poisoning. And you are going to drink anytime a swing state is called. And then you finish your drink anytime a pundit cries on air, and we do have our leftist meltdown alert.
Crying doesn't just mean tears.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so that's a judgment call based on our interpretation.
It means
of the
the deadening of the soul.
Yes. If you see them cry on the inside, that counts.
Yes, if we are so lucky. We also before we go to our opening performance here, let me just show you what it is that and you can keep this up with you tonight. There's no reason to go to CNN, Fox News to see what's going on as far as the states. The election integrity map. Let's bring this right up here. I have it right next to me, and you have your own version, of course, with all the API data at electionintegritymap.com. Right here we have, we'll have all the states. They'll fill out as we go through them.
Yep.
And also see those little exclamation points that kind of look like nuclear hazard symbols a little bit.
Yeah.
That tomfoolery is going on. So let me show you
I thought those are illegals.
Well, there'd be far more of them. It would just be nothing. It would just look like it would look like when what was it, Charlie Brown? If someone used to swear and it just had those little symbols, that'd be the entire map. With a lot of rape, too, also, and the apartment complex is being taken over. So let's say, like right now, let's go to Ohio. What happens is, if you're in Ohio, you click on Mogador, Ohio, and you see that there's been some unprotected Wi-Fi reported at a polling station. And here we actually have cybersecurity expert Ryan Montgomery, who took a look at this and actually sent us this response. So you'll click on it, and then right there on your own map, you open it up. There is a video, and play that video.
Just images for this
images.
one.
Just images,
I
sorry.
got the Ryan video.
You got the Ryan video. So you'll click it, it'll open up, and then you will have this video live for you if you're watching on your computer.
Hey everybody, it's Ryan Montgomery, also known as Zero Day, and I was just checking out the tweet from Steven Crowder, and it looks like there's a wireless device being used in a voting facility, and clearly that's against the law. So they wanted to get my opinion on it, and I'm going to just give you this. So every single year, I go to this event called DEF CON, which is a hacking convention in Las Vegas. There's usually about 30,000 people there. One of those sections within this conference is called the Voting Village. And since 2017, to my knowledge, there's been vulnerabilities found in voting machines. Up until 2024, there were multiple vulnerabilities found in the current voting machines that are being used right now. The odds of them being fixed in time for the election are, absolutely unbelievably low. So I don't think that is something that has happened. I would check into this for yourself. And no matter which party you're voting for, I believe we should have a fair election. And stay safe and leave any questions below. Thanks.
All right. So you can bring that up, electionintegritymap.com. We're also getting word right now that we over here may be the target of a DDoS attack. And good luck.
A what?
It's a denial of service attack.
Flood through it.
So the best way that you can help right now is share this everywhere. If you're on Rumble, share it. If you are on YouTube, share it. If you're on X, share it. Because this is unprecedented tonight, what we are doing.
I literally thought you said a Diddy attack.
Oh, well.
As in P.
It's far less fun.
It's not a party.
Those are the freak-offs. Is that what they were? Freak-offs? Freak-ons?
Freak-offs.
Freak-ons?
I did them in high school. They were a killer.
I don't remember what they were. Were they freak-ons or were they freak-offs? All right.
Freak-offs.
Okay, confirmed.
You know what? While we deal with this DDoS attack, and you can see nothing up our sleeve, we're going to get back to an election roundup here with some exclusive data from early voting. We are going to be calling all of these states. We actually have Donald Trump calling all of the swing states tonight. So that's going to be, something that's pretty interesting, quite a bit of fun. Yeah. And we're watching CNN really quickly. I don't know if you want to bring that up in the lower third. A lot of moving parts here tonight. No one's ever attempted it, and with good reason. We are going to we're going to have this man kick us off here with a patriotic performance. And I don't know if you know this, a lot of artists, they don't do the national anthem.
They don't.
Because it's like Happy Birthday. There's also copyright issues sometimes.
Right. Yeah.
But we have John Rich from Nashville joining us and kicking this off with a patriotic ditty because we love our country.
Hey, good to be with you guys. Stephen, thank you so much. It's awesome to share this night with you and all the patriots around America, the Mug Club, everybody's present and accounted for. Probably the biggest night in our country, maybe in history. It's an honor to be here with you tonight and to have been asked to sing a song. You guys requested God Bless America. I can't think of a better song for Americans to be singing at this exact second. So if you're out there and you want to sing along, just join me, live from Nashville. It goes like this. God bless America, the land that I love. Stand beside and guide through the night with the light from above. America. God bless each and every one of you. And one last thing. You ready? It's time to make America big and rich again, baby. Can I get a yee-haw? Let's get her done, y'all. Have a great night.
Well, the thing that I learned tonight is that John Rich lives in an airport.
That was his living room.
Where he does his best work.
Yes, it is.
It's the acoustics that matter.
That's right.
Excuse me, sir. Are you Hootie? No, I'm not Hootie. And just so you know, we have this ticker tonight. You can see what's going on CNN, but we're not going to be tuning into them a whole lot aside from watching their meltdowns. We will be calling states tonight. We will be disputing states. We will be providing you with updates and data that no one else can, actually, because we have all of the tools that they have in traditional media. And I explained this before. The reason for this is because when they called Arizona with 0.0001% of the vote, I couldn't do anything about it that night. If you were here that election, you were here with me, you remember how frustrated we were. We said it can't happen again. And so we have all the same news wires, all the data. We also have some experts here and also have combed through some voter rolls, have access to early voting data. Yep. We have everything here. And just a comic, so it's kind of crazy when you know how much work went into this. Also, by the way, Polymarket is on show tonight. Yes. We have several sponsors, so you can go to Polymarket.com. People, I guess, out there can still bet on the election. People can bet on the election. I'm not telling you to bet on the election, but there's also a betting line that's been opened up on whether this stream right now will be removed from YouTube. Yep. And I guess
Oh my God.
some people have already placed some bets. There was
real.
a big spender there. So what, there's a 12% chance now that it gets removed?
Yeah, it's a 12% chance. I guess it's up.
Well, with
little bit.
each syllable uttered, that number goes up.
Do you know that Nick is on the show?
Yes.
I'm not saying boo.
No. You can say boo.
Polymarket stepped up and a big sponsor for us. Oh, okay, we're still on YouTube.
Yeah, we're still on YouTube.
Okay.
Maybe not after this next one. It's time for a quick election roundup. Let's give you what we've seen thus far as foolery, shenanigans, underhanded tactics. Pennsylvania. This is what we have thus far. Pennsylvania. It was Cambria County.
Yeah.
I believe there was a software malfunction at 9:45 a.m., which disrupted ballot scanning. Now, again, does this mean voter fraud? No, it does not. Does this mean ballot harvesting? No, it does not. Does this mean ballot stuffing? No, it does not. It does mean that there were people who were not allowed to vote in a county that was significantly Trump-leaning for a significant period of time. I don't know if you know this, when people work for a living, sometimes that actually makes a significant difference. Here's actually a video of what this looked like this morning.
It's swinging it back and saying the exact same thing. We can't reach the courthouse. Roxanne did call a coworker.
Roxanne.
The election office, and he is informing us that literally everybody in the county is having the exact same problem. So they must be getting overrun by calls. I am continuing to make sure. There is an option. I do have an emergency where you can fill out your ballot and stick in there, and I can pick it up at the courthouse to be hand-counted.
So the good news, people of Cambria County, Pennsylvania, voting hours have been extended by 2 hours today to 10 p.m. So
Yes.
I know that's not so helpful, let's say, if you work a specific shift.
Or have to get a babysitter for the kids.
You have to get a
now. Like,
babysitter,
It's kind of a thing.
But again, this is the most secure and most fair election of all time. Also, for note, in 2020, Trump won this county by 37.3 points.
Why does it always happen?
I was going to ask that myself.
It's a roll of the dice.
It really is, isn't it?
Is there a Polymarket bet on that?
Of the dice, Polymarket.
What are you going to steal 2 in a row?
No, come on.
No, it's not going to happen.
Most
Not gonna
free
happen,
and fair.
Nick.
Dirty,
Hey,
rotten.
you can comment below. Here's my statement on that. I don't believe that you can say the most secure and fair. I don't even believe that you can say one of the most secure and fair. Or, you know what? I would even go further to say, I don't believe that you can say, in context, relatively safe and fair if you have 14 states that require no voter ID. Matter of fact, I don't think you could say secure at all. You guys know that a Chinese national voted in Michigan, right? Voted in Michigan, then asked for his ballot back. And they said, wait, why are you asking for your ballot back? What's going on here? And he said, oh, no, I'm not a citizen. And they said, well, that's bad. So you're going to go to jail. But the vote still counts. There's no way for them
They're
to
sending
undo
him to
that
jail?
vote.
Wait, who'd you vote for? Yeah, it still counts.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Yeah,
still
still
counts.
counts.
Still
Yeah.
counts.
That's insane. That alone right there, we were talking about this before coming on the air. That alone right there is enough.
In Pennsylvania, what else do we have? We have the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that ballot envelopes with no date or with incorrect dates actually could not be counted. So, hey, thank God they stepped in for that one, because
Finally.
before that, they're like, no, you can count all the ones that have no date or the wrong date.
But do you remember in 2020, they were like, yeah, if we receive it 15 or so days after, I'm being sarcastic, of course, but these crazy rules that they put in place, but now they're tightening it back down. Come on.
Right. Yeah.
Literally, the legislature changed it in the last election, 2 weeks before the election. That doesn't smell like dog poop, does it? Notice I said poop?
You can say shit.
All right, dog shit.
Well, don't he says it so well.
Sons of bitches.
Just put let's keep CNN there to an alert. They're just people are still getting used to the fact that we have more than CNN, but they're like, is it legitimate news? Because that's what we put on CNN. Georgia. Let's go to Georgia really quickly. Georgia, the Supreme Court there ruled that 3,000 ballots that were sent out late to voters do not get extra time to return, because people were fighting for those ballots to return. The Georgia Supreme Court said, hey, look, we don't want to be sticklers, but we believe that they have to be returned. Your election ballot should be returned by election day. Is that fair? And people said, I said, come on, just have it returned by the day. So that Supreme Court ruling of Georgia had to come in. Also, there are bomb threats. I don't know if you know this. They were actually hoax bomb threats linked to Russia targeting polling places. So 2 polling sites in Georgia had to be evacuated. I'm sure that didn't affect any votes, but it was Russia's fault.
Always Russia.
Virginia. Here's an update on Virginia. Remember we talked about this, 1,600 self-identified non-citizens were on voter rolls, and Virginia, the state of Virginia, said, hey, we want to remove these, and the Supreme Court, I believe in Virginia, said, actually, you can't remove them that close to election, and then the Supreme Court, the most supreme of the Supreme Court, said, actually, you can purge these 1,600 self-identified non-citizens from voter rolls. Some people are complaining about that, believe it or not.
Gotta be kidding.
But
it's a state. They gave them 3 chances to cure it, and it's also a same-day registration.
Yes.
There is no harm to anyone. If you walk up and they're like, no, sorry, you've been removed. You can, well, I'm a citizen. Okay, prove it. Okay, now you can register. You can vote. Done. It's no problem. But everybody fought it.
Right.
Like it was some ploy to kick 1,600 people off for no reason.
Yes. Yes. When people say, hey, you want to disenfranchise, you want to intimidate people from vote, you want there to be fewer voters, to those people, I say, yes, if that means excluding non-citizens.
There you go.
But I can't believe we're to this point where that's even a debate.
Well, you know what? We have a blind spot. You and me, Mr. Old-Fashioned, as they call us.
That's true. Yeah.
I believe that Americans should be the ones who largely determine American elections. You can comment if you disagree. Yes. We have the first votes, too, by the way, in New Hampshire. You know Dixville Notch in New Hampshire?
Yeah.
6 people. They voted this morning at midnight. I don't know if it's the same 6 people every election.
I don't either.
But I assume that they aren't the people I would very much like.
It's an inbred family from Nashua.
Yes, exactly. You hear the banjo song before it starts. That one was split. 6 votes, 3 for Trump, 3 for Harris. Don't know if you know, they all went for Biden last go around.
Yeah.
It was 4-2 Hillary Clinton. And
well, that's almost good.
Yeah, you know, that's going on there. I mean, it's not a large sample size.
No.
If I were Frank Luntz, I'd declare that a win. I'd be like, see, I called it. Look at my sneakers and toupee.
Luntzy.
How many people live in this old Victorian novelty house? Show of hands. All 6 of you.
Yes.
I believe you should pay me another $2 million for this focus group.
That was an awkward car ride home, though.
Yes, it was.
Not fun.
And now I guess we have some exclusive data to provide to you before we get here to Tim Pool and start calling states. But this is actually some analysis of early voting. All right. So, look, we're going to get to our predictions here and looking at the maps, and we'll build them out for you. Anyone who tells you that they know how this is going right now is lying to you. We will have the first states. It'll likely be Indiana or Kentucky right after Tim Pool on the show. But right now, let's look at the early voting. So, Pennsylvania, that's a big one, obviously. The Democrat firewall there, what that means is their lead in early voting is about 409,000 votes. That's 91,000 short of what they really wanted, what they thought they needed. Let me give you an idea as to what that means in context. The change since 2020, there are 41,000 fewer Republican votes at this point in time, the early votes, but there are 700,000 fewer Democrat votes than 2020. Another interesting trend.
That's a lot.
If you look at first-time voters compared to 2020, Republicans, they're up 14%. First-time Republican voters, up 14%. Democrats, they're down 12%. Independents, they're down about 2%. And that's the same trend for infrequent, frequent, super voters. Dems are up, down, and general idea.
Dems are down,
Republicans are up.
Yeah, and that's a huge thing in Pennsylvania. I just want you to kind of just take that. People are going to say, "Oh, well, it's COVID." Okay, but what that basically does is say, "Okay, well, all of the mail-in voting, all the people showing up early voting."
Yeah.
This means that they have to show up in record numbers on election day, which Democrats have never done. Right? It's not impossible, it's a good sign.
Can I ask a broader question?
Yes.
Why does
you
it always
ask a broader question?
Yes. Is she here?
Who is?
Have you seen the studio?
The makeup girl. Hello.
No broads. There are no broads here.
Why? And maybe an ignorant question, but why is Pennsylvania always so crucial? I know you got the urban Pittsburgh, and that's where a lot of libs are, and you got rural Pennsylvania. I understand all that, but why is it that state?
Well, it has been recently. It used to be, remember, it was always Florida and Ohio.
Yes.
Yeah.
Now
so what
not.
has changed?
Well, because Donald Trump changed the map, where Donald Trump won Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and Ohio is less of a swing state than non-swing states at this point. Like Ohio is deep red. Florida has become less and less of a swing state. So Pennsylvania is pretty much, we're talking about Pennsylvania is because it has so many electoral votes. I believe it's 19. If one of them wins Pennsylvania, they pretty much win. Or I should say, if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, he wins.
Yes.
If Kamala wins Pennsylvania, she still needs to sweep the Midwest.
How many electoral votes for Ohio? Any idea?
Is Ohio 15?
17.
It's 17.
Okay.
Yeah, Ohio is 17. So Ohio, Florida. If Donald Trump wins Wisconsin, if that gets called early,
That's another
he wins.
big one.
If he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, he wins. And if he wins Nevada and he wins, he wins by significant margin. We'll get into some numbers too, looking at if he outperforms, for example, in New Hampshire, in Virginia. He doesn't need to win them, but if we look at some numbers and say, okay, what are the margins? It gives you a pretty good idea as to how this election is going to go, and those are more likely to be called earlier in the day.
And Nevada already said we won't know the results until they said, what was it, St. Patrick's Day?
Yes.
Yes. Approximately. When is Groundhog's Day? We'll figure it out.
I don't know. I guess it depends if it's
they
a
have
leap
illegals
year.
counting the vote.
I have an update really quickly. If so, there is a confirmed attack on the site right now, but don't worry.
On the election integrity map?
Workaround, yeah. So if you are out in the field right now and you're voting, you're somewhere, you see something, make sure you send LWC tips at protonmail.com is one of the ways around that. We also have kind of like a form that you can fill out, which is a backup because we planned for this. We knew we'd be targeted somehow. Report.electionintegritymap.com. So that's report.electionintegritymap.com.
Yep.
So it's something that we want to make sure that you guys, there is a way to send this information to us.
Yep.
Let us know if you're having any problems, and we will, again, they'll reply to you. We got a whole bunch of people out there right now that can respond. So just get us the information.
We have a lot of people, boots on the ground in every major swing state. Well, every major city of every major swing state right now. They're like ghosts.
Yeah.
But they're not ghosts. They're not dead.
Well, they're real people.
Yeah, they're nice people. They're friendly people. Don't be afraid of them.
They can vote.
Yes. Like, don't try and reach through them.
That's not nice.
They're there.
Are they in the building? Where are they?
They're around.
All right, Arby's.
Go to Nevada.
We've got the boat.
Okay. No,
All right,
fine.
false alarm.
We weren't joking about the stomach flu from hell. I'm doing my best.
Oh.
So, Nevada. Let's look at what we have in Nevada here.
Monkeypox.
At the beginning of the day right now, okay? Republicans have a 35,000 vote lead. The change that we have seen there since 2020, Republican votes, they're down 61,000 since 2020. We're talking about early votes, but Democrats are down 138,000. If you look at first-time voters compared to 2020, well, Republicans are down 5%, so a net negative 5%, but Democrats down 13%, independents up 18%. Those independents are really tough to predict this election. They're really tough to predict because they differ from state to state. And yes, to echo what Nick said, Nevada said that it will take a week to count its votes for whatever reason. Here's some confirmation.
So she wins North Carolina. We could be living here in Nevada, waiting and waiting and waiting. And if you remember, Nevada will take a week to pick your votes.
Well, because they go 4 days after.
And you'll have more ballots coming in.
Yeah.
And then you're really going to be used a lot on air because this is going to be lawyers.
I hope so.
Like an insult.
Litigating which ballots can
filthy.
get fixed or cured is the language you'll start to see, those provisional ballots. So the nightmare scenario where we're just waiting for weeks.
Cured, just like his bald spot with that can of paint from the infomercial.
Oh, come on.
Is he still around, that jerker?
I can't believe that he's still. He is.
Chuck Todd.
Chuck Todd. He was the one who had the. Was it him or was it Chris Matthews? Had the thrill going down his leg.
That was
when Obama
Chris
won.
Matthews.
That's right. It was Chris.
Turned out it was urine, but go ahead.
Yes.
It's a sciatica.
I too enjoy a good urine down the leg.
We heard that since the flu hit.
North Carolina.
Oh.
North Carolina right now. Republicans are leading by 36,000 votes. The change since 2020, Republicans are down 18,000 since early voting 2020, but Democrats are down 323,000. Again, when you look at infrequent, frequent, super voters, Republicans are up, Democrats are down. Something interesting, a third of voters in North Carolina are labeled as unaffiliated.
It's weird.
And that includes like 50% of Gen Z voters, which I will tell you, the left just seems to take for granted, but there's a very big difference between certain spectrums of Gen Z and male or female.
Yes.
A lot of male Gen Z, those who are a little bit older, they're going surprisingly for Trump. Younger female Gen Z, of course, because, a lot of women are voting with their vaginas, understandably.
How about the ones that are in between male and female?
That one, that's a toss-up. Too close to call.
Yeah, literally.
Yes, and it doesn't pass the eyeball test. I mean, they can't even Olympics. Arizona, what we have at the beginning of the day, we have a Republican lead of 218,000. Let's look at the change since 2020. Republicans are down 30,000 votes. That sounds bad until you realize that Democrats are down 214,000 votes. This is a state that was decided by 10,000 votes, or, if you remember incorrectly, Brett Baer. Now, first-time voters, we look at now compared to 2020, Republicans are up 5, Democrats are down 9, independents are up 3. And here's something pretty crazy. And I'm not trying to give you false hope. I'm just giving you the straight shot. In a lot of swing states, Republicans are actually outperforming Democrats in the election day turnout, including in Maricopa County.
Wow.
As of 1 p.m. Central, 2-1 in Maricopa. That's the bad county, folks. Perfect. It's the bad county.
Don't get too excited. I'll put this into perspective.
Okay.
Because the last election, Republicans netted 12 seats in the House and supposedly still lost the top of the ticket.
Yeah.
So don't get too excited.
Nick's just going to be the curmudgeon.
No, well, Jesus, if I'm myself, I'm 230. If I'm a curmudgeon, what do you want? Jesus, what do you want from me?
By the way, we also have 3 or 4 7+1s tonight.
I can't even read in my eyes.
What do we have? We have I don't know. We have 3
Trump's first
3
actions
7+1 things that Donald Trump will do in his first day of presidency, which we actually have from the Trump staff. Then we have 7+1 things that Kamala will do when she loses. And we also have a reload of Trump's first day of presidency.
Yes.
We also have Thomas Finnegan on. We also have Kamala's father, Donald J. Harris, later today. We have so much going on. But right now, what I'm going to do is, let's bring up 271. I'm going to make sure that I check the air because it could just be my fever.
It looks a little warm.
It looks a little warm.
It feels a little warm to me. Let me just really quickly, as we bring that up. So we've got a number of merch promos that we're going to run tonight. So I'll go ahead and just kick it off with this one. So this is the first one that we're going to do, Tim. So promo code election night, you get 10% off the entire store. Go to crowdershop.com right now. Enter the promo code election night, 10% off the entire store. Do it now. We also will have some shirts later on that we're going to unveil, kind of a brand new shirt here in just a little bit that you guys are going to love. So, and deals throughout the night on different hats and different stuff like that. So
I wore one of those hats I bought.
It's going to be great. They're great. They're great.
I got drilled in the head with a Heineken when I went outside.
And by the way, the air was not on, so Toolman, make sure that the Brent pumping in fresh air because it was pumping in no air. That's why it was
I did set it before.
That's perfect to do when I have the bubonic plague.
Yeah, blow it this way.
Let's just have this whole place. Let's have this place hermetically sealed. Hot. Let's see what this good-looking former Trump supporter says, who was on, and then we'll get to our 270 to win. Look. By the way, I'd never have one of those stickers when Van Jones. I voted. I just want everyone here to know that I voted. I feel
Why do
very
I
good.
like that guy?
Probably because he has a good jawline, and we're still on. Jury's still out on you.
I thought it was ass I was looking at, but it's okay.
Could be a little of both. Can we bring up CNN for a brief moment?
Puerto Rican pack. They were begging for money. Nobody cared about them, but they had built the only voter file for Puerto Ricans.
My gosh, we're talking about Puerto Ricans? Who cares?
Puerto Rico. She said it was like wildfire. She said people.
Yeah, it was probably on fire. It's Puerto Rico. Their garbage was probably on fire.
It was a
real thing. They had a landfill problem.
It was a dumpster fire.
They did have a lot of problems.
It wasn't just him calling them garbage. It was based on a garbage problem.
It was based on a Puerto Rican
Mostly the
garbage
women. But listen. I'm kidding. I love them. I lived in New York. They're delicious.
You see J-Lo crying. This is so important. This is about our rights. See that woman who went in voting like the Handmaid's Tale?
Yeah, I did.
Can we bring that up, guys? Send that in. She went into the voting booth like the Handmaid's Tale. You drove there in a Lexus, sweetheart. You're not hooked up to a milking machine like it's an episode of the Black Mirror thing.
Yeah.
Oh my God, my state might be able to vote that I can't have an abortion after 14 weeks. Just shut up.
Yeah, let's get our political cues from somebody who dated P. Diddy for 5 years.
Yes.
Stupid bat.
How much blackmail do you think is going on with all these celebrities? Where every single one of them is endorsing.
I don't know,
Kamala.
but I'm sweating bullets. I was at one of those.
No, you didn't even get invited to the after party. You didn't make it past the screen.
I went to the white party.
Nick, it doesn't count if you're on the other side of the velvet rope.
Behind a tree, yanking it. Hey, let me in. Let me in.
I hear you guys have great parties.
I can still see their asses from here.
All right, let's bring up 270 to win here, so we can just bring this up and show you because this is not actually the electoral integrity map. But this is what we're looking at, right? As far as toss-ups, as far as swing states. This
Looks like my liver.
This is what I think we're going to end up with tonight. Let's color in North Carolina for Donald Trump and Georgia for Donald Trump. Okay, Donald Trump has not lost a legitimate poll in Arizona in many, many weeks. There's nothing to show. It's even outside of the margin of error, also with the early voting. Okay, let's give him Arizona. He's at 262. See where we are right now? I want to make sure, is everything there right? That seems high. No? No?
62 already?
Let me see. Anything else missing there? No? You don't have New Hampshire? I'm just making sure. Okay, no, that's...
Guam?
If he just does that, what's your safe... Look, if he wins Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania... It's over.
It's over, yeah.
It's over.
What, just one of those he needs?
Just one of those. Because even if he wins Nevada, let's give Donald Trump Nevada, he still needs to win one of those. But it's just any of them. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania.
Well, don't forget Virginia, which might be closer than people think.
Well, I know. I'm just saying right now, let's give, on the flip side, let's give Kamala Wisconsin. It's not enough. Let's give Kamala Michigan. It's not enough. She still needs to get Pennsylvania to get 270 even. She needs to run, and that's assuming no upsets. Now, I know upsets could go the other way on either side here, but based on everything that we are seeing, that is the most likely scenario. And again, in the betting odds, Pennsylvania has been consistently going for Donald Trump. Wisconsin, I think Wisconsin is more likely than Michigan. You guys can tell me what you think if you disagree. I've been saying that this entire time. Everyone says that I'm crazy.
No, I don't think you're crazy, but initially I just thought because of, I guess, what happened in 2016 and then how Detroit, has descended further into hell, I thought maybe, people would turn this thing around. But I don't know why, but for some reason Wisconsin feels like it is further left, but it's not. Right. It's very, very, very close. I know one of the last polls had her up by like 0.3 or something like that in Wisconsin. I'm not sure what I buy at this point when it comes to polling, but either way, you can't call that in any camp at all.
When did Michigan become such a toss-up?
Michigan because of the unions and communism. If people, by the way, just so you know, McCarthy was right. He was right about a lot of things. He was right about Russian spies infiltrating our institutions, certainly the educational establishment, certainly Hollywood, and our unions. Even historians go like, he was right. He was just a little too much zeal. He ruined careers. You mean of communists? And I'm telling you that right now, you don't think China wants to take advantage of our system for crying out loud. You don't think they hear that story of the one foreign exchange student from China who's not a citizen who voted, it will count, and only got caught because they admitted it? You think that our enemies are not trying to infiltrate our electorate right now as we speak? Of course they are. And unions in Michigan, boy, when everything is stacked against Kamala, what they do is they just come out and they don't make an endorsement. When they see the overwhelming support of their membership, the leadership says, well, we're just going to sit this one out.
Right.
So anyways, that's what we're looking at as far as. Let me give you some interesting data here. In New Hampshire, for example, and we might find this out pretty early. The Republican Party won the presidency, right, in 2004. They lost New Hampshire by 1.37%. So if it's close, if it's very close in New Hampshire, that could give you a pretty close idea. Yeah. In other words, if it's within 2 points. Virginia, right, of course you saw in 2016, Donald Trump won, lost Virginia by 5.4%. If it's within, let's say, 5 points or 3 points or 4 points in Virginia, if New Hampshire is within 2 points, those are some bellwethers for you tonight that we just want you to look for, not guarantees, but to see in real time and go, oh, okay. Yeah. We can kind of see the way the momentum is going in combination with the other swing states that we'll be calling. The first states most likely to be called will be Indiana, Kentucky, something like probably that, Georgia, South Carolina.
In 2020, the Republicans won, wasn't it like 13 out of 14 bellwether states and still lost?
No, I believe in 2020 it was 19 out of 21.
19 out of 21, okay.
It was either 19 out of 20 or 19 out of 21. Mission Control can let us know the bellwether candidate, which has never happened.
No, I know.
Statistically, completely impossible. Right. And they do that to say you just have to ignore all the data. We're the party of science, but you have to ignore all the data because nothing applies here. I will say that's probably true with unaffiliated and independent voters because that makeup is very different this go around. But you shouldn't ignore all of the data as far as voting numbers, No, you definitely should. All of the data would suggest, with one exception, women breaking in large numbers for Kamala. Outside of that, all of the data would suggest a pretty significant win for Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah, and look, if you want to look at the data and just take all of the kind of the feeling out of this, I don't see a lot of or any really bad data for Donald Trump and his team. I really don't. If somebody sees that out there, let me know. But when you're just looking at raw data and taking out the social media influencers that are paid to post and look at the size of the rallies and we're not going back and I just voted for Harris on X. When you take all of that stuff out, the anecdotal, and you look at the numbers, you're like, holy crap. This doesn't look good for them at all. No.
You factor in the propensity to steal it on the left.
Well, no, I know. Yeah, that's true.
None of that's going to happen in the dark tonight. We have boots on the ground. We have the map. We have all these tools here for you tonight so that nothing happens. You're not going to say, did I dream that a pipe burst? Mm-hmm. You're not going to say, did I dream that they boarded up the precinct in Detroit? Did I dream that no one could vote in Maricopa County for about 5 hours? No, that happened, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to happen tonight. We'll have people investigating it tonight, and you can go once it's out from under the DDoS attack, I guess, election integrity.
We gave people a way around it as well.
So. And that wasn't even a year where they tried to kill him twice.
Right.
Think about that.
Yeah, exactly.
Think about that. They've tried to kill him at least twice.
Think about that. You think they're not going to try to fuck around tonight? Come on, wake up.
Yeah, exactly. What do you think?
Smell the illegals,
Gerald.
Well, I don't think they're going to try to kill him again. I know that there's a lot.
That's not.
No, that's not the assassination attempts. I think right now we're not going to be able to there's too many eyeballs. There's too many eyeballs on this stuff. The same things that were present in 2020 are not present in 24. Massive mail-in. Just in Pennsylvania, what was it, 700,000 difference?
Yep.
Massive mail-in differences. That's not there before. You can't hide the votes there anymore as easily. You're depending on people to show up day of. Okay, that means you have to cheat day of if you're going to do it. That's really, really hard to do with all the scrutiny that's coming down on everybody right now. And the obvious lack of enthusiasm around this candidate. Right. With Joe Biden, it was this holy crap Donald Trump thing. With Kamala Harris, it's like, we don't even like her and we don't even like that guy, but I'm voting for that guy. Right. So I think it's incredibly hard to hide now that it's been out in the open and people are looking at it.
They're already preparing to say she was the weakest candidate and Donald Trump didn't win the popular vote, or he got by the skin of his teeth. They know she's a weak candidate.
Yeah. They're just waiting to turn the page from her.
Yeah.
They cannot wait to not have this fake enthusiasm.
And let me just say something, too. To people out there, I've heard people say this, like, oh, well, you know what? Republicans just find a way to screw themselves because anyone else would have beaten Kamala easily if not Donald Trump. Do you really? They tried to say that J.D. Vance had sex with a couch. You honestly think? They tried to say that Tim Walz was more prepared for the vice presidency and that, by the way, the American people believed he was more articulate than Vance. You think they would hold back their attacks whether it was DeSantis? You think they would have done that for Jeb Bush? They painted his brother a Nazi. They would do this with anyone.
It wasn't a couch, it was a beanbag chair.
That's true.
All right, so
it was
our
a love
first
sack.
Wonderful guest is actually on the line now.
All right.
You want to go to Tim Pool?
All right, we have our first guest of the evening. Let's go to Mr. Tim Pool. Mr. Pool, we are crossing the streams here. Are you there? Can you see me? Can you hear me, sir?
And I don't know what's going on.
Dude, Steven Crowder. Dude, don't say that about Steven Crowder.
Oh, no.
How dare you?
Is it not working? Can you see me? Can you hear me,
James,
Tim?
why have you been disparaging Steven Crowder all night?
Doing this here.
James, like, I throw everyone
Is he on?
I love Gerald and Steven personally, Phil.
I assume they hear us?
Things you said about
I don't know. Well,
Okay.
they're doing some crazy stuff right now.
I'm going to call it in 3 seconds, guys. And we're
All right, they're going to call me in 3 seconds. Is that how that works?
Can you hear us? Don't go anywhere, boys.
Throw him a life preserver, Surge.
Is this a challenge? We're crossing the streams, guys.
And
They're trying to bring the zoom up on their end.
They're actually
louder with Crowder.
Well, let's take. Let's take me off, Toolman, and you guys work out the call there before we bring it to on air. Our viewers are better than this.
We had it. They were having problems.
I don't give a rat's ass who's having problems.
Well, can we listen to them now?
No, I care about who's watching right now. They're going to go, what's going on? This is a disaster. This is supposed to be better than CNN and Fox, and it is. And they're going to go, what's going on? I'm looking at a box and a box and a box. Like it's like we're back to Black Mirror.
I didn't watch the run through. Is this part of a gig?
No.
Dear God, I wish. Just like my uncontrollable vomiting.
I thought this was
all right. Are we there, Mr. Poole? Can you hear us? See us, sir?
We can. What's up?
Hey.
Well, what's up is my fever. I apologize. I have a puke bucket next to me. I had the stomach flu from hell, so we're still making this happening. And how are you guys? I see a whole table there. We are already subject to a DDoS attack. The election integrity map right now is down temporarily, so we know that they're going full tilt tonight. What have you guys been seeing thus far? What are your predictions, Tim?
Well, I just want to. Oh, well, that was for you, so I won't. Sure. I mean, honestly, I think if we're wary of a shadow campaign, that's what they called it, their words, then I honestly have no idea. But I think if we're looking at the early voting data, the mail-in voting data, as well as the results that have come in so far, it's looking really, really good for Donald Trump and the Republicans. Right. So the reason I don't want to say outright, oh, man, Trump's going to win is because shadow campaign.
Yes.
Again, their words, not mine.
Yeah, what do you think, Stephen?
That's what we just kind of went through some of the early voting data. We have, analysts here tonight and we're also able to look at some of the API data. That would suggest so. The one, look, no one wants to say this because everyone's afraid of offending half of their viewers, but I think that we're all grown up enough. The only reason Donald Trump would lose tonight would be white female voters. Let's be honest. That's the only reason he would lose tonight. All of the other numbers that you see in the early voting data seem to favor him. It's just if they are breaking, enough for Kamala Harris because vagina. And by the way, that's not all female voters. It's the female voters who show up to the voting booths dressed as Handmaid's Tale when they drove there in a 4Runner. And they believe that they're saying, well, they say, we're literally voting for our lives. I don't like them. And it's not because they're women, but I don't respect them. Not the women.
I have also seen feminine fathers crying at the polls so they can make their daughters be promiscuous and have abortions.
Yes.
I
want a dead grandchild. So the thing with the Handmaid's Tale thing, I've seen a number of women dressed up as if they are characters from the Handmaid's Tale. And part of what's so repulsive about it is there are actual women in the world who are actually forced to wear burqas, which are real,
But liberal women in America would rather stand in solidarity with imaginary characters than real women if it means acknowledging that someone besides white Christian men has done something bad to women.
Well, hold on a second. You say that like burqas are a bad thing. Have you seen the women in these countries? It's not always an unacceptable remedy.
It does
By
work
that
itself
logic,
out.
Yeah. Well, so what do you guys think? Are you seeing any indications of, again, I'll say it, shadow campaign, or let's just call it malice or untoward behavior?
Yeah. Yes, we definitely are. So we, again, we've been hit with a DDoS attack tonight just in the election integrity map so that people can't report what's going on in these different locations. But we have a backup where people can send their emails to lwctips@protonmail.com. But we covered what was going on in Pennsylvania earlier, where you saw that in Cambria County where it didn't work. The big story to me that a lot of people for some reason just skimmed over, you have a Chinese national in Michigan who voted, who asked for their ballot back. I don't know why, but that's how they caught and the vote will still count. This person is not a citizen. This person will be punished for election fraud, but the vote still counts, which is very similar to what happened in the last election when we called Clark County in Nevada and said, hey, this address isn't real and this person doesn't live there. They switched the address in the middle of the night. We went to that address. It also didn't exist. And when I spoke with the registrar, I said, yeah, well, there's nothing we can do. So when people say, hey, there's no shenanigans going on, we know before we get to any of this, you're talking about media malpractice, you're talking about the weaponizing of the DOJ and big tech. But make no mistake, I mean, Tim and everyone, and sorry, I don't mean to not have everyone's name, but I can't see everyone because you're in a small box. None of us think that there's zero election interference, right? No one thinks that. So is it 1%? Is it 99%? And to me, we know that in Michigan, if you vote illegally and you're caught, your vote will still count. It's enough.
Did you see James O'Keefe's video from this morning where there was a voter outreach organization telling non-citizens they could vote as long as they had a tax ID number? They sent an undercover reporter to one of the locations where they talked with an official who said, yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Then when he goes and questions them, they're like, get him out of here. He's screwing with us. They're screaming.
My God. Yeah.
Hey, currently there are several polling locations in Georgia that are being evacuated due to bomb threats.
Yeah, they're hoaxes too.
3 minutes ago.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
This is new.
Multiple.
Yeah. Oh, these are new ones?
More, yeah.
Okay, because I knew there were 2.
Well, all right now I'm getting this 3 minutes ago. Nick Sorter tweeted that there were several polling locations in Georgia being evacuated due to bomb threats, forcing voting at these locations to be suspended. So yeah.
How about California planning
County?
Chatham?
California
How about Chatham County?
Wow.
I didn't hear. How much you want to bet that Stacey Abrams is just behind those voting booths with an Acme plunger?
We actually have somebody on their way to DeKalb County right now.
Oh, we do. Sorry, we have someone on our way right now to DeKalb County right now to investigate that. And it's probably nothing. That's the challenge with doing this. Most of this is probably nothing. But look, I'm tired. Aren't you guys at the point where you're tired of the gaslighting to the American people?
Yeah.
What are you saying? It wasn't the most secure. You know what? I'm actually going to say it's not even close to being potentially one of when you have 14 states with no voter ID. How about that? It can't be.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is one of the insane things. I remember after the 2020 election, watching it go down on the show, having questions about it, and it was really when they started saying this is the most secure and safe election that has ever happened in all of history that I went, okay, now I know there's something going on. You can't be that hyperbolic and expect me to believe you.
Safe and effective.
But the point about not mail-in ballots, but voter ID, I mean, for as much as we as Americans are accused of being far right compared to every other Western nation, you talk to Europeans about voting, they will look at you incredulously when you say there are people in America who oppose the idea of having to show an ID to vote. It is a very bizarre American phenomenon.
Yes, in Bangladesh, they require proof. I don't know if that's where they do a little purple ink on your thumb or they burn it into your forehead, but the point remains, they do something in Bangladesh. They do it in countries where they cut off your hand if you steal an apple. And by the way,
or vote fraudulently, maybe.
Yes. Well, it's if you just go, that's old Mr. One-Hand Voter Fraud. But if you go back to the tax ID number, I was renewing my driver's license in the state of Texas. And I believe you have to go in with 2 forms of picture ID and something that proves your social security number. So I brought in a tax return. And they said, sorry, we can't use that because it doesn't say social security number. I said, what? They said, it says tax ID number. I said, you're the one who calls it tax ID number, you little shits. It's clearly a government document, and it's the right number of numbers. I didn't call it that. Just run it in your system, and you'll see it. And they go, no, you can't. You just have 2 pictures. You have a passport, you have your previous license that you're renewing, and it says tax ID. I had to have a producer go to my house to get my social security card.
You have a producer?
Ish.
But that was to get your license? To driver's license?
That was to renew it, yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah.
If you want to go to the movies, you need an ID.
You know, I'm really concerned with digital, like the electronic voting. And you can't, obviously, Rudy Giuliani learned the hard way. Don't make claims you don't have data worth of evidence about. You can't back up 100%. But like, dude, without viewing the source code of machines, the potential to flip votes is there. And if it's a non-zero chance, which could be 99%, like that's,
There's a potential to flip vote, to have problems, even if you have the source code, because whoever's writing it's always you're trying to eliminate the human condition from.
But I do agree. At least if source code was public, there would be people of various political backgrounds who could assess whether or not the code was legitimate.
Yeah, and it's a foreign corporation. I don't know how many foreign corporations are involved with that. I think Dominion's staged in Canada at the moment. Could be wrong about that, but like that's just like the painting on the wall.
Yeah.
People tend
to give you an idea, we had someone report into the Mug Club Army in Texas. There was a login name. There was the passcode and the information of the machine, and we can't prove that anyone did anything with it. It was on a piece of paper not more than 20 feet from the polling station. All the login information needed to get on the machine. We called, actually Gerald called and reported it, and they said, you know what, we'll look into it. So again, it's one of those things you can't prove, but don't gaslight Americans into believing in the election integrity. Say like they of course don't trust it.
It wasn't even just that. When I called in and talked to them at the county level, they were like, "Well, yeah, that shouldn't have happened." And I'm like, "Well, can we do anything about it?" They're like, "I'm not really sure about that." Then I called the AG's office for the state, and they're like, "Yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do about it." I'm kind of simplifying it here. I'm like, "Do you understand that theoretically it could be compromised for 3 days now?" Yeah. We have no idea, and you're telling me to trust you guys? This is the kind of thing that we need to make sure doesn't happen.
Is Smartmatic still involved? I'm asking a serious question.
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
All right.
If you need to scream, we can mute your mic.
I got a question for you, Stephen. Did you see the Fifth Circuit Court ruling on mail-in ballots that are brought in after the election date?
Yeah, well, which one? Because we were just talking earlier in Pennsylvania, I know for sure that they said they have to be brought back by the correct date, and same thing in Georgia, Supreme Court.
The Fifth Circuit, the ruling, this was last week, said that ballots that are received after Election Day, even if postmarked before Election Day, are illegal to count. So I'm wondering, unless there's been other updates in other courts, there is a potential that if we get another 3 a.m. mail-in ballot drop that gives it to Kamala, Republicans could sue, Supreme Court could say those ballots don't count and block that. But I'm wondering what you think.
It could happen. You know, the problem is this goes state to state, right? And so this, for example, like we were just talking about Virginia with the 1,600 non-citizens, right? It was ruled, okay, you can purge these voter rolls. Then there was a Supreme Court or a higher court, I believe it was a Supreme Court of Pennsylvania, said, no, you can't do it this close to the election. So it had to go to the actual Supreme Court. Did I say Pennsylvania?
You said Pennsylvania,
Sorry.
Virginia.
Virginia said, no, you can purge your voter rolls of the 1,600 self-identified non-citizens. So it's one of those things where they keep on playing Pong back and forth. It seems like it could be, but again, the big lie, when people talk about the big lie, it's that Donald Trump lost every single case, or the Republicans lost every single case. I believe there were, if I'm not mistaken, was it 60-something or 90 cases, and only 32 were heard on merit. Most people don't know that in 24 of those, the ruling leaned with the GOP, the ruling leaned with Republicans, but nothing was done. Very little was done about it. So we have to go through so many steps just to ensure basic security provisions. So I feel like I'd have a better chance at predicting Pennsylvania than giving you an answer.
Yeah. To follow up with Smartmatic, I don't know how involved they are with the election itself. It's a private company, and the headquarters is in London, England. So it's a British company, private company that is involved with global election voting systems.
Right.
Yeah. Wonderful. Yeah. I think we're better than the Brits. That's why we left.
It's the Five Eyes Spy Club, like that whole British imperial installing a candidate with the Democratic Party, like putting Kamala there without a primary. It's just such a.
There was a clip on the internet of a former CIA guy who was like a medal winner. It's about 16 minutes long, and he goes through the machinations of it. Had something to do with the Venezuelan cartel. That's what, and then the Brits bought it. It's after watching it, I was totally.
I tried to watch it, but I was cut off by My Perfect Pillow. This guy doesn't know about election interference. I have the best documentary on election interference. Just watch mine. You'll know all you need to know.
My pillows aren't lumpy. You're an asshole.
Lumpy pillows. You're an asshole. You're an asshole.
That's I was recently married, and my wife has all these pillows. And as soon as I saw that clip of the My Pillow guy, I was like, "This is you." When I talk about the pillows, like they're not pillows.
I love how his sheets like they're the finest American sheets made with the best Egyptian cotton. My American sheets. You're like, what? What's that?
I know.
Egyptian lumpy sheets. You're an asshole.
You're an asshole.
But continue.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah.
Part of what's so disturbing, though, isn't just that there are all these clear examples that seem fishy to us. It's that the establishment in charge doesn't even seem to be interested in convincing us that this is free and fair.
No.
Because there's some interest in subjugating us and letting us know that we will do what we want. You won't have a say and you're going to obey.
Yeah.
Yep.
The most important part about having a democratic system isn't just that the elections are fair and functional. It's also that you believe that they are, that you actually think that your vote counts. If someone's just waving in your face that people who fraudulently vote in the elections are still going to have their vote counted, at some point, it's really just a domination ritual.
They're targeting enough people to just buy it. Right. And then they can just sneak it. Sorry to interrupt. What were you saying?
The last couple of elections, I just showed up just in case.
Right.
Just in case my vote counted. That was my mentality.
That's how some people feel.
You know, I mean, just in case it counted. But to be honest with you, I gave up a long time ago.
It's the castrating of a nation. They do it with men, and they want to do it with the election. They're more interested in making you believe that everybody is crazy.
Well, I think it's the left poking the right in the chest saying, we're calling you bluff. We're going to turn this into a comedy shithole. What are you going to do about it?
I know.
And we're not doing anything about it.
Well, that's also a dangerous game.
Let's get our fucking muskets. Enough of this shit.
People just transitioned. It's a dangerous game to play.
All right.
Double mastectomy doesn't work great.
I think that no matter what happens after this election, we should focus on securing literally the digital machines, like making them open and secure.
After the Civil War?
Get rid of them.
There's interesting data showing. Right now, it is still early, but people are suggesting that with the data coming in, Florida is shifting red, and they enact these voter security measures, and all of a sudden it's Republican. With Virginia enacting paper ballots, that may contribute, but I think it's fairly obvious. If you have a secure election where you need an ID to vote, it's paper ballots, they're counted, it's done on the day of, no early, late, whatever garbage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like Thailand.
I don't think it necessarily takes Nostradamus to know that Florida's going red, but the point remains.
Well, CNN just said redder than a baboon's ass.
Oh, key race alert.
I got a couple of calls
1
that
second.
we can make.
Okay, we have a couple of calls. I don't know if you guys, we do actually have, I don't know if they get programmed?
Yeah, Guam is in.
Okay. Send it to them.
Oh, no, that's okay. Hey, Tim, where's the best place for people to go and watch you guys tonight? Because we have to go call some states. We actually have Donald Trump calling some key states for us.
Timcast IRL on YouTube.
Timcast IRL on YouTube. And sorry, what was that?
I'm just going to say, you gorgeous humans.
Oh, I don't know if that was aimed at us or aimed at your viewers.
That is aimed right at you and your friends. Hello, Gerald.
Well,
hello.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You all look very good, but you're in a small box. The one guy looks like he's wearing suede, which is a risky choice on election
It looks like a school board meeting.
It does look like a school board meeting, and someone's going to be kicked out. All right, Tim Pool, we appreciate it, brother. Everyone, we'll probably check back in with you later because God knows how long this will go. Thank you for making the time.
Where do people go to find you, Stephen?
Just Rumble or YouTube, and as soon as the DDoS is over, they can, you guys can use the election integrity map too. There's no reason to give your money to CNN or those bastards.
Sounds good.
All right. Or an elementary gymnasium.
Love you guys. Tim Pool, ladies and gentlemen, and friends. All right. As I understand it, we are calling some
we would
states.
have called it a second ago. Didn't want to interrupt the interview, but we can officially.
Well, no, hold on a second. It's time for a key state update. And we now have, with the percentage, we can show people, by the way, our electoral integrity map. I guess it's not working on
the Reuters map. Actually, they're actually saying we could probably try to use that one right now. They are getting close to having it fixed for us.
Okay,
so
great.
We're working on it.
But the state we're calling,
Kentucky, for Donald Trump.
Oh, wow. Kentucky has officially gone to Donald Trump.
Might as well have said
I'm having a good time, having a good time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go, there's no stopping me. Now, I should let you know,
The swing states, Donald Trump showed up in far more detail. There are more verses.
He's a busy man.
Yeah,
He's
Pennsylvania,
go.
Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Georgia. They're all more customized.
Absolutely.
Kentucky wasn't as consequential. All right, give me the update there, Joe.
I can also call Vermont, and it's 3 electoral votes. By the way, we get Kentucky 8 electoral votes right now. So Vermont, 3 electoral votes to Kamala Harris.
Well,
that's it for her.
You know,
that's it.
Soundboard Billy, that's your job
that's your
there.
cue for
Kamala
a
went
womp or
Vermont.
Something. Billy.
No, that's not even the right one.
Nope.
There you go.
Hey, Billy's away now.
All right, so we can look at this map here. We have got Kentucky has gone to Donald Trump with...
These are obvious ones,
Yeah,
though,
Kentucky.
really.
We know that Indiana is going to go to Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Vermont, obviously. I just saw Bernie Sanders on CNN last night on Anderson Cooper. That was a lot of fun.
Why was that fun?
It was just fun because it's just so fun to see a guy.
Bernie was on it?
Yeah, he's been completely castrated, and he's like, he was sitting there and he's going, now look, I know that it's hard that some of you may disagree with Kamala on this or on that. You may not agree with her on everything, but you still have to vote. And he's like, really, Mr. Sanders, Senator Sanders, why do you think it's still? He's like, oh, shit! Because, look, I have to say this shit! All right! I don't... And he even goes, he gave us the answer. He goes, for example, she might not be very good in Gaza. I will be putting forward a bill so that we can provide humanitarian aid and that not $1 more will go to the extremist Benjamin Netanyahu government. But Kamala's still gonna give him money! Shit! But Trump is worse! And he just kept losing his mind all night. So he has to. Awesome. He has to. So Vermont. All right.
Yeah.
And
Fucking
Indiana,
Ben and
we know
Jerry.
is going to go to Donald Trump, obviously.
Yeah, we were not calling it officially, but yeah, we think that is the most likely scenario.
Why do you feel that way?
What?
Why do you feel that way about Indiana? I'm learning here. This isn't just fun for me.
Okay, well, there we go. So the polling and everything, the data shows that there's almost no chance, right? When it's so far outside of the polling, you're just like, okay, well, they have to wait officially, so there are rules to this. Like we have to wait until specific times to actually call states.
Yeah.
We can tell you what we think about the data that we're seeing. We're going to do that on a lot of these states that are not called yet, that are more consequential, right? When it comes to Indiana, places like that, we know like Trump right now is up by almost 100,000 votes in Indiana, but we're not necessarily worried about that because most people think, yeah, that's almost a foregone conclusion. You got to wait for the results to officially be able to call it, but still,
that's reliably read, that state.
Yeah, Indiana's reliably read. I don't know how Pete Buttigieg came from there.
Yeah.
Oh, they don't get everything wrong. Wait. I was talking about Pete Buttigieg. Hey, by the way, we also do have tonight one of our correspondents tonight. We do have Kamala's father, Donald J. Harris. That's his actual name. That's not a joke. Donald J. Harris is the father of Kamala Harris, who's I don't believe she's ever met him. But the point remains, and do we have him on the line?
Yeah, I just got him.
Okay, let's go to Kamala's father, Donald J. Harris, for an update. All right, Mr. Harris, thank you for joining us. Can you hear me, sir?
man, wagwan.
Okay, good. Any thoughts on how your daughter's going to do?
Man, me think everything gonna be airy for me daughter. You tande.
Do you think she's going to win? Is that what you're saying?
I think the election is all cool runnings, and we're gonna be jamming in the morrows.
Okay, but what do you think was the single most important thing she did to win the presidency? Is what I'm.
Oh no, you got it all wrong. Me sorry for the ray or the confusion.
What?
I don't think she gonna win. I think she gonna end up on her backside, just a posing for a pound.
Please, Mr. Harris, let's not go down that road again.
Like the skettle she is.
What? What's a skettle?
Skettle. You don't know what a skettle is, man.
No.
A slattern, a harlot.
Oh my God.
A trollop.
Stop.
Bimbo, the floozy, a strumpet,
What
a
the
tramp, nympho, a slapper, hussy, minx. She's a street walker.
Okay, I think that's just inappropriate, and I don't think that we really need
She
these.
got a loose goose.
Okay, Tim, I think that's enough.
She a balagabala.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Loose goose.
Wow.
By the way, speaking of Indiana, we may have another state call.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Was that? I don't know if you're pulling my leg. Okay, it's time for another state call.
Tim.
All right.
So
I can guess.
Indiana.
All right. We are
Eliminated.
officially calling Indiana for Donald J. Trump. I'm having a good time, having a good time. Indiana.
I'm gonna go. There's just nothing me.
Again, quite a bit more detailed for the consequential swing states, just to let you know.
Holy.
We forgot that the early states to be called, so you just spend
quite a few.
because you have to do a win or a loss for Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, and for Michigan, you have to have like 2 versions of all of them.
Well, we knew some of these were going to call early. By the way, that's one of the benefits of watching this stream. I don't think CNN has called that yet.
Indiana?
We're allowed to call Indiana. Our guys are basically only doing what we're allowed to do, so it's an official call.
There you go, an official call.
Yep. And by the way, so one of the things we kind of went over, and maybe just, this is for you to kind of, you can touch on this a little bit, but Noble Gold is one of the sponsors for tonight that's sponsoring this stream.
That's right.
You've never done anything with precious metals because you've thought the industry is just fraught with extras.
No, you're absolutely right.
You know?
Yeah, Noble Gold is very different because a lot of them just tell you, hey, you know what, it's a great hedge and buy nothing but gold. And I always said, no, we're not going to be doing that. We're not going to be supporting a sponsor that tells people to not diversify their investments. But actually, you can go to crowdergold.com or you can call 877. They actually sent me this wonderful, my God.
Heavy, dude.
It's a silver brick. 877. And by the way, to give you an idea of the value of gold and silver, like when my old uncle was like, the Lord told me that you should buy more silver. I'm like, well, no, that was Bill Devane. But
pretty close.
It wasn't God. It was Wilford Brimley. This is gold, and that's silver. So see,
that's about the same value.
It's about the same value. Even though I'm a silver guy, I think Yukon Cornelius got it wrong at the end of that film.
Yeah, he was.
He just kept going back and forth.
He had his head up.
And no one told him about platinum, palladium. And actually, I do believe that Noble Gold, their representative who's...
Oh, yeah. Do we have them?
I do believe we have...
Yeah.
Well, Lenny is going to be on Lenny, the leprechaun is calling in. All right, what is going on?
I tell you, Crowder, it's happening again. They're after me gold like they've never
Okay,
been.
calm down. I'm sure everything's fine, all right?
No, I've told you twice now, and if I may be so bold, they're hot on me tail and after me gold.
Gold, no, Lenny, just like no one after your gold. Take a breath. Are you in a cave? Is that where you are right now?
That's right. And don't argue with me. I have no time for debaters. The ones trailing me now this time, oh, they're the Rainbow Raiders.
Rainbow Raider. Oh, you mean like Gerald?
In a manner of speaking.
Well, is it or isn't it?
It is.
Yeah.
And if you listen real close, too.
What?
Listen. You hear that?
No, Lenny, I don't hear anything, and I don't think anyone is after your gold. No one's trying to get your gold.
Well, that's exactly what they'd want you to think. It's what you're told. But I'll be a pipesman, uncle, if they ever get me gold.
By the way, is that all the gold you have right there?
I also have this.
Yeah, that's it? I mean, the amount someone would have to spend on travel, hotels.
And I'll walk it with my shillelagh.
Okay, look, they probably have guns, too. They're going after an angry, magical, schizophrenic midget with blood. The hazard pay alone, it's just simpler for people to go to crowdergold.com. No one's chasing you for gold.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, shine me shoe buckles and call me a twinkle toes. It sounds so simple.
Well, it is. That's what it's. Just go to crowdergold.com and get a free quarter-ounce gold American Eagle coin, and people out there can stock up. So no one's after you. It's fine.
Thanks, Stephen. I'll check it out when I'm down from the mountain. Wait. Did you hear that?
No, I don't. Tim cut it. That's enough. That's crowdergold.com. And look, it's never a bad idea to have some in your portfolio or to have in case of an emergency. It's one of those things. It doesn't change. It's timeless. I don't think we're going to have Lenny back on, though, by the way.
No,
he's a little bit paranoid.
He is.
And that's just not the best way to get gold.
It sounded like he's in a men's room, somebody with a prostate problem behind.
Well, that's what they're known for.
Yes.
Well.
From that area. I mean, I think he might be a little North Irish.
I don't know what that means.
I don't understand.
No, but I'm glad. Look, if you want to, I wanted to buy physical gold too. It's like I just wanted to have some again, not as a big part of a portfolio, but necessarily just a little bit of it just to make sure. So I like these guys. I talked on the phone with them for a while. Good guys. They share our values. That's actually great.
I wanted to buy some emotional gold.
Yes, that's true.
I don't even know what emotional gold is.
By the way, we do have a. So I think now's probably a pretty good time
for what
to maybe reveal. Big announcement that we have.
Oh, right now?
Because we have a guest coming on here in just a little bit.
We have Donald Trump Jr. coming on in a little bit.
Yes, Donald Trump Jr. coming on in just a little bit, but there's a huge announcement that we make. And I feel like it's best, if you...
Yeah. So look, we want to make this announcement here. Right now, you can see, by the way, on CNN, what they're doing. They're giving you some numbers with like 2% of the vote into the probably call in states that aren't relevant. Tonight, this is the first night where this launches. Mug Club. None of this happens without, this is a huge undertaking on election night, the election integrity map, everything. The investigative journalists, Mug Club Undercover, Nick DiPaolo is now on the network. We have shows every Friday, but now it's actually grown beyond Mug Club, and we actually tonight are making the official announcement of Rumble Premium. So Mug Club is joining Rumble Premium. Yeah. Rumble Premium is a service that a lot of people may not know exists, but now with one payment, one place to go, you get Rumble ad-free, you get everything in Mug Club, and you get a bunch of other exclusive content. So Rumble Premium, right now, if you click that button below and join, Mug Club was proof of the network. And what we did, what you guys have done, so many of you who have subscribed and made sure that this election night has taken place. Look, Rumble is betting on you guys. Rumble is betting on the viewers out there, choosing where they can watch content. So as opposed to just joining Mug Club and then Rumble Premium, you join Mug Club. Rumble Premium is Mug Club. Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Yep. One place, one-stop shop. There needs to be a competitor out there to YouTube. When you're watching YouTube, if you watch, you get a bunch of ads. If you have a YouTube Premium membership, you don't get ads. Same thing with Rumble Premium. Plus, you get the entire network that is building out right now as we speak, and it starts with Mug Club. So, join tonight, and guess what? That means more people are going to be under Rumble Premium. And tonight, This is the last night. Because of this is the last night to get the OG mug. If you join right there below, louderwithcrowder.com/mug club. If you go and you join there, tonight is the last night to get this mug. We will be offering a mug in the future. That's a co-promotion with Rumble Premium. But Mug Club is Rumble Premium now. Yeah. You get it really is. This is what we wanted to do because we were building out a network. Yes. And it's a lot to manage. Rumble Premium, they have the infrastructure, and we want you to have a one-stop shop where you get everything. There's too much tip jar fatigue these days, and that's what we're doing right now. It's all under one roof.
Yeah, there's too many islands out there right now.
Too many islands.
Look, Chris and the team over at Rumble, you guys, just hats off to him. I know Elon Musk buying Twitter was one of the biggest moves for free speech that we've seen, but Chris starting Rumble and competing against YouTube is right there, right? We wouldn't have the opportunity to do the stuff that we're doing right now without those guys. They're very excited about this. This gives us one thing to promote. And it's not just content like us. I know some of the other people potentially that are being talked to are ideas that have been floated around. And this is going, really, in my mind, this is just my words. Think Netflix and YouTube kind of combining. You get all this additional content from creators that you love, but you also get other kinds of content that can kind of live on Rumble Premium. For right now, you basically, if you sign up for it, you get the ad-free experience, right? Yesterday, right? Now you get us on top of that. The price didn't go up. For Mug Club, you guys, you're going to be able to link your account.
You're all grandfathered in. Mug Club, you're all grandfathered in. You just don't have to click off the site and go anywhere else. If you're watching on Rumble and you are a member of Rumble, you keep watching. And it's seamless. Yep. And it doesn't matter where you're watching, on the app, on your phone. They have Rumble also has infrastructure for apps on TV, basically as good as YouTube as anyone else out there. Oh, yeah. Only they're going to be adding live events. They're going to be adding to the network. And the truth is, we've also run out of space here at Mug Club to add shows. So you can join Mug Club, you can join Rumble Premium, and you get everything. You get everything under one roof, and they are going to be
click it.
Very aggressively expanding. You click that button right there. I believe right now that button just says Rumble Premium.
Yes.
You click that button. Boom. You're now in the club. Tonight's the last night to get the mug, though. So if you've been on the fence, if you want to watch the next election in 4 years with the OG mug in hand, tonight is going to be the last night. And of course, if you are Mug Club members and yours breaks, we can ship you one.
We'll do that. Yeah. So look, $99 is what it normally costs. There's $10 off tonight.
Yes.
Right. So it's down to $89. Trump 47 is a promo code. But if you click that button, it makes it really easy. So go and do that right now. Show these guys, this is that proof of product that we want for everybody. Show these guys how much you love this. Go join right now. We really appreciate it.
Yep. It's something that's been a long time in the making. And you know what? And we here get to finish out, playing our seasons with the team that gets to retire a jersey, which is nice. We've never really felt that before. We're really happy with Chris there at Rumble. Oh, what?
I have another update.
We have an update?
This is you guys. So thank you very much for doing this. You are watching the #1 stream in the world right now. So this number at 261 is off by about 130,000. We are actually over 400,000 or right around 400,000 just on Rumble. So that's a record for us on Rumble. We've never done that high.
That's not including YouTube and
not including YouTube, not including Mug Club right now. So you guys, I believe we're right at about 500,000 concurrents across all platforms. Thank you very much. If you've got any friends or family that are not watching us, tell them to come here.
Guys, please let them know because it's going to get wild and woolly when we get to the swing states. And we're going to be right. They're going to try and make their calls. We're going to be right. Let's get this over 1 million and break the internet tonight. 1 million live. That's never happened for any type of stream like this. And like we said, we are not leaving until we know who the next president of the United States is. Hey, let's really quickly check in with the stream that people aren't watching, CNN.
Tell us more.
Yeah, Jake, I mean, as you noted, Donald Trump won North Carolina the last time around, but by the slimmest margin of the states that he did win.
Unlike your
the
neck.
Harris campaign, they are looking at that state as very much in play. What I've heard from the campaign tonight is that they are seeing in some rural counties lower than expected votes. Those counties are expected to go for Donald Trump, so they see that as a positive sign. And then on the other hand, when they look at where their voters might be, it's in places like the Raleigh-Durham area where you're going to have a larger proportion of those
We're going to have our
voters
data analysts look into this. They're making the claim on CNN that rural counties in North Carolina are not coming out. So they think,
oh, crap. Guys, can we fact check that?
yeah, you know what? Let us know. We're actually going to check in with people at work. Let us know when someone there is ready to update us on that. I'm willing to bet that Abby Phillips is full of shit.
Bitch!
Okay, all right, I'll allow it. I think that's fair. I mean, we've seen record turnout in rural counties. Why wouldn't? Well, unless because those rural counties were destroyed by the hurricane that the government didn't help with. Remember that? Remember that? Maybe that's the case. Maybe some of them have migrated to other counties where they have power.
Mundane detail.
It's not a mundane
the
detail.
rural people are coming out.
By the way,
a couple of women spotted sitting on deer in line.
Yes. But one of the funniest insults I heard from a lady was watching CNN and said, this lady, her nose looks like Florida. Can you bring it up full screen? Doesn't it look like Florida?
Is that Collins?
It was a lady who said it. And you know she has hairy forearms. So putting that in your dating profile, hairy forearms and nose like Florida.
Her face goes from woman to guy with every second.
It's like one of those, like you get in the back of your Cracker Jack, the hologram.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, hey, pretty. Surprise. Pretty. Surprise.
Right? I'm telling you. Sometime.
Like if you were to be flipping like a notepad of her, it'd be like her putting on makeup, like, oh, wow, she's pretty. And then there's dick. What?
Oh, what? Come on.
No.
She's got that Brezhnev brow.
That's the Bergam brow, we now call it.
Imagine a shrub holy.
I have no idea. I mean, I can't imagine, though.
I'm talking about her house, not her.
I think
Clean it up, Father. You're very
Build your house out of brick is what I tell my son when I tell the Three Little Piggy story. But
Build it out of brick?
Yeah.
My father said Z-brick. He was a Jew. Listen. What?
So that's why you two don't talk.
That's right. Shalom.
Let's see what even fatter Josh Gad is saying.
About way things are going in the U.S.
It's
in
true,
North
Kerry.
Carolina, what North Carolina voters are saying. 6% enthupporting, 21%.
Can you find us a single straight
guys on six?
Let's see, 6% reporting. I picked the wrong day to quit blowing guys.
What the?
What?
He didn't quit, Stephen.
All right.
Jesus,
I'm a lapsed homo. The principle's the same. Ding.
This guy makes.
Sorry.
Guy makes Brian Stelter look like Ray Lewis.
Did he hit somebody too? Oh no, that's Ray Lewis shot somebody and killed him.
Hey, Brian Stelter.
He did it.
Different.
Brian Stelter
did.
Loves his wife's hot bod. I really do look shy.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh my God!
It does feel a little bit hot in here. Let me give you some information.
It should, man. We're hot. Ooh,
right now, this Florida trend is very important. This is coming from our data team, right? So we have Trump up by 11 in Miami-Dade right now. Just to keep in mind that Biden won that by 7.3.
Is that right?
Yes.
Those are Cubans.
That's insane.
Thank you very much.
I like the Cubans.
I do too. Love the Cubes.
I don't want the new Cubans, though. The new Cubans, the ones who are there now, they're the ones who stayed for communism. They can stick around a little while longer.
That's right.
The ones who left, who had the balls to get, on a recliner and go across
They did.
Go across
What is that, a clothes basket?
The Miami Vice Strait. Whatever. They don't get on anything. And then they touch and are immediately pregnant.
That's not true.
They're very fertile people.
They put one foot on.
Right.
That's true.
Yeah. It was.
And the good ones work 4 jobs.
They do. They do.
Oh, wait a minute. That's the Haitians I'm thinking.
No. They eat 4 dogs. That's what you were thinking. The Haitians.
Oh, no. You ever have...
we had a Korean who
Irish
worked here
Terrier?
who did
Delicious.
eat dog. I made a joke about it. Remember that? with an intern. He was an intern here. He was here for a while. His dad is my doctor.
I know who he is.
Yeah, and I said something like, yeah, Karina. I said, so something about eating dog, and he just got really quiet.
Yeah.
And so he's like, well, I didn't mean to. And then I spoke with his dad. I was like, yeah, your son got he got a little bit shifty. He got a little cagey. He's like, oh, yeah, well, his grandmother lied to him that said that it was beef and was very traumatic for him when he found out it was dog. I'm like, well, yeah, of course it was traumatic.
Oh, no.
And the lie is almost as bad as eating the dog, but I'd say
true.
it's not as bad.
Not quite.
I tell you, poodle tastes just like chicken.
That's what I've heard.
I'm telling you, poodle.
I don't know about those dirt cookies, though.
I don't know. Hey, guys, really quickly. So
are we checking in with people at work?
No, we will in just a second. So North Carolina hasn't sent any data in yet. So I'm not sure where.
So Abby Phillips is just making it up?
Is getting all of this stuff. So guys, please double check. Abby,
Mission Control. Hey, Abby Phillips just said they're seeing low rural county turnout in North Carolina. And she said it like she really knew what she was talking about.
Right,
now, of course, it gives me pause because of who she is. But she did say it.
Yes.
So I want to make sure that we're not wrong.
Yes. So here's the thing. When you guys go, and there's so many people going right now, they're actually letting us know, like Rumble Premium sign up. Thank you very much. Sign up right now. Click that button. It's not going to ask you for your address. Don't worry. We understand that we need an address to mail you a mug. We will get that from you in the future. So they don't have it built out to ask for your address automatically. They actually usually don't keep that information on site. We will make sure you get your mug. Don't worry.
And the reason tonight is just to let you know is that we will be footing the cost and sending you a mug personally here.
Yes.
Because it took a lot we had to move heaven and earth, and so did Chris at Rumble.
He did.
And getting that address transferred over, we couldn't get that done. So we will know you sign up tonight, and we will get you a mug. We will personally pay for it and ship it to you. Tonight is the last night while supplies last. Where you get the OG mug, and then of course you can still always be a member. I just can't tell you how excited we are. Honestly, this is something that Gerald has been working on this, and you know what? Give Gerald a round of applause, everyone, because Gerald was the one who helped make this happen.
Thank you.
Please, everyone. Hey, clap.
This is what I deal with.
Haven't you guys read the New York Post? I'm a monster. I will show you my balls.
Again?
I'll make you show him your balls.
That's not nice at all.
I'm
This
applauding.
is what we wanted from the very beginning. It was about building something bigger than us. It was about having these islands kind of come together and have a place where people can go for all this content.
Hold on 1 second. Though, right on CNN, she's interviewing this guy. How much would you give for him? Just go, don't worry, lady. I'm a professional.
I love it.
Was she seriously going to break up with you?
No, I made that up. She didn't say that, but it's funny to say that. So.
I like that guy.
I like him too.
She asked you to
He looks
vote
like Mexican
for
Jean-Guy Tremblay.
And so
Yeah.
you voted for Biden in 2020, but what were you going to do this time?
I wasn't going to vote at all.
You were just going to stay home.
I was going to stay home, eat some chips or something. I don't know.
Oh, don't let your ambition get the best of you.
Go back to open mic.
I don't want those people voting. I'm sorry.
No.
Lazy people. I'm not.
Wait, hold on. Maybe he's going to say he voted for Trump.
So I got
No,
off
he
of work at 4:30. Drove here about 30 minutes. I think I walked in like at 5:05ish, and I was waiting for about 2 hours. I just walked out.
Brian, 2 hours to fix your address, right?
2 hours.
What is he going to keep time? A sundial? He's like, I don't know, give or take an hour.
I don't know, man.
That's devotion. 2 hours to fix the address and to stay.
Another broad.
That's devotion? I bet you he left work at 4:30. How much you want to bet? He was supposed to clock out at 5.
That's right.
That's devotion. That's devotion. Look, what the left considers devotion is not the same. Contrast what a white PhD in gender studies considers devotion versus a Cuban American who works 4 jobs. Do you realize that I know Cubans here? We know them, by the way, who were doctors who now clean floors while they're going back through medical school.
Yes.
It's devotion. He jumped out of work half an hour early and likely had the address wrong because he couldn't be bothered to fill out a form. That's the person you want determining the fate of the most consequential constitutional republic in all of man history.
I think there should be some kind of test to vote sometimes.
With that guy, an STD test.
He's like, well,
just to start.
That's true. He's like, I wasn't going to vote, and then my girlfriend talked me. Okay, fine. Yeah.
By the way, you guys can test me, not a drip.
There you go. By the way, I don't focus on these things, but I focus on the positive nature of it, guys. 520,000 concurrent live viewers right now. I think our record from the previous election was it 550? Something around there.
Something around that, yeah. But
so
that's
we'll
when
do a little celebration.
That's when we weren't being throttled on YouTube.
That's true, yeah.
So
we'll do a little celebration once we get past that. But fantastic.
Can we check in with people at work?
Are we going to have somebody in the chair over there?
I do not have somebody.
Well, get someone in the chair. Get someone in the chair, and get somebody while I'm waiting.
Actually, you know what? We've got 2 minutes until the special guest, Don Jr., comes on.
We've got 2 minutes until Donald Jr. comes on?
Yeah.
All right.
So maybe the people...
He's been on my show twice, so just remember that when you're talking to him.
Why? Why you got to say it like that?
What do you mean?
Why? Because you've had people on. I sit here like a dick. I actually know them, and I flew here all the way from Canada to be here.
You want to be in my seat?
No.
Come on, interview Donald from here.
Absolutely not.
I have to go expel Satan. The stomach flu is still
Does that mean you're firing somebody?
I mean, I might do it on the way.
The power of Christ compels you.
Oh God! You're gonna spray paint the bowl? Are you?
If this were a horror movie, it would be Christ has left here long ago.
Yes.
Guys, I was so
like
sick.
Dumb and
I don't know if they
Dumber.
uploaded the picture. I was hooked up to an IV. Just like I lost 8 pounds in 12 hours.
Quit bragging.
Okay.
I had a Pizza Hut pizza last night. When you texted me that you were throwing up and shit in your pants, I was eating a pizza by myself. Jalapeno and bacon on it.
Oh my
it
God.
went down like a goddamn M&M. Went right to sleep like a
walked
baby.
by the craft table tonight, and
Yes.
I was dry heaving. I was like, because I'm like, salmon? You guys know, and you immediately put the salmon
I know.
right where we have to walk by.
It was like being in a whorehouse.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, Father.
Sam had to bring
Come
his
on,
fish.
Father Mulcahy.
What do you mean? Come on! You just
All right,
You
so look,
said that,
we'll have
not me.
Donald Trump Jr. on, and then I want to have someone in that seat because look, we paid for the seat, we paid for the setup. Can we just check in with the camera at least so people can see?
Yeah, we got somebody in the seat now.
All right. Well, let's just check it. You know what? Let's just check in with them really quickly, and then we'll cut right back. But they don't know. All right, it's time to go check the people at work. All right, who do we have in the chair right now? Who's there? Oh, there you go. We got Lane the Brain. Hey, Lane the Brain. Ginger Snap, do you have an update for us?
Audio.
Yeah.
Audio.
Oh, hold on. We're going to bring up your audio really quickly. Hold on 1 second. We're going to bring up your audio.
It's got John Travolta's shirt on.
All right. Hold on 1 second. Oh, wait. Hold on a second. You know what? Toolman, come back, Toolman. Come back. Oh, there we go. Can we? Lane the Brain?
Hi, Lane.
I'm here.
Okay, cool.
I'm good.
Okay, well, we're going to go to Donald Trump Jr. We'll go back to you later. All
Well,
right.
I have some information.
Yeah, we'll go back.
What, chest hair? What are you doing?
He's on retainer.
I saw him angrily walk to the chair and sit down. That makes it so much better.
I told them they all have to be on their toes tonight.
Sorry, Lane.
Plus, I look like crap. I look like I'm already sweating, and you can't be side by side with Lane.
Do we have time to do another state call really quickly?
Oh, do we have time? Yep. Well, look,
California,
hey guys, it's
but
time
Trump.
for one more state call. The Brits aren't coming. Unless you count smart. Who? Was that you burping?
No, I didn't have anything to do with that burp.
All right, so
It's Father Mulcahy.
West Virginia. What do you think?
West Virginia?
I'd say that's 3 teeth.
Right now, we are calling West Virginia Billy the Sample, because I don't know if we have.
These are ridiculous.
We have West Virginia officially. We are calling it right here.
Yep.
For Donald Trump.
That's right, baby.
There we go.
How many
West
electoral votes is that?
4.
Yeah.
All right.
4 whole
That's good.
electoral votes.
What are we up to, Father Mulcahy?
Technically, it's 3.5. There's overlap with the sister.
So we got a Republican pickup as well in a Senate seat. So Jim Justice won the seat that was vacated by Joe Manchin.
I won 10 grand.
yeah, of
I just
course.
won 10 grand.
No.
Did you actually?
I actually won 10 grand.
What?
How did you win 10 grand?
Hold on,
It's not an
time out.
upset.
Huh?
How much did you have to bet to get 10 grand?
I betted him on FanDuel.
Oh. You mean Polymarket.
Polymarket, I meant.
It doesn't matter.
The Publix market. Kroger.
You bet Piggly Wiggly. All right.
I didn't win nothing. Relax. I don't even know who the guy is, but congratulations.
No, he was that's the former governor, I believe, who took the seat of Manchin, if I'm not mistaken.
Jim Justice is a good last name.
It is a good name.
Yeah, it's
It is a good
solid.
name. Not as
He went
good
from
as,
governor to senator now?
as Justice Cockburn. That was my favorite.
That's the best.
Just
Yes.
we have to bring in Cockburn. By God, he
it's
does things
Coburn?
his own way, but he gets it done. Let's bring in Cockburn. There's an actual
real.
justice named Cockburn. We had fun with that about
real?
4 years ago. I'm a child.
Let us know when we have Don Jr. as well. So
Yes, we're
There's a furniture
trying.
place in
right.
Savannah called More Dick.
Really?
No.
It is.
Come on.
Look, he's moaning. It's a factual thing.
I know.
This
He's
guy
always
is like
moaning.
an old lady at a comedy club. He ruins the
I know.
set.
It's more dick? How's it spelled?
More Dick.
Is it like Mo _neek?
No, it's
is it
actually
more
More
apostrophe
Dick or bad. More bad dick. Or I'll look it up.
Wait.
I'm not kidding you.
Your search history.
I hope all those. It's a furniture store.
If I go to my search history, it'll take me to like 8 porn sites.
Is it? Is it a?
It's a furniture store.
Oh
Yeah.
gosh,
I'm not making this up.
I hope they also
I'll get
sell
my phone.
I know.
I hope they sell it covered like it's an old Italian lady from Queens.
He types it in and like, really, Nick? You've had enough.
Yeah, it's just
Not
for
enough. It's Gatorade.
We also have 7+1 things Donald Trump will do the first day of his presidency. We actually have 14+1, so that's fun.
We have a reload, yeah.
And then we have 7+1 things that Kamala will do when she loses. So that's a lot of fun. I'm waiting for Donald Trump Jr. Did we solve the DDoS attack on the election?
I think I might have ruined it with my
We
comment.
worked on it, and I think we got it for a few minutes, and then it went back down, and they're working on it right now.
Oh my gosh,
We,
guys!
we lost the connection as soon as you said cockburn.
Yes,
pretty much.
Yeah, well, that's because he thought we were talking about him.
That guy does well, I heard.
I've heard that.
Don Jr. is trying to log in and is having issues. So
Something to do with his helicopter.
All right. Well, then you know what? Here, really quickly, let's go as we try and get him in. We actually still do have, as you all know, in a parallel universe, and we have the ability because we have quantum physicists who work. It's also something we spared no expense. Where Nick DiPaolo, you voted best potential press secretary.
Yes.
Would be Nick DiPaolo, and so we have yet another installment of Nick DiPaolo, press secretary.
Good afternoon. What do you think of the lid? I thought I'd lighten up the mood in here. You guys are all about diversity. I come in here with this Chinese lampshade and you're all scared.
Can you explain what the legal authority the president is for designating Antifa as a terrorist organization?
Oh, he has to have a legal authority to designate them a terrorist organization? Do you have the legal authority to designate him Hitler? This is a free country, free speech. It applies to the president, too. Okay? What else would you call these maggots with their faces covered, carrying weapons? Looks a lot like what we see in the Middle East, is it not? What are we supposed to call them, the Eagle Scouts? Stupid question, stupid broad. I haven't seen that. I've seen none of these.
You would be a phenomenal press secretary.
I think I would be good.
Yeah, those were really fun to tape. I can't wait for the ones when I was messing with you with the reporter saying, that's
you
outrageous.
You kept repeating.
Yeah, you got so mad.
You troll. See how easy it is to troll me? Even when I'm doing a character.
Yeah, the press secretary. We've got, I believe we do have Don Jr. now, so whenever you're ready.
We do have John Jr., and that means that Nick DiPaolo will be conducting the interview.
No, that's not what I said. I wanted to say hi.
No.
You know,
that is not.
He's going to have a heart attack.
He has a big announcement. He has a big announcement too. So you may.
Donald Trump Jr. does?
Yeah, of course.
Donald
Beautiful.
Trump Jr. All right. So we have right now on the line. Hopefully he can see me and hear me, and it's better than when Tim Pool called in and we had like the giant echo.
Yes,
Mr.
please.
Donald Trump Jr. Donald Trump, can you hear me, see me, sir? Oh, hold on. We're bringing your audio up. I swear to God, if it's Billy the kid with the sound,
It's not this time.
he's gonna get a silver brick right to his noggin.
That thing's heavy.
Muted.
It is heavy.
Really heavy.
we're up. Yeah.
We're up. I think you're muted, Donnie.
Oh, he disconnected.
Donnie.
Call dropped.
Donnie.
Are you guys there?
There we are.
There
You're
we
muted.
are.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
There we
Now we
are.
hear you.
I got to turn my volume down. You guys are freaking loud.
You had us screwing with our soundboards. We thought we had. I almost fired somebody. You don't even know. And
Listen, it's not too late, Stephen. It's
Okay.
not too late. The night is young. You can fire a lot of people in the amount of time you got left.
I absolutely plan to. If you read the New York Post, I'm a monster. And now that it just go dark, son of a bitch. What is happening? God!
What's happening?
Oh, wait.
There we go.
Oh,
All right.
All right.
Did you just?
Yeah, I apologize. I think it's just because I'm on my phone, so everyone's blowing me up because it's election night, and then everyone expects me to handle their logistics for Mar-a-Lago. Hey Don, if you're going to the other thing, do you think you gave me a ride? No, I got plenty of time to deal with you guys. I don't have my own shit.
I know. Just tell them you're busy calling into our show from a closet in a horror film.
Yeah. Yes, basically. I'm waiting for someone to step behind me and murder me.
Yes, exactly. But
by the way, that could actually be doing me a favor, depending on which way it goes. I imagine that's a lot better than the gulags if Kamala Harris wins.
that is true. You've got to be sitting there, and I know you have an announcement, but that is something this is very consequential for you because of the weaponizing of the DOJ, which, of course, we had Mug Club undercover. They spoke with the spokesperson of the DOJ saying, yeah, no one's ever done this with anyone but Donald Trump, but your dad. They're just stacking anything they can. And obviously they've gone after you. They've gone after the whole family. You still seem to be in good spirits, but is that something that worries you?
Well, Stephen, it's because I died like 3 days ago, and it's just testosterone, nicotine, caffeine, and adrenaline that's keeping me going. So I'm not too worried because eventually it'll kick in and it won't matter. But I mean, it does worry me just as a country. I mean, when you think about it, we've probably had this conversation, but I understand that I am not the upstanding citizen that Hunter Biden is. But I think I should still be able to live in America.
Yes. Yeah, that's a good point. And by the way, Nick DiPaolo is here. He says hello. He's mad that he's.
Oh, I love Nick DiPaolo.
Say, I told you, I went to see him live at the convention center in Savannah a couple years ago. He murdered for an hour.
Yeah.
And I sincerely said to him, I wouldn't want to have to follow that.
Yeah.
He has great timing, and he was great and informative and funny. And I just wanted to, haven't talked to him since his dad was almost killed twice. And just hang in there. And we're not going to let them put you in any gulag.
Oh, don't see, now you're being too much. He also
appreciate that, Nick.
I'm telling you, we will not let that happen. We'll go nuts.
He also said you have an ass like a nectarine. That's what he said.
What?
Hey, by the way, fact check true. Even CNN's not going to fact check whether it's false. Okay, so I even get to see it. Well, but no, Nick, I always tell people I was like, that was like one of the great compliments I got in my life. I grew up, listening to you. I was like, wow. I'm like, I don't know. I just, whatever they call me on TV, I was like, well, if Nick DiPaolo's got me, then at least I got a bunch of like elderly insane men. And it's like that's the only demo I get.
Yes, you get all
my compliment backfired in my face.
I can make a business around like that. It's fine. Like I'll survive. I'll
you can.
There's a very strong Sicilian contingency there, especially in Florida. Let me ask you, too, I also heard that you have a big announcement to make tonight that you're making.
Well, listen, I've been a long-time Rumble guy. I'm a believer in free speech. I don't go on the other places because I'm not a believer in the censorship I see everywhere else. So I'm following you, on the special Rumble side as we go back, behind the scenes with everything there. So super excited about that, man.
Oh, wow. So you're going to be there, Rumble Premium. You also get Donald Trump. Wow, man, that's going to be that's great. I know that I didn't want to say it because Chris was like, oh yeah, he was going to be talking with you, and a lot of this has been pulled together to make sure that it builds out a network. But that's awesome that you're going to be there, and I know Chris is a big fan of yours. He didn't say nectarine. He said he described you as James and the Giant Peach when describing your rump. But it's a point of conversation.
Yeah, listen, it's fine. It's fine. I mean, some people like whatever the hell. I forget I don't want to say BBC on air because it's there. But what's the version for like when they do the Brazilian butt implants? What are those things called?
I think it's called the Kardashian. Is what it's called. I believe.
Yes,
so.
yeah. I was thinking about doing that actually. If politics, real estate, whatever doesn't work out, I always have options.
Well, let me ask you this: how are you feeling tonight? We went through a lot of the early voting data that we have, and of course, you don't want to make too many inferences. But we also just heard some BS from CNN where Abby Phillips said, "Oh, they're not getting as many votes coming from the rural turnout in North Carolina." Fact check: she doesn't have that information. And we've seen actually record rural turnout where we do have that information. But how are you feeling tonight? I mean, I know it could go either way, but genuinely, you feeling confident? What do you think maybe might be sort of the momentum factor as far as states?
Yeah, listen, I'm cautiously optimistic. I mean, it's my third go around. It's by far the best I've felt going into an election day. The early numbers look great. If people get in line, if they stay in line, if our people show up, we win.
Right.
It's that simple. But if we sit it out, they're designed to either make you overconfident so you sit at home, or they're designed to demoralize you so you sit at home. Especially as we start heading west, get in line, stay in line. You got a couple hours, on the West Coast, certainly to get in line and vote. Bring your friends. If everyone does their part, I think we win. I was with my dad last night. We did four rallies yesterday. And, his rally's not like a Kamala Harris, like 5 minutes off a teleprompter. He goes for 90 minutes. Sometimes I'm sitting like, for the love of God, please, can we just move on? And,
yes.
But he's 78 and pulled an all-nighter. We got in at 6 a.m. back to Florida.
Unbelievable.
And he was still going, and he went right to TV, never went to sleep, was laughing the whole time. I'm sitting there like, trying to not die of a heart attack.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
It's truly impressive. And you take that and you add it into he also took a bullet for this country. I'm like, you know what? If he can take a bullet, you guys can wait in a long line for a few minutes. Relax, just get your ass out there. If you do your part, we win. But everyone's got to do their part. And I can't account for the BS on the other side. That's going to happen. I hope to overwhelm it. I hope to crush them so badly that they don't have a week to do a recount where magically they find a bunch of ballots that only filled out the presidential candidate because it's all they had time to fill out in some warehouse somewhere. Let's just end this thing tonight.
Right. Well, aren't you glad, though? One thing I will say where I feel a very notable difference is, during the last national election, I'm not talking about midterms, but during the last election and during the year or two that followed it, a lot of conservatives were afraid to come out and say, you know what, maybe it wasn't the most secure and fair election because you were removed from YouTube. It seems like that's gone now. It seems like people are willing to say, and not just Republicans, yeah, you know what, we don't know what the number is, but we know that there's election interference. We know that there is voter fraud. We know that there's media malpractice, where people now no longer think that's a crazy notion. Do you feel that difference tonight going in? Oh, no. Did we lose him? Do we need to recheck?
Oh, he may have frozen.
Well, he's calling from his phone. He
might have
Guys, stop texting Don Jr.
Well, we can go back to him.
I mean, goodness, leave the guy alone.
We can go back.
I think he passed out. He's so tired.
Yeah, he could be. His dad, by the way, his dad is doing all that. His dad I don't even think drinks coffee.
No drugs. Oh, that's what I was going to say.
It's just like Diet Coke.
I feel embarrassed, man.
Yeah, I know. Like, I mean, I would have to have at least
78.
At least a giant
what
cold
was
brew.
he doing? You wonder why he built the skyline in New York.
Yeah.
Think he outworked his competition?
Also, I think it's inspired, by seething hatred of people who, and there's nothing wrong with hating the right thing. I believe
anger is an energy.
We have him. He rotated it, and then we lost Donald again. This is like every home video when my mom was running the camcorder.
Yes.
This is like the phone was invented the second day.
Yes. Well, I think he's going to try us with a rotary in just a couple of minutes here. The same line that they call when they call to ask about polls. By the way, I know two people, and you guys can comment below. I know two people who said, yeah, I got called by some pollster. They said they called the landline that I never answer. I told them I was voting Kamala. And I said, well, why'd you do that? They said, because screw them.
Wow, you tricked them.
I don't know if it's a good idea, but I certainly think there's more of that on the Trump side. Just the attitude of, because screw them. I can't picture a Kamala voter saying, yeah, I'll vote for Donald Trump. I don't think we're going to see that. All right. Third time's the charm.
I'm back.
Okay. I'm back. Good. Okay. My question was, a lot of conservatives even shied away from it, but now even non-conservatives, you can talk about election interference and you can talk about the voter fraud and you can talk about it not being the most secure and fair election. Do you feel like, hey, that in and of itself is a win that we can talk about it freely now?
You mean that we can have free speech in America? Yes, that's kind of a win.
Yes.
It's hard to believe that we actually have these conversations, but I mean, they wanted to throw people in jail for questioning elections last time around, and that's sort of why we're in this fight. I mean, everything's on the table this election. Everything's at stake. There's nothing they won't try to take away from us. There's no freedom they won't trample. And, that's where we're at in America. And it sucks. And that's why, again, I want to send a resounding message. I want to send a mandate to Washington, D.C., to the powers that be, that we should do that. I just saw the early vote numbers in Georgia. Independents swung 20 points towards us, because they get it. So, we got to carry this all the way through the West Coast. We got to get people in line in Wisconsin and Michigan. If you're in line, stay in line. Vote. Make sure it counts. Don't fall for any of the psyops. Just vote. And if we do that, I think we win.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think it will be insurmountable, but it's really hard to have faith in elections when, for example, in Florida, we talked about that Chinese exchange student, not a citizen, asked for his ballot back, and they caught him, but his vote will still count. So they know it was an illegal vote, but they can't change it anyway. You know what? That for me is enough, because we don't know how many more examples there are of that where someone wasn't stupid enough to ask for their ballot back.
Well, that's why we have to overwhelm it. I think that was up in Michigan, not Florida. But yes, it's definitely the case. We got to overwhelm it. We got to overcome, the nonsense that's going to throw at us. I mean, if this was a fair election, 100%, this thing's over in my mind. But it won't be. So we just have to overwhelm that. But don't forget, the same people that said, okay, that ballot can count, are the same people that let in 13,000 murderers into our country across the southern border. They know this. This is Kamala Harris and Joe Biden's government statistics. They let in 16,000 rapists and sex offenders, and they let in overall 600,000 criminals. They know it, and they still let them in. I mean, think of how insane that is, that we live in a country that it's like, wow, there's only 600,000 criminals. What could go wrong? Like, spread them evenly over every county in America. And what's our future look like? I mean, it's absolutely insane. So we got to win. We got to take back our country. We got to get those scumbags out of here. So, I'm hoping we have a good night, and I hope we end it soon, but we can't do that. My dad can't do that by himself. We need everyone to now step up and stand in line.
Mm-hmm. Well, the good news is right now you're on the #1 stream on Earth, and we have the tools and data that CNN and Fox News have, where we actually have the Reuters Newswire, the API data we're going to be providing to people. We have the election integrity map, where we've called some states before they did. Of course, Indiana and Kentucky went for your dad, so that's good. Didn't really take someone going out on a limb, but we don't need traditional media. But, before it was people covering the election, we're actually spearheading it tonight. And there are a lot of people tuning in, choosing to vote with their dollar. And I'm sure a lot more people are going to be joining Rumble Premium, knowing that you are on there. I hope that people get out and vote. And they used to say, if there's a large turnout, it favors Democrats, because they wanted the lowest common denominator. And by that, I mean the people who weren't planning on voting, who they could get, on an Acorn organized bus. But in this case, it's a lot of people who maybe are first-time voters because they work tirelessly, like we see in rural areas, where it's a lot to ask them to take a day off work, and we're seeing record turnout. So big turnout favors Donald Trump tonight.
Yeah, no, I think without question. I mean, I want a big turnout. I want people voting. I want people getting out there because they understand what's happened to their country. They understand what's happened to their economy. For all the talk about they're worried about their young girls. I'm like, I don't know. I have girls. I have boys. I have 5 kids. I'm more worried about my sons getting drafted into World War III to fight a battle so that Liz Cheney can make a couple $2 billion. Like, I'm much more concerned about that than I am, the abortion issue when I see what's on the ballot, especially since they're lying about that anyway. It's all been thrown back to the states. Kamala Harris isn't going to be able to do anything about that. Frankly, neither is Donald Trump. It's with the states, and they're going to decide. We've just been lied to and gaslit so often with all of this stuff. I hope people can see through that noise. I hope they understand that, and I hope they vote accordingly.
Yeah, as do I, Mr. Trump. I know that you're busy and you probably have many other streams to get to and many other parties to attend. So do you have a prediction for tonight, if you're going to put a number on it, as far as the Electoral College?
Listen, I'll take 270. How about that? I'll take 270. I'd love it to be more decisive. I'd like a greater mandate. I'd love to, crush their will to live, with such an overwhelming mandate. I'm talking like Conan the Barbarian style. To hear the lamentation of the liberal women.
To see them driven before you and hear the lamentations of the women. By the way, that film is unwatchable.
I'd love all of that, but right now I'll take the win, because it's not just about my father anymore. It's now surrounding J.D. Vance has been a rock star. You got RFK on the health issue. You got a Vivek. You got Tulsi Gabbard. You got Elon Musk. Like, I will step in and help fix this. We have the opportunity to put the Einstein of our era, in charge of breaking up the bureaucracy in Washington, D.C., creating efficiencies. I mean, you could save $1 trillion or more a year. That could actually go to, I don't know, like fix a road, maybe educate our children. All these little things that used to be important in America that we couldn't care less about right now. So all of that's so important for me. So I think it's a big night for the future of our country. And if it goes the other way, I'm very worried about what happens, down the line.
So am I. And one more thing I would request, since we're talking about Arnold, and since he said, screw your freedoms, and now he's doubled down on it and endorsed Kamala Harris, just out of spite, I would like to see someone in the cabinet give the 1980 or 1981 Mr. Olympia to Mike Menser. Just retroactively take it away from Arnold. Can you at least put in a good word?
I will do that. I mean, if the Democrats win, they do that kind of stuff every day. Participation medals, they allow, boys to play in girls' sports and these sorts of things. So, it's probably less our style than the others. But I am willing to make certain exceptions for people that get that cucked.
Yes. All right. Well, that's perfect. Okay. Donald Trump Jr., for people, by the way, who are going to be tuning into you on Rumble Premium, where's the channel for them to subscribe to you?
Yeah, it's my Triggered podcast on Rumble. Check it out. I go Mondays and Thursdays, but once I free up a little bit, maybe I'll expand that a little bit more. I've had a lot of fun with it, just trying to, again, fight for all these guys that actually care about free speech, stay on those platforms, utilize them, make sure we have a future, because we won't if we just go to the usual suspects, because we've seen what they do across the board. Thank God for Elon and X and Truth Social, but Rumble on the video side, that's really the way to go. So I encourage everyone to check it out. Stop giving your money to YouTube, who's going to then weaponize it against you. Utilize billions and billions of dollars to suppress free speech, to suppress conservative thought, and artificially boost the communists that would put you in the gulags right next to me. So maybe if you like me, you want that, because you can hang out with me for the next 40 or 50 years in the gulags, but I probably don't recommend it.
No, exactly. And by the way, you can go bet on Polymarket tonight on whether this stream will be taken off of YouTube, and we don't care because we're on Rumble. We just put it there to bother them. But so I know if you want to play some bets, but Donald Trump Jr., we appreciate you, brother. Be well, and we hope that you have a good night, the whole family.
I appreciate it, guys. Thanks a lot. Good talking to you.
God bless Donald Trump Jr., everybody. All right, and then we are going, Gerald?
So we've got Bongino's stream in about 10 minutes here. We actually have some updates. There's some states that are going to be called right at that. And we
right at what? Right at that?
I'm sorry, right at that time that we go to Bongino. So what is it going to be? 8 o'clock Eastern time. There's some states.
So we're going to call them before Bongino? Or are we going to call them? Are we going to call them before Bongino? We're going to call them during Bongino.
We have to wait until the right time to call it.
When's the right time, Gerald?
If we go to Bongino right at 8 o'clock, then...
Didn't Lane the Brain have an update? I know, because I cut him off and he was all pissed off. So we should probably go check.
He's not in the chair again.
He's not in the chair? Well, we should put someone in that chair before Bongino.
Maybe? No?
Well, it was just funny to cut him out of it earlier.
No, it was hilarious.
And by the way, hey,
He was
everybody,
very mad.
we appreciate, like we said, we're going to have some more announcements here tonight. But of course, Rumble Premium, you get this. You get Nick DePaul. You get Rumble Premium ad-free. There are other live creators there on Rumble. And now you get Donald Trump Jr. there. Everything that was once exclusive where you had to join here, join there, join Mug. And look, we really appreciate everyone supporting Mug Club. But we knew that long-term it wasn't enough, that we needed your membership to go into one portal where you could get everything. And eventually... we want this to be an entire clock, day in and day out, where you can get film. Hey, at a certain point, right? You can buy films right now. You can rent films, whether it's Amazon, whether you can rent them on Google, you can rent them on, Vudu. All those things we want to put under one roof where you have one-stop shop for entertainment and you don't have to give your money to people who hate you, or at least give them a commission. The production houses and the actors in those films, a lot of them probably do. I'm not going to lie to you. They probably wouldn't piss on you if you were on fire. But I might not either. I don't know you that well.
No, he said last night.
That's because it was uncontrollable.
Yeah.
That's completely,
I wasn't even on fire. It's
warm. That's just how I say I care.
That's not very caring.
Do we have them in the chair?
Yes, we have Lane ready to speak.
All right, Lane had an update for us. Let's go to Lane the Brain. People at work. I don't have my audio. I wish we didn't. Oh, the reason why is because it's echoing from there.
Mute it.
We have to mute them and then have to bring. Are we good now?
Yes.
Okay, we're getting myself echoing back a little bit, Toolman. All right, Ginger Snap, Lane the Brain. What's the update that you have for us? Sorry.
Yes. So in about 5 minutes, polls are going to close in a bunch of states, including Florida, Missouri, Oklahoma, Tennessee, places like that. And of course, one of the states that we expected Trump to win, we'll have to see, but it's looking that way, is Florida. Right now, he's up 10% in Florida, which would mark a 7% improvement upon 2020, which is great because this was going to be Kamala's time. Remember, Florida's turning blue. It doesn't look like that. Officially, we'll be able to say in about 5 minutes, but right now it looks really heavy to Trump. And if you actually look at the counties, a couple interesting ones, I have the information right here, is from Miami-Dade, which is one that Biden won by 7.3. Trump is up by 11 points currently. Yeah. And if you look at what's another interesting one would be Palm Beach, which Biden won by 12. Kamala's only up by 1.5, and you see the same trend in places like Jacksonville and Orlando. So all across the board in Florida, it's trending extremely heavy to Trump. And I know we expected him to win, but if these numbers are indicative of larger trends, then Kamala's in for a really rough night in places like that.
And here's one thing I'll say to make an inference. Sorry, you might have to mute me there and ride the board a little bit there, Billy. Is we expect still women to outnumber men as far as their turnout, but if you're looking at those counties, probably looking at a very high Hispanic vote, and I would imagine probably looking at a pretty high Jewish vote, so that might explain those trends, a significant jumping off the bandwagon of Jewish Democrats and Hispanic voters. Would we say that might be an inference that would make sense at this point? Because that's a consistent, huge trend.
I'm not sure why would Jewish voters not want to vote for Democrats. I don't understand.
And I don't know. I assume there's some Jews in Palm Beach.
There is, but yeah, definitely with Latinos or Latinxes or whatever we want to say,
yes.
and Jews, it definitely looks like they're trending heavily towards Trump right now, and we'll be able to tell probably in just a few minutes if that resulted in a victory.
Well, the reason I say is because we're looking for some bellwethers, right? We're looking for some trends here, and I believe Pennsylvania is the swing state or Midwestern state with the highest Jewish voting percentage. Correct. I believe it's over 800,000. So I don't know if we can have some analysts look into the makeup of those communities, but I would be willing to bet. Again, Donald Trump doesn't need to win, right, the Jewish American vote. He doesn't need to win the Hispanic vote. I'm sure he does in some counties. He did in Florida. But he just needs to have enough of them crossing over. And if we look into those counties, I bet you if we cross-reference that with the percent of the population that are Jewish or Hispanic, it'll give us some answers. And then maybe we could look at putting that over Pennsylvania as we make some predictions.
Yeah, I think so. We'll get some people on those numbers right now and get them to you as soon as we have something on that. But yeah, that trend makes sense.
Okay, and the second question that I have is, you don't have to answer me, but go to one of our interns. Why do you look so much better than all of us? Laying the brain, just let them know, and whatever they're doing for you, we'll have them do for us. We'll check back in.
I'll be back later.
All right, thank you very much. People at work, everybody. By the way, I guarantee we're going to get some interesting numbers on that. I bet you that's a big reason. Those up +7, up, did you say +9 in one?
Yeah, they're
one of them was an 18-point swing.
An 18-point swing?
Dade was an 18-point swing from 2020.
He could win Florida by over 1 million votes.
Shouldn't he?
Right now. Gosh.
I mean,
insane.
Can we run some numbers the last time a Republican won Florida by over 1 million votes?
If there's one
that
state that he should crush, it seems like that one.
Yeah, but Florida used to be the state that kind of went back and forth, and then
Florida was a swing state.
No, I know, used to be, but
I just didn't think it would go that far over. I mean, I don't know what you guys may have been saying.
I think it's a Hispanic vote,
and the
Jewish
Middle
vote.
East thing is.
It could be. I don't know. Again, I'm not familiar with how many Middle Eastern people are there in those counties, but I do know there's a lot of Jewish Americans there.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They don't like the way the Dems are handling.
Well, the funny thing is, but you also get far more Arab Americans who are going over to Trump.
Yes,
we see that in Dearborn.
Give me 3 of them. That's a huge sign.
Even if he doesn't solve it in that cesspool of filth and sadness where dreams go to die, which is the Middle East, he's bringing Jews and Arabs together in America.
This guy that blew himself up at Hamas had a Trump hat on yesterday.
Did you really? That's weird.
That's what his pager said. It said, MAGA, bitch. What? Don't forget to take your Flintstone chewables. I thought I did. Oh, no, it's a trick.
Isn't Palm Beach filthy rich? No? Am I confusing?
No, Palm Beach is. I think Palm Beach includes West Palm Beach as far as the county.
It does,
so very wealthy.
right?
But still, to gain that much in that county,
But
and again.
it shows how much things have changed over the last, I don't know how many years. That would be Republican country years and years ago, right?
Well, it was, but they were saying they gained it by, I don't have the numbers. If you could have them there, Gerald, by somewhere, the summary of how many percentage points the swing. Could we have that so we can just have it up to ready?
2020?
Yeah, in those counties.
On that one, it was, I was listening. It went from 18, come on, I've been paying attention. I just regurgitated shit I was right about. 18 down to 1 because Kamala's still up by 1.
Right.
But it was 18 that
it was a swing.
Biden won by, something like that.
Yeah.
Right?
No, I think you're right. I think that if they look into those numbers, it'll be pretty much the Hispanic vote and the Jewish American vote that would be the reason for that giant swing.
Well, who else is there?
So some states. You want to call some states?
Okay, let's call some states. It's time to make some state calls.
St. Louis.
Damn it, I wasn't ready.
Do it now.
You got to be ready.
Okay.
Do it now.
All right.
See, I think you guys think this is a prop. You don't realize how
No,
heavy
I tried
pure
to pick
silver
it up.
is.
I'm like, holy.
Someone's going to die tonight.
It's like that phone in The Godfather they passed around.
All right. So
we are calling some states right now. Are any of them swing states?
Well, one of them used to be.
Maine.
Which one? What is it, Florida?
We're going to do, this is all for Donald Trump. We've got
So have
Alabama.
the soundboard ready.
Alabama.
Alabama called for Donald J. Trump. How many?
9 electoral votes. Florida, they're 30 electoral votes. Missouri, 10 electoral votes. Oklahoma, 7. Tennessee, 11. All for Donald Trump.
All for Donald Trump.
All for
I don't know. Do we have Donald Trump calling Florida?
I'm looking.
I'm not sure. That would
We have so many of him.
We have so many of Donald Trump calling different states.
Did we do Florida?
I don't know if we do have Florida, but right now someone needs to let us know. It's just to give you an idea how little on CNN. Just bring it up right now. It's asking us, are you still watching CNN?
Right.
No.
No.
All right,
nobody cares.
Really quickly, and then I know we've got Bongino. We have states that we're going to be calling for Kamala.
Okay.
DC, well, not state, DC,
That doesn't
3
count.
electoral votes. Massachusetts, 11.
Doesn't count.
And Maryland, 10.
Friggin' Massachusetts.
I know, and that's your home state. It's okay. We can
Go ahead.
We can take a
Shit
steam.
all over it.
Good. Nothing
By the
good
way,
has come out of there since
we
the movie The
beat you
Town.
again, CNN, we beat you again. Oh, hey, Mr. Late to the party, CNN. Finally getting around to it.
CNN's calling Florida. We don't have Donald Trump calling Florida tonight.
No.
We do not.
We do not. That's
we
the
don't.
one because it wasn't a swing state, and we brought him in. We were paying him hourly. You have any idea how expensive Donald Trump is
Yeah.
hourly?
Especially at 2 a.m. That's crazy.
Yes. But remember this, Florida. Think about it. I remember when Al Gore was bitching about Florida and wanted a recount. They're not going to want to recount it now. So I do want those numbers from Mission Control. The last time someone won Florida by, let's say, 1 million votes, because that's indicative tonight. If you can feel some momentum there. Florida was a swing state for a reason. Florida does have a pretty diverse makeup. Florida has obviously a lot of Hispanic voters. Florida has a lot of older people as well as younger. Florida has military people. Florida does have quite a few black voters as well. So the reason that Florida Florida used to often be a swing state. It would go back and forth. It's more red than most swing states. I believe Barack Obama won Florida both times, at least one.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump has won it consistently since then. But, Al Gore was right within that margin.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, with Kerry, it wasn't.
I think DeSantis had something to do with it.
I'm sure DeSantis
Becoming
did.
His profile going up.
Yep.
Do we have Bongino ready to go?
Yes.
right.
I see his stream. We're going to join while they're live. And,
Okay. And then after we bring up Bongino, then what?
Don't forget the wonderful new guys we brought in, the sponsors.
Well, thank you.
When you talked to Dan.
Oh, yeah. No, I remember. Well, yeah. But we do have, they came in last minute because they were very excited, and I was very familiar with them. Jacked Up Fitness. For people who don't know, I bought a home gym. And it will remain nameless. But there are only 3 home gyms in the world that have a free squat rack, also have a Smith machine, and also have a cable machine. So you can have everything that you want, but can fit into a garage space. And there are 3 in the world that also have the Smith machine being pin selectorized, meaning you don't need to add plates. Because where I moved, where I have a place, and I have a little spot for a gym, but it's not enough room to stack the plates on. Jacked Up Fitness is the best one, lifetime warranty. When they said we want to sponsor the show, I said, wait. You're the guys who have the Evolution power rack, right? They said, yeah, that's us. I said, I can tell people out there it's the best home gym you can possibly buy because I cheaped out and I got one with a 25% off discount at a big box store, and it sucked. I lost $500 on the deal because I paid to have it returned, and I had to TaskRabbit a bastard to disassemble it just because I hated it so much.
You called me and you were like, dude, do they want to be a sponsor of the show, or are we asking them? Because I don't want to get my hopes up. Like, tell me what's going on. And you rapid fire texting me on a Friday. And I'm like, shut up and leave me alone. They love us.
Yes. And we have a time lapse of us. We reassembled our entire office gym. I don't know if we have that here.
Yeah, I got it.
Do we have music, or am I talking over it?
I think there's music.
Okay.
Let's see.
Well, let's bring it up and I can talk over it. Okay, now bring the music down. So our old gym, bring it down. Our old gym, we had some of their competitors, but that's because we got it from a gym that closed down, so it was free, and I got them from a garage sale. And I said, hey, look, if you want us to do our upcoming videos this year, we're going to have a fitness challenge in the office, as we lose weight in the new year. I said, you don't want some of this old equipment. They said, don't worry, we'll outfit it. We'll make sure that you have all of our equipment. And then they overdid it where we don't even have enough room for it. So
I'll take some of it.
That's me.
That's
awesome.
a girl on the Tennessee softball team
wait.
squatting.
Tim put this cut together and he's like, oh, look, there's me squatting.
Yes.
I suggested
You
the
can
footage,
squat a
and I
dump
didn't know
truck.
if they would have included
Was
it
that
or
you
not.
with 11 plates?
But maybe at some point we can have a live camera go in there. And I'm not just saying.
We're not 25.
Guys, if you go back to...
I could squat more than Gerald. Shut up.
He can. Sorry.
Not when he was on steroids, unbeknownst to him in college. One second, I'm talking here. One thing I'm going to tell you is you can go back to 2008 and see any fitness advice that we've had in this. It's very, very basic. Free weight should be the base. But if you want a home gym where you will never have to upgrade,
I do.
You don't have to worry about ever wanting anything more. You have a freestanding squat rack, you have a Smith machine, and it's easy to use because it's selectorized where you can get it done quickly, and a smooth cable pulley machine, and it fits into a corner where you don't have to go around the back. That was the problem I had too.
Talk to Dan about it.
All right, fine. Let's bring on my set. Well, you know what? You're my favorite guinea. Dan Bongino is like top 9. Let's bring on Dan Bongino.
I love Dan.
Everybody was regime controlled, and suddenly now you have the wild card. Of
we're
Twitter
joining their stream
and
live.
Even now Rumble, right? It's grown a ton.
That's not
So
Dan.
how does
That's
that
not Dan.
play into
Yeah,
the
it is.
necessity of
Lost some weight.
the Kamala team having a narrative control?
Cancer will do that to you.
What
I know.
you laid out actually is going to
How does this happen? Dan Bongino had cancer. He got more hair.
Narrative control is an essential prerequisite of being able to pull off these kind of bottom-up,
There he
toppling
is.
of democratic governments. It's actually something
He
the
looks
State
good.
Department.
That lady
Intelligence
looks enthralled. She's on her phone.
laser focus in on. It's
I
why
know.
they
It's like I can't be
flood the
bothered with these
zone
bastards.
Jill
funded
Biden
media
yelling at her
or
husband.
State Department media or these independent media that are working with intelligence services, and why they've promoted censorship of the counter story, and why they work so hard to censor
Guy's
the
not even wearing the
2020
right colored
election
hat.
and used intelligence services effectively to do it.
Is that a
But
Trump?
it would be one thing if it was just
It might be
X
gold MAGA.
and just
Think so.
Rumble. But the whole big tech infrastructure is actually
Hey, it's
starting
Tim
to turn
Walsh.
against them. So Mark Zuckerberg, obviously,
No, you're not
just
coming
a
in
few
here,
months ago
faggot.
came out
That
and
looks
told
like
the majority of the Biden administration's fault, but he had been having those misgivings for a very long time.
It's a gold MAGA hat? It doesn't count.
Files show that
Everyone has to customize things. You know, it's that with like sports jerseys now. They make them in different colors.
You know why?
Yeah, it's because of money. It's like, oh, I don't look good in blue.
NFL, you can't see a team in the same uniform 2 weeks in a row. in
Yeah,
the
you know, it's
NFL.
like, what is your commitment? No one looks good in bright red.
And everybody's got an all black version.
Yeah, I know. It's just
tiring.
I think they call it murdered out.
Yeah.
It's murdered out. It's
Yeah,
black everything.
murdered out.
You ever see those cars now? They're like that matte finish. It looks like an unfinished car.
Georgia loves that.
Oh, yeah, I can guess.
I had a girl that was matted out from Detroit.
Yeah. Is it Abby Phillips?
Yes. No, she's pretty.
Oh, I think I'm just messing up their stream at this point. Do we want to?
They probably didn't pot up our audio.
Oh, okay. So do we want to go back to them?
After Mike is done talking, they're going to come to us.
Well, I'm sure he's a very nice man, but I'm here to speak with Dan.
So we can. Well, I didn't ask you to speak with Mike. You can just listen to Mike.
I don't want to listen to Mike.
But why not?
Because I have an entire team of people here who cost us millions of dollars. Who just called states.
Trying to break up Google.
Hey guys, can we also create a master list of the states that we've called? That's one thing that would be good to bring up for the viewer right now, along with, let's go really quickly. Let's go to the electoral integrity map, the election integrity map. Let me know when it's working again from the DDoS attacks, sons of bitches.
I know, right?
We're up right now, so.
Oh, okay, great. So election integrity map, everyone out there, since it was DDoS, share it, use it. It has everything that you could possibly want. And any of the maps are using on CNN. Right now, these are the states that you can see we've called. We've called Florida. We've called Indiana. We've called Kentucky. I can't see all the states here. It'd be nice if it had the acronyms for the states.
I couldn't do
West
them
Virginia,
by visual.
Tennessee.
West Virginia, Tennessee.
The Panhandle
Alabama.
one.
Alabama.
Oklahoma.
So there you go. But I'm telling you, Florida is not usually called that early, and certainly not by that much. I remember quite a few nights where we were staying up late for Florida. So that's momentum. That's the momentum there.
I'd be more impressed if it was Vermont.
Yeah, I know, but there are a bunch of communists in
there's
Vermont.
nothing. I mean, the only thing that we've seen right now, and obviously we'll go to Dan whenever Dan's ready for us. But the only thing that we've seen right now that's kind of this, okay, that's a big deal, is Florida, right? The number of votes that he's leading by in
those
Florida
counties
is huge, right? In those overall, even overall, that number is
well, no, I wouldn't expected Florida to win, but I'm saying
no,
up that much by those. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Outperforming what we thought. That's the kind of thing that we're going to look for. And can you take Florida and put it somewhere else and have the exact same results?
Yes.
No, not necessarily, but it is a good indicator of how people are showing up to vote.
Right.
So we'll see.
I think he's going to flip California.
You just like to be an agent of chaos.
I do. It's good for the show.
It is good for the show.
I'd like the home gym, by the way.
Really?
Yes, I would.
I asked you beforehand, and you said I don't have any room.
I don't. Couldn't you build me something?
Little house.
You got that kind
I'm
of
sure. Not yet.
Hold on, Izzy.
You know it.
I
know.
Let's not discuss it.
All right, here we go.
All right, Mr. Bongino.
One more question.
Come
Up
on.
a little bit. Let's hear the question.
They didn't use the GAO transition team, which screwed them over last time. They absolutely knew they were going to get effed on that one. And they said no more briefings. Because you know what's going to happen? You're going to brief us, and you're going to use it as an interrogation, and you're going to accuse us of leaking. Very, very smart move, Julie.
It absolutely is, because now we know this. I mean, these are the same people: Lisa Monaco, Avril Haines, who's the director of national intelligence. These are the same people who were there in 2016. They're definitely going to set Trump up. He's already been president. He doesn't need to be, lured in by Avril Haines or Lisa Monaco or anyone at DHS or any of these agencies under the ruse of transition period.
I think it's because they're listening to people like you guys who are now warning them that, hey, man, this is like, these are not, I'm sorry, but a lot of these people are not home team. But Mike, on that GAO thing, that was smart, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, it was. And to what you guys were talking about, there's really no intelligence lost in the failure to have some of these briefings. The fact is they have suffered so much reputational damage. The analyst wings of
all right, guys, bring it down really quickly. Just should we check back in? Are they having some technical issues from their side with crossing the streams?
Well, they're basically just checking the audio on us, so we needed to be able to speak, so they can hear us now.
So I should have been speaking so that they know.
So we should sort of have been speaking.
Ways to get an approximate value.
They just couldn't hear us for a second. So that's
can they hear us now?
I believe that they're able to hear us now. They can hear us on that end. They'll put us through to that.
Because this is riveting.
So
I know.
glad to have you guys on the panel. All right, you guys ready?
Yeah.
Is this going to be the biggest crossover in the hit?
Oh, now what? That wasn't us.
That was.
Did they kill our?
It was going to, but then they just killed their own audio.
They killed the audio for us.
Let the record. We are 3-0 on technical issues on the calls. We have had it right. Dan, you can hear us, but now we can't hear you. Can you say something, brother?
I can hear you. I got a little double feed of you. Okay. But I got a little double feed.
There we go.
We got it. We did it.
All right.
I feel like, Steve, I feel like we should have Dora the Explorer and Boots in here. We did it.
Yes, I know. We have very low expectations. But
you have a monster stream tonight, blowing it up for Rumble. As always, I think we're taking over the interwebs. I asked you the other day, man, are moments like this, like, I'd rather be
I'd rather be us than old school cable news on nights like this. I mean, I know they have that legacy thing, but it's kind of clear that this is the future, and that's kind of a dying brand, isn't it?
Well, yes, and if you could line up all the peckers in the world, it still wouldn't be enough for them to eat. I hope that doesn't offend people on your street. But I will tell you this.
It's quite a visual.
Being my ninth favorite guinea, and I prune that list regularly. I'm very glad to share it with you.
Tell me that every time.
And we
turn me up a little bit.
We actually were the people watching our stream know we were subject to DDoS attacks for the election integrity map that people can follow right now. Where we've made some calls to states before even CNN or those folks have. It's going to get wild and woolly with the swing states, but we're not relying on them at all. And like we said, we'll make that available to you. I also wanted to, hey, by the way, Jacked Up Fitness. People can go to getjackedup.com. They told us that you were using their gym. We just showed a time lapse.
I lost his audio.
Oh, son of a bitch. What is going? You lost
Wait, hold on. Don't panic. It's just like they'll fix it in a second. But I heard you say Jacked Up. Okay, I got you back.
All right. No,
Sorry.
I was saying that we just brought them on as a sponsor last minute, and I heard that you've been using them quite a bit.
You know, Don from Jacked Up Fitness is here. Hey, Don. 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 So Steve Crowder just gave you a big shout out. The owner of the company is legit here. So
I know
Jacked
Don.
Up Fitness, Steve Crowder, he works out. So Don's right here, Steve. He's like right in front of it. Steve just said that you're doing the Steven Crowder show now.
There's Don.
Because Steven,
look at this,
folks,
Don. This is
Don
for you,
right
Don.
there. And Steve is not a fatty. Like, Steve, you can't bring on fatties for a company like that, correct?
That's true.
You can't be like, go use Jacked Up Fitness. The product is great. And you're dropping like 400 or 500 beans on the scale.
Well, no.
It just doesn't work.
I lost 8 pounds in 12 hours though because of the stomach flu from hell. I have a throw up bucket right next to me. Yes, tonight, right next to me.
He says he lost 8 pounds with your equipment. By the way, Jacked Up. Hey, Steve. He says he's got. I love the machine personally, but Don says he's got a super duper machine coming out now. I said, bro, I want an upgrade. You send that freaking machine over my house stat. Meanwhile, the thing's like 8,000 pounds. I'm like, send that thing over to my crib, brother.
Yes, well, we'll make sure. And I know, and by the way, I didn't realize this. Everyone was horrified, just for people who know, because we just called some states so we can talk shop. When you came in, I always speak when I shouldn't, and you came in and I knew that you had obviously cancer and beaten it. And I didn't remember, but my producer said, I can't believe the first thing you said to Dan was, wow, cancer looks good on you. I was like, I don't remember saying that, but I thought it was a compliment.
That was cool, bro.
Yeah, because look at you.
What do you think? I'm like Captain Sensitivity?
Well,
do I look like the kind of guy who gives a shit?
No.
This is why we get along so well.
It was a compliment.
There's almost nothing you could say that would offend me, brother, at all. I know where your heart is. You're a good dude. So wait, let's talk some shop here, though. You got a whole team back there.
Yeah.
Give me your overall kind of, I hate the bird's eye view, whatever. But give me the macro. I'm feeling pretty freaking amazing right now, but I don't want to pop any champagne corks yet. The numbers look terrible for Kamala Harris. What's your team telling you?
So we just got some numbers here that actually are pretty interesting as far as Florida. Now, here's the thing. To a lot of young people watching right now, they don't realize that we used to stay up late, right, just to hear the results from Florida. So people are taking for granted that Florida is not really a swing state. But we have the numbers. Right. I think Gerald has them in front of me. There was an 18-point swing. Was it Miami-Dade or was it Palm Beach? Gerald will come in real quick.
Miami-Dade 2020, Biden won that 7.3. Trump is leading by 11 right now. These numbers can change a little bit. Change. Right now, right, Broward, Biden won by 29 points. Harris is only up by 20. Palm Beach, Kamala is up 0.7. Biden won that by 12. These numbers are massive shifts in those counties.
And I think a big reason for it, in Florida, as you look, there's a huge percentage of Jewish Americans obviously voting and the Hispanic Americans. And Donald Trump doesn't need to win those demographics. He just needs to peel off enough people, which is what I think we're seeing. And so we're going to have our analysts there sort of lay over, sort of put these over Pennsylvania with the biggest, obviously, of the swing states, Jewish voting election base. I believe it's 800,000. So if we're seeing that, it could be actually a pretty early night. Again, we don't want to count any chickens before they hatch. Is it eggs before they hatch? Chickens before they hatch. But the numbers are not looking good for Kamala. Of course, the caveat there is outright theft. We know that.
Yeah, but I think that's good you have Gerald there. We love Gerald. Gerald's like a big wine guy. He sent me a bottle, and usually when people say they're going to send you a bottle of wine, Steve, they send you some cheapo or something. Right. Not Gerald. No. Gerald sent me like the high end. I almost felt bad. I felt like sending him a check. I was like, damn, bro, you know your wine. So we love Gerald. But it makes the Trump strategy, I mentioned this earlier in the show, I'd love to get your thoughts on it, sound like it's pretty genius. You can see at the end, if you notice all the visits they made, they were not abandoning the West Coast, Arizona. They went out there. But
but they focused heavily on Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia because of what you just said. They're terrified of another late night ballot drop, this thing dragging till 2 a.m, and they know if they run up the score on the East Coast that there's simply no freaking math. If he wins PA, North Carolina, and Georgia, there's simply no math for her to win. I thought the strategy was genius.
Yeah, the only problem is Pennsylvania, of course, you're saying, it might take them, 4 years to count the votes into the next election. But it may not matter if we're looking at the percentages. Again, we have a team here where we can look at the margins, even if Donald Trump doesn't win, let's say Virginia or New Hampshire. But if it's within, let's say New Hampshire, 2 points, if it's within 5 points in Virginia, that gives you some pretty good ideas, some indicators as far as momentum, and these states can be called early. So we have some people here who are looking at some numbers that may often be overlooked. I think that's why we have the biggest stream right now in the world, because they really are working hard back there to provide some of this data.
Yeah.
And, CNN is not having a good night tonight. We know, look, this could go either way, but I think people have good reason to feel pretty confident. It doesn't change that, hey, if you are out there in the West Coast where the polls have not closed, not that I'm going to change anyone's mind right now, make sure you vote. If you're somewhere where the polling stations weren't working and they extended voting hours, make sure you get everyone there who could have possibly missed voting. But yeah, there are a lot of good indicators that we see tonight. And we just talked about, too, I don't know if, but Rumble Premium, we just launched tonight, where Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Donald Trump Jr. is going to be on there, and they're adding content where Mug Club is now officially Rumble Premium. It's all one umbrella. And I know that you obviously have been on Rumble for a very long time. You're their top dog because you bet on them when no one was.
Yeah, I heard about it. I love Rumble. I met that guy, Chris, once. You know him? I think he runs a company or something.
Yeah.
We had coffee once or twice. No, I love Rumble. We are really ecstatic to have you on Rumble Premium. I mean, you are one of the biggest live streamers in the world, not just the United States. And as I said, Steve, it is the future. It is unquestionably the future. Let me get your opinion on some of these west. Let's move out west a little bit.
Yeah.
Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. What's your team telling you? Evita Duffy's next to me. She knows Wisconsin politics well. Her dad was a congressman there for a long time. Evita's a little concerned about Wisconsin. I'm not knee deep in Wisconsin politics, but what are you thinking?
Well, the best part about Wisconsin is that it has 49 of the drunkest counties out of the top 50. So that's always fun. No matter what, they're going to have a good time.
That's pretty awesome.
I have said since the beginning, right, of this election that I think Wisconsin is more likely than Michigan. Being someone who has relatives in both Wisconsin and Michigan, having spent a good portion of my life in Michigan, just because of the corruption, Michigan. One thing people don't like to acknowledge, McCarthy was right. When he talked about communists, when he talked about spies, he was right about them infiltrating institutions, namely academia, Hollywood, but also the unions in the United States. And that's why when you look at, for example, the Teamsters, when you look at the actual percentage of the members of the union who were overwhelmingly supporting Donald Trump, what happens is you have union leadership just sit it out because they are not looking to do the will of their actual members, right? It's really about those in charge. As far as Wisconsin, I think that Wisconsin is more inherently conservative than Michigan outside of Milwaukee and Madison. I'm interested to hear why Evita is less confident. I'm not super confident in either of those states, but I do think that Wisconsin is more likely than Michigan. But I'd be curious to hear Evita's thoughts and if she thinks that Michigan is more likely.
Why do you think that
Oh, 1 second.
people Michigan is more likely?
I'm sorry. We didn't get your microphone there. I'm sorry, Evita.
Now we got
Could you
it,
go one more time?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
No, so what I meant is that I think Milwaukee is a little more prone to cheating. That's what I'm saying. I think it's a little insecure. They're having to recount already in Milwaukee. There were a lot of discrepancies in 2020. I'm not worried about the people of Wisconsin. I love the people of Wisconsin. I'm worried about the process.
You know what? It's funny that you said that.
I think you kind of echo the same. So you just said the same thing.
About Michigan. About Michigan.
Right?
Yeah, about Michigan. And so I hear where you're coming. But in Michigan, they just made it too big for people to understand there was a cheat. Like, for example, I didn't live in Michigan for a very long time in the last election. But I received a ballot to my old address, and it just said that it was processing. And I had no way to confirm whether it was actually filled out or not. And by the way, I checked on relatives in Michigan, same thing, who I know did vote, and it just said processing. And there was no way to confirm, at least as the ballots were being counted. So, yes, I hear you in Milwaukee, Evita, but I would ask you, because you're the state that had Scott Walker, by the way, not really a rhino, someone who was pretty conservative, was looked at for the national stage. We haven't had that in Michigan in quite a while. The state legislature kind of goes back and forth, but the entire system in Michigan is corrupt because of Wayne County. And not only that, but you can see it in Grand Rapids. You certainly see it even in northern Michigan areas like Traverse City, which basically is San Francisco of the North. So Exactly what you're saying about Wisconsin, I'm not as familiar with, is exactly why I feel that Michigan would be hard. Not because of the people, though a little bit because of the people, but because of the union strongholds. And look, in Michigan, we talked about this. We just had a Chinese exchange student who voted, asked for their ballot back, and they found out this person was a non-citizen, but the vote will still count. And in Michigan, you don't actually have to provide proof of citizenship. You just sign an affidavit.
And where is Michigan on the drop boxes? Because I know Wisconsin has them all over the place now. Our Supreme Court said it's okay. So does Michigan allow that too?
I don't know what the recent rulings have been, but I do know that they have allowed them in the past. Again, these things are kind of fluid right now with them going up and down in the courts. But, right. Michigan is that state where you had that famous graph, right? And you had the red wagons come in with votes, and you had people board up the precincts with Bristol boards. So if it's as bad in Wisconsin, they weren't as flagrant. Like, they didn't even try and hide it in Michigan. So maybe they just do a better job of hiding it in Wisconsin. But I think it's the same thing. What you're saying, the people and the representation, there's a pretty big divide, and you're probably more in tune with Wisconsin, but same thing with Michigan. I know so many people who would vote for Donald Trump. It's definitely close, but you don't always see that in those national elections.
Steve, I'll let you run after this question and continue to dominate with the live stream. Rumble loves you. I love you. You've been a good friend to me. Georgia right now does not look good for Kamala Harris. Now, again, it depends on what portion of the state. There could be some urban vote. There could be some rural. We don't really know, but 55% of the vote is, so we have a good sample size. Donald Trump at this point is up pretty handily in Georgia. This doesn't look good, again, for Kamala Harris. What's your team telling you about Georgia? Because like I said, if Pennsylvania, Georgia, North Carolina go our way handily, there's just no math for her.
Well, there's math for her if she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. But, it's certainly a good start. And that's why we thought if we look at the East Coast, we're looking for some other indicators like in Virginia, like in New Hampshire to see where that margin is. But actually, Gerald, I believe, has an update now on Georgia from our real-time data analyst.
It's so funny you asked that. I asked for a trend in Georgia right now just so we could see it. So 48% statewide counted. DeKalb is not reported yet. But Trump, of the last dump in the last hour, he's received 57.2% of the vote. So going forward on these, as these dumps come in, that number that he needs to win is going down. So 46% of the outstanding vote is all he needs to win in Georgia right now. So that's something that we will track over time. It is heading down. It was 47.7%. Now it's 46%. So as these dumps come in, Trump is getting a large share, and it's cutting the number he needs of whatever's remaining to actually be able to win. So the trend is good in Georgia right now.
Yes, and we're providing right now. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. This is from all the acidic vomit the last 2 days. No joke, where I was worried about my vocal cords
the acidic wine.
keeping up.
It's different.
We actually have an exclusive graph that we're providing to the audience so they can see what percentage of the remaining dumps Donald Trump knows, so they can see that go down in real time. And like you said, it's a very good trend for Donald Trump. It's not a deadlock, but if you look at Georgia and you look at North Carolina, if he wins those, and of course Florida was called very early, and you look at the margins in some of those eastern states, he doesn't have to win them. For example, like in a place like New York, I think he only needs to be within 16. I think only losing it by 16, and that would put him really with the last Republican to win. I believe it was George H.W. Bush in 1988 who came that close in New York. So we're looking at some of these numbers. I think you're right. Hopefully we just helped undergird, not your gut feeling in some of the numbers, but we have guys getting they're nerds back there, Dan. They're real nerds.
Steve, listen, man. Again, I'll let you roll, but what I'm feeling right now, and what I want to say, I'm kind of holding inside because I don't want to get out ahead of myself. But in 2016, Dan Horowitz over at Conservative Review. Do you know Dan at all? Yeah, he has his own podcast. But well, Dan and we kind of got into it. I mean, friendly. It's not like we were doing jujitsu or anything, but we kind of got into it a little bit because I was running in 2016 for Congress and I was knocking on doors. And I saw it. I saw like all these people with yard signs who weren't on my knock list. And they were like, oh, yeah, I never vote. That's why I'm not on your knock list. I'm just voting for Trump. And I said, man, this guy's going to win. And I had that feeling. I'm sensing it this time, too. I mean, the big Mo, I don't know what the hell you call it, but you just know, like in a fight, anything from like jiu-jitsu to somewhere else, when the momentum's on your side, you can feel it. Yeah. And I want to be Trump right now. I sure as hell don't want to be Kamala.
No, I think that's a good read. And, if you guys want to look at some of these details, it's free for anyone. The electionintegritymap.com. You can check it out where we're providing data that they're not providing in a lot of these other places. So your gut is right, and the numbers that you have are reflected when you get even deeper into the numbers. So you're not wrong, but what you're feeling is probably a result of the blue chews. So let's keep that to a minimum.
Steve, we love you, man. At Rumble, you're amazing. So really, you guys have been an absolute champion for freedom of speech. We're so glad to have you. Rumble Premium Mug Club moved over. It's awesome. Thanks, brother. We really appreciate it. Gerald, send me another bottle.
Got you covered.
Yeah, he's got you covered.
I got you
covered. Love that guy.
He'll send you a bottle. He'll send me a
Take
box
care.
of Franzia. Dan Bongino. Go.
Love it.
I'm not lying. I forgot to take into account the throwing up and how that affects your vocal cords. What?
You want to celebrate now?
Why do we have another state to call?
That's the biggest. Yes, we have a state to call, but over 556,000 live concurrent. That breaks a record. We have never done anything that big, guys.
Are we sure?
We're just getting started. We are sure.
Okay.
It's early.
We are sure, baby. 2020.
It is
we just beat 2020.
All right. Well, let's.
Like 2.5 hours in.
Well, here, I want to do something. Nick, if you need to grab a break, or if you need, I want to bring in Lane the Brain with some of those graphs so we can show them what it is, because we haven't shown that yet. And by the way, you still have Dan's feed up there, so you guys might want to close it because I'm still watching him. So we can bring, I would assume, sorry, I know we haven't done a commercial break yet. We've been going for what?
We've been going
2.5 hours?
Yeah.
I
got
it. 2.5 hours? Go ahead, Nick. And by the way, as you go out, let me plug your Ottumwa.
This Saturday night. This Saturday.
Ottumwa, Iowa, the Bridgeview Center Theater. And look, Donald Trump Jr. told you, Dan Bongino will tell you, OG, funniest man alive. If you want your side, okay, this is the greatest endorsement I could give him. I would not chance going to see him live with my stomach flu. And there's not a hint of hyperbole, because I would lose friends. It's uncontrollable laughter. So go see him this Saturday, November 9th. Hey, you're supporting Donald Trump tonight. Go out, support live comedy. Nick, go take a bathroom break, and we'll bring in Lane the Brain.
Yeah, baby.
All right. Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. I know. And then eventually I'll get a break where I'll eat some saltines.
I'm not sure that we're going to be able to make that happen ever, but we'll get around to it.
So please, everyone out there, share. If you're on X, share. You're on Rumble, share. You're on YouTube, like, share.
And then go to Rumble.
It's already #1 in the world. Just show the rest of the world why you bet right, why you tuned in here tonight. Yes. No one is going to do it better tonight than we are. We are going to have up-to-the-minute data and a more granular look at data. Do we want to go people at work, or do we want Lane the Brain to
Lane's going to come in. He needs just a couple minutes to grab some stuff and come in. We do have Russell Brand in about 15 minutes.
I mean, I'm glad, but it's just, I don't know when I'm going to get a break.
Telling you, and we have another state to call.
We have another state to call now?
Right now.
All right, it's time to call. I hope you got this, Toolman.
No.
I
was preparing a fucking break. Son of a bitch.
Language. We're bringing in. This isn't just none of that basement podcast. We're bringing in people from CNN and Fox Business, for God's sake.
I'm going to murder Gerald. All right.
Let's call it.
People are hopping over from Neil Cavuto.
All right.
And by the way, before we call it, getjackedup.com. I'm telling you, the Evolution is the best home gym money can buy. I'm not just saying that when they called. I was already familiar with it. It's the best out there. All right, we are calling a state right now.
South Carolina's 9 electoral votes go to Donald Trump.
We don't have Donald Trump calling all the states, but all the swing states.
Do all the states, but Tim is more concerned about going to a break than winning.
Yeah,
Tim.
I know.
Oh,
I know.
Well, we were just talking about a break for the past 5 minutes.
I got my hopes up too.
Okay, all right.
Jeez.
Well, hey, if you guys want to take a break, if you guys want to take a break, while I talk with, because Tim probably needs a break. Okay, Toolman probably needs a break.
He pees in a bucket. He's fine.
I just feel like we got momentum going.
We have momentum. I don't want to lose the momentum.
Yeah, I don't want to lose the momentum.
Stay with us.
So, are we taking a break or no? No, we're not going to take a break. Are we taking a break? We're not taking a break, are we?
No,
we're not taking a break.
We're going straight
not right
through,
now.
baby.
We're not going straight through.
I called you, baby.
Wow.
He hates it when I say stuff like that.
That's fine. And I appreciate it. I'm definitely playing the flu game tonight.
All right, well, we'll get Lane in here.
Yeah, we'll get Ginger Snap in here. We'll get Ginger Snap in here to give us some updates, and hopefully we have those numbers on the...
Oh, you want to call another state?
Okay. Well, you know what? Just hit the stinger just so we have it. Let's call another state.
I wasn't ready for it. Okay. There we go.
Rick's going to...
Brought to you by Noble Gold. Thank you guys very much for your support.
I'm so glad they sent me silver because it's such a better weapon.
It is. You throw the gold coin at somebody, you're just going to irritate them.
Now, if they throw the gold at somebody, it's just like when you go. It's like what you do with a stripper you hate.
Oh, gee. Well, no, it's solid.
Oh, shoot. That went behind the couch. That's real gold. That's like an intern to get that back.
$1,400, no?
Yeah, exactly.
Lenny's already grabbed
$500 or $600. All right, Arkansas, 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump.
Whoa.
There we go. He's at 105 now total, I believe. 105.
And by the way, everyone watching,
beat Reuters.
all of this is being updated, the electionintegritymap.com. So you see all the states called, you see all the electoral votes, but you also see any foul play going on, which right now this is the Reuters map, I believe. Are we still up? Is our map, or are we still hitting those DDoS attacks?
I will check
back and forth.
Boy, did that happen immediately.
I mean, like 5 seconds into it, jerks.
It's not a good sign.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
Oh my gosh. All right. Well, the good news is we're providing, if you can't access it, you can access us right here where we're giving you all the data. See, nothing up our sleeves.
They're still
We're
working
letting
on
you
it,
know
yeah.
exactly what is going on. We have all the data
the
that
official,
these news agencies have, only they don't really necessarily want to tell you. So North Carolina right now on CNN, they're saying...
that closed. That was a much bigger gap a minute ago. So it's only 14% of the people.
Yeah, only 14%
polls
in North Carolina.
Yeah,
where they have...
estimates.
Well, it depends on which districts are coming in. But
do you want Lane in the red chair here or out there?
Well, we can have him in here in the red chair.
Come on in, and while we do that, so we have to do the switch. So we did the election night, 10% off the entire store. Right now, we're going to go to the merch promo number 2.
Well, I'll probably change shirt. I'll probably do a quick break before Russell Brand.
Yeah, and then we'll change those shirts.
And then I'll change shirts.
Yes, I love that.
I have to grab one of these ginger chews because I was this
Okay,
close to throwing up.
Perfect. So the promo code now is Trump 2024, and that gets you 24% off any Trump hat for 1 hour.
Crowdershop.com.
1 hour from right now. It is 8:33 p.m. Go to crowdershop.com and get 24% off any Trump hat.
Yeah.
Do it now.
And I'm not going to scare you guys because the truth is so many of you have overwhelmingly supported us where we will be here for the next election where we didn't know before this morning. But this guarantees, the more you go to Crowder Shop or the more you sign up for Rumble Premium, guess what? Guarantees that we can do more stuff with the undercover unit. Guarantees we can bring more people in. And guarantees what?
Undercover unit.
Do we have something right now?
Yes, we do. All right, so we have some undercover footage right now.
Hold on one second. I have to chew my ginger thing so I don't throw up.
So I'll just kind of set it up. So the polls have closed in Philadelphia, obviously. So the ballots are being moved from drop boxes around the city, and we actually have eyes on them from one of the, I believe, one of our journalists is going to follow the ballots, and so we've got some footage of that right now.
We have some footage right now. This is exclusive. Do we have a Mug Club under? Do we have an exclusive? Do we have a stinger or no?
I got a lot of stingers.
I could find one.
All right. Well, all right. You know, this is exclusive to us right now, live. This is someone following the. Explain it again, Gerald, because again, I'm kind of flying blind.
So they're gathering up all the votes. They're following the trucks as they are gathering the votes from the drop boxes to make sure no shenanigans happen. They have footage of that. No shenanigans yet, but we have eyes on it.
Okay, let's see some of that footage. Oh, it looks like a damn monster movie. Okay, they're gathering up the boxes. Which, by the way, that's my favorite place to put.
Okay, 9 seconds. Okay.
That's my favorite place to put the fate of the free world is in a box with hourly workers.
I don't think that's a good idea. No.
Thank you.
Hey, when's lunch? That's what he's saying.
How many more we gotta move?
Yeah. He sounds like the tall one in the Flintstones. Boss, I'm moving the drop box, boss. And there's some small one like, I told you to quit talking.
Matt Damon.
Okay, boss. That's what I do. Whenever I do it for my son, I do that voice. And hey, I told you, you talk too much, you get us in trouble, dummy.
You hit him, it's great.
Yeah, well, I don't hit him.
Oh,
But,
no, you can't do that.
Sometimes.
No,
you got to kick him.
Just letting you know. You don't know what's real or what's not. I don't either because I have a fever. So
okay, you'll be fine.
We're going to bring in Lane the Brain
in 2 seconds. He's
in
just
2 seconds,
throwing
and then
some
Russell Brand. We have Russell Brand coming on here. And by the way, what a conversion story.
No kidding.
Russell Brand. Russell Brand was out there who was pro socialism for a long time. He had the Trues News, where I used to give that guy so much crap because there were no conservatives on YouTube, and he had a channel that was pretty liberal. And it was all friendly, and now he's been baptizing people in his underwear.
Yeah, well, the underwear part's a little creepy, but nonetheless, listen, I had a conversation with him at the RNC, legit faith.
Yes.
Asking
I know.
The right questions and talking through it, and it was private. It wasn't like people were, around us and hearing it, so he wasn't doing it for anybody. It was great. I would love to have a conversation with him a little bit further about that. But we do have Lane the Brain. If you want to jump
Lane the Brain, Ginger Snap, let's bring him in.
Mic where it needs to be.
Ginger Snap.
I'm going to run to the bathroom.
Now, what are you? Are you a Dapper Dan man? Pomade?
Pomade.
Pomade. Okay, we have to bring there we go. We have to bring the mic up a
With
little
each
bit.
appearance, each button goes down.
And this is actually perfect for you because you get to show your godforsaken graph. We were going through it.
These are good graphs.
They are good graphs, but we were going through it beforehand, and we were like, hold on a second, this might be confusing for people. But actually now it's pretty damn appropriate because we're talking about Georgia.
Right. Yeah, we can go. We have actually 4 states that we can kind of show, but if we go to Georgia first.
Okay, let's bring up Georgia. So explain to people what it is. This is exclusive to everyone back there, Louder with Crowder, exclusive to Mug Club. I keep saying that, but Rumble Premium and the work that you guys are doing. Tell people what it is that they're looking at right now.
Yeah. So if you look at the red bar or the red bar on this graph, what that's showing is the amount of the percentage of the votes that have come in the last whatever time period we're refreshing at.
Hold on a second. I'm going to move the mic so that because your good looks don't help you with mic control. There you go. I'm just going to move it so that way when you turn to me. Look at this. Look at this. That's jacked up.
I've never been good at mics, as they say.
That's got negative body.
Do they say that?
I don't think anyone says that.
They might.
I think right now all the ladies are swooning in chat. Button up your shirt, you
I've
prick.
seen premature babies. I've seen fatter premature babies.
Actually, hold on a second. You can unbutton it. We could adjust our white balance. All right. There
we go.
So, okay. So, sorry, you're bringing up the Georgia graph.
Yes. So on that graph, that red bar is showing the percentage of votes that Republicans have got of the last dump, however often we're refreshing. Usually about every hour we'll refresh this.
Mm-hmm.
And so within the last dump, Republicans have gotten, or Trump has gotten 57.2% of those votes that just came in.
So the gray bar is the remaining percentage of the vote that he needs to get, the share of the vote that he needs to get to win.
Right. The gray is of all the votes that are left, he now needs to win 46% of them to win the state.
Right. So that's going down consistently, which is a good trend.
So a good trend, you would see that gray bar continue to go down.
Right.
Now, the reporting's still very early. There's only about 50% in. So if DeKalb comes in and there's a huge dump for Kamala, what you'll see is the red go down and the gray go up.
Right.
So as long as we're seeing red up, gray down, that's a good trend.
Great. And then did you guys get those numbers on Florida?
On the counties? Or?
Yeah, on the counties.
Yeah, we did. We sent them in. They should be on air, actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I would imagine quite a pretty high Jewish voting population in some of those counties, and Hispanic, of course.
With those, Sam is working right now very hard to get you the specific Jewish votes. We have the broad county range, but he's looking at the stuff right now.
He's calling all of them.
Yes.
It's like three delis that haven't reported.
But we actually have the graphic for PA, too, that you can pull up.
Okay, let's bring up the graph for Pennsylvania. And again, this is exclusive. This is the kind of data. Okay, so what we are seeing right now is the remaining percentage of the vote that Donald Trump would need to win. That's pretty high right there.
It is, because what you're seeing here is these are all the early votes that are being counted. And we know Kamala, who I don't give a shit. She was coming in with a huge lead, but we know that lead wasn't as big as they wanted it to be. So it looks bad, but the further we get into the counting, you should see the red start coming up. So he's going to get bigger and bigger proportions.
Also, of course, the Amish vote isn't in yet.
Yeah,
that's true.
Don't believe it is.
And that's huge for Trump.
Well, that's because Witness is on reruns on TBS.
That's right. And they, what the hell?
Do you think that's got to be like their? Oh, you got to take the label off. Oh,
really?
Yeah.
Huh?
Oh my gosh. And by the way, while we're talking about Pennsylvania, this is where the firewall, like we said, you're seeing that right there. The early votes are 409,000, but that's 91,000 short of what the Democrats needed.
Correct.
So that was entirely expected, and it's still short of what Democrats need.
So what they were saying earlier, a bunch of the news networks were reporting that to win the state, they would want Kamala to get 700,000 votes from Philadelphia County.
Right.
Which would be about 100,000 more than Joe Biden actually won.
Right.
So things are not, again, I don't want to pop any champagne. You don't do that. But if you were looking for good trends, they're there. So
yeah. Well, you know what else I really like? And this is no small thing. The fact that you said Kamala, I don't give a shit. The fact that you just said that on a stream that is many, many times bigger than CNN or legacy media is great, because there they say that's a racist trope.
Of course.
But the truth is,
I just don't know because I don't care.
I know exactly.
Yeah.
I go back and forth. Kamala, I don't care because she's a bitch.
How about cum stain? How's that sound?
Yeah, come on now.
If she was
the biggest election stream of the century.
If she was full Indian, I might be slightly more interested.
Yes, you might be slightly more interested because of the Asian fetish. Does that extend to Indians for you?
I want to watch it.
He likes the Asian ladies.
Yeah, generally.
Which, by the way, is the least creepy preference ever. I don't know if you know this, but a lot of the guys like the Asian ladies. Now, if you're a woman who likes Asian men, that's weird.
I don't. The Asian broads.
Again, I have a lot of Korean, so I'm going to abstain.
Okay, you can abstain. Is there anything else that we need to know?
No, but we'll be watching all the swing states, and we can come back in and give you updates on that whenever you want to.
So before, you are always, and this is also why we love working with Lane the Brain and everyone we have here. We have brilliant researchers here. You have George the Greek. You do have, I begrudgingly, Sam from HR does some great work.
The Jewish research.
Yes, the Jewish research. If I ask for a Holocaust stat, he is on it. Anything else, it's like, take it or leave it.
Now, Stephen, you have to remember, these are the same people that.
Yes. There's always some kind of factoid about the Holocaust. But, I get it. It was a big deal to them. A bad one.
Lane looks like somebody who was working in the Holocaust.
Oh, yeah.
On the wrong side.
Yes, he absolutely does.
He looks like every fucking army guy.
Yes. He looks like the page
list.
He looks like the page master version of Hitler Youth. Like,
doesn't he?
Walk back in. Or like that Take On Me video. Take on me. It's just Hitler Youth, and it's just Lane.
Lane's just about to do some meth and charge a city.
Yes, exactly. Well, don't forget the morphine. Meth, morphine. What was I saying before that?
You like working
well, you're very cautiously optimistic. We really do try and call balls and strikes. Now, we let people know when it's our opinion. For example, our opinion, the country is going to be in serious decline for a period of time if Kamala Harris wins. We all agree on that. What is not a matter of opinion is what the numbers look like. Before we started tonight, and I've said this since the beginning, 65, 35, I've always thought, Donald Trump, but by no means is it a lock. Today, you felt cautiously optimistic.
Correct.
Do you feel better based on where we are right now than when we started?
I do. I just want to see numbers come in out of places like Atlanta, Detroit, and Philadelphia before I start getting too optimistic, because we've seen how that can really rain on a parade really quickly.
Yes.
That's where all the cheating goes on.
Yeah.
Yep. That's exactly right.
That was what I was inferring, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. What's
Sorry,
okay?
I wasn't paying
bet.
attention.
Hey, by the way,
staring at your chest.
You can bet on Polymarket if this stream will be taken down from YouTube. And if you're watching on YouTube, you should head on over to Rumble anyway.
So a real quick interesting thing before I get out of here on the Polymarket stuff.
Oh, I thought it was going to be about your buys and tries routine, but yes.
No. Well, I'll write that down next time I come in. Is the chance for Trump to win the popular vote on Polymarket is actually increasing too, which is
really?
Yeah. So I don't know if we have
that. We can check in after Russell Brand. We've got Russell in like 1 minute, and we'll check in with that afterwards.
Perfect.
Do the Polymarket check in.
Do we have? So we can't take a break before Russell.
You're stuck in that chair, and you.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying because my voice is clearly gone.
Not yet. It's
no,
not.
it isn't.
All right.
It's gone.
All right. Well, let's. Okay. So, Lane, we thank you very much for the update, and you can just call in from, of course, people at work there later. Anyone who wants to come in. The audience wants to see more updates. Gotcha. We appreciate it. And by the way, everyone, let them know that you love them and thank them. They've been putting in work.
Say hi to the kids from Berlin.
Yes, the kids from Berlin. Whenever Lane walks in, they say, "We'll follow the old man wherever he wants to go."
What's your fucking voice is fine.
Yeah, no kidding.
Hey, what's Lane's last name? Is it German?
I don't think we want to reveal that, but
the brain.
Why don't you do this? Why don't you take a quick step out so that we don't have Russell on yet? Why don't you step out for just a second, but not a long break, but a quick break. We're not going to go anywhere. I'm going to talk about some other stuff while you're gone, and you can come back.
2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Can I take 2 minutes?
You take 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I have to change shirts.
You know what?
I got to eat some saltines.
A minute and 45
because I've been really wanting to eat some saltines because I haven't eaten anything today, and if I don't eat some saltines, I really feel like this is going to go badly.
We're not going to break. We're just going to let you take.
It's no saltines.
Well, so is it a saltine appropriate break or not?
Yes.
Okay.
But
there's some eggplant in the trash. Grab that.
This is one of those times where you're like, I own the company and I have to ask to take a break. What is the benefit of ownership if not for this? Okay,
can I just say congratulations, Gerald, and you guys.
Yes.
I mean, this is a big deal.
Well, look, we've
the
got
numbers. I wasn't here, obviously, before that, and this is congratulations. It's tremendous.
Well, thank you, Nick. I appreciate it. And look, all the people that put a lot of hard work into this, the Mug Club Army as well out there. Everybody's sending us stuff in. We're going to go to that really quickly in just 1 second. But like, there's so many people out here. We've got a green screen overflow of people right now. So much work went in to be able to put this on. And there's a huge team that it takes. So thank you to all of you guys out there doing that. And thank you everybody signing up for Rumble Premium tonight. We want to make this a huge launch. So make sure you go and sign up for that. Trump 47 to get $10 off. It's going to be a phenomenal offering. You're not going to have to go anywhere else to get all the entertainment that you want. But let me give you a really quick Senate update because Ted Cruz is obviously battling it out with Colin Allred in the state of Texas. And for a little bit, CNN, and this is why I wanted this update because I know CNN does stuff like this.
You like girls with mustaches?
I don't like girls with mustaches. No. So basically, they were saying that Colin Allred was up. And I asked, guys, can you give me an update on what's going on in the Texas race with Ted Cruz? And they sent it to me and they said, It's not. He's not. He just flipped, and they didn't have that information up when we had access to it. Right?
So what are you saying?
Right now, Colin Allred's up 1.9%, I believe. Yeah, so he's up 1.9% over Colin Allred, and this is something like they poured a ton of resources and a ton of manpower into getting this seat away from Ted Cruz.
Yeah.
So it's something that I'm going to watch pretty quick, or pretty closely here. So we do have Russell Brand. I'm hearing right now as well.
He's not in studio yet. I guess patch him in.
Okay, so yeah, as soon as he is pausing from his stream so that he can come on and hang out with us, so we'll talk to him for a second. As soon as you get him, let me know, and we can do the introduction and kind of go from there. But I'm going to keep an eye on this Senate race with Allred. 55% of the vote in, and he's doing pretty well. But guys, you are also still submitting stuff to us, even though the election integrity map is still getting attacked. It seems to be at the server level and not at the Cloudflare level, from what I've been told. I don't know if that's correct or not. Not from my team here. So we've got information coming in. So we have Mug Club Army people sending us stuff right now about some ballot issues that they're having. We'll go to that here in just a second, but they're trying to get we've got him?
Yeah, got him.
All right, so our next guest, and Stephen will be right back in. It's not a saltine break, Stephen. Russell Brand.
And if you get really into the weeds and look at Puerto Ricans.
How you doing, guys? You all right?
Excellent. Doing well. How are you? Stephen's coming right back in. He took a quick break. This is Gerald. It's good to see you and hear you, my friend.
Gerald, I know you. I've met you before. We've talked about the Lord. We've talked about life. I told you the show.
That's what I was telling people. So what are you doing right now? What are you watching in the election?
Well,
is there anything sticking out?
I'm gonna go. Hold on. Let me go. Fox picture in picture. Hold on. Let me go back to me. Here I am. All right, everyone. I'm just talking to Gerald from Louder with Crowder. Many people think that Gerald is the true mastermind behind
I don't think
Louder.
that's true.
Nobody thinks that.
A lot of people like you.
I do.
Don't be harsh on yourself. Especially not on election night.
Absolutely. Well, what are you watching for right now? Is there anything in your mind that if you saw, you would say, hey, this is going in the right direction for Trump?
Mate, listen, I'm watching this like a person who's been dragged out of the United Kingdom, pummeled through several institutions of entertainment, has found a Lord and Saviour, and is now trying to observe ulterior movements politically while recognising that we are lost in eternity. I know from listening to people who provide this kind of analysis very brilliantly, like on your channel and over on Daily Wire, and even in spaces that are of a different political purview, that the significant places appear to be Georgia and Wisconsin. But I'm watching the granular stuff now, Gerald, of people saying like, Hispanics in Philadelphia have rolled up their trouser legs. Oh no! Is that good?
I'm sorry. I just came in. I had to eat saltines because I was sick, and I heard Russell Brand talking about Hispanic trouser legs.
That happened.
The Hispanics, they're rolling up their trouser legs. That's a good sign in Philadelphia, Stephen. We can relax.
I don't know if you said I was thinking trouser snake. Which, by the way, Russell, I know that I've watched your jiu-jitsu videos. You do quite well for yourself, my friend. So I don't know what those geese.
It's not a result of any serpents in my trousers.
Oh, I'm not saying it's the one who fooled Eve. I'm saying it's a friendly serpent. So what did I miss here? Because, sorry, I don't know if Gerald filled you in. I lost a bunch of weight, stomach flu from hell, which it could be the result of some spiritual attack, we could say, where I had to be hooked up to an IV to make it here tonight.
What you missed is Russell said I was a very nice guy, and you guys shouldn't give me a hard time.
Oh, well, he's full of shit. That's why we left his country. So, what did I miss, John? I'm sorry.
I asked him what he was looking for, and he was the granular data. So yeah, you didn't miss anything.
And you're stateside right now, right, Russell?
Yeah, I'm in Miami right now, and I'm watching Hispanic voters. Hold on, there's two. There's two Hispanic voters.
Oh
There they
no!
are.
Come on, I don't buy it. I see not a weed whacker amongst them.
Catholic voters.
Those are Cubans. They don't weed.
Are they Cuban Americans?
One's a Cuban American.
Thank you. By the way, we've talked about Cubans quite a bit. My agent, Gay William, is Cuban, American, gay, and to the right of Attila the Hun. Cuban Americans are a different breed. Let me ask her, your mom or your dad, when you were growing up, if you were sad or depressed about something, did they just tell you to get another job?
Yeah, they'd be like, listen, at least it's not communism.
Come in.
Exactly. They tell you about how they couldn't get soap, that kind of thing.
Exactly. They're like, anything is better than communism, so you can't complain about anything.
Yes, that's exactly right. And what is it with Cuban women being beautiful and being friendly and not being offended like us Westerners? I say it all as a compliment.
You mean like gay women in this country?
Oh, geez. Sorry. Russell, that's Nick DiPaolo, if you're not familiar.
Hi, Russell. How are you? You're a brilliant
all right,
man.
mate, I'm familiar with you. I see you on Loud and Crowder all the time. It's good to meet you properly.
Same here, sir.
And what are you, how much, because I know that, Russell, you obviously used to lean left, and I know that you're an independent thinker. I certainly don't want to mislabel you as more right-leaning, left-leaning. What do you feel is on the line tonight? Like, what sense of heaviness or consequence do you feel as far as this election?
I'm trying to maintain a degree of sanguinity amidst the creeping dread. Because if you watch something like Elon and Rogan and him saying this is a precipitous moment when it comes to democracy itself, or when you hear the histrionics and terror emerging from the establishment centrist left, it feels like it's nothing short of pivotal. And I wonder how we contribute, like those of us that operate in these spaces, Stephen, to this sense of beyond trepidation, real fear. And coming from someone who was like first like champagne socialist, then a cocaine communist, then a heroin anarchist. By the time I got to fentanyl, I couldn't have any politics.
No, you were a ghost, yeah.
A big farmer.
I feel like I was talking to Rubin earlier, and I was saying, like, I used to think that, like, Karl Marx was a genius. The idea that we should all share in a kind of brotherhood, that people are equal. And then over time, very, very slowly, because I'm a pretty slow learner, I recognized that if you grant the state the kind of power that our kind should only grant to a god, then they will behave like a god, but a god without ethos, a god without true virtue or principles. One of the things that I'm continually noticing is the way that your report on hypocrisy. They're saying this and they're doing that. Or maybe even something like the Nelk Boys viral post on X earlier of them sort of going to Kamala voter houses and saying, you know, you're going to vote for Kamala, we've got some refugees here. Like that kind of, that exposure of hypocrisy is at the heart of it. I want to become like a good person. I want to live a virtuous life. I now recognize that by granting the state incredible power, you are not going to create a better society because they have become corrupted and aligned with corporatism and globalism.
I hate to interrupt you, but because, you know, I've been the very first time I met you, I remember I said, hey, look, man, I hope you understand. Like, I used to give you so much crap when you were on YouTube doing Truth News. And the thing is, I used to say, I just hope that Russell realizes, because I think his heart is in the right place, that he thinks the government is going to be altruistic. But once you realize that they're not, and that's what I used to say, there was never any hatred or animosity, because you have to understand, I grew up in a socialist province in Quebec, where I had experienced it. But here's one thing I will say, because I know that you've talked about, you know, not only your faith, and Gerald and I have been watching this in a truer conversion I don't think we've seen in the public eye, even though I know you keep a lot of it private, and we've had private conversations. They will use this against you and be prepared. They will say, oh, really? Well, and they'll point to the hypocrisy. And it is true. Everyone is a hypocrite. But let me tell you what I believe is the primary difference. And tell me if you give this some credence. For example, I think pornography is bad. I would be lying if I said I've never seen porn. I would be lying if I said there's no sexual temptation. I think that imbibing too much alcohol is bad. I'd be lying if I say to you that I've never been drunk, right? The difference is the left, it's not that they're hypocritical, it's that they don't fear what they claim to fear, or they do actually fear what they claim is not a threat. So, for example, during COVID, Nancy Pelosi wasn't afraid of COVID. It's not that she was a hypocrite, it's that she actually went to have a blowout, which couldn't have possibly been worse, or Governor Whitmer, or you see it with Gavin Newsom. It's that they say, hey, look, we don't have a problem with migrants, yet every single time they go anywhere near the border, they have an entire security detail. So it's not, are people hypocritical? People can be hypocritical because they fall short of standards. People can also be hypocritical simply because they're lying and they don't believe in those standards at all. And I just say that because it's the first thing they'll throw at Christians, and it's true. Every single Christian is a hypocrite. Difference is, does someone believe it?
Yeah. That's some good analysis. What I suppose is like the significant change since coming to Christ, since surrendering to Christ, since being grabbed by the throat by Jesus Christ is that I no longer feel that I have to myself combine and align contradictory ideas. I'm living my life from a state of surrender, acceptance of my own limitations, and at my best, Stephen, I'm only communicating with an audience of one. I'm talking to Jesus. Sometimes that's because of difficulties with the streaming, and sometimes it's shadow banning on YouTube. But more generally, I'm talking to our Lord. I'm talking to our Lord when I'm failing as a husband, when I'm failing as a father, when I'm failing as a boss, when I'm failing as a content provider, when I'm not polite enough on the street, when I know that I experience temptation. But I've always been open and authentic, and I've always been guided by these ideas. But in surrendering to Him, everything makes sense now. And now it is my purpose to, as best I can, share my testimony, to live my mission and my ministry, and to celebrate the triune God, being understanding of people that don't see the world that way, because for a long time I didn't see the world that way. Right. And being patient and seeing how it's going to be relevant in these spaces, and seeing how I can still muck about, man, and have fun. Yeah. And so it's changed me pretty radically and pretty quickly, and it's changing me all the time.
Oh man, well that's great to hear, and I'm glad to hear you put it so authentically, because we unfortunately sometimes have people, they convert, and then right away it's, well, and by the way, and everything that I did was wrong, and now I'm going to do it this way, and they right away go to telling everyone else everything is wrong. Look, if people want to count up the sins, they can just watch this stream tonight. That's why I always, if it goes to theology, I say, well, bring up Gerald, because he's basically an actual choir boy. Not actually choir, but the point is, like, he's as Boy Scout as you get, whereas, come on, no one's going to take it from me. Let me ask you this, Russell, where's your gut telling you tonight? And we're just doing this, everyone. What's your prediction as far as how this turns out?
Well, my prediction is only based on listening to the predictions of people that know more than me. But it seems like a Trump victory followed by a period of tumult. But don't you still, in spite of your position, try and consume media that's, contrary? And are they confident? Are they falling apart? I can't tell.
Yeah, it's a little too early for them to tell, but I will tell you there's not the same confidence. There's less confidence tonight than they certainly even had in 2016, and that was one that was a shock to all of us. So it's a good point. We do have the leftist meltdown alert. We have an entire team back there looking at numbers and also watching their streams. I expect when we get to the swing states, that's when you're going to see things get pretty wild and woolly. And we have some real nerds working back here. And I mean that as a compliment, but real nerds and some granular data. And hey, Russell, I know you got a lot to do tonight. So where's the best place for people to find you and support you?
Find me on Rumble, the same as you. We're in the same place. We're working on this together. Get Rumble Premium if you don't got it already. And I mean, you don't need me to tell you that the Mug Club is a fantastic place to hang out. I'm on Rumble.
Oh, we just made the announcement tonight. Mug Club is Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium is Mug. So now Mug Club is being absorbed into Rumble Premium. So all those people are premium members. We just made that announcement tonight, where it's we've taken Mug Club as far as we can, and now Rumble Premium is going to be the overall network. Everything on Mug Club is now available to Rumble Premium subscribers. And tonight is the last night people can get the OG mug, because Rumble Premium, we know, is the future, a one-stop shop where people have tip jar fatigue. It's like they want to support creators, but we always envisioned a portal where they can support a multitude of creators and also get something that's of value, like ad-free. So we'll be under the same umbrella.
Keep me one of them mugs, will you?
Yes. I absolutely will. And I will for your wonderful Cuban-American assistance there, because I'm telling you, Russell, you're going to have to tell that one to go home, because she will work all night. I know. I have Cuban-Americans working back here. They never stop.
I'll just put on a Che Guevara t-shirt and chase her the hell out.
You're going to be dressed like Trudeau's dad. All right. Hey, Russell, thank you, brother. We'll talk with you soon. Have a great night.
Peace. Take care. See you guys.
Russell
Bye-bye.
Brand, everybody. And I changed shirts.
There we go. Yeah. Go to Crowder Shop right now. I love it. If you're going to call us trash, boom.
Although I guess Oscar the Grouch had every reason to be mad.
He did, but he's a little grouchy.
Have you ever, Dave Chappelle's been on that? Like, that's Oscar. He's grouchy. He's like, bitch, I live in a trash can.
How do you think you would feel? I got some more states to call.
Uh-oh.
And one of these states...
Please tell me it's out of the SEC.
It actually is.
I don't like,
I
the way the shirt
States.
fits. I feel like I'm wearing pajamas because it's new, and so
What is it, Delaware? Come on.
Let's do the brought to you by Noble Gold State Call.
All right. Well, let's first let people know we have a state call.
All right, so I'm going to list these off, and then guess what? Donald Trump commented on this one.
Okay.
So
wonderful.
North Dakota's 3 electoral votes, South Dakota's 3 electoral votes, and Wyoming's 3 electoral votes, all going for Donald Trump. And Texas, 40 electoral votes.
Really?
Here we go.
Texas.
I'm having a good time, having a good time. Texas staying rent with me tonight. Suck it, Austin. Gavin stood up from his seat. And Dan Crenshaw only has one eye. How do you lose it? I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me.
There's the map.
Brought to you by Noble Gold.
Yeah.
Go to crowdergold.com for your gold. Which, by the way, it's actually a good company where they don't screw you like a lot of gold companies out there. I've said too much.
I know.
Well, you're not saying too much. I had to talk to you about this, and you're like, look, man, I can't sleep at night. And I'm like, no. What if I find the right company? You're like, all right, if you find the right company, I'll be willing to talk about it.
Yes.
And we found the right company with Noble Gold. So go support
We
those
absolutely
guys.
have. And by the way, I'm not joking. I threw that gold coin, went behind the lazy boy.
We're going to forget about that.
Yeah, we have to find that
One
gold
day,
coin.
we're gonna-
What?
Oh,
I won't. It's worth a lot of money.
Yeah, we haven't forgot about it.
Oh, my gosh.
I guarantee you Sam hasn't.
My
God.
Wow. Yeah, so in about
That was anti-Semitic.
10 to 15 minutes, we have Catherine from True the Vote. She's going to come on. We're getting a bunch of reports right now, guys. If you're hearing anything about this, a bunch of reports of power outages in different places that you can speak to. We've already seen the one, I think, what was that, Pennsylvania? That we talked about.
We talked about in Cambria County.
Cambria County.
Yeah.
So apparently there are more of those happening right now. But also, I think I already called this, but there's some pretty good trends right now in North Carolina, pretty good trends. I'm looking to see really what's going on in Pennsylvania right now. Some of the early precinct votes, you're seeing Donald Trump, they're actually talking about it on CNN right now, up 106,000 votes in North Carolina. That has switched within the last half hour.
Well,
to
yeah, but again,
minutes.
without having, and you can I think punch
We
out a
can
little bit with
drill
the Reuters API data a little bit.
Click the North Carolina one on ours.
Click the North Carolina so we can bring it up for people.
That's an important one.
Yeah,
correct?
Go to North Carolina. Let's see. Okay, so hold on. Can we just look at
just hover right there? Oh, hover over the entire state.
Yeah, hover over you might need to punch out a little bit, guys, and hover over North Carolina, the entire state. Okay, so what do we have?
Yeah.
We have Donald Trump 51 to 46, and that's
He's up over 100,000 votes.
41% of the expected votes counted. So that could really go. That's way too early to tell.
It is, but so earlier in the night, I was watching that number it was actually in Harris's favor for just a little bit, and then it kind of flipped over to about 7,000 plus Donald Trump, and it's just continuing to climb. So
they haven't started
we're
to cheat
looking for trends here right now.
Are you still going to be a Debbie Downer?
I'm telling you what, I want to be as optimistic as you guys. I feel you're right as far as what we're saying. It seems like it's going to be a good night for Trump. All that horse shit. Here's the caveat. What, can I swear? What the fuck?
No, we're saying you're going to people going to swallow a gun.
I love you, Gerald, but kill yourself. That's the kind of compliment.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Listen. The point that they try to kill him twice is you can go to bed as positive as you want. This freaking thing ain't going to be over for 6 months. You guys laughed at me when I said Biden.
I'm not laughing at you.
No,
I hope you're wrong.
You all laughed at me when I said Biden is going to finish himself if he debates Trump. I was right about that.
We didn't laugh at you.
Well, you had to point it out the next time I came back. Gerald gave me props. But listen.
I gave you what?
You gave me props.
For what? What
you paranoid bastard. You smoke weed? You said we had to hand it to Nick. He was right about Biden in the debate.
You did say,
you said I feel the same way. Again, you got to remember, and it wasn't Iran, and it wasn't all that crap you heard. It was the deep state trying to whack this guy, which tells me they will stop at nothing. I want to believe you guys, and I do. Wow. I think this.
Well, we're not making any claims yet. We're just saying that there are a lot of positive trends.
No, absolutely, and I agree with. I just said I'm not going to personally. I won't go to bed. It could be a landslide.
We're not going to bed until we're calling this election. You know, I mean, you might take a nap, but we have a long way to go.
Oh God, I got cocaine.
I'm
all
already
over the
sounding
place.
like Harvey Firestein.
So I've got an update for us on Georgia. So
Really, we're so proud of you.
Again,
I just want to be loved. That's so wrong. Some masking tape and red hair guy.
Yeah. Join Rumble Premium.
Join Rumble Premium. You'll be glad you did.
God, matchmaker. Oh, Jesus.
That voice
I got
hurts
AIDS from
to
that
listen
commercial.
to. You just take them in small doses.
I love them.
So a Georgia update really quickly. So 68% of the vote is in, and all counties right now, except for, well, no, that one even does, has a move toward Republicans.
Can I
let me just tell you what this is really quickly.
Hold on, yeah.
All right. Dive into this.
I got a question.
So that first highlighted, mother...
I'm the one who was sick. What, is everyone drunk? All right.
That first highlighted column on the left vertically, right? You have blue at the top, and then you see red down here.
Yes.
That's the differential from 2020. The next one over to the right that's highlighted again, blue at the top and then red below.
Yeah.
That's the differential in 2024 in these different counties or these different areas, right? So you can look at what the areas are defined as on the far left. All of those are pushes towards Republicans, meaning that Republicans, Donald Trump is doing better in those areas than he did in 2020 relative to his opponent.
Can I
That
ask?
is fantastic news.
Yeah, so even in the leftist counties. Even
That's
in the
what I'm
liberal counties,
asking.
he's doing better than
So
his...
in the liberal
exactly.
county, so in the top one up there, right, you can pull that back up. Counties and metro areas of 1 million population or more. So there was a 15.2% spread towards Democrats there. It's only 12.1% right now.
Is Chatham
That's
County
very
on
good.
there? Do you see Chatham County?
Well, it's these are broken up not just by counties, but this is by size.
Okay.
Right. So it's not
All
just
right.
that. So there's
right.
moves. Again, we're always looking at trends right now, especially in places that matter more maybe than other places.
Yeah.
Obviously, everything matters, but we're looking for trends, especially early on. But I wanted to.
I would like to have them really look at the counties that have heavy Jewish populations, because I think that we're going to see Jewish and Hispanic populations, because that's been a question mark. We just saw it with what
Georgia?
was it? No, I'm saying we saw it in Florida with not only Miami-Dade, the other one that was Palm Beach. I can't remember which county it was, but if you guys can let me know, I'm willing to bet that's a reason for such a huge point, because Donald Trump had already made the gains he was going to make. Like, Florida was no longer a swing state. Why did it go that much more red tonight? So please, guys, that's really what I want you to dive into, because that will give us a pretty good idea. And if we look at that and cross-reference it with 800,000 Jewish voters in Pennsylvania, may give us a good idea as to the movement.
Right.
So please, guys, if you guys can look into that.
Sucks at counting votes, man. There's only 16% of the vote in so far. Trump is closing the gap, which was expected, right? So we have to wait just a little bit longer on that, because
they suck at it intentionally.
You know what? You might be right on that. It's 154 electoral votes right now for Trump, 27 for Kamala Harris. So we'll keep you updated there. I've got another update. Virginia, 50% of the vote in. Trump is leading by 0.7% in Virginia right now.
But that may not matter at all if they're not bringing in Fairfax, if they're not bringing in...
Of course. But it's just one of those things we're updating you. We can get you an idea of where they've reported right now. Also, North Carolina, 41% of the vote in. Trump is leading by 5 points in North Carolina right now. So again, trends.
These are just trends. We're just giving you in other words, we're giving you the numbers that they are giving you right now. This is what you would get on, let's bring up CNN really quickly. Yeah. This is what they will give you on CNN. They're not going to give you anything super granular as to why the change. The contrast, the context of 2020 is what matters. Right now, they're just kind of saying, we got this vote, this is coming in, we got this vote. If they see any trends they don't want to let you know. But I also think that Russell Brand made a very good point. If we have any leftist meltdowns or we have any coverage of those in the left and what they are seeing tonight and what they are feeling, because it would be interesting to see how confident they are. But before that, we do have him on retainer, and so we are going to need to check in with our on-the-ground correspondent. Dear God, I hope this goes well. We have Thomas Finnegan. All right, Finnegan, what are you seeing out there on this historic night?
Hi, Stephen.
Hi. Where are you? It looks quiet.
I wanted to tackle a few states at the same time, so I'm in the Northwest.
Do you mean like Oregon?
No.
Do you mean like, well, you're in the actual Northwest, as in like the Northwest Territories in Canada?
I figured it would give me a good overview of what's going on down below.
Okay, listen up. I have a mission for you, Finnegan. Get to Pennsylvania, the state in America. On your mark, get set, go. Do something useful. Go. Go. All right.
It's always that awkward.
He didn't know which way to go. You told him
he
to
didn't
go.
know which way to go.
He wanted to obey the command and go, but he just didn't know where to go.
Right.
That's important.
I thought you were about to give me an update. So
I live in Chatham County, where Savannah is, but Savannah is a small city. You know?
Riveting.
No.
Wait, I thought. Wait, hold on. Is you asking? Wait,
this fucking
everyone,
Mulcahy
the war
really
is out there.
This fucking father
you know what?
Mulcahy's
I don't
real-
like the angst here
What a
because look, this is the most watched stream in the world, and you know what? We got to keep this positive. So let's all look at CNN and let's hate them.
Okay.
The fight's out there.
The fight's out there, man.
These dopes are saying.
Donald Trump takes those two. The vice president of the United States needs to win that. That's what makes the math interesting.
Really?
She needs that 19 votes right there.
She needs those votes right there.
This guy's been lying for years.
She needs Pennsylvania. P.S. I'm shaped like a pear.
If you've been working at CNN for 25 years, you're a...
All right, John King and CNN.
I met him once. I was doing HLN.
Oh,
That's when
riveting.
Dr. Drew was on HLN. You know, back then he was, and he walked out of the green room. He goes, "Oh, Steven Crowder." And I remember I didn't say, "Oh, John King," not because I didn't recognize him, but I'd never seen. You know, like in the movie.
Is he huge?
Well, yeah, you know in the movie Grease when Danny Zuko goes like this.
Told me this.
That's John King. It's like, wah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody else told me that.
He's shaped like baby geniuses.
Yeah. Like a fucking pear.
It's really like, it's bizarre. I mean, I don't know if it's a Bosk or a Bartlett, but the one that has the really wide end.
He's banging Dana Bash.
What?
Yeah, I think they're married.
He what?
He's bashing Dana Bash.
Oh, no.
Do you think when they role play? Do you think when they role play, he goes, "I don't want to hurt you. I'm just gonna bash your brains in."
Yeah, I'm 99% sure he's married to Dana Bash.
No, he's not.
No. I mean, I don't know. I don't care.
99%?
And by the way, it's Dana Bash.
That's right. It's Dana Bash because she wants to be
She has
self-important.
a penis. Maybe.
Nick just zagged on me. He corrects her name appropriately, and I'm like, all right, he's got a conscience. And
I
he's
did.
Like,
I gave you the dead leg.
All right, since I know that we're going to have a little bit of time here before the next states are going to be called. And by the way, please, everyone you're watching, share. If you're on X, share. You're on YouTube, share. You're on Rumble,
Yes.
share. Hit like.
Sonny?
Do we have, is it still
Share.
DDoS attack, the electionintegritymap.com?
it is,
Okay,
yeah.
so it's been under attack, but we have all of this that we are providing to you here live. So if you want that data, I guess you have to tune in until we make it available. And of course, you can still report at lwctips@protonmail.com because we do have our boots on the ground right now. I'm checking everything out. And look, it's always slow going when it starts. And then when it gets wild and woolly, they're going to be calling some states. They're going to be trying to push you one way. And we're going to say, not on my watch. I don't have a watch.
Not on my watch.
Not on my watch, I said. But, what?
I did pull up Chatham County because Nick kept bringing it up if we want to see it. It's on
really?
the main map.
How many things have I asked you for?
I'm afraid to look at this.
and you hadn't brought it up, not once?
Nick, yeah, I know, because Nick hits people.
Yeah, that's right.
All right.
What do you mean?
What did you bring up? Chatham County?
It's on the map next to
Okay,
you.
it's on the map. So we have Chatham County, Georgia.
It's a lot of colleges, so it's
Kamala
very
Harris
blue.
has only 6% of the expected votes counted, and Kamala Harris has 73% of the votes. So it's kind of insignificant at this point.
All right.
Only 6% counted.
I got in a fight with an old man when I was voting last week.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm
Fucking
surprised.
yelled at me on the way in for no reason.
Really?
Yeah.
No reason?
I mean, Colin Quinn. Sound like Colin Quinn and every one of my friends.
Nick,
I
there
walk
probably
in.
was maybe some reason.
I walk in, I get a phone in my hand, and the old guy goes, "Hey, your phone." And I said, "What?" I didn't know if he said, "Put your phone away" or "keep it in your hand." So I got closer to him because I couldn't understand him. And he goes, "You get an ID?" And I go, "Yeah." I start to take it out. He goes, "Not for me, in there."
So I'm just.
I'm not exaggerating. This was his tone. So I go, "Jesus, okay."
The part that Nick didn't tell you is he invaded his personal space and there was a picture of his balls.
No. How you doing, Colin? So I voted and I was fuming. So I went out. You can't go back out the way you came in. So I went around the building.
Yeah.
And I came back in, and he's so old he didn't recognize me. He goes, "Come on in." I go, "Kiss my asshole, man." A bunch of black people behind me laughing their balls off. Outside, they heard me go, "Kiss my ass."
They would find that funny.
So apparently, they were laughing their balls off. And my wife, who voted like an hour after me, we usually go together, but she had something to do. She comes home, I go, "Did you get yelled at?" Yeah, she goes, "The old guy yelled at me too." So it wasn't just me.
Just picturing both of you. Oh, guy yelled at me. Yeah, yelled at me.
I took my license out. He goes, "Not for me."
Speaking of which, speaking of yelling, it's actually no. We've been putting this off. It's time for tonight's first 7 + 1.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, it's time for tonight's first Tool Man. And everyone, you have your sheets there. It's things that Trump will do on day one of his presidency. It's time for tonight's 7 + 1.
Oh God, I'm blind.
That's not.
You forgot Stefan in the chamber.
Oh, right. They always forget the one in the chamber. This is 7 plus 1 things Donald Trump is going to do on day 1 of his presidency. Number 7, Gerald Morgan.
All right. He's going to convert the White House kitchen to a McDonald's.
Oh.
That's pretty good.
That's actually not bad. That would be fun.
Work there.
Terrific.
Yeah. She's not allowed back there.
Number 6 is he'll get a new White House dog and call the bitch Pelosi.
That's the correct use of the word. Good job.
That's what he'll do. 7 plus 1 things Donald Trump will do day 1 of his presidency. Number 5, Nick DiPaolo.
Replace the bust of MLK with the bust of Stormy Daniels.
Hey!
Come on.
Look!
Yes.
For all her faults,
I was hoping you'd do a
it's
visual.
the one that's blameless.
Why was she black?
Number 4 is bronze.
Oh.
Number 4.
He's in a fire.
Number 4. Add bum fights to PBS programming. Like,
well,
I guess
they
he
gotta
can
find
do that
somewhere.
The stroke of a pen. Love bun fights.
Hey, that'll get funding.
Number 3, Gerald Morgan.
Signs executive order that Biden can host his mall walking group in the White House.
Well, that's charitable.
Yeah.
How many push-ups you want to do here, pal?
Only from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., sir.
And then the entire time he walks by, he's like, I want to smack his ass.
I used to sit in that office. Yeah, sure you did.
Such a weird insult. Sorry, Mr. Former President, that you want to smack men's asses. Number 2, post Biden's Corvette on Facebook Marketplace. Well, that seems like payback. That could seem a little bit spiteful. And the number 1 thing Donald Trump will do on the first day of his presidency, Nick DiPaolo.
Bug bomb.
What? Oh, Toolman was like, hey. Just remember, Toolman, there's the plus 1 thing he will do, actually, is deport E. Jean Carroll. Oh, but wait, and Ricochet 1, and euthanize her vagina. Ricochet 2, her pussy. I meant the cat. That's been this week 7 plus 1. There's more.
You forgot Stefan in the chamber.
I almost pulled a Biden. I was going to go bug bomb Photoshop.
Just keep reading.
That's what I almost did.
We do have Catherine from Truth or Vote to give us an update, like I said, about the power outages, if you want to go to her.
How tall is she and what does she weigh?
Okay. And I literally am getting like a pain in my, so I'm going to need a break just because I'm getting the cramping.
You know what? You've done a good job so far. We'll let you have a break after this.
After this.
Take a Midol, for Christ's sake.
Do you think you can make it through this?
Yeah, I'm sure I can make it through this. I just, okay.
Nobody's going to know if you crap your pants. These mics aren't that
Careful
sensitive.
what you wish for. You will. And there's something that happens when it hits cotton. It's not like a normal evacuation. I don't know what it is, but
a totally different deal.
That's
right where the gold coin went.
Exactly, right where the gold coin went. All right.
All aimed at
mustard
me.
gas.
So we have, who is it who we have? We have
Catherine from True the Vote.
Catherine from True the Vote. There's an update with what's going on in Pennsylvania.
Well, maybe other places too. So let's see what she has to say.
Let's bring on I'll call her Miss True the Vote.
Okay.
Miss Catherine True the Vote. Miss Catherine, because I'm going to get you, I always get the last name, Catherine Engelbrecht. Do I have that right? Engelbrecht? I want to make sure I have the name right.
Yeah, the echt on the end. That's it.
Okay. Because I don't want to be the person who gets it wrong. Catherine, thank you for being with us. Of course, you are here on behalf of True the Vote. You guys are doing great work. And keep in mind, I'm in a little bit of a silo here, but Gerald was going, we have an update. We have to bring So I'm going in blind. What is it that's going on here right now?
Well, I think overall, we talked about electric outages, which have sort of resolved themselves over the course of the evening as the polls stayed open later. But midday, we saw power outages in Pennsylvania and Ohio and Nevada and Texas. And that was a little curious. We'll look into that deeper tomorrow. But everybody got back online, and that plus bomb threats led to extended hours at the polls. And still people standing in line. We just got a report from a group out in New Jersey that, the state's already been called, but they were in line when their polls closed at 8:00, and they are projecting still 4 more hours in line, over 1,000 people in line.
Oh, wow.
So, it's a curious night in that respect, that people are staying and just, they want to have their vote count. But on balance, I'll say that, we had the power outages. We had machine failures. We had a lot of, concerns about non-citizen voting. We were hearing that coming in from election workers and their limited capacity to do anything about that. All of this we're going to have to take up, in the days ahead. But, I think that the headline is that we saw massive turnout and we made it through.
Well, we've made it through thus far. It's just one of those things where you can never know how much has happened with those outages and how many people, people work. People have plans. People have to get babysitters. And so for that to happen in the most secure, mind you, the most fair election of our lifetime. Sorry, that was the last one. But now this one, it's a tough pill to swallow, I think, for a lot of people. So, all right. And is there anything else that you're seeing there on the ground as far as good news there in, I believe, in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I mean, good news is just the massive turnout, clearly of voters, but also of election workers and volunteers. I mean, at True the Vote, I've been around for a good long while. We have never seen the level of enthusiasm and engagement that we've seen this cycle. And it's just also people knowing what to look for, which has been very helpful in resolving things that, can be easily resolved. But if you don't know what you're seeing, it can also spin up and out of control. So I think just, we've gotten a lot older and wiser since 2020, and it bodes well for election integrity. Lots of problems, not going to sugarcoat it, but it's better than 2020 by a long shot.
Well, thank you so much. We appreciate the work that you are doing, and we obviously will be checking in all night if there's something else that happens, an update. True the Vote, and where's the best place for people to go and keep an eye on what it is that you're doing?
TrueTheVote.org is our website, but we've been posting on social platforms at True the Vote with things that are coming in, and people can continue to catch up with updates there throughout the night.
Okay. Thank you so much, Catherine. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you. This has been Catherine of True the Vote, ladies and gentlemen.
Did she say Jersey was called?
Did she just say that New Jersey was called?
Yeah.
I think so.
I know I heard that.
I don't know.
I don't know because I feel as though I'm about to give birth to a Ridley Scott character. So it's just something.
We've got the we can take a break, get the truth.
Well, yeah, but wait, get the truth? What do you mean get the truth? What do you mean get the truth? What the hell are you talking about?
Get the social thing. What
do
you mean? What do you mean? What
the truth social?
about?
Yeah, the truth social. Yeah, okay, fine. But was Jersey called?
That's what she said.
Not officially. It doesn't. We're looking at the map right now. It's not officially called.
Can we look over New Jersey right now and let's see how many votes are coming in?
Did anybody else hear that?
No, I heard it too, and I was actually kind of surprised.
Bring it over New Jersey. So 49% of the vote, expected votes counted, and it's 50. So it's a 10-point spread for Kamala Harris right now. And I don't really know if we look into the. Can you click in, zoom in a little bit on Jersey? Let's see if we're looking at Trenton. Can you go over Trenton? Let's see, that's 45% of the expected votes counted, okay. And then go to Newark. Newark, that's 60% of the votes counted, okay. Then go to, I don't have the name of the county, but that deep red county right there.
Ocean, yeah.
69% of Ocean County. Let's look at those.
Monmouth is right above it.
Yep, right above it. Yep. 81%. Let's look at those other two red counties right up there.
Sussex, yeah.
Yeah, 37, and the one above it. One below it, 51. So we're still looking at, I mean, it's still pretty, that's actually a pretty good idea of what New Jersey is looking like. It probably will look at something like a 10-point spread.
Yeah,
because
probably.
They've counted quite a substantial amount from the red counties and from the blue counties. Wouldn't be surprised to see it oscillate, a few points. But that's interesting. Let's say that Jersey is a 10-point spread or an 8-point spread. I don't know what that puts us as far as historically with Jersey.
Right. Now, how Biden performed in 2020.
Yeah, how Biden performed in 2020. So I do know, look, I'm going to be back probably in a different shirt because it's been 3.5 hours.
No, you changed shirts already.
I know I changed shirts, but
you change again?
Yeah, I'm going to change shirts again.
Okay.
Because I'm sweating.
Let's do it.
And we do have, hold on, so let me make sure I got this right. Oh, that's right. Truth Social is also a sponsor here tonight where they're getting the word out. Truth Social, we've been using Truth Social for a long time. It's an alternative. So we do have a Truth Social spot and a brief commercial, and then we will all be back here with some updates for you. Don't go anywhere. Let everyone know that we're going to be doing this more than all night.
Truth Social, a free speech platform designed to avoid big tech censorship. Make your voice heard. Join the movement. Join Truth Social.
Dear Truth Social, today I wrote a limerick about Chuck Schumer. Old Chuck, it goes like this. There once was a man named Chuck. He didn't have much luck. He tried to erase me. His fat, ugly cousin tried to date me. But Amy is not the kind of girl that I'd
What is going on, everyone? Hopefully you are enjoying the election night live stream. For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Mike. I run the Mr. Guns and Gear channel across all social medias and of course here on Mug Club as well. We do one video every week dedicated specifically only for the Mug Club audience. We also do a Q&A session every week as well at the end of that video. If you guys have never seen my content, I generally speaking focus on either firearms reviews, tutorials on how to use guns better, things like that. We also delve into some politics, not as much as Steven and the other folks here on Mug Club, but if it's Second Amendment related or just generally civil rights related, we will tackle that as well. So again, if you guys are watching the live stream here, enjoying it, and you haven't seen my show, definitely check it out here on Mug Club and elsewhere.
The bad boy of radio is still here.
Why are you eating for breakfast Raisin Bran?
On Sirius XM since 2006. That's 18 years. Oh, yeah.
I'm not even going to tell you how old I am. I know you think I'm 30.
Bringing a new edge to your morning drive behind a paywall.
What is going on? This is insanity.
Same network, new Stern. Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern, only on Sirius XM Howard 100.
Can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been.
I can't stop the things I see, the things she does.
You make laugh.
Don't seem real.
Yeah, girl, I'm out here in these streets.
Grab my phone just to hear. Calling donors, drinking beer. I wish you would disappear. I can smell bullshit from here. The bitch is cringy like no one else. This bitch is cringy, but I can't help myself. Can't wait till election's through. I'll be president, all thanks to you. This bitch is cringy like no one else. This bitch is cringy, and I think she needs help.
And barbecue sauce. Do not come. Space is exciting. Do not come.
This chick bakes me witch and grown. Tell this broad, put down the phone.
We did it, Joe.
This bitch is cringy like no one else. This bitch is cringy. She needs professional help.
Good afternoon. I'm the President's press secretary. How are you all? You look miserable. I've seen happier faces in the waiting room at Sloan Kettering.
Why is the president calling Black
Look at
Lives...
these. Got these at iWorld.
Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate?
Calling Black Lives Matter a symbol of hate. Well, why are you guys calling the Confederate flag a symbol of hate? My wife has that tattooed on her ass. That's why I married her. And let me tell you something. The Klan's mission, not the transmission, the Klan's mission was not to overthrow the American government. It was Black Lives Matter. It's right in the mission statement to this day. So it's a sign of hate. There's no doubt about it. And you don't have to watch an NBA game to feel that way.
Colton, are you watching that louder with Crowder again? Damn it, there it is, Josephine. You just made me miss the damn punchline. I can't even have any time to myself. All I want is 45 minutes every damn day to be informed on the issues of the day while watching it in the package that keeps me entertained, but you have to ruin it because you want to watch your wife swap. Calm down. Why you gotta be so mean? Mean? Don't I work all day for you, woman? I provide, don't I? I bought you that damn couch. You didn't buy that. You found it. Whatever happened to the fucking thought that counts? You know what? Thanks to the app, I can watch Auto Car wherever I want. I'm gonna go be educating my truck.
I'm sorry, are you objecting to your client? The objection is sustained. He doesn't have to answer it. Right. I believe it was a real shooting, but he wasn't part of a government mind drop.
Josephine, what the f*** get into the router?
All right, we're back. That clip is just reminding me of growing up in Missouri, which I don't think yet has been called. We've still got an incredible break going on here. Guys are working around the clock trying to get things done. You know, we've been under the DDoS attack with the election integrity map, but so glad to be here. Bill Richmond, the half-Asian lawyer. We've got Nick is trying to get some food down because he's the only one who's willing to stay in here and keep working besides the three guys.
No, I was scarfing my sandwich while trying to explain. Yeah, sit in the chair, Bill.
Man, dude, you definitely dunked that like Kamala and Willie Brown. I mean, that was, dude, excellent.
Man.
So what do we got going on here? What kind of blathering we got going on CNN right now?
Out of that breakdown, the at least 419,000, there are overall 96,000 day of votes in Gwinnett, 322,000 early votes. So if you look at the numbers here, the rough estimate of
we've been seeing some craziness on the election integrity map with Georgia. We've not yet seen it in some of the counties that are still going on, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what we've got happening.
Craziness like how? Like,
just various reports, right? Because we're seeing folks who are seeing kind of anomalies, right? And sometimes it's, hey, I moved to a new county or I'm in a new state and I'm voting there for the first time. And they're really unsure about what's happening.
Wasn't there a call to action from some UK organization to fly people over into swing states?
Yes, there was.
So that did happen. I didn't dream that. Okay.
It did, absolutely. So, Gerald.
I'm having some, nostalgia moments here, Bill.
I know.
You and I used to spar quite a bit. Nick, you think
it was a good time. I loved everything about Gerald B. Gerald A.
One of the Geralds.
Okay. How many Gerald iterations are there?
Well, I've killed some of the other ones, so I don't know at this point. I think
it reminds me of my favorite Jet Li movie, just traveling the timelines.
Continuum, yes.
So
I'm just waiting for the Constantine reference. That's probably,
I was thinking gay Highlander, but
absolutely no. I heard people always let me know as soon as there's a rumor about Constantine 2, they're like, Bill, hey, Constantine 2, it's happening.
You don't have any sense of taste in movies, but that's okay. And nonetheless, I do believe that the Constantine franchise should come back, but people are not here for that.
They are not.
Though they should be. So we're still keeping an eye on this. So what we're looking for right now, and I know we have, I think we're going to call, we're going to do some stuff in a minute probably on states.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say it like that. So we're looking at trends right now in these places that people care a lot about. Again, there are states that everybody cares about, every single state, got it, right? But there's states that we've identified as kind of bellwethers looking for trends. Georgia right now is trending well. North Carolina is trending well. We're trying to get some data together on Pennsylvania because everybody's been talking about this. And obviously CNN came on just a minute ago and they were saying, look, obviously Pennsylvania this is all going to come down to this. Like it was a newsflash moment to them. Like that was like, oh my gosh, it's Pennsylvania. Who knew? You know what you could have done to lock up Pennsylvania? Pick the Jewish governor as your vice president.
They're not into the Jews. They're not into them.
These Jews.
I thought they were going to say South Dakota, right? They said Pennsylvania.
And you thought they were going to go to South Dakota.
No, we thought that they were going to say some other state matter.
Yeah.
Right? We all know Pennsylvania is important.
And it's like Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Really? I didn't know that.
Surprisingly, just this election.
Yeah.
That's the only one.
Yeah, so they're looking for some data on that.
You're taking our jobs?
Hey, my kids are part Mexican, so they tried to get the job. I told them it's past their bedtime.
Sorry, I didn't
No, get in here.
No. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, I'm gonna come hang out with Nick.
That way you can grab your dinner. Josh will come in.
There you go.
We can't both be eating dinner. Everyone.
He said, "Get the fuck out, Nick."
Nick goes, what'd you say?
I'm saying, you want to bring in Josh,
chill,
you
is what he said.
can chill for a little bit.
Yeah, have a bite.
I came in, I didn't realize you were pet. He thought I saw Dave Lando outside.
It's like a bee's nest out there, man.
Boo.
Come back in whenever you want. We'll bring in. We have Lane. And we have some major updates. Sorry, my fever's creeping back up a little bit.
Is it?
Just a little. Tinnitus is a sound. Is a sign when I get the.
Oh no,
that's gotta be annoying.
What did I miss? Oh, there we got Josh Firestein.
Josh making an appearance. How are you, sir?
gone?
Yeah.
No.
What?
Just Joe.
Want to make sure that I got.
My new stepdad, I hope.
All right. What did I miss? Sorry, everybody. I also changed shirts.
We have some.
I was
states,
sweating
believe.
quite a bit.
It's a part of it.
It's one of those days.
Sorry, buddy.
No, I'm glad to be here. It's a great night. I'm not going to let something like a little flesh-eating virus,
like a volcano coming out of your posterior, keep you from the chair. Got it.
He said posterior. I thought he was going to say the P word.
I thought so. Too.
That's what it sounded like.
It was close. He was going the hard P.
Yeah, because he has a mouth on him.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Gerald's always going off cursing. He's the reason we have the dump button in the first place.
Right.
Okay, well.
Actually, you know what? That part's not even a joke.
That's part of it.
I know.
Quoted the CDC.
I know.
Yeah, anytime I quote CDC, it's like, boo!
I was going to say the number of legal hours expended over Gerald's expulsion.
And by the way, for people out there, this is also to put some conspiracy, because people are like, I haven't seen a half Asian Bill. He must not work there. No, he actually has like a full-time job. He runs a firm. And
allegedly,
though
yes.
I have been seeing some of your stand. Have you been? How many stand-up sets did you want to do this
Okay,
year?
so my goal was to just do stand-up this year, and then in March I started doing it. So I've done now 74 sets, and then started a legal comedy podcast, Hardly Legal. So you can go to hardlylegal.com, submit calls, we answer questions. It's a good time.
Nobody said you could plug your podcast.
No. I'm plugging it because people, half the calls we get are about Gerald. They're sexual harassment calls about Gerald. Yeah.
And it's all guys.
Yeah.
That's the weird part.
They do identify as guys. That's true.
Yeah, usually they don't report, but it's so egregious.
I know.
We immediately hang up. We're like, no, Gerald's safe.
Don't you love how we bring in Josh and he doesn't have the look of death on his face like we're starting to get?
No, I like.
He looks fresh-faced.
Well, yeah.
Looks fresh-faced.
Cough on him.
I made a couple bets that I ended up selling and making some money on them already.
Why are you doing your De Niro face?
I don't know.
You can't bet on. You can't bet on our stream being removed.
Are you?
Which, by the way, you guys can go check. Let's. Can we check that in with the Polymarket, the betting odds on this show being taken down from YouTube? Let's check in right now. The Polymarket check-in to see. I know Noodles has to bring it up, so I have to kill some time. Dun, dun, dun. Let's check in. And the bets are what? Oh, 26% chance that this show gets removed.
Numbers are moving. That's fine. Hey, you know what? While we're here,
that's a better chance than Kamala has of winning right now on the same.
I was gonna say, can we check and see what her odds are right now for the overall? That's not the same.
Golly!
Wow!
11%. Whoa! So it's almost a dead heat. The chances, the likelihood of this show being banned from YouTube, or Kamala winning the presidency. Those are rookie numbers. We got to pump those up.
You think she's
We need to overlay those graphs. I just want to track them over the night.
Yeah.
You think she's doing a jigsaw puzzle with her niece right now? Yeah. 270 to lose.
Yes. I was doing it, and then I was talking with my pastor. He's Hindi. What? Your pastor? What are you talking about? You were raised Hindi in Westmount, bitch.
You want to do some state calls?
Well, you do have some state calls, and then I don't know if Lane the Brain is going to come in here or what, but he did have some updates. So Lane the Brain, you guys let us know if Lane was coming in on Red Chair. You guys were asking for him.
Either way.
All right, so it's time for some state calls. And then I'm going to eat this pre-digested sweet potato meal.
Pre-digested? Regurgitated, Robin-eaten sweet potatoes?
Yeah, I do have someone out there. Don't you read the New York Post? I have someone
yeah. I've been asked if I prepare your potatoes.
That's right, my sweet potatoes.
And I said I do. I do it willingly.
Yes, you do.
Mama bird you willingly. Yeah.
Yes, he does. He hits the open button on the electric can opener that I have.
And I don't forget the chives.
Nope, no, you do not.
Nothing I thought could be worse than a vision of Kamala's America, but that is.
Yes, it is.
That is worse.
Well, believe me, you just need to spend more time in the office. You will see a lot worse on a daily basis.
I have to interject just real quick. The Polymarket took a moment to refresh. It's much, much worse.
Oh, wow.
Oh, there's a greater chance of this show being removed from YouTube.
Wow.
Nick's back.
Nick's back. Okay. All right. I'm going to get back to the legal cave. I'm going back to the legal cave. We have a legal cave.
All right. Let's bring. Okay. Thank you, Half Asian Lawyer. But did we have a stinger for Half Asian Lawyer Bill Richmond or no?
No, I didn't.
All right. Let's bring Nick. Nick, come on back in. It's your show.
I thought Nick was going to.
Wanted you to be able to take a break because this is going to go for a long time. But you missed it, Nick.
I look like I'm not in shape.
We have a better chance. We have a better chance. Right now, this show has a higher likelihood of being removed from YouTube than Kamala does on Polymarket of being president. She dropped down to 23%.
Yeah.
23% that she could win the presidency, and we're at 26% that this show gets removed.
My fault.
No, it's not your fault.
Well, maybe a little.
I mean, it's all of our fault. Look, it's everyone's fault. The fight's out there.
Well, some of it's in here.
Some of it's in here, but that's what makes us better. Iron sharpens iron.
Yes. And we understand conflict equal entertainment.
We do have some state calls to make. Gerald, which state calls?
You've actually. Do you want to call them?
Let me
where do I have
guess.
right oh, okay. All right. Let me call this one.
They already did that one.
All right. This is the one where you. Oh my gosh, he must be really upset tonight. I know he's really upset about this first one. That's going to Donald Trump with 8 electoral votes.
I'm all disappointed in my home state. James the Raging Cajun, James Carville. I'm from the land of no deveined shrimp.
Oh no!
The best part.
The best part.
Take it out the vein. That's what the flavor is. And now that's why Louisiana voting for Trump.
Hell yeah!
That's
Throwing
right.
beats for
Hit
Trump.
the eagle. Bitter kid, call yourself a sound man. I know sound. Back in the day when I had sound man, they were talking to tin cans and a wire.
It's better than the internet.
Smartest mind in politics right here.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And over there in Louisiana, we don't wet the sponge.
Well, you should.
It was right.
Wet the sponge.
And then we do have to make an unfortunate call, but it's only 4 electoral votes. Rhode Island is officially going to Kamala Harris.
Yeah, because that's a wart on the ass of Massachusetts.
Yes. Hey, that's a state?
Yeah.
I thought that was a county or something.
Yeah, they'll absorb it.
I think it's a territory. And then 28 electoral votes, so this will go on the map. But do not be depressed at this point. We knew this was going to happen unless you were Vivek, who will be on the show later. New York is officially going to Kamala Harris.
I still
right
think
now.
they're cheating.
That's what's the?
Oh, I forgot. We do have Donald Trump calling. Well, that one's close.
I'm having a good time, having a good time. New York's still a commie tonight. What a shocker. Oh, imagine my surprise. In case you didn't know, I was just lying. Called sarcasm. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me.
And by the way, yes, your Mug Club membership supported 20 plus states being called by Donald Trump, both for a win and for a loss. So we'll have on a Scrapyard show the ones that don't make air.
Well, that'll be one more that we can actually call since we're here. Illinois for Kamala Harris. 19 electoral votes.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot.
I'm having a good time, having a good time. Illinois still corrupt tonight. Who'd have thunk it? Adam Kinzinger, Zucks P. He'll shoot another reporter tonight. He'll probably deserve it. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me.
I feel like we should mute us on those, by the way, going forward.
A little.
I hate to see him go.
Yeah.
That'll be funny 1,000 years from now.
He's going to go. He's going to go.
That's time capsule shit.
Do we have the number? And I don't know if we want to bring in Lane the Brain because maybe he had some insight on these. I know you guys were asking for.
He's in the chair out there. I don't know if he's afraid of you or.
We got him.
All right. Well, let's go check in with people at work, Lane. And by the way, can someone just punch him a little, make him look a little bit rougher? Because he makes all of us look bad.
I know. I just buttoned my shirt.
Okay. It doesn't apply to you, Nick, with your sun-kissed Sicilian skin, obviously.
Obviously,
but
man.
Look at this. I'm looking like a
Grease don't crack, burn.
I'm looking like a catcher's mitt on Imodium. Let's go, people at work.
You look like him.
All right. Lane. Guys, when I said we should be allied and no conflict, I didn't mean to be so chummy. Let's go to...
I was doing a flute thing.
Lane the Brain. Yeah, so is Zamfir. You know Zamfir, he does bear sounds with his pan flute.
You know one of my favorite references, Zamfir.
Well, I went to school with his son.
Oh, Lord.
No, you didn't.
I absolutely went to school with his son. Yeah,
One
I
of
did.
my first signature joke. That was
Was about Zamfir? We'll bring up some Zamfir afterwards during a commercial break. It's unbelievable work with the pan flute. He does like bear sound. He'd be like...
You went to school with his son.
I did go to school with his son. Really sharp kid. The best drummer in all of the Montreal area. All right.
Yeah,
Lane.
we all know how Montreal, they have a lot of rhythm people up there.
Yes, they do. They do.
Jacques
French Canadians.
Lamont. All right.
They are the equivalent of our brothers. Lane, help us.
Thanks,
Yeah, so there's two states that we really want to look at right now that are really interesting.
Okay.
North Carolina and Virginia. So we have data dumps on both of them, and in the North Carolina one, we saw in the last dump, Trump got 50.8% of the vote, which means he only needs 48.6 of the outstanding vote. Now the interesting thing is, Decision Desk HQ seems to have already called North Carolina in favor of Donald Trump. They've given him the state.
Okay.
Yes. But that's kind of why we wanted to do what we're doing, is so we don't jump to any conclusions. So we are actually going to wait to see some more votes come in, but that's trending towards him. And on the other side, Decision Desk HQ has called Virginia for Kamala Harris.
Okay.
So according to the information we have on Virginia, he would need 51.2% of the remaining vote to win, which seems like it's still possible. So we want to wait on both of those, but we did just want to let you know that both those states have been called by other outlets, but they're still very close.
Do we know which percentage of the vote in Virginia has come in, for example, like Fairfax, you know, the areas like Arlington versus areas? Because Virginia, there's pretty much that area that borders D.C. and the rest of the state. So that would tell us why it might be more prudent to wait.
Right. So there's about 60.3% of the total vote that's in. And I know we just checked in Loudoun County is the one we've been watching because it's right there by D.C. And Loudoun was just, I think they were 54% the last time we saw, maybe reaching towards 60 now. But still, there is a substantial amount of vote to come in all of those locations. Okay. So, you know, and Trump has been trending very positively in a place like Loudoun, where he's 10 points up on where he was in 2020.
That's important data for people to know because it's you know, Kamala Harris right now is 56% of the votes there in Loudoun County to 40% of Donald Trump. But like you're saying, he's performing significantly better than he did in 2020.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think Biden had 26-point win in Loudoun County last time.
Okay, so 10 points more, and we can bring that up. We'll give people access to the overlays. And again, there's a lot that says 95% of the votes right now. 95% of Loudoun County has been counted.
Okay, we would have just had another dump in the last few seconds then.
Can we find a
Okay, so 95% of Loudoun County has been tallied up, and there's only a 16-point lead for Kamala as opposed to a 25-plus point lead. Where are we waiting for most of the votes then at that point? I would imagine we're waiting from, are they heavily blue counties, or are there some red counties that still, and of course, there'll be more rural in Virginia. Virginia has kind of an urban area, again, that borders D.C., and then a lot of it is very rural.
Right. It seems to be a mix of both. It seems like the counties are reporting at a similar rate right now. And with it being so close, that's just why we don't want to make any presumptuous calls, because a few votes break one way or the other. This isn't to say Decision Desk HQ is wrong, but we don't want to pull a 2020 Arizona, if anybody gets my drift there.
Yes, I do understand your drift. Brett Baer really screwed the pooch. And I think what we said was with Virginia, right, the total vote, which we won't have for a while, if it's anywhere even close, meaning if it's anything less than, I think we said between 5 and 7%, if it's anywhere 5 or close to it, that would be a significant trend that would let people know, ooh, okay, this thing is heating up quite a bit.
Correct. Like we were saying at the beginning of the night, if he won Virginia, that would have been an indication of a landslide. But if he's anywhere close to Virginia within a couple points, that's really bad news for the Democrats nationwide.
And we won't know that for a little while. So even if they call the state, we won't know how close it's going to be. But that is one of the states that should be mostly tallied up by the end of the night, right?
Yes, it should be, and it looks like North Carolina is trending that direction too. Hopefully, we can give you our calls on both those states in a short while.
Okay, all right, and get me those numbers on the Jews and the Hispanics in Miami-Dade.
So we have a quick update. We don't actually have exit polling from Jews. We do have some from Latinos that we're working on right now.
Okay, great. Well, I didn't know if there was like a percentage from the census that we could find as far as Miami-Dade and I think it was Broward County as far as how many. You just look for a lot of vowels in the last name.
Yeah, well, I'll go find HR right now and get them on that.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Laying the Brain. We appreciate it. We'll check back in with you after. People at work. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Very good.
Okay, but these trends are all great and shit. But
all right, Nick. This is why I told you to eat a Snickers.
What is this, a Tony Robbins fucking video? I could be positive?
That would be pretty cool.
I'm just providing a little pushback. I'm very excited about
it. We're telling you that some things are looking good, some things are looking bad.
Are you cautiously optimistic, Nick?
That's I guess that's a good way of describing it. Very, very cautiously, like.
Ooh.
Yeah. You're kind of. Let me just put it this way: like when the Red Sox go up on somebody, you're like, oh, they're gonna blow it in the ninth. That's you. And then if you win, you're like, yeah, they barely got it.
Everything tastes weird since I'm sick, but every now and then the virus gets something right, and these sweet potatoes taste like a sugar cookie.
Oh, sweet!
Get something right.
I don't know
Very
why.
Nice.
Just plain sweet potatoes.
That'll look good coming out the other end.
Yeah.
Looks about the same.
You're the only one who's in the blast radius,
Good
Nick.
point, actually. What?
You're the only one who's within the blast radius. So
Oh.
I wouldn't be so chipper.
Somebody get me those goggles.
By the way, in about 9 minutes, we've got Eduardo Bolsonaro.
That's right, our Brazilian friends. And by the way,
Eddie
they were
Bolsonaro.
I feel bad because they were relying on the election integrity map, and then we got DDoS'd.
Yeah, sorry about that, guys. We didn't DDoS ourselves.
No, we didn't DDoS ourselves.
You can't do that, right?
But
I DDoS'd myself earlier, but
well, that's different.
Well, I know it's because you had a while ago. We streamed for quite a while without you.
Yeah.
By the way, clean up restroom number 2.
Okay, well, I'll get right on.
DDoS
I
myself.
slipped. I almost hit my head in the back of the tub.
Oh, really? There's a tub in restroom number 2?
There is now.
Anybody know how to get that bottle of hand lotion off the wall at the hotel in the bathroom?
No, you're supposed to.
Well, I do know that you are the reason they have now bolted it to the wall.
This is why they give you 2 plastic cups in the room, Nick. You go in, you fill them up.
I'm at a home with sweets. I take a little ice cream bowl. I fill it.
Oh, that's a smart idea.
Tremendous.
That's all the tricks of the trade.
It's like I'm soaking in
Remember back in the day before the internet where you used to check under the mattresses for dirty magazines?
Yes.
Yeah, now no one cares.
Bobby Slayton.
They don't come up anymore.
I was at a comedy condo in Cleveland, and Slayton was there the weekend before. I opened the freezer, and he's got a Hustler open in the freezer. some fat lady like this.
For some reason, when you said it, I thought I was picturing Bobby in the freezer like Beetlejuice, like
That would have been less scary.
Yeah.
He propped it up with ice trays.
It is a.
What are you,
tough,
11?
It is a tough go on the road.
Navarro looking at you from the freezer.
Yeah.
By the way, what?
I moved.
Oh, okay. You moved. Do we want to check in with CNN and let's see how confident Jake Tapper is right now. He's saying key race alert. Key race alert.
Counted. I am going to now bring you a projection.
It's got to be for
And
Kamala.
CNN can project Louisiana.
Wow, they did it after us.
A long time ago.
See, you guys are seeing it in real time. They predict the ones early that they shouldn't necessarily predict. And by the way, we're not saying that they're wrong on Virginia. It's very likely that Kamala wins Virginia.
Right.
But they're making a prediction, again, because they want to destroy your morale. But Louisiana, for some reason, they're calling later. Come on. That was
a real toss-up.
Yeah, exactly.
Nice. Hey, look what's up.
What?
Look over your shoulder.
Oh, look, it's up. Hey, guys, so electionintegritymap.com.
Go to it quick.
Go to it quick while
I
it
got to
still
tell
works.
you, this is terrific. You guys have done a nice job with this shit.
Thank you very much.
you.
And shit being the key word there. With
I'm
the
sorry,
DDoS
I thought I was on Disney.
No, I'm not
again.
talking. I'm talking about the fact that it got DDoS attacked. So there we go.
Nick.
That's the map, and we have a bunch of we have some exclamations there. I don't know if they want to let us know which ones we should check in with most, because obviously there have been
Yeah,
some.
we'd love to check in on one of those if we can. So
Yeah.
let us know.
Check in on Iowa. I'm going there this weekend. I'd like to see how they're doing in Ottumwa.
It looks, yeah.
It's a dead end.
Wait, Iowa looks. I guess that's one there.
Well,
Or
don't
that
you know?
Wisconsin?
They tried to tell you last minute, like, actually, Kamala's up 10 in Iowa because one broad with a newspaper.
It's my register.
Really? But what methodology?
I'm not gonna give you the methodology.
Okay.
It's a patented register.
Listen to Gerald.
Yeah.
Cheryl,
I don't know why she said
Cheryl likes to just throw a blanket over all the shades. All right, enough.
No, that wasn't enough.
Oh,
she resembles like an old Jewish lady equivalent to Will Ferrell's Harry Carey.
Yeah, I love
Hey! Did you know that Kamala Harris is up in Iowa?
Hot dogs.
You think
It's
the
a
moon
new
is made of blue cheese?
Hot dogs are like a new currency.
Hey, don't talk about my hero, Will Ferrell, the super woke genius.
Yes.
I know. What happened
Have you
to
seen
him?
all of his
Yes, I have.
commercials?
Yeah.
He's doing Billy on the Street. He's doing white guys. And he
I
did a
call it West
trans
Coast
doctor.
stupid.
He was a great sketch actor, and then he just got to the point where if it doesn't work, just yell.
Is he from the West Coast? He is, isn't he?
I think he's
don't think so.
from the Midwest
not.
and then moved to the West Coast.
I
He
have a
definitely-
segment on my show called West Coast Stupid.
Yeah.
Oh.
Is he on it?
Is
Even
a
though
certain-
we don't know where he's from.
Ah, fuck him. Anyways,
All right.
I don't like his new commercials. He's a funny guy, though.
I just realized, because of the Polymarket check-in, I forgot we actually do have, while we're talking about bets tonight, we do have our in-house betting correspondent who was the best that we could get this evening. So we thank Polymarket, but we also apologize to Polymarket. It's time to check in with Lose the House Larry. All right, what's that?
Not good. Not freaking good, dude.
What's-
All my bets are falling through.
What do you mean your
How
bets?
was I supposed to know a deaf horse gets distracted during a race?
What are you talking about? What went wrong with your bets? Did you not use Polymarkets?
I got a guy.
Well, what do you mean you got a guy, Larry?
I mean, I got a guy on the inside. Gets me all the inside information, all the biggest short thing bets. So
Okay. Do you mean like when you were the only person who bet a lot on Mike Tyson against
Tyson was a short thing.
against Buster? Didn't you bet on the Falcons against the Patriots too?
Yeah, come on, dude. That was a fair bet. You know that.
Yeah, but you did it at halftime.
Exactly. They were up 25 points,
And
dude.
just on principle, Larry, how could you bet against the Americans in the Miracle on Ice?
Come on. No one thought they had a shot.
So you bet on the Russians?
No, I didn't bet on the Russians.
I don't understand.
The Swedes. I betted on the Swedes. Steve.
Okay, well, does your guy have anything on the election tonight, Larry?
No, but I got a sure thing for you. Look, my guy said we should put it all on Ellen Page winning an Oscar.
All right, Tim, cut it.
I thought he said Alan Page was a great football player in the 70s.
Well, Ellen Page was a great actress.
Same likelihood.
Alan, not Ellen.
Yeah, well.
We also do have an update right now. Georgia, by the way, 79% of the vote is in, and Donald Trump is holding a 4.8% lead.
Good.
So that is pretty significant.
That's good. And so North Carolina updates 65% of the vote in. Trump's leading by 5.3%. Virginia updates 64% of the vote in, and Trump leading by 1.1 again, depending on where the rest of the votes come from counties.
Wait, he's leading Virginia 1.1?
Wow. That's a bit. Now that's good.
Leading by 1.1.
That one actually made me excited.
I pulled my bet, by the way.
Yeah, Pennsylvania right now, 40% of the vote is in. Trump is closing the gap again, as expected. Kamala Harris's lead is less than 1%.
Yeah. Well,
that's trending in the right direction.
So it look, and again, we're not going to make calls immediately. They've seems like they've already called Virginia. I believe Decision Desk has called
Decision
Virginia.
Desk may have, yeah.
Yeah, we're not going to be making that call. And I know it's very likely that Kamala wins Virginia. But if it's even remotely close, and then of course you see North Carolina, which they have also called, we're just trying to be prudent here because we don't want you to have false hope, and we also don't want you to have false despair. So that's why we waited on both of those states. They're very, very close. Does seem, if I were to bet right now, that obviously Donald Trump will win North Carolina. That seems much more like a surefire bet than even Virginia, certainly Virginia being with that much of a winning margin. So if we see Donald Trump win North Carolina, we see him win Georgia, and we see Virginia within 5 points or less, that's the kind of combination that you really haven't seen with a Republican not winning in at least, I believe it was a decade with that kind of combination. So 79% of the vote in, Donald Trump holding a 4.8% lead in Georgia.
Yeah, I know. We'll go to Polymarket stuff here in a minute again, but it's over 80% now, I believe, 81.5% for Donald Trump. So that is moving. Money is moving away from Kamala Harris as fast as her husband.
Oh my God! What kind of shot was that?
She's a
human being, for Christ's sake.
I mean, come on, the guy banged the nanny. We're really going to stick up for this guy?
Yeah, but did you see the nanny? Holy smokes!
Yeah, different wife, buddy.
Could be a
different
Jude,
wife.
Could be a Jude Law. It could be a Jude Law situation.
situation.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
You know what?
Chick had an
This
ass
is
on her
Dick-
like
Dickie Greenleaf. Fails nobody.
Before we go to Bolsonaro here in just a minute, we've got another. So we're going to go with another promo code for merch right now. So go to crowdershop.com. We're going to do number 3. I know Tim's got like 75 billion things to kind of choose from, so he needs a little bit of a lead in.
Yes.
So he can
You
find
said
it.
number 3?
Number 3. All right.
number 3.
So promo code MAGA right now. Any shirt, 24% off for 1 hour or until a major swing state is called. So make sure you go to crowdershop.com, use promo code MAGA, and remember, we've got the 2024 Oscar the Grouch shirt.
By the way, we haven't been doing the drinking game tonight.
We haven't had anything to drink
Well,
yet.
yeah. Every time a state is
speak for
called for
yourself.
Trump, anytime a state is deemed too close to call,
Oh, gosh, we're
or
waiting.
anytime a swing state is called, we've had all of those
I
things.
need alcohol.
I've been playing by my own rules.
I've been,
That's because you're a rebel with a cause, and the cause is drinking.
I've been playing it.
Every time that little Trump guy did a dance, I took a
That's
shot.
why I'm worried, because I got to keep this ship afloat, and I know that everyone else is having a good time and drinking, and if I drink, I'm going to throw up.
No.
Yeah,
Well,
you
but
can't.
people
do
might pay to see that.
You should have some brandy and sweat it out, as they said in The Godfather.
So is it sweat it out?
Yeah, that's how Sonny said it. Yeah, sweat it out.
Sweat it out. Sweat it out. All right, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't have a Marvel movie reference. Listen,
So let's.
It's more like Transformers.
Yeah, for Gerald. Transformers 4.
Well,
He
no.
loves it.
Yeah, he
One.
likes the
fan.
Transformers that have Mark Wahlberg. That's
Yeah,
how
he's like,
far down.
he's like
I've never seen. I've never seen a Transformer movie.
I'm not lying. I'm trying to do your bidding, okay?
No,
What I'm saying, those were good movies. People really enjoy those movies. I'm making
a good movie.
I'm making people happy. All right. People say, "Where's Shia?" Shia had a mental breakdown. Okay, so they have me. By the way, if I was on Flight 93, wouldn't have gone down like that. Okay. Flight 93, I would have gone up to the captain and said, "Hey, do we have a problem here?" He would say, "We do have a problem." I'd say, "What is it?" He'd say, "We have a terrorist." I say, "You can't have a terrorist on the plane. You're not supposed to have them on the plane.
Oh my God!
It's supposed to be a terrorist-free plane."
Hey, we have Bolsonaro.
Oh, do we have?
Yes.
All right,
Eddie, you there?
And the reason that this is so important is, of course, Brazil, they're paying very close attention to the United States because they know what happens when you have a commie who actually achieves higher office.
Gerald, where you going?
Gerald is.
He's at Mar-a-Lago right now.
Oh, Bolsonaro?
Yeah.
Wow, he must have some juice.
So why did Gerald leave?
Because he's.
All right,
Gerald.
All right.
I think he got nervous.
All right. Well, then let's make sure that we bring on Mr. And just to be clear, it's this is Eduardo Bolsonaro.
Eduardo, yeah.
Yeah, I want to make sure. I don't want people to be like, oh, but he's great too. So let's bring on Eduardo Bolsonaro, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Bolsonaro, it's looking a little choppy, but I know you're at Mar-a-Lago right now. What's the vibe like there?
Hi, Stephen. Sorry to disturb you, but here people is also very excited. We are following the elections, and actually I'm doing a lot of interviews, but we are following here the elections, and everybody here at the dinner is really excited. We just had Trump here saying that he expects to go to the convention center, maybe to do the announcement of the victory.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, to be very honest, I have some friends in Brazil that they are a bit scared because they see that a lot of people saying that Kamala is going to do good, maybe they're going to win, and no one knows the truth. It depends what TV channel or what YouTube are you watching or Rumble channel you are watching.
Right. No, that's exactly right. And that's what we wanted to provide people with some more, granular detail with the stuff we have here, with not only the Newswire, not only the analysts, but we want people to see a little bit. For example, we have not called people here watching. We have not called Virginia yet because it's very, very close. Kamala will probably win. But it will be within a margin that is significant. And we also haven't called North Carolina, which Donald Trump will very likely win. But we want to be prudent with those. And we did, however, call a multitude of states well before CNN did, because isn't it amazing? They call, these decision desks, they call Virginia, they call states, but they didn't call Louisiana for another 10, 20 minutes. So
we have two screens here, one in Fox News, another one in CNN. It's unbelievable how different it is depending the TV channel that you watch. If I was watching CNN, I would say Kamala will win for sure.
Right.
And it's crazy.
No, it's absolutely right. And by the way, they are all using the same service. That's why we wanted to make sure that people can use the election integrity map and follow along with us so they can see, hey, you can look at the data yourself that is provided. And then we also want to provide some analysis from some experts here. But yeah, if you tune in to CNN, it's going to get crazy once we get to a few key swing states, right? You see North Carolina, you see Georgia. Right now, it's very much looking like Donald Trump is going to win Georgia. He won Florida by such a huge margin of votes. It's looking good, but, hey, depending on the outright steal. How does this compare to watching an election, for example, in Brazil? At this point in time, there's obviously some momentum for Donald Trump. But are you always incredibly skeptical because of what you've experienced there with an election basically blatantly being stolen?
Sí, señor.
Yeah, in Brazil, it's fully different from what you have in the United States. Everybody votes in the same day. It's the first Sunday of October. We have elections every 4 years. And in this moment, you can vote from 8 a.m. until 5 p.m. So it's a bit different. The problem is that in Brazil, it's fully electronic. So you have to trust in the bureaucrats that are going to count the votes. This is a huge criticize that we have against this system. And but here in the United States, it's really different. It makes sense when you look for the history, the reasons that it's like that. Some people support, some people they do not. But in Brazil, it's pretty different. And it's very, very quickly that we have the results.
Right.
Something that I do not agree is that doesn't matter how fast you can have the result. This is not important. Important is you keep the democracy. So in my opinion, we would go back to the paper ballots. It's safer. It's the way that, for example, Javier Milei got elected in Argentina. But in Brazil, it's fully electronic. I don't see this as an advantage. But the bureaucrats from the capital, they say it's very good because in a couple of hours you have the results of all of the places in Brazil.
Right. Well, look, I hate to leave you early, Mr. Bolsonaro, but your Wi-Fi connection is not ideal, so you're we're hearing your voice, but we're not seeing you move. So we may check back in with you later. But I do know that the eyes of Brazil are upon us, and if people go back and watch the Ash Wednesdays that we've done and the interviews that we've done with you and Figueiredo and Mr. DeSantos, it's a very important cautionary tale, and so I know how important it is, not only to you and your family, and obviously someone like your father, but it's important to the people of Brazil who are still hoping that there's that shining city on a hill of freedom and of an actual, representative republic. So I really appreciate you taking the time, and we'll check back in with you when. Maybe, tell Mar-a-Lago to upgrade their internet. Can you do that? Do you have that kind of pull?
I'll ask a guy. Maybe they have some money to fix this. I'll make sure.
Maybe they do. You're surrounded by gold angels, for crying out loud. It's like Ben Carson's bathroom. You ever see that? I've never seen anything more gaudy. Mr. Bolsonaro, thank you for making the time, sir. We'll check back in with you.
Thank you, Steve.
Eduardo Bolsonaro, everybody.
All right.
Best teeth I've ever seen on a human being in my life.
Well, I think they, in their healthcare plan there, it's free dental and steroids.
Oh,
yes, that's right.
And they have 401ks for kidnapping. It's weird. I don't know.
What the K stands for. Man, blinding smile.
And I think a big part is they just kidnap the ugly women and they just send them off to a gulag. I think that's a big part of the Brazilian.
I used to say that up the Montreal Comedy Festival.
They don't have ugly women.
What?
They don't have ugly women.
I don't know if I'm sure they do in the rural areas. The ones who sleep in hammocks by the river basin.
And
it's still hot.
Hammocks.
They do. They do. I have a Brazilian hammock. I supported a family. I got a Brazilian hammock. Toolman knows. He has a wife from Ecuador, and they have hammocks there. They sleep in hammocks.
Yeah. When they go, they'll pick you up another one because I heard yours got lost.
Yes. Well, one of them did. But you remember the last time we had the election, we went home. I took a nap for 2 hours in my hammock in my office because I didn't want to wake anyone up, and then we came right back.
Yes.
And it was the best 2 hour nap I've ever had in my life.
They're very
comfortable.
Bedroom.
Well, that's
they don't have sex.
That's just branding at that point because all hammocks are a swing. You can do it on any hammock. It doesn't need to be made by
No, I haven't had sex on it. I just swing on it like a little kid.
You swing on a little kid after you pull the lotion off of the wall at the Hyatt.
Yeah, it's Nick of 506.
I got a Mayan hammock and a bottle of Jergens. And nobody's going to tell me any different.
You got a settling torch. I'm in 506.
Oh gosh, I guess you know what, we still do have to check in with hopefully, do we know if
yes, Vermont's in.
Oh wait, hold on one second here. I know that we have our correspondent on the ground. Well, this time I guess he's in Pennsylvania. So let's check in with our on the ground correspondent who still has a retainer for the next 4 years, so he'll be here through the next election. Thanks, Rumble Premium, Thomas Finnegan. All right, Finnegan, I expect you made it to Pennsylvania by now.
Hi, Stephen.
Hi. Are you in Pennsylvania?
You said West Virginia.
No. I was very clear. You're supposed to go to the Keystone State.
Yeah, well, agree to disagree.
How did you get that far south so quickly? Honestly, I'm more impressed than angry at this point.
It's all about the time zones and the slipstream. I think El Nino played a role.
Well, this is obviously a valuable use of time on the biggest stream. Since you're in West Virginia, why don't you hum a few bars of "Take Me Home, Country Roads" for all of our viewers? How about that?
Okay. The Most Def song?
John Denver, but close enough. Oh dear God! You know what, Toolman? Let's cut it. Let's cut it.
Looked like one of those monkeys, like the symbol monkey.
Oh, the monkeys. Huge influence on the Beatles.
That's what I heard.
He looked like Joe Cocker.
Look at this. Look at this. John King and Jake Tapper. How many room?
Oh my God!
I couldn't pick them off a rooftop full of.
I know. We've been good tonight.
I want to see that ass on John King.
Who needs a
He wears the
soundboard?
jacket to hide
Billy.
it.
He does.
I swear to you, he has it let out. He has it let out in the back like a penguin.
His nickname's Lizzo.
Yes.
Well, he's got junk back there.
He's got a very
Got an
weird
ass
body
like you
shape.
read about in Ass
Weird
Weekly.
body. He's got
Well, why else would you subscribe to Ass Weekly?
I don't know.
You only read about oddly shaped asses.
look at
Why
the
are
pictures.
you reading?
Steven's
about
been
it?
the cover about 4 months out of 12.
Because you were on the cover twice, Gerald.
It didn't even.
Oh, really?
Didn't even hurt his. Hey, guys, the fight's out there, damn it.
You've been in comedy for how long, and that's the best you got?
I didn't want to offend you.
I don't know if we were gonna have. We have this set up for live viewers, and
I
they're
had
all,
an adult
they're all in the
joke.
green room.
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
It's true. We had this whole thing set up.
Yeah, I'm glad I set that up.
Yeah, I think everyone's having a great time in there.
Live viewers in the green
I'll
room.
invite my wife in here. She can come.
What you
sit
guys
in here
don't
if she
see
wants.
is I'm literally like I'm hiding that my stomach is doing the seizing thing after having thrown up and all that stuff. It's like going like.
Let us know if you need Bill to come back in.
No, I'm fine.
Okay.
I mean, look, at this point, it's over 4 hours.
Well, no takesies backsies, so.
No, I know.
Yeah.
What,
So
Gerald?
I got another state call. You say it like I've done something.
Well, you
wrong.
walked out. You didn't even tell me that you were leaving. The rules are supposed to tell us if you're leaving.
Gerald's fighting with everybody. It's not me.
He really is. You know what? You're
Maybe
right.
onto
You're right. He does it in a way.
Well, there's a lot of pressure
Could you
on a
imagine
guy.
being in a relationship with him? It's the definition
Well,
of
actually, I
gaslighting.
could. He's got an ass like a peach.
Yes,
I,
but be that as it may, it's not worth the trouble. It's not worth the trouble it comes
is
with.
worth the trouble,
They were
let
like,
me just
"Why are
tell you."
you so mad?" You're like, "Well, because you did the thing and you walked out." I'm like, I had no idea I was supposed to let you know before I walk out on the biggest stream in the world. Like, yeah, a heads up.
Well, he's the dad driving the car. You got to give him a little slack.
Yeah, and he's the one who doesn't lock the sliding door in the minivan so it opens up when you go down the freeway right into the bus
that to
lane.
me.
That's pretty cool if you're doing a robbery.
Yeah, I knew a lady who kicked.
Thanks, Josh.
Yeah, I got you, Gerald. I'm always looking for the positive side.
I don't know if I can tell the story, but it's a funny story about a lady
with no legs
who kicked a relative into the bus lane. I'll ask someone if I can tell the story. I won't identify anyone, but it's a very funny story. But it might be a sore spot.
I was gonna call a state, but I guess not.
Okay, let's go to another state call. Brought to you by Noble Gold. Go to crowdergold.com. Again, I have held.
We got to go get the coin. What do we haven't got?
I know I have to
yet.
go get the coin, but I have this giant.
It
brick.
feels good in your hand.
It does feel good in your hand. I feel like I could.
I
I
heard
feel like
that on
I
my
could
honeymoon.
really like I could take out a Walgreens with this.
You could, but it's an expensive brick.
Give me a reason, Kenosha. Give me a reason.
They've already had plenty of reasons.
Yeah, they have.
Montana.
Colorado for Kamala.
Colorado for Kamala Harris. Do we have the final? Let's look at the on the electoral map. Let's look at the votes there. Let's just go on Colorado real quick. Just put your cursor over Colorado.
He's gonna. That's the other one. So he needs to go to the Reuters map.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And we're
So you
going
can
to
show
update
data.
all of this. It's still available, though, right? It's not under DDoS. The electionintegritymap.com looks like it's still working for you guys. And you can send your reports to, let me make sure that I get this right, because, it was correct. Report.electionintegritymap.com. You can report anything there, and then they can let us know which ones we should follow up on right now. Colorado. Let's look at Colorado. Colorado, 54% of the expected votes counted. That's it, huh?
That's a big.
And it's 55 to 42,
Yeah,
but
56. Yeah. So it's
56%.
Well, that's understandable because It's not like there's gang members from Venezuela taking over apartments and shit.
Exactly. It's not like anyone would be intimidated.
Fucking idiots.
So we do have, so not on the state side, right? But yeah, you're right. But nobody thought Colorado was going to go any different.
Some people did. Some people did. Yes, there were some people who did. And here's the thing. You never heard me. I said, like, look, if I'm going to take a flyer, maybe New Hampshire, maybe Virginia. But you heard us tell you, hey, look, what we're looking for is the margins there to see. A lot of people said Colorado, New Mexico.
I'm thinking New Mexico. That's what I was saying it earlier. I made a bet on it. I pulled it. But
New Mexico does have some weird politics, but you have people out there, like, look, and he's going to be on the show tonight, but remember Vivek said about Narky, he said, I don't go by polls. I go by energy. Vivek is an incredibly data-driven guy. And I get that there was a lot of energy in Madison Square Garden, absolutely, and I understand also, by the way, the importance to picking up the popular vote. And if I'm wrong, like, you guys saw me in 2016 with Gerald. I was completely wrong on Michigan. I remember saying, I just don't see Donald Trump winning Michigan at all, and that's because I saw the enthusiasm for Bernie. At that point in time, I didn't realize how many Bernie voters would switch to Trump. I just thought they wouldn't vote.
They hated Hillary.
They hated Hillary so much. But I was very happy to be wrong. So if I happen to be wrong on Colorado or New York, I would be thrilled. But I'm not going to lie to you beforehand, and you'll get some people saying, oh, doomer, you don't think every state's a swing state? No, not every state is a swing state. That's absolutely not true in this election, and you have to understand that some states like New York are too far gone. That being said, looking at those numbers and those margins do matter, and they'll give you a realistic idea as to where the momentum is going. Anyone who told you that you were going to see New York, New Jersey, Colorado, New Mexico, Virginia, all the above, go red, those were people who were looking for clicks. They weren't being honest with you, and I hope that you mark it, and I hope you remember those people. And by the way, nothing would make me happier than for them to be right, just like I was wrong on Michigan and Wisconsin. Yeah. I said Wisconsin maybe, I remember, because of Scott Walker in 2016, but I said it's unlikely. I said I absolutely do not think Michigan. Nothing would make me happier, but that doesn't give me the right to lie to you. So hopefully, if nothing else, remember one thing tonight, the many hundreds of thousands of you tuning in, that we really will give you our opinion, but we're trying to be honest with this. We're going to try and call balls and strikes because guess what? Just like when the left says, hey, the greatest threat, the single biggest killer of children in this country is gun violence. They're lying to you, because if you're looking for gun violence and not taking into account that if you remove 15 and older, it's not even top 10, you're not going to pay attention to the pool, which causes more death. You're not going to pay attention to, honestly, your bathtub, to your outlets, to your toaster oven, to hereditary, all of which take more lives of toddlers and children than guns. We're not going to lie to you, because people who lie to you are the enemy of the American people. What I mean by that is the only way you can have a representative republic, the only way you can keep it, to quote the Founding Fathers, is if you are a moral populace. And by the way, that starts with us. We have to at least attempt to be moral in educating you, because if you're tuning in right now, you're opting to not tune in somewhere else. For me to lie to you knowingly because I know it'll maybe get a few more viewers, you don't think we'd get more viewers if I go, hey, no, Colorado's going to go Trump. It's cheating. It's the steal. Of course we could. Doesn't mean it's honest. When we say there's something afoot, we mean it. Doesn't mean we're always right, but we mean it. We have a pretty damn good track record. And if we say, no, that's likely out of reach, we mean it. My opinion, this is the most important election of our lifetime. If Kamala Harris wins, hey, the only silver lining there is that we'll have some clarity. We'll have some clarity. When you see someone wearing a mask alone in their car, that's not your friend. When you say, oh, we can just find common ground. No, you can't find common ground on a lie. You can't find common ground with people who have not roundly condemned assassination attempts. You're not going to see me find common ground on a lie. But I tell you, this is the most consequential election of our lifetime. Okay? There's my opinion. You know who I want to win. I'm not going to lie to you about it. Everyone is willing to do that to some degree. Everyone's willing to lie to themselves to some degree. We're not going to do it with you. And the fail-safe, what we have here, the checks and balances, the guardrails, is a team full of people out there. You know what's great about the people we have here? You know what's great about Lane the Brain and George? That if we were lying to you knowingly, every single one of them would walk. We would walk out there to an empty control room, and they should. They should hold us to it. So anyone out there who's saying this is only foul play, Colorado, they're full of shit, and they're lying to you. For the same reason that we're not calling North Carolina or Virginia, or at least we weren't maybe about 45 minutes ago. Maybe at the point now where
we're getting pretty close.
I think we're getting pretty close.
Yeah. So, but we do have somebody crashing our stream. If you want to, he wanted to come back and talk to you again.
Who's crashing our stream again? Can you just tell me, not being so cryptic?
Dan Bongino.
Oh,
Sorry, it's Bongino. They have a guest on, and they're going to go to us after the guest.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Get another swing and a miss from Gerald tonight.
There's been many.
We got someone scratching your stream. Really? It's not ready yet.
I mean,
surprise!
We can look
There's
at the
nothing
picture.
interesting.
There's nothing, yeah.
Hey, the fight's in Vermont, guys.
That's true.
Oh, it's
I'm
over.
getting
What am I saying?
information pieces at a time. I
was in a fight in Vermont once.
That part.
Yeah, I was in a fight in Vermont once. You know what it was? It was in Burlington. It was
Really?
a barista.
At the Coke factory?
It was
I
a
was in a
barista.
fight,
It was
too.
a guy with a. It was a guy, I swear to you, with a ponytail, a goatee, and a name tag that said he was a girl. I said
been a
no,
girl.
absolutely not.
I was in a fight in Vermont, too.
It seems like we were all in fights in
shit,
Vermont.
that's where I know you're from.
That's right. You were tapping my tree.
You're in a fight everywhere you go. The voting booth, the bar, Vermont. Although Vermont, come on, when you go, you ski, you fight. There's not much else to do.
You can push cows over.
I got to fight at the voting booth with my wife. She almost marked the wrong box.
Really?
I said, "You've been watching those Kamala ads again, you dumb bitch."
Joshy Poo.
And then she voted for Kamala anyways. And
Well,
I
you
said, "All
didn't
right."
get the hint when she showed up dressed like Handmaid's Tale.
Well, she always wears that. I'm an asshole.
I forgot. It's enforced.
Yeah. You know me.
Yeah.
But you'd think, Stephen, you would think, and I understand everything you just said is so true, but Jesus, in New York City, we would go, that's too far gone. New York City has never been in the condition it's been in. It's bad now. You know, do you see what I'm saying? You think if it wouldn't turn now or even be a little close.
You know why?
It almost feels fake to me.
I'll tell you why.
What?
Because those demons promise they'll fix it. And when I say that, I mean it in the biblical sense. I mean people who are demonically influenced. I don't mean they're sitting there like all the stupid conspiracy
people are
films
that
you have
stupid.
where they're saying we're having satanic parties and sacrifice. I mean that people who, look, you have a party that outright tells you right now that they are demonically influenced when they say, no, we're not talking about safe, legal, and rare. We're talking about literally holding the country hostage if abortion is not all the way up until an on-demand period. No, hold on a second. We're not talking about a grown man, asking you to refer to him by some name he puts on his driver's license. We are talking about children having their tits lopped off, having their penises chopped off, and going on mind-altering hormones at a very young age, and we're willing to die on this hill. No. We're not talking about maybe a little bit of a higher marginal tax rate. We are talking about full-on Marxist redistribution. This is a party that is telling you that they are in line with every single value and virtue, which is only held as a virtue straight from the pit of hell, and that's the party that you are up against. I'm not saying every single person who votes Democrat. I'm not going to call the voters garbage. I'm talking about the DNC. Here's how you know it's evil. There's not one person, and by the way, we have plenty of people here in this office who aren't as pro-life as I am. Some people would call themselves pro-choice. That's fine. There's not one person on the national platform, not one person on the national platform of the DNC who would say, well, hold on a second, maybe some limitations. Not one. That's what I mean. And those demons promise the people of New York, hey, I'll make it all better. Hey, no. Look. Stick with me. What they do is they give, and by the way, this is what we learn about in the Bible. Not to get all hyper spiritual on you, but you know what Satan does? He gives you just a little bit of a taste and goes, isn't what God is telling you? Really? He's the guy who said don't eat from this tree. He's the guy who said hey, don't you like what I gave you? There's plenty more where that came from. Just stick with me. And the Democrat Party goes, hey, don't you like a little bit of the money that we gave you? Right? We gave you a little bit of COVID money. Hey, don't you like the fact that we're, rent freezing? Your rent didn't go up, right? Hey, don't you like a little bit of the expanded welfare state? Don't you like that? There's plenty more where that came from. And they promise you that if you support them, you go with them, you vote for them, they're going to fix it. When they're the ones who created the problem, but you're too far gone because you don't have an angel and a devil on your shoulder. You've only got a little satanic prick. Adams.
I think people are smarter than that. I mean, fucking decade after decade after decade. I don't think those elections happen. Those people are appointed. The Hakeem Jeffries, all the scum that runs.
It has nothing to do with intelligence. It has to do with selfishness. Is what it does.
What do you mean?
Why it has to do with. In other words, you can have very smart people who go, but they're so far gone. But I'm talking about they're so far gone and selfish that even though their intellect would tell them, this problem was created by these people, they're so selfish. They go, but I could probably get mine. It'll be better for me. Maybe they did, but you know what? What they're promising is better for me. That's how if you want to know, okay, because, is there theft? Absolutely. There hasn't been theft in every single election in Detroit since 1960, going back to Jerome Kavanaugh. Yeah. What there is the wealthiest city in the world. It was called the Paris of the Midwest. Can you believe that shit? In the 50s. And then always a problem. People going, you know what? Yeah, okay, maybe it's not right. There are enough people who say, maybe it's not right, but it's going to be better for me. Maybe it's not better for America. It's going to be better for me working on the factory line. Maybe it's not better for the mom or dad who needs to drive this car. We want to make sure that we maintain safety standards, or I don't know, some kind of quality control like our competitor. No, we want to protect our business. We want to protect our union. And so it just takes enough of a selfish motivation. That's why you've not heard me say, hey, what have they done for you? You hear this? The two things that bother me most, and you see on the right, sorry, I'm getting in my soapbox here, is you'll hear people on the right say, hey, what have the Democrats done for you? Guess what? It doesn't matter, because the Democrats have done a lot for the 47% of Americans who don't pay any income taxes. That's not a reason to vote for them, because it's wrong. You won't hear me say that. You know what else you won't hear me say? Let's get ready, because Polymarket might have us on a YouTube ban, might go up to over 50%. You'll never hear me say that political violence is never the answer. You will hear me realistically say that, hey, you know what? It's very, very rarely the answer. It certainly shouldn't be the most readily available answer. You'll never hear me say political violence is never the answer. You know why? Because you live in the greatest country on earth ever because of fucking political violence, dummy. If I were to say political violence is never the answer, I'd be a leftist, because I would be saying it was wrong to fight to free the slaves. I'd be saying it was wrong to dump that tea in the harbor. It's stupid. It's a dumb platitude. Any conservative who says, what has the Democrat Party done for you? Guess what? If they're doing something for you now, you'll vote for them. But hey, I don't know. Can you see how that could backfire? Maybe these people feel the Democrats aren't doing something for them now, but they can promise it next election. Oh, wait, next election. You've given the Democrats the playbook. Promise more free shit. How about you take the hard road and educate people as to why it's wrong and why long-term it hurts everybody? Really easy. You say, what have they done for you? Guess what? Next election cycle, if they see everyone's doing better, and this is also why, my God, when you hear people talk about the income, when you hear people talk about the wealth gap, yeah, biggest wealth transfer we've seen in our lives. I don't know if you know it, COVID, trillions of dollars given to just a handful of billionaires. But the wealth gap is not the problem. Poverty is the problem. In other words, you have enough people, whether he won the election or not, you had enough people vote for Biden because even in the era of Donald Trump, where they went 8 years Obama, $1,200 average household income increase, 4 years of Trump, $4,400, they were going, yeah, but some other people are doing better than me. Well, that's none of your business, prick. You're doing better than you ever were before. And if I come out and say, what have they done for you lately? They go, well, you gave me $4,400, but they're promising me more. Oh, wait, sorry. Open the door, it's Satan, a net negative loss of over $4,000 per household in average annual income. You'll never hear me say, what have they done for you? You'll hear me say, what have they done for the country? How does the country look? And you'll never hear me say political violence is never the answer. It's usually not. And the people who say it's always the answer, they're pussies who aren't going to do anything. They'll turn you over immediately faster than George Soros could for people in Hungary. But it is sometimes the answer. Let's be clear about that. The left certainly believes it is, because that's how they won 2020. You were afraid. You were afraid. People were afraid to get out and vote, so it was mass mail-in voting. You know that political violence is sometimes the answer because you live in America. You know how I know that? Because I lived in Canada. We still have the Queen on our money, for God's sake. Do you have any idea how embarrassing that shit is? To actually have to pay? Go to a store, like, yeah, that bitch is still on the money. Because they bent over and kissed the ring. And America didn't because they had guns.
Yeah, death to the monarchy, dude. That's what I say. That's so crazy.
I thought you were talking about Trudeau.
I don't know what I was talking about.
He's the Queen. He might be on the money soon. We'll see.
Sorry, there's so much to navigate and to be the maestro. It's like every now and then, it's just you see people, oh, well, you know what? They don't say this is going to backfire. What has Biden done for me? Well, there's probably a subset of people who think he's done something if he gave them free shit. Yeah. The Democrats are always going to win the game of promising you free shit. It didn't work, though, as far as raising income, as far as record low black poverty, as far as record low black unemployment, record numbers of success and money that we saw given to HBCUs, but also we saw the market do better. We saw people, and when I say the market, I don't mean the NASDAQ. What I mean is the job market where you could actually find a better wage than you could 3 years prior, and your money went further. But that can't be put on a bumper sticker. So we say, what have they done for you? It's a losing strategy. It's a losing strategy. May work for one election cycle, but boy, that doesn't last very long. And then you wonder why swing states are no longer swing states and they switch back and forth. All right. Is Bongino still on the line?
Yes,
he is. Bill with the weather.
All
Are
right.
you still with a guest, or are we going to him?
It looks like he's still with the guy. Let's pot it up real quick just to check.
So hindered, and he's going to be so handicapped.
Yeah, it looks like
if
he's
the
got a
Democrats
guest,
do take the House. So
As a boy band guy.
if you're able to do that and have an effective
Yeah, they're still having a
government that works for
conversation.
the people.
Oh, it's the
I mean,
Tulsi
Donald Trump
Gabbard
right
TikTok
now,
lookalike.
he has created this
Do we want to
dream
stay
team,
with
right,
them?
of Vivek Ramaswamy, Elon Musk,
if he wants to
RFK
come on,
Jr.
you can just let me know when he
Okay.
wants to come on.
Gabbard.
All right.
And I believe that we. Oh, you know what? Oh, do you have an update?
Go ahead.
No, I don't have any. I was just going to do more horseshit.
Okay.
I love horseshit.
You know,
That
a
was
lot
good
of our audience
horseshit.
loves that as well. And by the way, we have about 30 minutes until Alex Jones, just giving everybody a little heads up there. It's going to be interesting, given some time here. So I just want to go to a couple of things.
Is it hot in here or is it because I was flustered?
I think it was because
it's
you're
you. You
flustered
have
a little
a
bit. And your
monkey
voice is,
flustered.
a little raspy.
Yeah, of course it's getting
Take care of it,
raspy.
you know.
Yeah, I think it was
I have
yelling.
Satan in me.
Did you take the serotonin blockers again?
Okay, just to be clear, because you're gonna have people out there saying I'm gonna be a mass shooter. I found out that I was given a shot or an IV. They put in Zolfran. Do you guys know? And I was mad about everything. And I found out later that Zolfran is a serotonin blocker to stop you from throwing up. And I was like, well, couldn't you have told me that? I thought the world was coming to an end and coming unglued. I had no happy chemicals in my brain.
You have to explain this because Gerald felt like mentioning it.
Because Gerald felt like saying, I'm on Zoloft.
Well, he seems a little angry.
Good Lord, and then you're going to act like everyone else is starting fights but you. He's like Mr. Magoo, this guy. He's just going around starting shit. And why is everyone so mad?
You and Nick both. What's going on?
Oh, I'm not mad. I'm filled, but I just wanted to get that out because I see these Johnny-come-latelys now who hop on the social media train like, yeah, I'm voting for, because I voted for Hillary and I voted for Biden, but. No, but. Shut up and vote in quiet, and then maybe we'll know if you've learned something.
The left has to be destroyed, not beat. This isn't just beat them, this election. They have to be fucking dismantled. Do you understand that?
I understand it.
Okay, well, that's not going to happen with not violence. Anyways, back to the show.
No, I'm not talking about. Let's see, there you took my point.
Dexter the left. I love it.
No, I do. I want the fucking.
No, you don't. You don't, Nick. Come on, Nick. We don't want to be removed from YouTube immediately right now. But I don't.
You're throwing the bet.
All right. Do we have any updates? Did we decide to call North Carolina or no?
No, we. So honestly, there was actually a retraction issued. Let me scroll back up to.
Oh, please tell me there was a retraction. Was it Virginia?
Yes.
Virginia, who issued a retraction? Please tell me we have a clip.
Come on.
Because I feel like we haven't enough clips tonight.
No. I don't think it's that. I'm just seeing like where it is.
You just answered without thinking?
No. I thought
now you got me
about
giving
it.
him crap.
Yeah.
Will you let me do the thinking?
Okay, go ahead.
Gerald, I apologize. Steven's out of his mind tonight.
Thank you very much.
It's a Zolfran.
So what was the Decision Desk? I think they retracted their Virginia call, if that's correct, guys. Not Decision Desk did not retract. Somebody said it happened, and did you take it out of their fund? Whatever. They said that a minute ago. How about this? Andrew Bailey, they're texting like, oh gosh, no, we didn't say that.
Great, because this is going really well.
The Andrew Bailey was reelected as the AG in Missouri.
Nice.
The guy that's been on the show that's done a lot of work trying to fight Section 230.
Here's the
Oh, did we have him on the show?
No, we don't have him on the show.
But did we have him on the show?
Oh, yeah, we did have him on the show. Yeah.
Did we?
Yeah, a couple times. I
terrific.
think. Yeah, he was helping with that case.
Absolutely.
I don't know.
In
It's hot.
Missouri, I think, right?
Another big victory. My mother won in bingo tonight at the residence.
I feel like one of the old black ladies in Nick's neighborhood with the funny hats.
Go, Lord.
Ain't no black women in my neighborhood, folks.
It's hot out here.
It is hot out here.
Good golly.
So
I like that nice Sicilian boy who lives down the block and goes all out on Halloween. What's his name? Nick DiPaolo.
Oh, he's got a bit of a dirty mouth, but his chest look clean.
Oh boy.
He got a Ozempic face but legs like tree trunks.
God bless.
And he's only laughing because he knows that's an accurate description.
Oh my!
He got them Sicilian legs. He got legs so fine, I tell you, if I was looking for the Mediterranean slave trade, I would pick him off the coast.
Girl, you heard his name. It's Nick DePaola.
That's right. 500,000 to 1 million white slaves, but most of them were Sicilian, so I ain't feel that bad.
What the fuck?
What are you complaining about? I'm giving you most airtime you had since Tucker Colin Quinn.
Oh, my aching
Last
stomach.
time I ever tried to do that, get a favor.
Nah.
Jesus, how many more hours of this?
Too much.
It's like we're raising money for retarded kids.
And I'd appreciate the money. Thank you.
Let's bring up that, by the way, let's bring up that Jerry Lewis clip where he calls the guy's son an illiterate fag on the Jerry. control.
Ladies,
you to us in 30 seconds.
Yeah, make sure.
Yeah. I'll say it again.
I'll never walk
Here it goes in,
alone.
Telethon for sick kids.
Do it twice.
Nutty.
We had to dump twice?
Hey, lady, how do you feel about homophobia? I told you it's going to get weird once we get to there'll be a bunch of states called, and now we're waiting on those swing states, so we got to fill some time. Are we going back?
I just can't wait to hear what Nebraska has to say.
It all feels.
I have a lot of chaos right now on what we're doing. We have options, but I thought Bongino was going to us after his guest, so I don't know exactly where we're
Was
going.
he talking to
All
fucking
right,
Mark?
Well, we lost his audio. We had we didn't change anything on our end.
All right, well, look, there's been enough states called for Donald Trump, so finish your drink. What the hell's the difference?
Heck yeah, I'd love to hear that. Let's
You know
do
what'd
it.
be
By the way, I'm
funny?
back on the wagon, so.
Remember radio shows when you called in and shit and it worked?
Okay, now, hold on. Now Dan wants to take us, is what I'm hearing from them. Do we have him?
We have him, but we
they
don't have
hear
audio from him, and he could probably hear us. So they got to change back whatever they undid.
Meanwhile, I'm having stomach pains.
I know.
I'm having.
It's got stomach pain. That's okay. I don't know what's happening, Dan Bongino. My non-favorite kid about to move down to spot 11 doesn't get a microphone working right.
I feel like I'm having a miscarriage over here.
Raging Cajun on Dan Bongino. He said with a former cop. He ain't no cop of mine. What?
The Pizza Hut's hit me from last week.
That must have been a silver linings of having no food in.
Not a
It
sponsor.
must have been 1,000 jalapenos.
You get that personal pan. Did you complete the book it challenge?
What was that? Was that?
Very nice.
Was that a Wall-E fart?
What? I have no idea.
What the hell was that? Holy shit.
Is that Bongino's feet?
Sounds like Jack Ruby's gun.
That was an open crack shower fart right there. That's what that was.
Do we have?
Is that a third assassination
I don't
attempt?
think we have the speakers on. We have to
Ugh, who stepped on a duck?
No, he put it up. We got the speakers.
Oh, all right, okay. I can't hear.
That's fine. They're having a good
somebody
time.
step on
They're
a
having
duck.
laugh.
Yeah, hey, I don't know. Is Bongino? Are we getting Bongino or not? Because if not, I'm going to go to the next 7.
Go to the next thing.
I don't have his audio.
Oh,
so we
right.
gotta
Then we have this
pass.
printed out. Let's go to. We do have a reload of what Donald Trump's going to do on day one, but let's mix it up. We have 7+1 things Kamala will do when she loses. This is the second this week. 7+1.
You forgot Stefan in the chamber.
All right, things. This is they always forget one in the chamber. 7+1 things Kamala will do when she loses tonight. Number 7, Nick DiPaolo.
Report Tim Walz to the DHS as a Chinese spy.
Oh, that seems vindictive.
Doing
her civic duty.
Yes,
that's right.
And number 6.
Big fag.
Number 6, things Kamala will do when she loses tonight. Finally find her dad's pack of cigarettes.
Oh.
That one's out of line.
I missed that one.
He'll come back.
7+1 things Kamala will do when she loses tonight. Number 5, Gerald Morgan.
Admit to the world that her stepdaughter really creeps her out.
Well, she saw Orphan. She saw Orphan.
Sleeps with the doors locked. Yes.
Number 4, things Kamala will do when she loses. Put on a sari. That's a traditional Indian garb. Put on a sari and attempt to convince J.D. Vance she's his wife. Job security.
Yeah, man. I'm your wife.
Number 3.
Nailed it.
Number 3, Josh.
Shut
up, Josh.
Go back to being from a middle-class family.
Oh, there we go.
This one is right up there. 7+1 things Kamala will do when she loses tonight. Number 2, Nick DiPaolo.
Finally get that vaginal rejuvenation surgery. She's earned it.
She's put in the hours.
Wow.
She's put in the hours.
Man, she took the NBA
Okay.
West.
You know what they
And
say?
the number 1, what?
Dude looks like a lady.
Hey. They do say that. Number 1 thing she'll do is throw a glass vase and utter into the broken mirror that she can't hear the joy anymore.
Oh no! I can see that one.
And the +1, that +1 thing that, come on here. Well, then when she loses tonight, well, this one seems obvious. Panic fellatio.
Oh,
That is
That is the best kind, by the way.
You forgot Stefan in the chamber.
I tell my wife there's a category 4 coming. It's the best blowjob you'll ever get.
What's next? An emergency pregnancy?
I have no idea. Do we want to check in with people?
So we have Devin Nunes at Mar-a-Lago if we want to check in with Devin. CEO of Truth Social.
We want to check in with
Yeah,
Devin?
let's check in with Devin.
Just don't ask me.
After that segment,
Listen, the way that I'm
because I
saying,
can't see who's on.
I'm saying this because I've gotten screwed over the last 5 minutes on calling people being ready.
Well, you're about to get screwed again. You got to give me a couple seconds.
It's in the chat.
I just did a fucking 7+1.
Hey guys,
That's true. He's right.
Show runs like a Swiss
we have
watch.
people coming in from CNN and Fox News. Let's keep it to an NC-17.
We got Jake Tapper's sister on line 3.
Oh look, Chris,
Oh,
you
my
got
gosh.
Wallace. You got Wallace on CNN acting like he doesn't hate his life. This guy couldn't cut it at Fox News, couldn't cut it on CNN, so he went to CNN subscription service.
Yeah, that lasted.
And then they have him on every now and then, like, I don't know, it's late at night. Throw on Wall.
Now he
Wallace
washes
tells the
Geraldo's pool.
Can you get a skinnier tie knot?
Yeah.
And right now they're looking at Michigan. Right now, only 23% of the vote. Oh, that's heartening to know that about Michigan. Were you saying
only
that we have?
23%.
That's too close. I don't like it.
Yeah, but it's
They have the work ethic of an auto worker.
I don't like it.
All right, pretty
I don't
soon
like it.
we're going to need to go to an actual break,
All right.
on a 2-minute break where I eat some saltines.
I've got Devin.
Salty.
Devin Nunez?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, everybody. Right now on the line we have from Mar-a-Lago, you said?
Yeah, he's at Mar-a-Lago.
I hope it's better Wi-Fi than Bolsonaro.
We'll see.
Devin Nunez. There you go. There's Mr. Nunez, who didn't put it in horizontal mode. How are you, sir? Can you see me and hear me?
You want it in horizontal mode? There you go. How's that?
Hey, why does your, why does your Wi-Fi
There you go,
work?
there you go.
And Bolsonaro was in Mar-a-Lago, and it didn't work at all. Yours is clear as a bell.
I have better Wi-Fi, man. I used to chair the intelligence committee.
That's right.
That's the best answer ever. Dumb question. Devin, let me ask you this. What are you guys, what's the vibe there? What are you feeling, straight shot for people out there and you guys in the know? Because we know that you have access to internal polls that a lot of people don't. What's the feeling?
Yeah, look, I think it's a kind of chicken shit that they haven't called Georgia. Georgia's been done for 2 hours. North Carolina looks like it's in good shape. And, you just have to look across the board. I mean, Trump's well positioned to win this thing.
Yeah.
Yet you have all the fake news channels that just aren't calling it. And look, we've still got to get all the votes in, but it seems really weird that they're not calling North Carolina or Georgia at this point.
Well, some places did call North Carolina. We were holding on North Carolina because we're still holding on Virginia because they called Virginia with way too early. And by the way, called it some of these places before they called Louisiana, if you can believe it. We are getting
sign.
Yeah, we are getting close here to looking at Georgia too. Actually, as soon as we're done with this call, I'm going to go take a break and speak with our decision desk, the better decision desk.
Yeah, right.
So it seems like Georgia is pretty much. Like you said, you don't want to count chickens before they hatch, but do you guys have some other data on Georgia where, compared to recent elections, it's one that should be called?
Yeah, look, and even people from the outside that I used to know, even Democrats that I know, have said that Georgia's done. It's cooked. I think the fake news is trying to push this out. Now, look, it doesn't mean he's still got to break through the blue wall, and we still have Arizona to come in. But I like where President Trump is at right now. Biggest political comeback in modern history, if not the history of the country.
I can say unequivocally that Donald Trump winning tonight would be the biggest political comeback in the history of the country. I think that's pretty safe to say, honestly. Because all the other guys, they only got shot. He got shot, and he did a whole lot more. So you could definitely put him in that conversation. What are you most excited about, Devin? As far as another 4 years. And I know Section 230 has been really close, near and dear to you. But what gets you out of bed in the morning?
The main thing that has to be done, and look, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, right? Arizona's still to come in.
Sure.
But I think the Department of Justice, and you guys have done a good job covering this on your show when you guys aren't kind of screwing around and joking. But when you actually are talking about substance on your show,
never. Come on.
The Department of Justice, they got to bring a whole team in there and fix that stuff. Because I think if you fix that, it makes it a hell of a lot easier to fix the rest of the government.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Is there anyone who we could expect you think would be fired day one in Department of Justice?
Well, they all need to go. Obviously, right. I just think Trump would need to bring in, it takes, you can't just put one guy in there and leave him to the wolves. I think that was one of the problems last time. You got to bring in a whole team.
Right.
I think that's the key.
Yeah. Well,
when I say a team, you got to bring in 25 people and clean the place out.
Right. Is that something where you would hope to maybe be playing a role yourself there, Devin?
Well, thank God I'm not a lawyer, so I will not have to do that.
Okay.
You have to actually have a law degree. I play a lawyer and, have dealt with lawyers my whole life, but not something that I would do, but I just think it's the most important issue.
Well, I'm going to go back to and speak with our data analyst here because I don't know if you know this is the #1 stream in the world right now online. We've been making some calls that other people are afraid to make. And we've been holding back on some calls, too, because we have a little bit of granularity there. We're going, we might want to wait for some context.
Yeah.
And I would watch, Carrie Lake is a friend of your show, Steve.
She's going to be on later tonight.
And I think she has a good shot to win. I really do. I'm feeling like she could upset, and nobody has given her a shot to win in the kind of the elite class, and that would be a hell of a victory if she can pull it off.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's closer than a lot of people are giving it credit for. It's not one that I would make a call on right now, of course, because Arizona takes, I think, 4 months to give the final results. But I do believe she's going to.
The only thing that you'll have to wait for longer, it's just it doesn't really matter, will be California.
Yes.
We'll know California results by about Thanksgiving. Everybody will be like getting ready to cook their turkeys and having a cocktail. And, they'll call California.
No dub.
Although this year I'm smoking a turkey, so we'll see how that goes. My first year smoking a turkey. I'm pretty excited about it, but I know you can't do it from frozen or you'll explode your smoker. You have a question there, Joe?
I was going to say, Devin, hey, just feel free if anything's going on down there that you want us to get out, just text us. And also, thanks for the wine. He sent me some wine.
Really?
That's fantastic. Thank you.
What was it, cold duck?
No, it's good wine. Not this box wine crap I hear I have to taste later.
Yeah, you do. That's all we have.
Yes, don't forget about that, please, Stephen.
No, please
it's very
forget
important
about
to me
that. Devin,
that
come
he
on,
does
help me
the
out
box
here.
wine taste test.
Yes, it is. We will do the box wine taste test. All right, Devin, if you want to leave our viewers with what is it that you want to say in closing here? If there's one thing you want people watching to take away.
Look, I just think this is another just big miss by the fake news, the fake polling. They ran that whole scheme over the weekend with Iowa, that Iowa was, Harris was up by 3 points in Iowa. And I just said sometimes this stuff just takes common sense, right? If Kamala Harris was within 3 or 4 points, if she was behind by 3 or 4 points in a poll, they would have sent in every single surrogate. They would have sent in, the damn Governor Walz from the state right above Iowa. I mean, why wouldn't he have gone to Iowa? So, they just they run these disinformation campaigns. And I think the big losers are these pollsters that went along with it.
Yep.
And look, I think overall, if you take a look at it, a lot of the polls got it right. These are going to be close races, but most of them had Trump slightly ahead. And it looks like right now that's what's Trump's going to win these tight races by anywhere from 2 to 5 points.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to.
And I think you're right about Virginia. They called Virginia just way too early. I don't know that we get there in Virginia, but it's definitely close.
Well, if it's close, like we said, if it's anywhere 5 points or under, then that is a very significant indicator as to where the momentum is going for the rest of the country. You don't have to win them. Just look at those numbers and those margins that a lot of people aren't paying attention to. And that, by the way, that you just mentioned Iowa and you just mentioned some of these states. We actually have to go make some more state calls. So, Devin Nunes, we appreciate it, brother. Please check back in later.
All right. Hey, thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Devin Nunes, everybody.
All right. Thanks.
That guy's great.
He is great. And we do have some state calls to make right now.
Oh, jeez.
Right, officially, Gerald, we have 17 electoral votes. This is not a surprise, but it is being called officially right now here. Ohio for Donald Trump.
That's a good one.
Hey, there we go. All right.
And then another one, because we were talking about this, remember, where they were saying, actually, right now, it looks like Kamala might win Iowa. We are actually officially calling Iowa with 6 electoral college votes for Donald Trump.
All right, I can talk about that this week.
Turns out Miss Register was full of crap.
Oh, but she's got the most accurate polling, Steven.
As people said, she's got the most accurate
Seltzer,
polling.
whatever her name is.
I watched CNN yesterday in a fever dream where they're going, and now what we're seeing with Iowa being so close, it's telling you that women are coming out in record numbers, and they just don't like what Donald Trump is selling. Really? Really? And again, that's the lie. The left lied to their people as though Kamala Harris had a snowball's chance in hell in Iowa. We're not going to do that with you guys in California or New York.
Or they only polled women because the men were working on the field or whatever.
Yes, exactly.
They were at their jobs or doing something important.
They were tilling the cornfields.
Yeah,
do you till cornfields or do you plow?
They till it, sure, why not?
You plow women, you
I don't know.
You till corn.
I don't know exactly, but I do know this. We're going to take a brief, the first actual break of the night. We're going to come back. So don't. And the reason I'm going to take this break is I'm going to go back and speak with our data analysts and go through some interesting numbers that we're seeing here and see if there are some calls that we might feel comfortable making where some other people are holding out. So stay with us. We'll be right back and let everyone know this is the place to be as we start getting into those states that are in contention.
Truth Social, a free speech platform designed to avoid big tech censorship. Make your voice heard. Join the movement. Join Truth Social.
Some people say radio is a dead medium. Those people just haven't heard of Sirius XM Powered 100.
Was McDonald's fun at all, or is it just a drag?
Where the one and only Howard Stern raises the bar for entertainment.
I don't want you being made fun of. You can't go to a therapist.
Pay for the opinions you need to hear and tune into Sirius XM Channel Howard 100 for only $9.99 a month. Sign up and join the movement today.
Protests continue across the country this evening, and we want you to know, of course, that though there are some individual protesters who are agitated, it is not the norm. These protests are largely peaceful. Many people look back at the demonstrations at Selma and wonder, what would I have done? Would I have marched across that bridge? Or would I be standing on the other side? Well, I have an answer for you. And my answer is a question. What are you doing now? Now, Tanya, how would you describe the attitude on the ground there? We go now live to our woman in the field, Tanya Franks. Tanya?
Well, Chris, first I want to say that was inspiring. Not many today have the courage to say what you just did. Your wife is a lucky woman.
Well, that's very kind of you to say, Tanya. And might I say you look positively dishy this evening.
Well, as far as the attitude on the ground, you know, folks are entirely peaceful, but far from happy. Just imagine if every day when you left home, you didn't know whether you'd be coming back. Black power! You might be a little upset, too.
Well, Tanya, in my line of work, that's always a possibility, but I know that many in the audience might not understand what that's like. No. Tanya, was that a man on fire?
Hard to tell with the flames, Chris. Might have been a really muscular lady.
So, Tanya, what are the people on the ground saying there?
Yeah, we gonna burn this motherfucker down, 313, bitch.
That's right, CBS is open for business, y'all. Take what you need, motherfuckers.
A fitting tribute to the memory of George Floyd, Chris.
Yeah. Yo, who that?
Yo, that's a motherfucker with a grill.
Charged evening, to be certain. Now, some people are asking, why is this happening now? Haven't things gotten better? But there are still persistent and pervasive inequities in this country, and these protests are a reaction to that. And aside from a string of isolated incidents, very small, things have been pretty peaceful, very tame. Any final thoughts, Tanya? Oh, hello, sir. What's your name? I'm sorry, that was unfair. Allow me to reframe the question, good sir. Where, might I ask, is Tanya?
Oh, she dead? Oh. Yo, I got an Apple Watch, dog. Yeah.
The language of the unheard. We'll be right back.
Tonight on No Cops. Stay tuned for more No Cops. Steven and the masters of the internet. I am Crowder, Prince of Utopia, defender of the secrets of Castle Mug Club. Fabulous secret powers were revealed to me the day I held my hand-etched mug and said, "By the power of Mug Club, I have the power!" And I became Steven, the most powerful conservative on YouTube. Together we defend Castle Mug Club from the evil forces of censorship. Steven.
What better way to wake up than to the sound of your favorite local radio personalities? Clock radios can make it happen. Clock radios tell the time and play music all at once. I know what you're thinking. I have a phone for that. Well, for a limited time, if you order using our promo code, we'll throw in a cordless home phone absolutely full price. Just go to imdb.com and type in promo code radio2003 today. That's imdb.com, promo code radio2003. Clock radios. It's time.
Good afternoon. Good to see you all. I'm the President's press secretary. I was going to say secretary, but imagine a girl trying to do this.
Does this administration believe, does this president believe slavery was wrong?
Does he believe slavery was wrong? Of course he believes slavery was wrong. Jim Crow, however, that's a different story. I mean, that was well thought out. You ever see Jim Crow, the guy it's based on? Looks like a point guard for a WNBA team. Of course slavery was wrong. Nobody wants to work for free. And can we debunk the myth that they built the country? I'm of Italian descent. My grandfather and grandmother built the country. They had a hand in it. The blacks did too. But I'm just saying, I'm tired of that. We built this place. And they say they're from kings and queens. That's their culture. Yeah, Burger King and Dairy Queen. That was a little joke. Don't get upset. I know that was a little edgy. But am I not going to say that when I just thought of it? I'm going to give this to Biden, if you see him, part of his hip.
It was just an above-average day at the White House when your favorite president was catching up on the news. When suddenly, oh, Mr. President, there's a deadly virus from China taking American lives. Oh, China, gross. This sounds like a job for Super Trump.
Oh, Super Trump! Oh no!
Bam! Pow!
No, arigato!
Boobs. But then the worst possible thing happened. Oh no, I've been infected with the deadly China virus from China. Gross. So the very strong, heroic Super Trump went to the hospital. Some even thought the China virus had defeated him. But on the third day, he rose from Walter Reed, and the China virus cried like a little infectious bitch. Oh, and the Cuomo brothers too. So Super Trump knocked them unconscious, blammo, and threw them all the way to the planet Mars.
I'm slightly confused.
Super Trump!
Rock'em sock'em rabbis. Oh boy.
Rock'em sock'em rabbis.
Boom, right in the kipper.
Press the buttons. Move the joystick thingies. Knock his kipper to the floor. You're the winner.
He's just like me. Best 2 out of 3. Dad, you're my best friend.
Rock'em sock'em rabbis by Milton Bradstreet.
Remember simpler.
Hey.
Hey, sorry, that was quick.
Here we go. So we've got. We'll do some state calls here if you want to really quickly. I've got 2 that we can go to. Do you want to do that? All right. So.
Run it. Which ones?
Well, I've got. Well, I can't say it on air.
Neither.
Okay, neither one of them. Okay, all right.
Okay.
Do the state call thing. All right, California's 54 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris, of course. Come on, what did you think that was going to be? Yeah. The nobody cares electoral votes. Fine. Trump wins Idaho's 4 electoral votes. There you go. That's more positive momentum. These are all kind of, things that we thought were going to happen.
Wait a minute. You told me we didn't...
Wait. What?
I'm having a good time, having a good time. California can go get tonight by a migrant. Oh, I hope it really stings. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me.
Well, that guy
And
just
there
keeps
it
going.
is.
Yeah, absolutely. So California will be updated there. We got Idaho updated. Fantastic. We got Alex Jones coming on the show in just about 2 minutes. We've changed shirts here. Got the Trump Vance 24. Don't worry, we have another shirt for when Donald Trump is declared the victor. So make sure about that. And we've got some undercover stuff, guys. So thank you very much for helping us out by submitting your stuff in any way possible. The DDS attack continues 5 hours later. It's a record, apparently. But our team is diligently working on it. It's not their fault.
I've called all my cousins.
You
They
called
say-
all
they
of your
swear
cousins?
it's not them.
I don't know. But LWC tips at protonmail.com. Please make sure that you're still sending stuff in. We have a few things we're going to talk about here in just a little bit. All right, so we have to retract the Idaho call. Okay, fantastic. Retracted. Polls haven't closed yet. That's my apology. It was a missed opportunity. We'll do it again in a minute.
Idaho or was it Iowa?
Idaho.
Wait, did I call Idaho or Iowa?
You called Iowa right. They gave me Idaho to call, but we have to kind of pull it back because I guess the polls haven't closed yet. Maybe it's another minute. So I apologize for that. We'll call that whenever the polls actually close in Idaho. But we do
Okay.
have Alex Jones coming in 1 minute here for you.
Okay, but before that, sorry guys, I do have some saltine crackers here
Yes.
because fever's just creeping up. It's like trying to not let an engine overheat. So I just took some fever reducers. I was like, okay, let me bring it down. We do have some undercover videos. We do have some videos on the ground right now in relation to Gerald. If you want to go out and talk with him, 1 second. You know what? Hey, there's Bill.
Hello.
We have Alex Jones in just 1 minute.
Sorry, I was eating saltines. The fever's
Delicious.
past low grade. It's getting there.
You need
It's trying to
popsicles.
get you. Yeah, popsicles.
Popsicles, applesauce, and there's 3 things. Damn it.
What doesn't help if I don't have the third thing?
I think it's bourbon. Is that
No,
not it?
I'm not doing that yet.
What the hell was it?
One
I
thing,
gotcha.
we're looking into some numbers here that are pretty damn interesting. I think my suspicions, not going to make any official calls, were likely correct as it relates to Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and some of the swings that we're seeing. And if we can apply that, we're going to cross-reference it with some other counties that have already been called, not necessarily in swing states, but in states that have already been called. So we can look at some definitive patterns and see that it may be the reason this election plays out the way that it will in swing states like Pennsylvania. So before we get to that, though,
Can I ask you a question, Stephen? Because when you do that, you cross-reference. Is that because the demographics are similar? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah?
In other words, I'm going to look at some demographics here that we're looking at right now and see, okay, if there was some major trends in these counties where we saw some significant swings, and we saw them in places not only in Florida, but if that seems to check out consistently with places like New York, places that have already been called. In other words, I'm not talking about counties that Donald Trump wins, but if certain demographics have been swinging consistently with a pattern, that'll give us some interesting projections that we can make that other people are not going to be willing to make because they would consider it racist.
Are there states with a lot of Jews and Cubans other than Florida?
Well, certainly a lot of states with a lot of Jewish votes. And if you're seeing
I
enough
know.
of those right
Yeah.
now, what may be the theme of this election, and I'm just telling people that there may be something there, is enough Jewish voters peeling off from the Democrat base. And enough Hispanics may be peeling off, and that may determine some counties in these swing states.
I see.
Because a lot of people are afraid, based on certain areas that may be heavily Kamala not reporting yet. But we're seeing some numbers play out remarkably consistently right now, but I want to double check it before I...
Can you imagine if the media took as much time and care as you did?
No, I can't imagine it because they've not done it since I've been alive.
A fantasy.
Look, you and me,
Rhetorical
comedians
question.
tonight doing this, and a half Asian lawyer who's basically also become a comedian, which makes me feel really good about my legal futures.
First of all, sense of humor is a function of intelligence.
How's this person going to get everything? I was making dick jokes, the local chuckle hut.
Hey, you know, juries love dick jokes.
It's true, they do.
Yeah, they do.
You would
They
be
do.
surprised. Yeah, I've been in enough rooms now where I'm like, oh, it just comes down to whether they like the lawyer.
Yes.
So
That's true of sales and anything else.
It's true of anything else. So right now, we do have an update right now. Noodles Toolman, before we get to Alex Jones, in DeKalb County, I do believe that we have a video here. So let's go to our electoral integrity map if we can. I know we have writers there right now, but the electoral integrity map, you guys can use it. Electionintegritymap.com. I keep saying electoral because it's all of the above. Electionintegritymap.com. Go and you can follow along with us. We are hearing some reports in two places right now, DeKalb County and in Philly. And I believe we have video for both of these. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong or if it's just images. But in DeKalb County, what we are hearing right now is, well, I guess we have a librarian right now with an exclusive reporting on some of those bomb threats that we heard about in DeKalb County. So let's go to Georgia right now on the election integrity map. And I believe that if we go to DeKalb County, yep, we're going to see right now, and Lane the Brain can let me know if I'm getting anything wrong here because these reports are coming in, obviously, and they're fluid. Do you have the video there, Noodles?
I have the video, yeah. The more info button's not working at the moment, but we'll take the video.
God love DDoS attacks. So we can do it for you live, but because of the DDoS attacks, it's taking a little bit of time to update. We do have a video exclusive right now from a librarian on these bomb threats that other people have talked about. Let's watch. No, that's not a librarian.
Mess up the vote, but I've been doing this since 2006, and I've never seen anything like it. This is the first time since 2006 that I've ever had to leave this.
Okay.
One moment. Let's fix. Is that the end of that?
Did that audio get censored, or
did the audio get censored,
or was it continue? Was it still playing?
Let me try one more time here. Sorry.
All right, let's bring this back.
Scared, so we all had to leave around 5:30.
It's very, very low.
Trying to mess up the vote, but
I can hear.
I've been doing this since 2006, and I've never seen anything like it. This is the first time since 2006 that I've ever had to leave this.
Oh.
It
looked like it's freezing for some reason.
Yeah, guys, send me the clip and I'll play it. We can play the Philly clip.
Crackers. My feet at 99.8, you sons of bitches.
I put the camera on
I can
us.
understand it. You sound just like my mom. Just go ahead and play the next clip.
All right.
I haven't eaten dinner. I'm eating saltine crackers. It's my one respite, and you guys gotta me with the saltine crackers.
All right, here, I can set this up. Philly, an undercover journalist following ballots.
We're just going to a different one.
Yeah. Do you want me to do that while your mouth is full of
DeKalb County,
saltine? I mean, I can just.
Hold on,
I will wait until you're done chewing.
How about this? Tell us a story about something with your
I'm worried about the bomb threats in Georgia.
Well, hold on, keep talking. You two talk amongst yourselves.
I said I'm worried about
I can't eat. It's like sandpaper.
I'm worried.
Who's saltine crackers for a fever, for God's sake?
Bring the guy some milk.
I've never heard such
He
a thing.
needs some milk.
Crackers for a fever. What are you, a parrot?
I mean, this is like an old wives' tale. It's like some Czechoslovakian great grandmas are like, we told them, and then they ate the crackers. What fucking morons!
Hey, I got a spoonful of cinnamon for you next.
I love that he can't even respond right now because he's got cement in his
You're
mouth.
the kind of prick who would tell me it's cinnamon, but make it even worse with like cayenne pepper.
Put some potato slices on your forehead like my grandmother did.
Exactly. Pretty soon you'll be putting coins over my eyes.
There's bomb threats in Georgia. I'm worried. My wife's drinking and dialing. I left her a list on the refrigerator what to do.
Okay, so we'll go back to that video, but right now I guess we have this from Philly. We do have an undercover journalist who's been following ballots and has been showing the lack of security that is going on right now in Philadelphia.
That's
so
right.
This we do have, and you do have the video.
I have
with
the video.
audio.
I'm
All
gonna
right,
play it.
This is my Club Undercover. So those are the ballots in that wagon? Yeah, it looks like Michael Myers.
Yeah, what is that? What the?
That looks like Michael Myers carrying ballots.
This looks like a friendly evening picnic.
Yeah, visual representation of safe and secure.
The most secure election of our lifetime. Hey, I got some papers over here.
Hey, who ordered the oranges?
Yeah, you know what? I guess I'm going to take them to the literal wrong side of the tracks.
They're not even letting them in. They're closing the gate on them. They're like, no.
I'm going to make a prediction. The left's going to say it was right-wing people doing it.
Yeah.
Anywhere they're losing, they're going to pull the shit.
They don't even
blame
know.
it.
They don't even know. They're like, wait, we got to let them in? Hey, you expecting some ballots over here? That's some guy who says he's got ballots. No, ballots. I don't know. He says he didn't order a gym. Not ballies, you smug prick. ballots.
He's jacked up anyway.
Yeah, leave it next to the Trader Vic's. I don't know, I'm just going with 80s references that don't exist anymore.
That's what we knew. So they're walking the cooler. Where are they going with them?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems
Where's
like
the
they're
rest?
going
We need the
to
rest
walk
of
them to a quarry or a shallow grave.
Are you sure those are ballots or not somebody's head?
Yeah, well, you know, at this point, it could be one and the same.
It's Philadelphia.
Yeah, you know, I'm going to kill two birds with one stone. I got a head, I got some ballots. Which one do you want to dump first?
Well, last year they said it was film equipment.
That's right. They said it was film equipment.
They're going to blame these bomb threats in Georgia on, they're going to do that, right? Anywhere they're having trouble, they're going to blame it on the right.
Well, they blamed it on the right. They blamed it on the right wing. They blamed the assassination attempts. Remember, like, you're doing this to try and plump up your numbers.
Yeah.
What?
Then
What
they
are you
said it
talking
was Iran. It's like, pick a fucking...
Yeah, I know.
Pick a straw man,
Which
you jerk
enemy
off.
would you like it to be?
Let's go. Do we have the video with the audio from DeKalb County, or are we still having issues with the audio there? It was a librarian talking about the bomb threats. Yeah?
They're subtitling it and exporting it now.
Okay, good. So we can have that exclusively. Now, here's something that I wanted to highlight to you guys, because we talked about those numbers, right? Let me give you the general number swing. Okay, in Florida, we talked about this from 2020 to 2024. Okay, Miami-Dade was an 18-point swing, right? And this, guys, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe it was an 18 percentage point swing that we saw. Not 18,000 votes, 18 points. Okay, Broward, we saw a 13-point swing. Palm Beach, we saw a 12-point swing. Now, we know it's Florida, so a lot of Hispanics. But Miami-Dade has 123,000 Jewish citizens. Broward has 149,000 Jewish citizens. Palm Beach has 134,000 Jewish citizens. So we're looking at, look, Miami-Dade, 123,000 Jews, an 18-point swing.
I think we get a Jew
Broward,
problem.
we have 149,000, a 13-point swing. Palm Beach, we have 134,000 Jews, we have a 12-point swing. That is something that is significant because Florida it was a swing state. You may not remember. People used to stay up for Florida, right? People used to stay up for Florida because it was such a swing state. We're looking at right now potentially a win from Donald Trump by 1 million votes. I don't know if that's still holding true. Let's have Mission Control get me those numbers. But certainly a much, much larger margin. We were wondering before this election how many Jews were going to be pissed off with the Democrat Party because of what they see with the rhetoric out of, not only Kamala Harris, who ran 2 competing ads, by the way, in Pennsylvania, I believe, or was it Minnesota, where she ran one for the terrorist sympathizers, and then she ran one for the Jewish citizens.
Yeah.
123,000 in Miami-Dade. Can someone give me the total number, too, of people in Miami-Dade?
6 million.
An 18-point swing. This is significant. We haven't seen huge changes, right, with other numbers. In other words, we're not seeing something else that sticks out like a sore thumb, but we are seeing an 18-point swing, which suggests that if Donald Trump is peeling off the Jewish vote by just a few percentage points, hey, that might be the reason for it. So then you can look at places like New York. We're going to look at some of the swings that we're seeing, by the way. So let's look at New York. I asked them to cross-reference this on a hunch, and they are cross-referencing this. So 2020 to 2024, the county swing that we see in Brooklyn, 11.6. Manhattan, 10.7, a swing to Donald Trump. Queens, 21. Okay, let's do those numbers again. New York, Brooklyn, 542,000 Jewish votes. We saw an 11.6 swing. Manhattan, 356,000 Jewish votes. That sounds low. We saw a 10.7-point swing. Queens, 150,000 votes. We saw a 21-point swing. So at the very least, what we are seeing is that the Jewish vote is quite consequential in these areas. The reason I'm using New York, it doesn't have to be a swing state at this point, is because we can compare the numbers that we're seeing in Florida. And I know this because I've been here. Keep in mind, I've been here since 2016 calling every single election with you guys. And if there's an anomaly that is that significant outside of the margins, you have to say, okay, what has changed? Now, for example, if you saw a demographic change of that municipality where you saw a 40-point change, a 40-point swing of, well, now you actually have 40% more, let's say, Hispanics, or let's say it's gone 40% from white, let's say 60% white to now being 30% white. But that's not what we're seeing. We are seeing relatively stable populations as far as the makeup of the demographics and a huge Jewish vote in these areas.
Yeah.
So if you were to apply that to certain counties, for example, in Pennsylvania, that might give you a good idea as to how those votes could turn out. Not calling it yet, but I want to apply this and look at those counties in Pennsylvania where it's very consequential. We have 800,000 Jewish voters in Pennsylvania. He doesn't need to win. Donald Trump doesn't need to win the Jewish vote. He just needs to peel off enough. Let me rattle these off to you again so you have them all at one time. Miami-Dade, 123,000 Jews. we have an 18-point swing. Broward County in Florida, 149,000 Jews. We have a 13-point swing. Palm Beach, 134,000 Jewish Americans, a 12-point swing. Let's look at Brooklyn, 542,000 Jews. We have an 11.6-point swing. Manhattan, 356,000 Jewish citizens, a 10.7-point swing, 10.7% swing. Queens, 150,000, a 21-point swing to Donald Trump. Not saying he's winning it. I'm talking about that swing. Are you guys seeing a trend? It's one that we're going to watch. It's one that people talked about, but you don't hear CNN and you don't hear mainstream outlets because, hey, let me tell you the truth about this. It would either be an ethnic reason, right? Because Jews can be an ethnicity. Jews, they can be ethnic Jews or they can be religious Jews. It would either be an ethnic reason, right, as a demographic that has shifted, or an ideological one, right? A religious motivation for these changing. If we are going to see these patterns, and we're seeing them pretty consistently in heavily Jewish areas, I think it's incredibly interesting. And it's something that I have some people out there analyzing right now, because that would be certainly pivotal in Pennsylvania.
Good news here, and that's 100% true. Good news here, we are going to call something. This is going to be our call, right? So this is our call on Georgia.
Oh, wait, well, then hold on a second. It's time for a state call. And what I just heard you say the word
Georgia.
Georgia, we are officially, this is the first place, I believe.
First place. Again, this is our call. We have enough information right now to project our call that Georgia, not the official from Reuters yet, hasn't been called yet, but we're calling as LWC, Georgia for Donald Trump.
We are calling Georgia right now. Tell everybody, for Donald Trump.
I'm having a good time, having a good time. Georgia voting Trump is on my mind. Suck it, Stacey. Even Ray Charles can see. CNN can go straight themselves, but they like it. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me.
And
yeah, baby.
Just so you know, this is the first place to do it. Share this on social. Let people know we feel confident in it. You can hold us to this, Georgia. We're doing the opposite of Brett Baer because we're looking at some trends that we see that I know legacy media sees, but they're too nutless to make the call. Yeah. Share it. Social, let everyone know that we are making calls and we are disputing calls here because of the wonderful team that we have out there. And you know what? When I went out, I said, what are you more confident in, North Carolina or Georgia? Before I left, I said, we feel North Carolina. I asked them to look into a couple of numbers in Georgia, and I have full confidence in them. Just call Georgia for Donald Trump. That's a big deal.
It is a big deal, and it's interesting. And we had that call just a couple of minutes ago, kind of when you started talking about the Jewish vote. So waited to the end of that. That's how far ahead of CNN we are.
Right.
And to Devin's point, why are they not calling it? They've had the information to be able to, kind of make that call the same way that we did, basically saying like, hey, according to our projections, based on the data that we're seeing, they still have that kind of legal maneuverability, so to say, because it hasn't officially been called yet, right?
Right. They're afraid because you give them that one and then Trump gets another and the Dems are going to go to bed early.
Yep.
And they don't want that.
You're absolutely
That's true.
Well, look, if
Keep them hanging in there.
We have Georgia, and
Keep them
then
guessing.
other places have called North Carolina. We still think there's some data there that gives us a little bit of pause. Very, very likely that he wins North Carolina. Yeah. Virginia, we're still pouring through. Like I said, if I were a betting man, I would bet on Kamala Harris for Virginia. But there's some numbers there that we're going to be bringing to you that are interesting, to say the least. Right now, let's actually look at what they're covering on CNN. And I believe we have Alex Jones on to cross the streams in just a little bit. Let's see what this guy, who I imagine speaks like this. No, don't ask me.
On Friday to start our return board. That is our recount.
He does.
That's when we'll
He
start
does.
researching
That was
those
accurate.
provisionals,
You
see
got
how
him.
many we have, and start counting those. And again, like I said, the overseas and military ballots, this will count.
Bonnie
and get into the
Frank's
system
younger
next
brother.
week.
I
Just
just came
how
in
many
and
of
they
those
put
that
this
are
lanyard
on
me. I guess it makes me
less than
official.
4,000 total.
Truman
Thank you very much.
Capote.
Great update. All right, guys, back
Truman
to you.
Capote.
Allegheny County. Close to
Right
the
now, they're
finish line
saying
here.
Arizona, Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. Too early to call.
Back to Jake
Not
Tapper and his
Georgia.
lopsided head.
Georgia's not too early to call. And it seems like some people don't believe that North Carolina is too early to call, but I'm glad that we said maybe it was. So they want to have all of those right there as too early to call. Pennsylvania,
For as
absolutely.
long as possible.
For as long as possible.
Guys, get the ballots over there. We got to call this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, there's a reason that Pennsylvania wanted to give themselves some breathing room, I believe, of 2.5 years for them to count all the votes.
I think they're still counting 2020.
Yes, I think they're still counting 2020.
What a filthy state.
We may have Mr. Jones. Do we have, I'm going to ask the question. Do we have Mr.
It looks like
Jones?
he is in the chair, and I think we can
He is confirmed, yes.
All right, let's go with the OG, the man who many of you have been waiting to see on this stream, and a good friend of the show, Mr. Alex Jones.
To be alive, well, do you think Trump's gonna clinch it?
Good Lord, Alex, we had a whole stinger for you, and we were giving you the introduction, and then you were already talking. So I'm sorry, but Alex Jones, of course, people can go and support Alex and watch the stream. What was it you were asking? We were a little showmanship.
I didn't know about the showmanship. I've been sitting here waiting to get on. Hey, start it over. I want to see the stinger. I want a stinger.
You
start
can't
over.
see the stinger.
Boom,
It's
Stephen
been done.
Crowder.
Once a stinger, always a stinger. But you do look
awesome.
fantastic.
You can't re-sting.
Did you lose weight?
How
or
many
what?
more pounds did you lose since I last saw you? It was like 48 minutes ago.
I've lost, in the last 70 days, I've lost 34 pounds.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Good for you. I lost 8 pounds in 12 hours, but that's because I apparently ingested a portion of Satan. I ingested the 6th ring of hell. So we're just trying to keep the engine from overheating tonight. Just trying to keep my fever under 100, 101. Otherwise, I'll be going to the hospital. I don't know if you just saw, we just called Georgia. This is the first, we're the first
Nobody
place
answered.
to call it, the state. Georgia, pretty damn confident in that. What is it that you're seeing, and what is it you're feeling tonight, Alex? Or if there's any insight you can give us.
I mean, it's been very close a few hours ago. Talk about a nail biter, and I think Pennsylvania is, obviously very close to going for Trump, despite all the fraud and stuff we've seen. If Trump wins, which I think it's looking more and more like he will, if you look at the electoral map. We are going to see a meltdown like we've never seen. The top Democrat strategists have been talking about Civil War conditions, not certifying the vote. Carball's been talking about armed uprisings because Trump's Hitler is going to come kill black men with no evidence. Whoopi Goldberg says he's going to ban interracial marriage. There are a lot of crazy people that believe the BS they've been fed. They also believe the Democrats when they say 2 men can have a baby. So World War III is on the table here. This is a referendum on that. Trump's got a lot better team around him right now to try to drain the swamp. They've promised to hold this up for weeks, but if it's a decisive victory tonight, I don't know. From the numbers we're seeing, like you just said with Georgia and other things that are happening in Pennsylvania, goes for Trump, then I think you look at the electoral map, that Trump could be declaring victory tonight.
Yeah.
I think there's a strong chance that it could be declaring victory tonight. We just went through some of these numbers here. I don't know if you were able to hear it, but I had a sneaking suspicion because we're looking at potentially a win. Can they confirm if it likely will be somewhere around 1 million votes in Florida? They're saying that it could be that much, but a huge... And Alex, a lot of people, are newer to this, right? We have a lot of Gen Z viewers. They don't remember when Florida was a nail biter, right? We'd stay up all night just to hear on Ohio and Florida. That's kind of taken for granted. And we looked at the numbers where we saw a huge swing. So, for example, Miami-Dade, an 18-point swing toward Donald Trump. Broward, a 13-point swing. Palm Beach, 12 points. I looked at it and cross-referenced it with New York. Miami-Dade has 123,000 Jewish Americans. Broward, 149,000. 134,000 in Palm Beach. Then we looked in a state where Donald Trump lost. But we looked, for example, Brooklyn. We saw an 11.6% swing toward Donald Trump, 542,000 Jewish Americans. Manhattan, 10.7-point swing, 356,000 Jewish Americans. Queens, a 21-point swing, 150,000 Queens. I bet you also be pretty interested. A lot of Middle Eastern, a lot of Arab American who, by the way, are swinging toward Donald Trump. Not necessarily in a way that he's winning, but in a way where he's carving off some of those numbers. I think that may be the story of tonight, the Jewish American vote and the Hispanic vote. But we're seeing that kind of track, which... If so, we could apply to Pennsylvania. This is something that's obviously near and dear to you. Does that surprise you, or were you expecting that tonight?
A lot of people I really respect were looking at the numbers. Even Roger Stone, who's usually a big pessimist, said Trump could win tonight. And he said that on my show Sunday. And so, look, people have self-preservation in mind, common sense. Yeah. Harris is so detestable, so fake. Yeah. Walls, it's hard to pick somebody that would compliment her disgustingness, but they were actually able to find somebody that made it more gross. And so the system's been very, very arrogant. So, I'm not surprised that Trump's got a real shot at it to override the fraud. He had to make it over that. We got to have a big red wave, make it over the blue seawall. And so a lot of people I respect were saying, no, it's going to happen. And then even Roger's like, no, I think Trump's going to win. And he's always been accurate. He told me in 2020, he said Trump's going to barely win, not as big a turnout. And he said because of the fraud, he'll lose, but don't tell anybody that.
Right.
He said that a month before, weeks before the day of.
Do you think that the suspicion that I have here might be correct, that we are seeing a significant portion of American Jews no longer in clear conscience being able to support the Democrat Party? Do you think that's what? Do you think this is just, again, right now a suspicion, but we're looking at different counties, that may have played a significant role, for example, in these huge swings, these districts where there are a lot of American Jews?
Yeah, I don't think that's speculation. We've already seen that swing in the polls. And so I think that's a game changer as well. But what I think you're seeing is just a political realignment with all these famous Democrats and liberals that have souls joining Trump. And I just think that the people get it. They can smell that, that there's no future with Harris, and, that Trump's not out to get him, and Trump doesn't want World War III. So absolutely. I mean, I think that's a big part of it. And like you said, he's, got all these Muslims endorsing him in Michigan. And I mean, people just are sick of the current power structure, but then they're going to try to block this. They're going to try to impeach him again. They've reportedly already drawn up articles of impeachment. If he is, getting back into office, it looks like Republicans are taking the Senate, expanding in the House. That's just as important. So if Trump does get in and has the trifecta, he better drain that swamp and he better deliver. And he's being handed, as you know, an economy that's got fire coming out of the engine and smoke shooting out its ass. So this is a crazy ass situation.
Is that good?
Yeah, can I, before I want to see if I can, hey, Toolman, if we show this clip out of Georgia, will Alex be able to hear it?
I can do that, yeah.
Okay, so Alex, we have something breaking right now. You wouldn't be able to see it, but would you like to be here to hear? Let me set this up for you. Right now, this is some exclusive testimony video that we have that has gone through our team right now to vet it. So this is from someone named Devin. He went to go early vote in Georgia on the 21st of October, okay? They told him, oh, sorry, you were deceased in July of 2023. So he was allowed to take this photo of the screen, which you can see in the video, and he was given a provisional ballot, told that his vote may not go through, but you'll be registered for next time. And we actually have a clip right now that we can play. You won't be able to see it, but hear it.
Oh, I'll show it to
Okay, you'll be able to see it.
He will see it too.
Let's show it to Alex.
Hey, my name is Devin Hare, and I'm dead. I went to go early vote 21st of October and found out that I was deceased, and that was why it wouldn't work. I was listening to the podcast. Y'all were talking about, hey, we need to double check that we're registered to vote because there's strange things happening. I said, okay, I'll just go check it out on the website. I should be A-okay. My name does not come up. Show up the 21st, say, hey, here's my driver's license. They say, we can't find you in the system. Let's get you over to this other lady. She's got a computer. She's got all the back-end information. She can tell you what's going on. And she goes, hey, yeah, no, sorry about this, but you're dead. You are not alive anymore. And you have been since July of 2023. I would hope I'm still alive. And she said, yeah, it's just that system is not working. You're still alive everywhere else, but the voter registration side, you're not here. My official status for voter registration is canceled, and the reason is that I'm deceased. She said your vote might not go through this year. As of today, my name is still not on the registration list, and it's not on the I voted list anywhere. So bravo, Harris County.
So there we go. And again, we can't, like we said, just like I couldn't confirm when we were doing the election, I believe we crossed streams in 2020, where I got a ballot to an old address in Michigan that was in process, along with, by the way, my relatives in Michigan who did vote where it said in process. The only confirmation that we have right now is a complete lack of confirmation. And to me, this is an example of, hey, Donald Trump may win this in spite of some shenanigans that are taking place. Does that surprise you at all with Georgia?
Let me add to that, because, it's confirmed reports in all the battleground states, and it's almost only happening to Republicans, just like MTG on my show 2 weeks ago said she's getting constituents saying the machines are flipping from straight Republican to straight Democrat. And then later it happened all over the country. They said, oh, it's just a glitch. It is happening. So that's confirmed. So they tried to deny all this 4 years ago. Now it's all out in the open. And then all over the country, it's being reported that Republicans that have been registered already voting are told there's a problem, or they're not on it, or sorry, you're not in the database. Here's a provisional. And so you kind of go to timeout. So there's all sorts of ways that they're doing this. But as you said, the shenanigans are out in the open. They had all these federal judges rule illegals can vote, stay on the rolls. The Texas Secretary of State said 5 weeks ago, you can vote with a non-citizen ID. Then the Supreme Court comes in and says about last Monday, to Virginia, okay, the illegals do have to come off the rolls. So people have been denying that, even though, James O'Keefe gets the footage of it happening. No, this is really going on. So regardless of what happens with this election, I believe Trump's about to win. That's what it looks like right now. It's been just the mask is off here. And so much the fraud did get caught. And a lot of states took off, just in the aggregate, millions and millions of dead people and illegals and crazy stuff. And as you know, you're Michigan, 500,000 people that weren't on the voter rolls and weren't voters and registered in the database, but they're just there and they get to still vote. Right. I mean, so this is wild. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah. And even if, as we've called Georgia for Donald Trump, like you said, Michigan is one of those. I mean, we already know, look, like you just said, there were voter rolls that had some, I don't remember exactly if it was redundant votes or they had non-citizens or voter rolls that should have been purged that they didn't purge. Yeah. But we do know that at least one Chinese national voted, even though they weren't a citizen, got caught, but that vote still counts. To me, that's enough. In other words, if there are any names on those voter rolls that should not be allowed to vote, as far as I'm concerned, every single one of them counts as an illegal vote because we'd have no way to confirm. We only confirmed the one who was dumb enough to ask for his ballot back, and that vote will still count. I'm sure you covered that there in Michigan. Combine the two, I'm pissed.
But the good news is, I mean, remember, they just stonewalled 4 years ago, and the judges said, well, we can't look at it. You don't have standing. And the media went, oh, the judges found no fraud. No, no judge would look at it. Right. But the Republicans, under Trump's leadership, went from no coverage and looking at fraud to doing a great job with Laura Trump and people, and so now there's some real spotlights on this, and they've mitigated a lot of it, and so it's spectacular how people are being educated. Yeah. And Trump's up there saying, if I do get in, we're getting rid of these machines. How does France have 36 million people vote in one day on paper ballots, but we can't do it here? And remember, we almost always have the election the night or the day after. Right. Now we're told the news was weeks and weeks and weeks. So we're going to see some shenanigans. The deep state's not going to go away quietly. And this is certainly not a boring time to be alive. Or if Trump does get in the 76 days when he's president-elect, the left has said they're going to just go crazy and cause all sorts of uprisings. And that if Trump tries to defend against it, well, he's Hitler. So this is definitely a very exciting and dangerous time.
Wait, do you mean to tell me that when you had a Romney who was heading up the Republican Party, that it was feckless and useless, and now that Donald Trump has been, we're actually seeing some headway being made as it relates to election fraud? That's not what you're telling me, is it, Alex?
It's what's happening, brother. And so this is the Great Awakening. Yeah. I mean, the only way we would lose is not engaging them, because even if they steal it, now they're even double caught. Right. I mean, at a sick level, I hope this doesn't happen, but from a Machiavellian position, if they steal this now, I mean, the Democratic Party in a couple of years will be outlawed in this country. No, I mean, they're like the Nazi party already at this point.
It should be.
Yeah, I think you're right. And hey, I do have a couple more questions for you, Alex. First, is that shirt velvet? Is that velvet?
No.
Or is it suede?
It looks nice either way.
It looks comfortable, yeah.
Is it velvet?
It's a velour.
No, it's not velvet. I don't own any velvet clothing.
Well, you should, because I always tell people, Alex Jones is far more cuddly than you would know. He's a sweetheart in real life, and if you drape that in some velour, I won't be able to keep my hands off you.
Whoa!
And
no, I get it. I love it, hey, Stephen. You got like a brawny. You can be on a brawny package, like a lumberjack. You're a brawny man there, and I'm kind of, hey man, hey.
You got the Stephen's staying alive.
Easy.
Wait, hold on a second.
I mean,
hold on a second. Let me see this, Alex.
Your chest. Do this every once in a while. Like you're wanting me to.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. His chest literally grows like an arrow, saying, "Right here." It's an arrow.
That's what you want to look at.
Look at oh my God.
He's got a WWE voice.
Yes, he does.
He's got the physique.
And he has an actual arrow.
He's like a good-looking George the Animal Steel.
Donald Trump's going to win. I tell you what, brother.
George the Animal Steel.
Let me put my earpiece
your
back.
body hair naturally grows like Zangief, for God's sake.
By the way, this is the least strange thing Alex Jones has ever done.
Yes, it is. Well, certainly on this stream.
This is going to go mega viral just for you, Stephen.
You can't clip it on your skin, Alex. He's like, where do I clip? Look at that.
There you go.
Look at that. Alex,
nice.
If you got it, flaunt it. Show it off. You definitely,
I'm here to tell you, brother, Donald Trump's going to save this country and nothing's going to stop it.
Look at you. Good for you.
She looks
honestly
perfectly normal.
I thought it was velvet before you took off your shirt. I think it looks more velour-like now.
I've only lost 30-something pounds, 33, 40 pounds. I'm going down another 20 or 30, so I'll actually be in shape soon.
How
I'm
are
still
you,
not in shape.
Alex? How are you doing that? And don't tell me eating right. I'm not going to buy that shit.
Well, I mean, I'm not taking Ozempic, if that's what you ask.
Oh, no. Nick is a big Ozempic fan.
I'm working out 7 days a week. It'll be announced soon. There's a big documentary film like for Netflix being made. And my buddy said, hey, man, why don't we get you a really good personal trainer, former Navy SEAL guy? I know the guy is for years. Oh, yeah. I love Sean. And he works for some other folks around here in town. We'll just leave it at that. Let's just say he's been hanging out with Joe Rogan and Elon Musk all week. And so, they're like, and Joe kind of interceded and said, hey, you need to do this. You need to lose weight. And so kind of worked with some of his guys. And so I'm working out 7 days a week, peer pressure with a former Navy SEAL, drill sergeant. Literally he's Navy SEAL training at the Navy SEAL base.
Wow.
He's nice about it, but he makes me, I mean, I was in terrible shape, probably about to die, and then now I'm just in decent shape, and I'm going to really get in great shape. Yeah.
Look great. You know what though? Even the thing is, you still have that broad chest. That I always say, like Alex Jones looks like he looks like the barrel that people go over the waterfalls in. But that's a compliment because I mean, it's just you got that shape.
Even when I was fat, I mean, this is muscle. These aren't, it's not tits.
He looks like.
I mean, when I used to work out a lot when I was younger, I had just ridiculous chest. But
no, I'm not saying it's tits. I'm saying you look like you're made of wooden planks. Right? You got that barrel.
He looks like a Coke machine with a head on it.
Yes, he does. He does.
Like those 1920s bodybuilders that are just
the 1920s bodybuilders before they were juiced out of their mind. They're just like, look, I built my physique by breaking the chains in my prison walls. And you're like, wow, thanks, Alexander.
What I'm doing is I'm trying to get small. So I mean, mainly what I do is like just hundreds and hundreds of sit-ups, hundreds of burpees and all this other stuff, and just pushing a sled and carrying 50-pound kettlebells in each hand.
So Rocky
warehouses,
stuff lesbians do.
Yeah, it's all good stuff. But I'm still in terrible shape.
You're not in terrible shape.
Badass shape.
You're not in terrible shape. Alex, take the win. Everyone here. We have some ladies in the live audience. They're fanning themselves right now.
You look like Michelle Obama.
Listen, I did it all from the AlexJonesStore.com with Ultimate Sea Moss, the ultimate seafood. That's why, right here.
Wow.
Ultimate sea moss.
This is the Ozempic of vitamins.
The Ozempic of the sea, as it's known.
The Ozempic of the sea.
Hey, you know what? Actually, Alex, if you want, and this is completely impromptu, but we just got a sponsorship from Jack Fitness where they do home gyms, and it's one of the very rare sponsors where they reached out and I said, I know exactly who those people are. Lifetime warranty, and we might be able to get you one because I know you probably have a gym at your studio, but if you want one for the house, I bet you we could hook that up for you. It's really good stuff.
You still got a house, right?
It sounds good. Sounds good.
If I were him, I would never be in my house. I would be outside.
I know.
Strutting it.
Sunning myself.
I'm joking, but you know what, man?
You are ridiculous. You're in way better shape than me, Crowder. I'm just having some fun.
Yeah, but you know what, Alex? I'm not just saying it. Very proud of you, man, because I know you've, and you know what? One thing I will say about Alex, God said, and I'm not saying God loves Alex Jones more than the rest of you. What I'm saying is, God did say that David is a man after his own heart. And people go, how could that be David? I mean, David basically killed the guy, David. But it was a man who had a repentant heart. It was a man who always came back to God. And I would tell you, Alex Jones, every time he's been going through some stuff, and I talk with Alex, he goes, you know what, I'm doing this, but I really need to spend more time in prayer with God, and I really want to get in. I know that health was a big thing where you said, he would say, you know what, I got to get back in shape. It's just been so stressful. And you know what, man, he had the biggest lawsuit in modern American history as far as a bullshit ruling. So you know what, you had plenty of reasons to be stressed. So hey, I know you have more goals to go, but man, you should be proud of yourself. And I'm not just saying that. You really are. You're looking good. You're doing well.
It's a great way to handle the stress, too. I mean, this is keeping them alive, bro.
Eat sea moss.
Yeah.
I mean, I think so. I don't know.
I'm telling you, sea moss is amazing.
Where do you get that? The bottom of a boat? What?
Yeah, exactly. That's what happens.
Scrape it off.
It's Irish sea moss. Listen, I just go with whatever it's got the best iodine and all these weird minerals and vitamins that are only in the sea moss. And I am doing a plug here because, we could be shut down next to... InfoWars is up for sale next Tuesday, forced by the court. but we'll continue on in the air one way or another, working with great folks. So yeah, it's just emblematic of the tyranny we're under. Just like Elon Musk said on Rogan, he said if Kamala gets in, he's going to be shut down. This isn't a game. They've tried to shut you down. So we joke around and stuff, and I torture people looking at my because you made jokes about the shirts. I thought I'd go really crazy on air, but I mean, this is a war. This is a real deal. So I hope Trump wins today.
Yeah.
What are you predicting, Crowder?
I think he is going to win. I think it's going to be very close. We called Georgia. I think we'll be making the call of North Carolina quite soon. I think that, I'm getting word now that we are going to be calling North Carolina in just a minute. Actually, you know what? Hey, before we continue, do you want to be here for us to call North Carolina with you right now with us?
I do. I should probably put my shirt
back
on.
No. Keep it off. Trust me. This gets
old.
Alex, you haven't seen the entirety of the show. It gets weirder. So, what you're going to be able to, he can see program? Hold on, Toolman?
Yes, yeah. I'll give him program for this one.
So, we're going to give you program because am I right? We're going to call. So, right now, it's time for another state call. And then, yeah. Brought to you by Noble Gold. And as we've been doing all night, of course, we have Donald Trump, the next president, who is here to call the state of North Carolina.
I'm having a good time, North Carolina, you came through tonight. Suck it, FEMA, you really screwed up with Helene. The state where you invented human flight. Call me Sully. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me.
And the best part is we were really excited about it, and Alex Jones is gone.
Yeah. He's left.
When you're going too far for Alex Jones,
maybe he went to watch it. Maybe he didn't have a return monitor. Or something like
maybe
that.
that's the point where maybe it's like, hey, maybe we.
I hope it was. I hope he did that to be funny.
So listen, we feel pretty confident in this according to our projections.
I can't be associated with this. These people are crazy.
I just saw an intern walk by.
Yeah.
Like, no, Alex. He's probably out doing push-ups.
He is. I was doing burpees, Stephen. I'm sorry.
I was doing burpees as part of my program.
Eating some moss off my garage wall.
I drank too much tap water. That's right. I felt a little gay.
According to our projections, he's going to win North Carolina by around 2.8%.
By around 2.8%.
That's not enough for me.
Which honestly is
a big deal.
Pretty in line. Can someone bring up the RCP average? I think it was somewhere around. Was it around 1.8?
I don't remember the exact number. We can bring that up. But I wanted to give you a couple other pieces of information as we've been talking.
Hold on one second. Did you see North Carolina called, Alex? Did you get to? No, he's.
Yes, I saw it.
All right. Son of a bitch.
I didn't know where you went. I was like, oh man, we lost Alex.
Now he's got his shirt on.
Well, I've got a chamber pot over there. This one took a dump.
Oh wow.
That's what the Democrats are doing right now.
Yes, I do believe
they're
they
doing
are.
it in their pants.
Yeah,
Steven's got a crock pot next to him.
Yes, I do. It's actually it's an Instapot because I like putting it under pressure.
Listen, I never say this about Steve, but it's really cool because when I've co-hosted and guest hosted for him, I had the same thing here. He has a toilet in his chair. It's very relaxing.
I do. Yeah, I do. And I even changed it.
And I also pee sitting down.
Yeah, well, I only pee sitting down when I'm doing the show, and that's a convenience factor. But I did change the chair because it used to be like that old foam chair that you have at your grandparents' house, where it feels like another butt up against your butt. So now it's actually it's a nice firm polymer, so you don't get that. It's like when you sit on someone else's desk in school and it's warm.
No,
like
I agree.
I don't like.
Even though I'm old now. I don't like old people chairs, even though I'm kind of old now. It's weird to be 50, but I remember like grandma was like, it feels creepy.
Yeah.
Like, it must be like this when you're like a junior high student and Tim Walz is your gay counselor.
Yeah. Allegedly. Also,
nice, right.
It's really
Alleged
weird.
my ass.
It's really weird when old people have carpeting up and around the toilets.
Yes.
You had some information there, Gerald.
All right, so just some information. So we got some PA updates that we can have Ginger Snap come in and give us some.
Okay.
Kamala Harris is way underperforming in some very important places.
Okay. Tell her to get on her knees.
And then I just wanted to give you this update, too, on Florida. So in 2020, Trump won Florida by 372,000. Right now, it's projected at over 1.5 million.
1.5 million.
He's going to win it by this time around.
Stop it, Nick.
What do you mean, Nick?
Stop it, Nick.
Expects
Guys,
better.
you and your trend horse shit. I'm sorry.
Right, it's just okay.
It's not.
All right, Nick needs a Snickers. No, there's been no good news tonight that Nick hasn't said. He's going to lose Florida. He's going to lose Florida. Gerald, you can't quit. Gerald, you cannot quit.
Hey, no making out with Nick.
It's good.
Stop it.
Don't hurt me.
He's too big.
I'm an old man. Something big here.
Yes.
Don't make me take my shirt off.
You mean aside from an Aryan beating up a Sicilian, which the optics are not great? Yes. What is it, Alex?
Sicilian.
Listen, you guys are doing great on the numbers as well. I know you love Owen Schroyer, former political prisoner.
Yes.
He's in our big map room looking at some of the numbers. I want to get his, just for a minute or so, his take and analysis. I know you got a bunch of experts there. Let's put our brains together right now. But let's just go to Owen for a second. Simulcast. I want him to give us a quick report. He says big developments.
Yes, but hold on, Alex. Before we do that, where's the best
Here's
place
the deal.
for people to find you? I just want to say, where's the best place for people to find you? Because we didn't get your plug in yet. Sorry, we have Joe Lewis in the studio, and everyone's losing their mind.
No. Well, I'm going to steal your dog. If InfoWars gets shut down, find me at Real Alex Jones on X. Find me at alexjones.network, and also follow our backup channel at AJN for Alex Jones Network, AJN Live, and that'll be a big deal because when I got deplatformed, even great fans had trouble finding me. We're still on a lot of talk radio stations. We've got the uplinks at the new studio and stuff, but it's a lot smaller. We intend to expand, hopefully, move out of Austin, maybe up north by you guys. Who knows?
You know what, Alex, too? Also, I don't know if you know this, we just announced this tonight. Rumble Premium has been an ad-free service that's been around for a while. Mug Club now is Rumble Premium. Rumble Premium is Mug Club, where Mug Club proved that we could build out a network, but there are already more people like Donald Trump Jr. on Rumble Premium. They have some gamers there. They have live events. So every member of Mug Club is going to be there.
I'm the head of Rumble with you guys as well. It'll be gone next Tuesday, and bad guys are probably going to buy it. So I've just been faithful to the crew here, but I'm ready to branch out and hopefully have the crew with me.
Right.
But that's going on.
And you could always just you could just change it to like info floors, and that could be under Rumble Premium. Is my point, right? There's a million things that you could do. Oh no, we lost his feet.
Gone or just dark?
Oh, there he is.
He's back.
Apparently
they bought it. You know why? Because they want to feed
us. It takes
us
money to fight this.
Yes.
The AlexJonesStore.com.
Yes, AlexJonesStore.com. I think because he wants to feed us some info from Owen Schroyer real quick. And the Alex Jones. Sorry, say it again, Alex. I'm sorry.
TheAlexJonesStore.com. Get some T-shirts, get some CMOS, keep us on the air. I'm not kidding. You'll love the CMOS. But seriously, Owen is on it. I know you guys have your own war room. I want to hear your take on his analysis. So here's Owen Schroyer. Owen, come in here.
All right, let's hear what Owen Schroyer...
There is no way Harris can come back from over 100,000 votes down, except ridiculous shenanigans, with 91% in. Think about that. What is she going to get, 75% of the last 10% vote? Not going to happen, not in a fair election. So we zoom back out. What does this mean? This means with Pennsylvania and Georgia.
1 second here, Tim. Yeah, bring him up full screen.
That's
if you can. Bring him up full screen really quickly.
That's a victory for Donald Trump. He needs to come out in 15 minutes and declare victory. I won't be the one to declare victory, but that's what we see here on this map.
All right, Owen, stay there. I want to go back. Hold on, because we're breaking in with Stephen here. Stephen, I want to get your take, because you guys are looking at the numbers. You've got experts there as well. Owen, stay there. Don't go. What is your take on what Owen just said?
Okay, well, 1 second, because we were just having some issues there. I wanted to bring it up full screen.
We've talked about that before.
Well, just so you know, we have called Georgia. So Owen is right on that. We've called Georgia pretty definitively. We're very confident in Georgia. We do have Lane the Brain in here with some updates in Pennsylvania, and I think there's some agreement. And then you have a little bit more context to some of those numbers. And I don't know if there's disagreement.
No, there's no disagreement at all, really. The only difference is the map that we had on our from ourselves. We actually called Georgia.
Right.
So the only thing left for Trump to do is win one of those upper Midwest states, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania.
So let's bring up there, Noodles, the election integrity map, because we have called Georgia so people can see that up there. Oh, is it DDoS
it's
again?
Still DDoS.
It's DDoS. We've been DDoS attacked because, Alex, we've been providing this analysis and these numbers.
Okay, but he just said according to him, he has Pennsylvania.
Well, I know, according to what he just said.
So we cannot say that yet.
Yeah.
We are not really
Right.
willing to say
All
that
right.
Pennsylvania, we are not willing to say that. But to reflect on what he said with those trends, how he said she needs 65% of the vote, if you want to pull up what our analyst just put together, that graph, this will kind of help show what Owen was talking about.
Okay.
Because it reflects exactly what our numbers are saying too.
Great. So there you go. So, Alex, we actually have a
Excellent.
graph that I don't know if you guys can see it on your program. You may not be able to.
Pull it back down.
But we've had some graphs here that we're actually able to present to people as far as what percentage of the vote needs to be won in the future. So let's bring up that. You want to bring up that graph? We're going.
I'll get it to him right now.
But everything that Owen just said checks out.
Gotcha.
And that's why we actually called Georgia
right there.
not that long ago. Let's bring this up. You have it there?
Pennsylvania. Yeah, we've got it. So we
Okay, so Pennsylvania. So I don't know if you can see this, Alex, but Lane the Brain, describe this because we've been showing this throughout the night. Describe it for some new viewers, people coming in from Alex's show who may not be familiar with this metric that you've shown.
Correct. So this is essentially reflecting the sentiment that they were just talking about. If you look at the red bar, so the farthest to the right is actually the most recent information that we have, and it says 54.2.
And by information, I mean the most recent vote dump.
Yes, correct. So the most recent vote dump, Donald Trump collected 54.2% of that.
Right.
And what that tells us is of the outstanding vote remaining, he only needs to win 45,
right.
Which, means Kamala Harris would need to win a much, about 55% of that vote.
Right.
So our percentages are a little different, but the trend is exactly the same.
And you are pretty, again, we're not making the call, but pretty confident that it's very unlikely with the votes that are remaining in Pennsylvania that she would be reaching those margins.
Correct. And the reason that we feel a little confident in Pennsylvania, not in calling it, but in the direction it's going, is if there's two bellwether counties, essentially that you want to look at, which are Erie County and Northampton County. And in the last vote dump, Donald Trump closed the gap in Erie County by about 7%, and he's only trailing by 3.6 now. So he keeps making that up. But Northampton County is the one you want to look at because he actually lost that by 0.7% in 2020 to Joe Biden. But right now,
Hold on, we're looking on the map for Northampton.
Can you give me a
fucking Rain Man over here just reading them at a million
looking
miles
for
an
it, but I
hour.
have.
Give me a Dramamine.
Google it.
So what we do see in Northampton is that Trump is leading by a substantial amount. He's leading by 5.4% right now at last check. He lost that county.
Wow.
And
now I'm excited.
And there's only been 3 times, I believe, in the last 150 years that county hasn't predicted the winner of the state. I think 2004, 2000, and 1968.
So it's not just the fact, Alex, to go back to that, it's not just the fact that he's doing better than in 2020, but it's the fact that actually, in combination with that, is a bellwether county that's indicative of someone winning the country at large.
That is correct.
For the state, it's pretty significant. Seems, all metrics that we have right now, that he should win the state, but that microcosm within the state suggests strongly that he would win the country. And this is, by the way, given the fact that we've already called Georgia.
Right. And then even if you move past Pennsylvania, if you can pull up the New York Times thing that we sent you, they're starting to even not have much room to wiggle.
I was going to say, they were noticing it. They were leaning Trump about an hour ago.
Yes.
It was the first time they had said it in this entire cycle.
So they're leaning him in popular vote also, but they also have him up in PA, Wisconsin, and Michigan. They give him over a 65% chance in all of those states to win.
Yep.
And if he wins any of those states...
Polymarket's at 97% for Trump now.
Yeah, hold on. I wanted to do a Polymarket check-in after.
Sorry.
Alex, hold on, everyone, guys, there's too much. Hold on one second. Alex, are you still there? Did you hear the announcement? So Owen was right on the money, and we have access to, again, some metrics here behind the scenes that kind of exclusive here that we can parse out. But Owen...
No, I know. You guys did a great job. Well,
and so did Owen. He was right on the money. And he absolutely should declare. We're not fully, and if you guys are, that's great. We're not fully confident in calling
No, we're
Pennsylvania.
not saying we're 100% right. We're just saying it looks like it to us.
Yeah.
It certainly looks
It
that
looks
way.
like it to me too. I think, Alex, my only hesitation would be I don't want to give people like, oh, Donald Trump is cheating again. You got to like. I just don't want that. I want to.
They'll try and go with those optics.
Let it become a little bit more obvious. I agree with you though to like put a stop to any of the potential steal or anything that is going on to kind of head that off. But I just want it to be a little bit more.
One
clear.
final thing.
Very
So,
close.
Alex, I know we're going to have to. Can we have our team cross-reference these counties that are particularly, important right now, and look at the Jewish voting population?
Yeah.
Because looking at the trends that we already have. No. I'm just saying.
No, we can look at those. We can look at
That
those
would
in
help.
PA.
In other words, we can look at those in
100%.
PA, but that might help us make a prediction a little
Correct.
bit earlier if we see those numbers still continue to track.
And to that
That's a
point, we
noticeable
were
movement.
able, when we did call North Carolina, it was about 10 minutes ahead of Reuters' call on that as well.
Right.
So we did beat them to the punch.
Yeah, thank you, Mug
There we
Club.
go. So we're the first place right here, guys. Mug Club, Rumble Premium. If you guys want to support it, click that button right now. Join Rumble Premium. You just heard maybe info floors at Rumble Premium. I know that Alex Jones has a lot. We don't know what's going to happen after next week, but the water's warm. And we made the North Carolina call before they did at Reuters. We made the Georgia call. I want you to stick around here for a little bit, laying the brain. Alex, we do have to get going, but tell Owen if he can't still hear us. Great work.
Yep.
And we may even be able to check in with you guys later. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to us behind the scenes too.
Absolutely, and just want to say great job with your investigative team. Winning this election, you guys have done just as good as James O'Keefe, and he's always been the North Star. We're not in competition. We're all on the same team, but incredible job for all your supporters, everybody else. And I love working with you, and I love your crew. This is a historic moment, so thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alex. We appreciate it. Alex Jones and Owen Schroyer, everybody. Good. Yeah, I'm glad. Again, I know we've had some tech issues there, but I'm glad. He was going a little like some gut feel, but it's good to see that. Owen is one of those guys who people, because he's with Alex Jones, think he's more unreasonable than he is. He's often pretty right on some of these things, and he's it's one of those things. Don't let the media tell you who Alex Jones is. Don't let the media tell you who all those people are. Even if we have disagreements, it sounds like we're tracking here with some different data sets, but this is quite a bit of momentum.
Yeah.
At this point.
Yeah.
1.5 million votes potentially in Florida is
huge.
Huge.
That is massive.
And why are you laughing? What, you don't think there's 1.5 million votes in Florida?
I expected that from Florida, goddammit.
No one expected 1. You never said it.
Oh,
you said that Joe
for Christ's
Biden would be
sake.
out. We gave you
That's right.
credit. And now you're saying you never
Where's
said
your money on
1.5 million votes.
What? I was laughing. You guys
Hold on. The fight's out there, damn it. I love everybody in here.
No, it's not. It's in here now.
It is in here. It is in here. Guys, don't you guys
I gotta defend Nick. I saw his My Little Pony diary. He wrote.
Oh my god.
Yeah, he writes.
He wrote it in there.
Yeah, well, him and Kavanaugh. Who gives a
I was
shit?
laughing at you guys getting so excited that he won so big in Florida.
But Nick, the reason is because
I
we're
know
looking
the
at it, we're
trending.
contrasting the trends,
I
and now you're
understand.
excited. But you know why we're able to make these predictions? Because of the numbers that we looked at in Florida. Let's go for the Polymarket check-in. I'm gonna have a fever of 102.
There's no Jews in
Polymarket check-in. Let's look in. Donald Trump at 96.6.
Now, do me a favor. Pull up the general election as well.
Well, that is a general election.
No, I'm sorry, the popular vote for the general election.
Oh, I got him off his
We've been
game.
streaming for 6 hours, all right? Give me a break.
I got him off his
winner.
game.
91% for Trump.
For the popular vote.
popular
There's the
vote.
mandate of the masses, everybody. There's a mandate of the masses.
I don't wanna go to bed.
New York
And so
Post.
remember this really quickly. And I want to go. Remember this really quickly. Hey, can you bring off the live on air thing right there? I'm seeing Alex Jones's window in front of me. Remember this. When the left, they will protest. They will riot. They might even behave for a couple of days because they might have people from the press say, hey, look, we got to be careful with this. Remember, they are protesting not against the Electoral College. They are protesting not against some kind of swing state. They are protesting against you, the American people. That's what they're protesting. When they riot this time, they're rioting against everyone else in this country.
Yeah.
And don't forget it. Even if you didn't vote for Donald Trump, when
That's
people
a good
say,
point.
hey, I want to stand up for what's right. Okay, you talked about the integrity of democracy. Watch. This happens tonight. Donald Trump very, very likely, almost certainly wins the Electoral College. Very, very likely wins the popular vote. If you see a single Walgreens, CVS, you see a single department store looted, you see a single person, my God, shot in the street for being a Trump voter like we saw in Washington State, or was it Oregon? Remember, that bullet is for you. That Walgreens, that shop is you. There's no more bullshit where people argue, even though it should never be the case, about the Electoral College or about Donald Trump and billionaire donors, because we saw that they bragged about with Kamala Harris. The mandate of the masses and a significant winning margin. That riot is for you. Remember, let this reverberate through you. Don't forget it.
And you should be pissed when that happens. And that if that ever does happen, that's exactly why you heard me on my spiel earlier. Well, I'll never say political violence is never the answer. Hey, if people are actually rioting and burning down your houses, burning down your neighborhoods, if we see another summer of love, guess what? I would much rather see Korean shopkeeper defends what he created and, by the way, voted to preserve than another man shot in the street. Man, remember, dozens of people killed in those riots. Don't let it get that far. Do not let it get that far. You're talking to the guy right now. You're watching the guy who does Change My Mind. You're watching the guy who does Devil's Advocate, finds common ground. Don't let it get to a single riot in any city. And any representative like Kamala Harris who says they won't stop nor should they stop, that is an enemy of the American people. Let's check in with Polymarket, see how likely this stream gets taken down from YouTube. Can we do that really quickly? Because I meant every damn word that I just said. 21. It went down. Huh.
I think it's because we had Alex on for
More
a little bit that it
ranting.
spiked.
Yeah.
No.
No,
it only went
lower.
down when he took his shirt off.
It only went down, yeah.
The people were appeased. You know, I don't know if I saw this, if this was correct, but did Bitcoin hit an all-time high?
Yes.
In the last hour?
It did.
Oh, I wonder why.
So that's one of the things. People are not only looking at Polymarket in the polls, but the vote on crypto is a vote for the price. Is essentially the price of Bitcoin. Is what are the markets predicting is going to happen? Because it's very clear that Trump is going to be able to do more favorable cryptocurrency policies versus Kamala. And so as the price continued to go up, folks are saying that is another key indicator of where people are voting across non-traditional demographic lines.
Well,
the Jew factor.
Last night, Jim Cramer told us that the market moves predicted a Kamala Harris win. So
Well, why are we even here?
Yeah, but Jim Cramer's head comes to a point.
Don't insult the coneheads.
A fair point.
Now I'm excited.
Is there anything else that you wanted to fill us in on?
No, I don't think so. Just there's some interesting indicators on the ground outside of the numbers. New York Post is starting to report that people are leaving Kamala's watch party.
Oh my gosh, that sucks.
Yeah, it's rough.
No, it doesn't. That's fantastic.
I mean, it sucks for her.
Before we even went live on air, most
when
of the
Lizzo leave, that's a dozen people.
The U.S. consulates in Europe, all those places that wanted Trump to lose, they all decided not to hold their watch parties. So there's,
So there are quite a few signs. We don't have the leftist meltdowns yet. I don't know. We'll check in with Brodigan in my land.
Put a note in. Look for these things, please.
I don't want to. All right. I'm just nervous about going to bed. I'm just being realistic.
Okay, that's fine.
Were you here
Thanks,
in
Uncle Frank. Thanks, Uncle Frank.
Get him a Red Bull.
Nick, I'm with you.
If it helps, if it makes you feel any better, Nick forgot his reading glasses. All right.
We'll also get you some Senate updates because we could take the Senate and the House potentially tonight. And have
I think we picked up 2 and we're leading in 3 others right now.
Now I'm excited.
So we're talking about the Senate, right?
Senate, yeah.
Yeah. The House.
picked up
the House we have, but we could.
Yeah.
Widen the margin.
Yeah, I believe we needed 4 to win 4 of this.
I say we pick up the House and drop it on Kamala's
I'm trying to
head.
remember how many more would we need in this.
We only really had to flip one because West Virginia was open because of Manchin, so they won that one, and then one more, which would have been.
Is it a shutout in the seats that they thought would flip Democrat? That's one thing I don't know yet.
I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look at that one.
Okay.
We've been focused on the presidency.
Well, thank you so much, Lane the Brain. We appreciate it. We'll check. And you know what? Since we paid good money to have that chair out there, next time, do you mind doing it from the chair?
I like that chair. It's a cool chair.
Okay, let's have you do it from that chair there. Plus, you look good in that chair.
Just microphone. Just put it like right here.
Yeah, put it right up there.
Gerald can come.
Like your Mariah Carey at Rockefeller Plaza.
If Gerald wants to show everybody how to do it.
I mean,
It's just we paid good money for that chair, and I don't think we're going to be streaming for days now.
Gerald will show us how to do that when he does the wine tasting.
No.
That's right.
I'm doing wine tasting?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. So this has been a lot of fun. Oh, you know what? I forgot.
Oh no.
I forgot actually. We still have on the show tonight. And considering that we don't know how much longer Kamala's going to have any type of political shelf life, her father's name is actually Donald J. Harris. That is not a joke. But we do have Donald J. Harris live on the line with us. Let's go to him now. Mr. Harris, thanks for coming back on tonight.
Yeah, man, what's on your mind?
Well, since you've known her for so long, I wanted to get your insight on why your daughter isn't doing as well as the media was hoping she would tonight.
It's all very simple, man. She didn't have the time.
Time for what?
To do the same thing she always done to get all of her job.
Boy, you're really a one-trick pony, aren't you, Donald J?
It's a simple equation. You divide the population by the amount of hours in a day that she spread eagle.
Okay.
She couldn't get to them all in time.
Okay, that's about what I was expecting to hear, but good to know she does have a formula for success.
Spread eagle is just like a mother.
Okay, we get the point. I think we're done here. We're done, Tool Man. By the way,
Every time.
you might need to mute other people's mics because I can't hear.
Don't make them so funny, and we won't laugh so much.
I didn't make anything funny. You think I write what he says? It's Kamala's dad, Donald J.
He's his own man.
Gosh. I'm laughing at his mouth and his teeth.
Still looking for SIGs.
Oh, boy. All right.
I'm excited. I feel good.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad, Nick. I mean, I honestly have given you a hard time, but I know why you're like that. Like,
well, I was voted class
before.
Honestly, and this is, I'm not making this up. In high school, they had to come up with a superlative for me. I was voted class pessimist.
Yeah.
And you know what?
Well, that's interesting.
It's really being a realist is what it's called. And a couple of people that voted me class pessimist, they're dead now. So who won that fucking argument?
Well, I don't think anybody did, but nonetheless.
I think everybody lost. I think they're dead and you're dead inside. Nick.
No, guys.
They're still voting. You're fine.
I get it.
I don't want you to go to bed all excited because it's going to be, you know.
Well, I'm not going to bed.
We're not going to bed, Nick.
I'm not going to bed. My fever's 100 degrees right now, and I'm not going to bed.
I better see some blow. I better see some blow real soon if you want me to stay up.
Look, Nick, what's your excuse, okay? I said we're not going to bed. We're going to keep streaming until we've called the president, right?
What are you going to do?
I don't know why he's so mad. I don't know. It's that hot Italian blood. The Sicilian. You can't calm him down, right?
Hey, fuck that. You fucking Irish cockroach.
See, that's what it does. That's the
Are we still worried about being booted from YouTube? For Christ's sake, when is this
Back
far?
up. It's back up. Quick break. We're going to come back when Nick calms down. We'll be right back after this. We'll be right
more
back.
rules than a Tonight Show, for Christ's sake.
Tool Man.
Truth Social, a free speech platform designed to avoid big tech censorship. Make your voice heard. Join the movement. Join Truth Social.
Dear Truth Social, today I was inspired to write a haiku, a beautiful haiku, to type a poem. I think from Japan, could be China. Fantastic people, the Japanese, the Chinese. I don't know, no one knows. Terrible radiation though for the Japanese. The haiku goes like this. Nancy Pelosi is a big fat lying witch. But wow, such nice chick.
From the network that brought you TikTok Hits, Fish Radio, and the Joel Osteen Channel comes the new and improved Howard 100.
Where do I begin?
Dominating space with satellite technology only available through Sirius XM.
Jigsaw puzzle? You're into that, huh?
Only losers and suckers listen to free radio that's not coming from space.
Women have to work harder to get respect.
New network, old stir.
I don't understand this philosophy.
Weekdays at 7 a.m. Eastern, only on Sirius XM Howard 100. Sign up today for SiriusXM for just $9.99 a month, or get a free trial. They're pretty easy to get. You can literally just get free trial after free trial after free trial after free trial after free trial.
I think you've got a confession to make. You're fake news.
You are fake news.
Well, Trump was making America great. Where were you when you tried to resist? Had me on you. Yeah, Trump is getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you. Yeah, Trump keeps getting the best, the best. just sort of like Twix, my friends. They come in twos. 'Cause Trump is getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you. Yeah, I keep getting the best, the best, the best, the best of you. Yeah, Trump keeps getting the best, the best, the best. I'm besting you.
Tonight on No Cops.
This bill of comprehensive police reform to be... just got to be careful here with some gunshots. Excuse us, excuse us. It sounds like gunshots. I'll let you know what this is. These seem to be gunshots.
Get down!
Shit, where is that?
We're okay, we're okay, we're okay.
We're just gonna go.
Let's go.
Stay tuned for more No Cops.
To be clear, he continues to deny the fundamental charge that she has, which is that she had this sexual encounter with him in 2006. He denies that?
First of all, I don't know which she you're talking about because you're inventing people. Oh, E. Jean Carroll. Such a liar, she won't even give us her first name. I think it's Earl. I think she had a... I know he didn't sexually assault her, but come on. It was a department store. Who hasn't got a job at the fitting room at Old Navy or the Gap? Is that really a hanging offense? You guys are young, Abercrombie and Fitch. You see a boy with an ass like a nectarine. You follow him around the mall, take him to the Cheesecake Factory, maybe get him a mac and cheese. This stuff happens, but he did not sexually assault anybody. Let me make that clear. Or anybody else that's going to come forward with these stories. It's really disgusting. I don't even know that Trump likes women anymore. He's had so many of them. He's just tired. I mean, you eat lobster every day, you get sick of it. Yeah, you eat hot dogs every day. You're Anthony Weiner. What? Well, I guess that's it. You have no more questions. And as usual, those were horrendous. They were as slanted as the roof you try to put that guy on in Butler, which wasn't very slanted. That was a dumb remark on my part. Did you see? They were doing a news report. There was a 12-year-old girl on a unicycle behind the guy doing the report on the roof, juggling axes. So that's it. And I guess I'll see you at the next press conference. Maybe the other person who's running for president should try this. It's kind of fun. You have a good day now.
I really think he should be the press secretary. I mean, it would be a lot more fun, but there's a lot of fun that we're getting to have right now in this moment. Look, we're cautiously optimistic still. We still think there's a lot of momentum. Everything's looking pretty good. One of the things that I wanted to bring in, guys, we have officially, I believe, won the Senate. I know we've been focusing a lot on the presidential race. Now, that's a big deal. So, if Donald Trump goes in, he's got a mandate of the people because he wins the popular vote, he wins the Electoral College, you've got the Senate, you've got the House, you can start to do some stuff. Now, make sure you do some. Yes. Just
I want some.
me. Yeah, there we go. Absolutely. No, but that is a massive deal right now. And look, I'm looking at CNN. I've got a lot of different screens going on. So sometimes if I say, "Oh crap, I got the wrong thing," it's because I've got 7 things that I'm looking at one time. So I apologize. We have lawyers here to make sure that I don't get us sued too badly. But they're going over Pennsylvania right now, and they're looking at every single county and going, "Ah crap, ah crap, ah crap. She's underperforming." That is fantastic for us. They just keep going back to these counties. And look, I know that Pennsylvania has been marked by everybody for a very long time. We have James Woods coming up in just 1 minute here as soon as Steven gets back in. But I just wanted to say, like Scott Pressler, we all owe you a lot right? It's not any one person that's going to get this thing done, but everybody has played a significant part. Scott moved to Pennsylvania, started an organization there. You can go on his X and see, and he got people knocking on doors. He got people registered to vote. He changed counties for Donald Trump and actually leaned Republican instead of being Democrat. Like, phenomenal job right there. If Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's going to be due in large part to the work that Scott Presler did. So thank you very much for that work. Enjoy the night. If that gets called here in just a little while, we'll see. I don't know how much longer we're going to have to wait on that, but it's going to be fantastic when it does. Oh, he's here. He's here. Okay, James Wood is standing. James Woods is standing by.
Well, maybe we want with James Woods. We may want to give him an update. We have an update on Wisconsin that's looking really good, not just Pennsylvania.
Well, where's that update?
Well, I think that you're kind of, no offense, on your wiener when it comes to the chip. There's too much coming in.
No,
Hey, you guys can't hear, but Gerald's missus is one of them in the studio, and I said wiener, and she went, yeah, I know about your helicoptering.
Listen, I have enough children, okay? Thank you. Well, they didn't put the Wisconsin update in the map, so jump in, and we'll go to James as soon as you're ready.
The thing right now is
I'm excited to have this guy on.
And Nick is enthralled. He's on his phone texting his.
Thanks, Nick.
Yeah, Nick.
Guys,
Let's keep everything friendly.
I'm texting to you guys how much I love this place.
So they're getting some data right now that Wisconsin is actually. Oh shoot, sorry. I can't brush my teeth and I haven't eaten a meal, so I got the. Thank you.
You got to do the thing.
You didn't eat?
I had saltines.
No, you had sweet potatoes. I saw it.
I had sweet potatoes. I had saltines. And I had a little bit of protein earlier.
But
I feel okay. Tim, I'm thinking we may want to dim these lights a little bit as we get a little further in the evening because I look like a crazy person.
Okay. I'll find an opportunity to do that.
He's getting a little wacky.
It's just
don't forget about James.
The fever's just staying right around 100 degrees. So we do have James Woods coming up, but I do know they're saying that they just got about 50% of the Wisconsin vote in, and from what they're seeing, Wisconsin is only going to get redder. So it seems increasingly likely. Yeah.
Please.
Kill Nick's mic, please. Just for right now.
Nick isn't even on his mic.
Good.
He's like a mile away.
There you go. It must be
hallucinating.
You getting a breeze from that ivory tower? The problem is Nick can say whatever he wants because he knows he has carte blanche because he knows he was my comedy idol growing up. So what am I going to say? Like, no.
We have champagne.
No,
Don't say that. You're going to hurt my feelings. Like I'm some bitch. So.
Well, you're wearing a shirt from the Ellen DeGeneres collection.
Yes, I am. I ran into her at Orvis.
James Woods
I'm
still
joking.
waiting.
It was REI. All right. So
he's laughing.
Let's bring up James Woods has an IQ of like, Mensa. They would be I should say filling their pants. Because he is like the highest IQ of any celebrity, and you think he doesn't appreciate this highbrow shit?
I think he does.
By the way, they called Virginia. We agree they called Virginia for Harris, but just like we said early on tonight, if it's anywhere even close to under 5 points, they're saying it's well under 5 points. It's razor thin. So look, guys, we're not gonna lie to you and call everything, but it looks like Donald Trump is preparing some remarks. It really does look as close as you can get at this moment in time. It is 11. Oh, sorry. I know James Woods is coming on. My microwave screwed me up because I have that microwave out there. And I was like, it's already midnight? It's not. It's not midnight.
You
it's
may need a
11,
more significant break here.
It's 11:09.
It's 11.
I'm 14.
What?
11.
Is it 9? All right, let's bring on the man with the best voice. Hold on a second. I got to sanitize my hands.
Oh, boy.
I got to do this because whatever I touch,
you're getting close
whatever
every
I
time.
whatever I touch is going to be plagued with this virus.
That's true. Please do that for us.
I don't want.
It's going to be a bunch of sick Cub Scouts.
All right.
How many pounds did you lose?
This is a
Come
good
touch
man.
me.
Please, can we just
This is
behave
how Oppenheimer's brain
for
works.
man we've wanted on the show for a long time. And by the way, Gay William ran into him. Maybe we can bring Gay William on in a little bit. And I don't want to tell personal stories, but a big fan of this man. I've been following him. He's one of the OGs on Twitter as far as not being afraid to speak out. One of Hollywood's last remaining great actors and quite a funny chap, James Woods. Hold on a second, James. No one respects the damn stinger tonight. We had a whole stinger for you, and I saw you're already speaking. But Mr. Woods, thank you for being here, sir.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Crowder, for being here. And by the way, this is in our household already. We had to buy it, by the way. Just saying.
Thank you very much.
My wife, big fan.
Okay.
Big fan. Yeah, years ago. She bought it years ago.
Well, thank you.
So,
she's.
And by the way, have you two been celebratory imbibing at this point? I think everyone has except for me.
Yeah, I have to say, my bar isn't big enough. This is like coming into a drunken frat party. I got to tell you, I've been watching you guys, and I mean, the Ellen DeGeneres shirt was pretty much the high point of the evening for me because it doesn't take that.
Thank you very much, Mr.
And by the
Woods.
way, what a risque view to take when she's not here to defend herself anymore, James. You're better than that.
Poor thing. By the way, it really looks like, honestly, a Harry Sisson shirt. But it looks like it has a little bit of DNA there on the collar. You might want to watch out. And get
I
that
just
control.
asked Jitsu to lint roll this. Good Lord.
Yeah, but it's not a lint issue, pal.
It's a load issue.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
by the
listen,
way-
seriously, I'm thrilled to be on the show. William Rodriguez, fantastic man. He pushed me. He said, you got to do Stephen. I said, I'd love to, but I don't do press. Then finally I thought, you know what? This is just too important. This night, let's get serious for a moment, please.
No.
Is one of the single most important nights. Every election, this is the most important election in history. This was and is the most important election in my lifetime.
Yeah.
In my lifetime. Because we are literally, I mean, if you even try to picture with AI at its best, I like to call it artificial stupidity because it gets just about everything wrong.
I get it.
Siri can't work. Alexa can't work. AI can't work. But if you looked at what the future would be under Kamala Harris, however the fuck you pronounce her name, Kamala Harris, if you looked at what that future would be like, it would be some n-dimensional space that you could never have imagined in your worst nightmares.
Yes.
I mean, just every single thing that she believes in or doesn't believe in because she doesn't know herself.
Yeah.
You know, Michigan, she believes one thing, and Virginia, she believes another.
Yeah.
It would have been a catastrophe. And let me tell you, no matter how big this victory may be tonight, God willing, and the last time I went to bed, Trump was winning. I woke up and they found 300,000 votes in a crocodile's ass somewhere, and whatever.
I like drunk James Woods, by the way. This is my favorite James
well,
Woods.
they found him somewhere. They didn't have a crease in him. I don't take anything for granted, but how is it possible that it was this close? I mean, honestly, this would be like Billy Barty, in a boxing match.
You know what? I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Holyfield.
Not to get too serious on it. I'll tell you exactly what it is. And I don't mean in the way that crazy conspiracy. Satanism sells. And by that I mean creating an altar, creating an idol, which is yourself. Creating yourself into an idol. And that's all the DNC abortion policy is now. It's sacrifice at the altar of self. There's something really appealing to, wait, me? Wait, but if I vote this way, I'll get this. I think that a huge portion of people who voted for Kamala Harris did so in spite of the fact that they probably understood, because they've lived it, that it was not what was good for the country, but out of their own selfish interests. That's why you see a lot of super wealthy billionaires, and you see a lot of people who, aren't necessarily involved in the economy with a voluntary trade of goods and services. So that's why I said this earlier today. You'll never hear me say, hey, what have they done for you? That's not the way you should vote, because that's a really easy sell next election cycle, right? But I think people lived this, and I think some people thought, you know what? It'll be better for me. I don't think anyone actually thought that Kamala Harris was good for the country. I don't believe that anyone actually believed that.
Well, a lot of people, I think, that would support somebody like Kamala Harris or Joe Biden or Gavin Newsom or any of these people, they don't look at the community as a byword. It's just it's a mantra. There's no community among these people. It is utter narcissism. They're basically TikTok performers, all of them. Their lives live as far as their number. Look, today I just happened to be on Twitter. I went, I got another 100,000 followers. And I don't like to call them followers. I like to call them friends. I know that sounds a little pompous, but I don't like to think of people following me. I'm following them. One of the things I'm most proud of when I'm on Twitter, people say, you interact with all your fans.
Yes, continue.
Well, I interact with all the followers I have on Twitter. People will ask me a question, I'll talk about it. Sometimes people will say rude things, I'll fire right back, I'll give a mom joke, I'll insta-block them, I do all that stuff. But I'm interacting with them because I do believe that there is a community. Mm-hmm. I think that what Donald Trump did was, and will do again, God willing, if they don't cheat and snatch defeat from the jaws of victory somehow with their lawfare and all the other insane stuff they do, even God forbid, I hate to say the word assassination, but God knows they're trying.
Of course.
If they don't do that, and we actually we're blessed enough to get another 4 years with this man, we'll sew up the border, we'll start to have American production at home. Look, our community, our American community, we want to create our own goods. We want to give people jobs. We want to give them proper education. And even the people who come here, I mean, they come across the border, it's too hard to do it legally, so they escape the hellhole that they're living in and try to get here because this dream is such a great dream at its best.
Right.
And what the narcissists want to do is just make it work for themselves. Give you a perfect example, a little math trick here. When Donald Trump was president of the United States, the first thing he said is, we've got to put a wall on our southern border.
Right.
It's going to cost $5 billion. We give, on the average, Ukraine $232 million a day.
Yes.
Every 5 days, it's $1 billion. In less than a month, the money that we give to Ukraine, which comes back in paper bags to the Biden family and all the rest of these leaders and so on, could have been used to build that wall.
Yep. And let me give you another number. You know what else? You know what else? I know this because when we did the Change My Mind, Build the Wall, Change My Mind in front of the White House, back then it was $116 billion. Now the Congressional Budget Office, I believe, is where we get the numbers. Illegal immigrants cost the American taxpayer a minimum of $150 billion a year. You couldn't get that kind of ROI anywhere else in government.
That's right. But here's the thing. A lot of those people who come across, I just renovated a home for my wife and myself. It's a beautiful little home. And people are going to say, you're talking about the people who work for you are from Mexico and Guatemala. Okay. Our landscape designer, wonderful woman, did the best job I've ever had. This is the 18th house I've done because I used to flip houses and so on. She's a master at what she did. We had so many people. All of the woodworking in the house is the finest finished carpentry I've ever seen in my life. Done by a fellow who's Mexican American.
Oh, I thought it was Finnish. I thought you said Finnish carpentry.
No, finished. Finished carpet. Really top carpet. These people had so much to contribute at the highest level.
Right.
Okay. And I had a fellow who was literally the manager of a house I was doing. He was in charge of the whole thing. And he told me that he shared with me, wonderful man. Hey, my daughter just graduated from medical school. I'm so proud of her and so on. I said, great, Sergio, where are you from? So I'm from Mexico. And I said, when did you come? He said, I'm here illegally. I said, you've been here for years. He said, I've been here for 32 years. I said, so why can't you get somebody to sponsor you? I'll sponsor you. He said, I said, well, how do you handle things? He said, I paid my taxes every single year. While all these rich Democrats, all these billionaire Democrats are finding every tax dodge they possibly can, this guy's here paying his taxes even though he's not a citizen. Right. He wants to be, but it was too impossible to do.
Right.
So one of the things that we've got to do, now that all these coalitions are shifting, we have to find a way to have the Republicans. I hope Donald Trump does this. And if I get a chance to talk to him, which is highly likely, I'm going to say, let's find a way to embrace the people who've come here who want to be part of this dream and give them a path to do it, okay? And the ones who are here to cause trouble and commit crimes and do all the rest of it, shove their asses out, scrape them off our shoe, build that wall, and that's that. But don't judge people by the fact that they may have gotten here in a certain way. You're going to be surprised to hear me say this. You thought I was going to come on to be some right-wing nutcase. Let's find a way to build this country better based on values. And that's what the Democrats don't do. They don't have values. They want to castrate children. They want to have the border wide open. They want to have, all our jobs go overseas with all this globalism and so on. And, they want to have a digital currency so they can track every dollar.
Yep. No, I think I think there's a way to do it. I'm very reticent to look at paths to citizenship, but maybe if there's, for example, here's the thing. We can all agree on this. Every single illegal alien who is populating our prison systems, gone right away. And if we look and we see any of them, we talk with them and go, oh, wait, you haven't paid taxes? Gone, unless they hit the back pay. If they've paid taxes, they've been here for that long, then I think we can look at that. But the problem is we know that once we get there, the left is going to fight every step of the way. This is not an argument over anchor babies. This is not an argument over dreamers. We have people who have come here illegally who make up over 20% of our federal prisons. When people say find common ground, Can we not find common ground on deporting every single person here illegally who we are supporting in prison? The left doesn't want that. They wanted to buy votes. That's the issue.
Okay, Stephen, but this might have been a little trick of mine because if you look at the statistics tonight, the Latino vote, okay, was over 40%. So now that they're on our side, welcome to America.
Well, again, if you have that, but again, I bet you if you you know what, James? Though I bet you if you go, hey,
but they got to deport that. They got to deport that fucking William Rodriguez. Okay,
okay, William, for crying out loud. Well, I don't know. He's the reason for the Prev pill. But I will say this. Hey, you know what? I bet you if you narrow it down to people who've paid taxes, that'll be a whole lot higher than 40%. That's the thing that's really hard too.
Here's what I think. Anybody who's willing to like do the job, make things better. Anybody who look, I recently, being blacklisted in this business because I voted for Donald Trump and said it out loud, and literally that's why I was blacklisted. After a pretty illustrious career, I said, well, I've got to do something better, and I've famously, of course, put together the deal for Oppenheimer because my friend and I, David Wargo, were in control of the book that it was based on and so on, and went to my good friend Chuck Roven, who I'm glad won the Oscar along with Chris, and with Emma, it was great.
You're getting
experience.
buried in the names you're dropping, James.
Yeah, no, but these are good names to drop. These are good names to drop. But then what I did, I made a little album with my friend Shooter Jennings, who did the music. I wrote all the lyrics. And one of the lyrics was in a song that was originally called Flyover Country. Because the people in our business sneeringly refer to all the people who make it possible for them to fly in those private jets. That they go to the movies and pay for the tickets that make it possible for them to do that. And there was a wonderful, I think, one of my favorite lyrics I've ever written. It was about America. And the lyric went like this. This is the heartland. Truth is her blood. Devotion to others. Strengthen the flood. Mothers birth children. They come home under a flag. Fathers lean into the harness. Their faith never sags. This is America, in whose sweet embrace the fallen now slumber, blessed by her grace.
Well, I tell you what.
This is America.
That is poetry. It's no John Lennon's Why Don't We Do It in the Road, but it's close. But you know what?
But the whole idea is that when you look at
hold on, James. Can I get you to hold that thought? Can I get you to hold that thought? Because we have some breaking news right now that you could actually witness for the first time. I don't know if you know, we were the first place to call Georgia, but we also, even though it may not be enough from the left, there still have been some shenanigans tonight. And right now we are getting this. Hopefully Toolman has the video from Philly. Again, we're getting this update. We'll be able to send you.
Here we go.
Yeah. So what happened is
seceded.
There was a poll counter who was leaving. Our journalist spoke with them, and after this poll counter was leaving, a huge convoy of box trucks came in, and we're going to show.
Shock.
I know. Let's show you the clip right now from our boots on the ground.
Excuse me. Were you an election worker?
Yes.
Are you guys leaving now?
Yes.
Are you guys done counting ballots or?
No.
Oh, so people are still counting. Your shift is over now, then?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how much longer you think they might be? You know how much ballots?
They're going to put another shift in coming in for the overnight.
For overnight?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good night.
And here come.
You got to be kidding.
Yep.
Here come the ballots.
You got to be shitting me.
Yep.
Yeah, before they had him in the trunk of a car, but now he's winning by so much. They gotta bring him in a Bentley truck.
That's exactly right. They're like, Chrysler 500 won't be enough.
Bring in the C-130. Let's go.
So this is going on
pulling up
right now. 11311 Roosevelt Boulevard, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Ballots, trucks of ballots coming in, where, from what we are hearing, allegedly poll watchers leaving. So I don't know if this is between shifts.
Well, that's the poll workers are coming in the trucks.
Yeah, I was going to say.
The poll workers.
What are they, illegal poll watchers?
This wasn't saying, are they using, what are they using, stone tablet ballots?
Yeah, I don't know.
What are the mathematical odds they can slide in there right at the shift change?
I know.
Wow.
I know.
Yeah, it's amazing.
So this is going on right now, and I believe
there's a lot.
There's a lot. Oh my word!
That's a shitload of ballots right there, boys.
That's like a Russian nesting doll of votes.
Is that a police escort? Are the police escort?
Yeah.
Wow.
Welcome to facility.
And this is why we've been very hesitant to call Pennsylvania. We called Georgia early on. We've called North Carolina. It does seem that there mathematically would be insurmountable for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania. But as we all know, we saw in the last election, mathematical impossibilities are not insurmountable in the wee hours of the morning. But I still
for Democrats in Philadelphia.
Yes,
just make sure you get the
or in Michigan, in Detroit, places like that.
Yeah, any blue wall state. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Notorious Philly.
So we're going to need to wait and see what happens there. But barring anything there being illegitimate, it very much does seem like Pennsylvania is out of reach for Harris. But these are the kinds of tricks that you see taking place. And you know what? Here's the thing. Maybe Donald Trump still wins Pennsylvania, right? But I was asked this on a show where they said, if Donald Trump wins, will you question the election? I said, yes, absolutely. I said, the answer doesn't change. This desk is what? It's wood. If someone doesn't believe that it's wood, it's still wood. Someone can win in spite. I've talked about this, Phelps, the greatest swimmer of all time. He was eating McDonald's every day, right? You had people who would go out. I remember we would have it in jiu-jitsu practice. They'd go, well, Phelps eats McDonald's. I'm like, well, he has the wingspan of an albatross and he has the gift of gut, but he's winning in spite of eating crap. And he got better when he stopped eating crap. The win can happen in spite of all of the attempts at undermining it that we have seen all night.
And, Stephen, one of the things that you really got to question is, here was a person who couldn't get a single vote during the primary in her own state.
Yeah.
She was the most unlikable candidate. Ever. I mean, she made Hillary Clinton look like Mother Teresa. I mean, the nasal and the cackling and oh my God, she's just impossible. She's an impossible person to like.
Yeah.
And every policy she believes in is odorous and unacceptable. She is a terrible candidate. And we're still here praying that we've won. How is that possible?
Well,
how
we know
is
the
it
answer.
possible that such a horrible candidate is still able to put us to the test at midnight?
Well, I think we see this, right? You just answered your own question. The person is interchangeable. Anyone think Joe Biden was pulling the strings? Of course not. The guy was barely able to. The guy didn't know where he was. Kamala Harris didn't need to receive a single vote. They're interchangeable as long as their system is in play. And I think what we are seeing tonight is just like Americans have lost faith in their institutions. The system from the left may be broken, which, again, you have to be on guard because you know what? They're going to try and come up with a new system. And as we know, sometimes the devil let's still get rid of the devil. Yeah, but please. The devil is better than the one you don't. But I do know that James is getting... Oh, what's this?
Well, no, my wife just came out. My wife was from Erie, Pennsylvania, and Erie always, goes Democrat. Trump just flipped Erie County.
Yep, we've been following those numbers. As a matter of fact, Mr. Woods just.
By the way, let me interrupt. You mentioned Scott Pressler. It's worth restating what an incredible. That's a ground force right there, man. You get on the ground and you storm the beach. That's Normandy right there, baby.
Yep.
That guy went out there and just made this possible.
Right. And something else, I also want to give you an update here right now while you're talking about Erie. We're going to have Lane the Brain come in. In Texas, with 88% reporting in Starr County, Texas, Trump is up by 16%. The reason that matters, it's a county that Biden won by 5, and it's 97% Latino.
The next line. Read the next line.
Starr hasn't voted Republican since 1892,
there
James.
You go.
Holy cow.
Welcome to America.
Yeah. Bienvenidos.
Yes.
Come on in.
There's plenty of room,
amigos.
Yes. No. Hey, you know what? I understand. And you know what? This is one of those things where people were wondering, hey, how much of that is going to flip? I heard that arrogant guy. What's the name of the guy who the Palestinian supporter who the other guy said, I hope your pager doesn't go off?
Yeah, it was hilarious.
I heard him on Piers Morgan saying, you're going to see Kamala win the Latino vote. You're going to see those numbers restabilize. You're going to see her win the black vote. You're not going to see the shifts that you guys are expecting. And he told Piers Morgan, he said, I will eat halal prepared crow. He said, if Tuesday night Kamala Harris doesn't win. Done. So hopefully someone will hold him to that because he specifically said you're not going to see the shift in Hispanic voters. And by the way, I sincerely hope he does not have a pager because no one has pagers in 2024 unless it's a bomb.
That's fair.
And I don't want him to.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you've ever had...
By the way, you brought up an interesting thing here. What's his name? He was just on... what was it? Kevin O'Leary, is that his name?
Yeah, Mr. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Shark
Yeah,
Tank?
and he was talking about the fact that the Democrats will just basically it's like virtue signaling. We're for all the Latinos and all the blacks, and it's like the classic Biden line: if you vote for Trump, you ain't black. It's like, are you insane? Are you smoking crack?
Well, yes.
Yes. I mean, look. There's one thing I know about every black friend that I have. This is a proud group of people.
Yes.
Because they have had to struggle. The whole history from slavery on through, and worse than even slavery in many ways, was the Jim Crow periods. I mean, you had to step off a sidewalk because somebody else of a different color was walking by. It's heinous.
But now we've gone so far the other way.
It's because of weight.
Okay, go.
But I just want to say,
yes.
So there's a proud tradition in that culture.
Yes.
And the last thing a black man wants to be told by Kamala Harris is how he has to vote, and because she's a woman of color. First of all, bitch, you ain't black. So what are you saying this to me for? Secondly, why are you telling me how to think?
Yes. No,
I mean, the whole idea that, the Democrats have pushed, it'll disenfranchise black voters if you require voter ID. I mean, how insulting can you be to a group of people to say you're not capable of getting a voter ID?
Oh, hold on a second.
It's appalling.
James, did you see CNN?
Finally.
Just called Georgia for Donald Trump only, an hour and 20 minutes after we did? So you're watching history tonight, James.
They wanted to be sure. Yes. They wanted to be sure.
But you know what? Yes. I hope people remember this night. We wanted to be ahead of the curve. We've been right on every single call that we've made that's been uniquely ours here tonight. We've been wrong about none of it because you know what? It's the opposite. Nothing up our sleeves. We're going, hey, this is exactly up our sleeves. This is what they have. These are the data they have. These are the tools that they have.
Steve, it's a little impossible to see your sleeves because like when you used to wear blue in front of a blue screen.
Yeah.
Wearing like red plaid in front of stacked brick. Okay.
Yeah. You seem a little, for someone who's making fun of me for the Ellen DeGeneres, you seem a little obsessed with my wardrobe.
That's true.
I get it. We can't all be Steve Jobs and only wear black so we don't have to make another decision. It works for you. I look a little washed out.
I don't even consider that a wardrobe. Look more like
go fuck yourself.
More like a couch throw.
You know what? The thing is, I meet all these people I grew up admiring. I meet all these people who I grew up admiring, and he has a mug. And then I meet my idol, and I don't mean in a spiritual sense. I meet my idols, and they insult me. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way. It's perfect.
Here's just a sort of. Here's a basic tip in life. If you're going to meet your idol, don't wear, a bath mat, when you're doing it.
Come on. That's a good proudershop.com to get some more stuff.
That's a good plug for proudershop.com.
Yeah, but
maybe if we're lucky, we can put his glasses on there next to the secretary for Monsters
Inc.
We
had a question that would make sense. So,
I will definitely,
So, Mr. Woods, the question that we got was, what was it like working with Shooter Jennings? And do you guys have an album?
We do have an album. Thank you for letting me. This nice segue.
By all means.
We have a beautiful album.
By the way, I'll open the floor with my lesbian sleeves.
with your lesbian shirt pedal pushers, they have the half sleeves. We have an album which is arriving as I speak. I think one's coming. I can feel it coming. My beautiful wife.
Your slightly more sober companion.
You're a fan of the show here.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Vinyl.
Look at that.
Oh,
you're the Thundercrack.
The only thing more hipster than your glasses.
with our beautiful little troll face.
I'm surprised he didn't bring it to you on a fixed gear bicycle.
You're just still seething, aren't you, over there?
No, I love it. When you get roasted by James Woods, that's a good day.
That's a good deal.
It's a good day.
I have to say, Shooter Jennings is, of course, a 3-time Grammy-winning producer. He brought back Tanya Tucker. He got 2 Grammys producing Brandy Carlisle, and of course is the son of the great Waylon Jennings and Jesse Coulter. And we ended up becoming friends over kind of not politics, but just culture and a lot of the things. He and I shared a love of things about old California. Charles Bukowski's writing and all this stuff.
White people.
And one time, we just happened to mention, I said, I snagged my sweater. And he said, how'd you snag your sweater? I said, the guitar, I got calluses. He goes, oh, you play the guitar? I said, no, I do not play the guitar. Never say that you play an instrument in front of a professional musician. Big mistake.
Right.
He said, "Oh well, you're kind of a funny guy," which isn't true, as we can see now from this visit.
No, I think you're very funny. No. It's stunning.
I'm doing okay. When I'm going to shirt stuff, it's kind of second level.
It's a genre.
Okay.
That was my fault.
But he said, maybe you should write some lyrics, and I ended up writing 35 songs in 3 weeks, and I sent one to him that night. I wrote a song called Misty Morning, sent it to him, and of course never heard a word and was utterly embarrassed. And then a month later, I got this MP3 file, and it was absolutely breathtaking. It's exquisite music, and we put it together, and it's been a great experience. And we opened to number 7 on the country chart. So,
and what's the name of the album? Because I know we do have to go, James, but I would like to have you in the studio and do an Ash Wednesday where we can feature your album and talk about that more, where it's long form and we're not under a time crunch. But what's the name of the album for people who want to go buy it?
It's called Hear the Thunder Crack. It's on Apple Music, Spotify, you name it, all the streaming services, or you can buy it on my website, jameswoods.com.
It is Hear the Thunder Crack, which is, I didn't realize it was a concept album about Hunter Biden. James Woods, we very much appreciate you. And tell your missus, too, that I want to meet her because I've heard the stories about her and Gay William. And
no, but she is like, what do you want? I'm watching Crowder. It's like, Jesus Christ. I mean, I was close to saying, look, I'm going to take you out in the alley. We're going to have this out.
Yeah.
You have to tie one hand behind your bath mat, and then we will go.
Well, James,
your bathrobe.
Seriously,
hey, listen, thank you for having me on, and thank you for plugging the album.
Absolutely. And we'll do an Ash Wednesday and sit you down, and sit down where we can just sit down for an hour or two and talk about this. Because you know what? I know that you don't often get to talk as an actor, right? You're often promoting a vehicle. You don't get to talk about your passions. I get the same thing when I'm doing this, and I would love to sit down and just talk with you about what it is that inspires you, because that's also what makes you who you are. But tonight, we do have to go. We have some states to call, and tell your wife thank you. I really appreciate you making the time, brother.
And I love being on the show. I love watching the show. I think alternative media has saved us. But you and Elon Musk and all the people who are making it possible for us to actually get news that isn't tainted corporate legacy media fluffer propaganda for the DNC. Thank God that we have you. You offer a great service to us and to this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. I'll talk with you soon. James Woods, everybody. All right. And sorry, Half Asian Bill, I forgot that you were here because I know we have so many. Is there? I don't know if we have any updates that we need to hit as far as
a couple of things here, and this is.
I think we're getting pretty damn close.
This is very, very.
Is it a state call?
Is it a truck? Another truck?
This is not a state call. Hold on.
Hold on one second. Can I just tell people? Hey, look, I know tonight, if you were watching again, we mentioned Rumble Premium.
Yeah, let's make sure.
This can happen tonight, what you are watching tonight, and we're going to be here and still have a victory party with you and other guests. It's happened in spite of every attempt from the left, right? It's happened in spite of that. So you want us to be here for many elections to come. Join Rumble Premium. Right now, you still get the same price as Mug Club. It's the last night. If you want to get this mug, if you want to join James Woods, you click that button right there. You get ad-free on Rumble. You get all of the Mug Club network and everyone else who's going to be under the Rumble Premium umbrella. We could not have done this without you. And I'm not going to lie, we were under the gun. This was millions of dollars to make this happen tonight. And we don't need to prove ourselves to Rumble because we already did before tonight, and they decided, hey, you know what, we want to expand this. We really are ready to pull the trigger on Rumble Premium, but show them that they bet right in betting on you. They bet on you, the Mug Club viewer. Yes.
Let's go to that really quick. Bring up CNN.
Let's bring up CNN.
I want to see if he's saying what I think he's saying.
Who is this?
Good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign.
Hold on, he's going to take a minute. Let me just say what I'm going to say first. Per CBS, Kamala Harris is not going to speak at her watch party tonight.
Oh, nothing like perpetuating the original negative stereotype.
You know what? I imagined he was coming out to announce something like that to the crowd, but they've already got
she's conceding.
Not conceding.
No.
Not speaking.
All right, let's hear what he has to say. She's a proud half-black woman who doesn't need to talk. She talks with the actions of not being here.
It's her way of saying I'm not giving up.
That every voice has spoken.
It already has. Shut up.
So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
She is on the rags.
But you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here
rags.
tomorrow.
Laura?
To address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address
the nation. So thank you. We believe
Look,
in you.
let me just tell you something real
May
straight.
God bless you. May God
Bitch don't like losing.
We got an ass kicked tonight.
Bitch do not like losing.
Pardon my language.
Nobody likes losing, but a bitch, they hate losing.
Cedric Richmond, top advisor.
That doesn't mean she's conceding.
No, it doesn't. But it means that she's.
How much did they pay to
Hold
get
on a
there?
second, guys. Hold on. What?
I'm saying seriously, that doesn't mean that. Come on, Pennsylvania is 90% reporting, and Donald Trump is what, up by 160 to 200,000 votes.
Yeah, but
she's leaving. Hold on, Wisconsin up by a couple 100,000 votes, or 150. I'm sorry, 100,000 votes. I think in Michigan up by almost 200,000 votes. Guys, fact check me on that. I'm kind of going off what I've seen.
Well,
lately.
let's really once we're done with this, let's go to people
She's
at
gotta
work
stay there.
and get an update
Yes.
from them. Let me know when they're in that chair because I know we're getting pretty close to calling Pennsylvania, very likely, just like we did with Georgia earlier tonight.
Wisconsin's 100,000 votes.
But
right
I'm
now,
hearing that Wisconsin is
84%.
only
come on,
looking to
that's-
get redder.
Shenanigans starts
So-
at 2 a.m. Eastern.
You can't, so here's Nick. I think you're right, but the problem is you can't do it without a massive number of mail-in ballots, and they don't have that this time around.
What says
Those were a lot in those
No, I'm
trucks.
saying no. Listen, I don't even care. Listen to what I'm saying.
All right.
If there are 800,000 fewer people in Pennsylvania or so that didn't request a mail-in ballot, you can't fake that mail-in ballot.
I understand that.
It makes it so much harder to cheat.
I understand, Nick, but let's also make sure that let's look at the people who have access
They
to data,
tried to
and let's
kill
not shit
him.
on it. I know,
They-
but let's not shit on the
Don't try
people
that
here
again.
who, if they bring us some
I'm
data,
not.
it's very.
Is that why you're getting upset?
No, I'm just saying.
No.
But I'm saying is they're going to give us some numbers and some insight into it, and I appreciate it. We want to have the voice of someone who's a skeptic, but I also want to hear from the people who are pouring through the
so
data
they'll-
right now.
They'll do that too. And by the way, just in honor of an hour and 15 minutes after we called Georgia, we're going to go ahead and do merch promo number 4. Tim the Toolman. I know you're doing 74 things at once.
Jeez.
If it pleases the court,
number 4. Number 4.
You're a man.
So Swing State Win, that's the promo code. Go to crowdershop.com right now for 25% off the entire store for 1 hour or until the next Swing State is called. What are you betting? They're like, please, God, we don't want to call Pennsylvania.
Well, before we go to people out there, and by the way, again, right now you can share because this is where it's going to get. I know a lot of people just say, okay, it's done at this point. Nope, there's still a lot of info to pour through. But to discuss this and more, we actually we do have our we have our Polymarket correspondent, really our bookie correspondent right now. Let's do another Polymarket check-in with our Lose the House Larry. Lose the House Larry can. Lose the House, Larry. Can
You
you?
all right, Steven? I was getting bad tips. So can I get your guy's contact?
What happened to your guy, Larry?
Forget it, man. Forget it.
Well, what was his name?
Well, I can give him your number, but
no.
his name's Paul.
Okay.
We go by first name basis, me and him. But when he calls, you should probably call him Mr. Market.
Wait, is his name Paul Market? His middle name is E?
Yeah, I don't know. Just E. Paul E. Market. I don't know.
So your guy is Paul E. Market?
I don't know what that is, but I'm gonna call you.
No, I don't think that we need to have him
Yeah,
call.
I'll call you.
No, I don't think so, Toolman. All right.
I see what they. Yeah.
Do we have an update with our people there, people at work? Because I know they were giving me some interesting data. Let's right now.
Nobody is there yet.
Nobody is there yet.
One more minute. They're grabbing a couple of things.
Okay, they're grabbing a couple of things because we are getting some interesting numbers from. And maybe while they're there, one of you there from Mission Control can pop in my map here. Some of the numbers that you guys were referring to in Wisconsin. I keep on Wisconsin. Yes, I'm saying it right.
Yeah.
Wisconsin
So
and
he's at
Pennsylvania.
3.5% right now, according to some of the numbers that are currently out there. Again, there's still some reporting left, but not
Well,
that
with Wisconsin, from what I understand, it's only getting redder.
Yeah, that's.
And are we still DDoS with the election integrity map, or is that up for people to use?
Checking.
Yeah, we'll check it.
Okay.
We do have a. They
we
did
do have
send
a
us a meltdown montage.
Oh, we do have a meltdown montage.
Some people are starting to crack. So
okay.
Yeah, I think we want to see that.
Okay, so before we go to our update here with our analysts and our experts, we told you that this would be brought to you tonight, and we're glad to bring it at. Screw that microwave. It's 11:49 Central. I swear to you, I was like, because I do have a fever. I walked by, I was like, how have we been doing it this long? And I was like, I don't know what's happening. I got to eat something. My blood sugar. So no, it's 11:49. We haven't hit.
Wawa. Gotta eat.
I gotta eat. Look,
what are you doing, microwave?
Saltine crackers does not a man make. Okay. So right now, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Welcome to the Leftist Meltdown.
You are
going for the devil.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist-type government in Florida.
That is a tried and true playbook that we have seen time and time before that has resulted in really disastrous things for society, and that is what's working. And so it's actually quite simple. When you tell a big enough lie over and over and over, people are going to believe it, and the whole goal was to erode trust in our public institutions, and it's working. And if anything, that's what fake news. I mean, Donald Trump has done that really well. Can't argue with that.
But in the end, you know, if they didn't make their numbers and essentially exceed the numbers that Joe Biden had in the suburbs, and I think we have to be blunt about why. Black voters came through for Kamala Harris. White women voters did not. That is what it appears happened in that state, is that if you can't flip enough white women, and we've talked about this on this set numerous times, is that you have a state where you've got a 6-week abortion or a 12-week abortion. I think theirs might be 12 weeks.
Yep.
But it's a state where women lost their reproductive rights, where there was a very heavy push to get women to focus on not putting in place, re-electing, putting back into the White House the person who was responsible for taking those rights away and restoring them. But that message obviously was not enough to get enough white women to vote for Vice President Harris.
You are going for the devil.
All right. It's good fun.
Is William here?
It's good fun. He's over there in the green room waiting.
He's
William.
still out there?
Yeah, there's a lot of people still out there. All right. So if is laying the brain in the chair there?
He just got up and left.
He just got up and left.
Yes.
Oh,
he
my
was there
word.
and now he's not.
We're getting some updates here. Yeah, you know what to do
he's
there.
He's sitting down
CEO.
now. He's sitting down.
Yeah.
All right.
You know what to do, CEO. There. We appreciate. By the way, I very much appreciate that they're trying to be as conservative as humanly possible. We have a fleet of lawyers tonight here. So when we make a call and we're stepping out on a limb, just know we're not doing it imprudently to just get clicks. We're doing it because we believe it, just like we did with Georgia, just like we did with North Carolina. And we were, by the way, Virginia has been called, but I do want to also get some numbers on Virginia so we can look at that because I'd like to dive into that a little bit.
Wait, Virginia was called?
Virginia
for Harris.
That's right. Virginia was called for Harris. So,
Wait
a minute.
Wait. For Harris. What? It was... Oh. I missed it.
Having a good time, Virginia f***ed up really big tonight. She'll regret it. From Williamsburg to Chesapeake. Sorry, Charlottesville, good people on both sides, except for the Nazis. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me.
What? That one seems like he was covering his ass. A little bit. Yeah, just a little bit.
That doesn't seem...
It's almost like he expected that one. Yeah.
So it's looking like Virginia was Harris by 4.8, which again is within that margin. Like we said, if it was
it's
under
closer
5...
to 5 than I wanted it to be, though,
It's
to be
closer
honest.
to 5, doesn't matter. We said if it's under 5, that's a really, really bad sign for Harris.
They have to change them.
In other words, this is the problem with the lie, guys. I've told you about this before. And I'm not talking about the big lie when people talk about election, because we all know that's true. We saw it tonight. What I'm talking about is the lie when people go, Donald Trump will win Virginia. Because the truth is, Donald Trump will get Virginia far closer than anyone has in recent memory. And you know what? If you say, hey, if it's under 5, and maybe we can have them pull it from the front of the show, maybe they can have them pull it from one of the previous shows that we had in the last 3 weeks. We said if it's under 5, if it's within this margin, that is effectively, it acts as a bellwether for the likelihood of the rest of the country. But that's not as sexy as every state's a swing state. Donald Trump will win Virginia. Donald Trump will win New York. No. Hey, the truth is, if it's under 5, that's a huge win. And that's what we're seeing. The truth sometimes is not sexier than the lie. And we will shoot you straight, give you our opinion. We're not going to lie to you. And I'm telling you right now, like we said earlier, just like you said, you'd like it to be further away from 5 than it is.
Yeah.
The fact that it's under 5 at all.
No, you're right. You're right.
Huge.
Mm-hmm. I think there's two parts to my thought there. One is that I want it to be further apart because of the candidates that we're choosing between, right? And two, I want it to be further apart because I want to feel more comfortable about what I think is coming in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania. Like, remember when we said that? It's possible he wins all 3. Most likely is Pennsylvania, then Wisconsin, then Michigan.
Yeah.
As far as in order, if you're going to rank which ones he's going to win first and the likelihood. There's a lot still to happen, but
Yes, there is.
He's winning by a minimum of 3.3 points right now.
Pause 1 second. Hey, guys, I do need a refill. Actually, on both of these, I've been drinking my fluids. I've had only water and tea tonight. These are both empty, but you know what? Give me a water if you can. And I think it's at that. And give me the
Urban.
Give me the one beer that does have some caffeine in it as well, because it's brewed with coffee beans. I'll have one of each.
Oh, you got the original Four Locos here?
No, I don't have the original Four Locos. I don't want to say which beer it is because it comes from I'm sure it comes from a brewery that hates everything we stand for. But
that's true.
It's brewed with coffee beans, so I'm sure
they're hipsters. So.
And it's also 4%, so it's basically water.
Dude, PA has 92% in. Are you kidding?
92% of the vote is in. Do we have?
They're updating it right now, but I mean, I'm looking at numbers that I'm like.
Well, can you tell me the numbers? Share and share alike, because I can't see the numbers.
I was saying the numbers. 3.37% right now is the closest in those swing states that Trump is ahead. And that's Pennsylvania. He's up more in Michigan, more in Wisconsin. Now there's
He's up more in Michigan.
There's more reporting to be done.
Yeah, Michigan is.
But I think we're in the So Pennsylvania right now, like you said, 92%. Trump is up 218,000 votes with 92% in. And in Michigan right now, up 203,000 votes with 61% in. So there's quite a bit to go there.
Yeah,
but he's doing pretty well, right? That can change because
they still got to bring in that Toyota Prius full of ballots. But
exactly.
Same amount he was up in 2020.
Yeah, but Wisconsin is 86% of the vote in, up 110,000 votes.
Well, that's 2 trucks.
Like that's pretty insane. At that point, you're kind of getting to can we make this happen?
In other news, Nick DiPaolo not moving with us to Rumble Premium.
Whatever.
I'm kidding.
Whatever.
I'm kidding.
Whatever.
No, but I do want. You know why? Because you're perfect for him to come in. Yeah,
Lane has a better.
I'll believe whatever you're going to say. I don't give a shit.
I love it.
Yeah.
No, Nick is a perfect person to act as volunteer as tribute for every skeptic out there. And by the way, there is no more. Look, we were there in 2020. And we were removed by 2022 for the midterms. And every single day for the following weeks, we questioned those election results and we brought you evidence. So trust me when I say, and I've told you, even if Donald Trump wins tonight, it's in spite of this. If Kamala Harris wins, I question it. If Donald Trump wins, I question it. Yeah. But I don't question in which direction the voter fraud is going, in which direction the election interference is going. The left did it in 2016 and said it was all Russia, 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 even though we saw all kinds of unmarked ballots and that same type of behavior in 2016. They just didn't anticipate it. I will question it no matter what. Are you guys in that same boat? You guys can comment below. And I think also, by the way, at some point we're going to need to start taking some chats here just from people in the audience to see what
We've got Lane, though, in the chair.
All right.
Right?
We've got Lane, the brain. It's time to check in with people at work. All right, Lane, get that microphone right near your kisser. What updates do you have for us? I know that we have, I know the 92% of the vote in Pennsylvania, but I know you have some other interesting numbers here.
Yeah, I had a lot of interesting points, and then Gerald stepped on about half of them. But I'll see if I can find something interesting.
I love you. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, but to his point, he is performing super well in all of the upper Midwestern states, the Rust Belt states. And I actually have some raw numbers that he's up right now to add on to the percentages. In PA, he's up by 160,000, Michigan 200,000, and Wisconsin up by about 100,000. Wow. So those are pretty big raw numbers. But the one I would caution us on is Michigan, because Wayne County is only at 24% reporting, and we know a lot can happen in Wayne County.
Yes.
But an interesting thing that not a lot of people are talking about, everyone's kind of waiting to see what happens in Arizona as well. And I believe that all of the outlets have it leaning towards him right now, so the chances are that he does take it. But even if he happens to lose Arizona but wins Pennsylvania, he would still win the election because of Maine's 2nd district. Remember, Maine splits their electoral votes just like Nebraska.
Yeah.
And all Trump has to do is pick up that one electoral vote in Maine. And if he gets Pennsylvania on top of that, it would put him at 270.
Right.
So we might have a result to this election a lot sooner than we anticipated. I'm not saying we will, but it might not be the 48-hour marathon, 2-week marathon that we anticipated.
I know, and I have a cot in my office.
God, it'd be so good.
So, yeah, we have 92% of the vote in Pennsylvania. I think he just hit 160,000 votes. He's up. Can you tell us, for people, and again, we can bring this up here if we need to, the electoral or the election integrity map. I keep saying electoral because it's both, it's all the above. But Wisconsin, I know that the numbers aren't as high as far as a percentage of what are in Wisconsin. But you guys, when I came out and I was talking with you maybe about an hour earlier, you guys don't see it getting anything other than redder in Wisconsin.
No, it's been consistently getting redder. I think there's about 84% of the vote in, but according to these charts that you can, I don't know if you can see that, it's the one that our data analyst has made. In the last dump that came in, Trump got only about 51.2% of that dump, but that means of the outstanding vote remaining, he only needs to win 45%. So he's performing in all these dumps much better than he needs to. So
can we bring up that graph, guys?
Yeah.
Hold on one second. I just want to ask them to bring up that graph. So as you're talking about it, again, so that people can understand, these visual aids are typically pretty helpful to people.
He just threw it in there, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, it's just
good.
ended.
So we're going to bring it up right here because, Elaine, I want you to touch on this a little bit.
Yes.
So like you said, okay, so the percentage right there, as far as, again, that first number, you see the red bar there, that's the percent of the dump that Donald Trump has gotten. And it was a little bit lower in the last one at 51.2%, but it still means that he only needs 45% of the remaining votes. And what you're saying, too, what we're looking at is that should be quite expected because of the votes that we have already had in Wisconsin versus the ones to count.
Correct. There's just not that many votes left on the table. So last time, even though he received a higher proportion of the dump than he did this time, with the votes remaining, there's just not that many. So he continues to have to win a lower percentage of those remaining votes that we've anticipated. So those, you can see the gray consistently moving downwards, which shows that with every dump, he's trending in the right direction towards a victory.
Yeah. So for people who are missing this, what you can see is even though he received 54% of the dump, he only needed 47% of the remaining votes. And even though he got a lower percentage, the next one, 51%, he still only needs 45%. So the overall percentage is still going low. Like I've always said, he doesn't need to necessarily win or improve as he did from the previous. He just needs to not lose. And that overall percentage is still getting lower and lower, which, by the way, is significantly lower than what we believe at this point is the threshold he'll hit to win.
Exactly. And what we believe is what the Harris campaign seems to believe, because we just got note from CBS. I don't know if you guys brought this up, that she's not going to be speaking.
Yeah.
So
what show are you watching? We just brought up the black guy saying it.
Well, no,
I've been up in the chair.
That's for me, that's a huge indicator, right? Especially with Pennsylvania as close as it is right now to being done counting, and Wisconsin, the same thing. Like, they're far ahead of Michigan. Like, if I was the person running for office, I'm not leaving if I think I'm winning those.
Right. Exactly. And any of these indicators taken by themselves don't necessarily paint a picture, but when you start putting the pieces together, it continues to not look like it's trending in her direction.
Right. Yeah. So, and I know we're going to be waiting for a while, obviously, with Arizona, probably less long with Nevada. I don't know if we have updates there, but I know that they're closing a little bit. Is that a wow reaction or is that a burp, Gerald?
That was a wow.
What's the wow?
We'd have to go to a Polymarket update for that.
Okay, let's go to for what? For the state of
the election winner for the Electoral College.
Okay, so hold on, Lane the Brain, stay right there. Let's go to our Polymarket check-in for the Electoral College Polymarket. And we are checking it, and
99. No, that's not whatever.
That's the popular vote.
Not what I'm seeing.
Oh
no, that's the popular vote.
Electoral College is 99.
Yeah, hit the refresh there, Noodles.
99% to 1. Holy cow!
Wow, 90.
Maybe they're rounding up on mine,
yeah,
so that's fine.
98.6
to 1.4%.
She will not be speaking tonight or ever again.
No,
yes, thank you, Lord.
Yes. Probably not. Don't count your chickens.
I'm not
before they're geese.
The thing on high for the day I'll go outside and spit.
Don't jinx us. I swear, if we lose this, it's because of your shenanigans. Hey, Lane the Brain, do you have a cold?
No, I'm just sitting right under the air conditioner, so I'm very, very chilly right now.
Oh, yeah. Well, plus you also don't have a lot of fat on your body. That's every excuse that American Idol auditioners have. They're like, I sat under the air conditioning. Hold on. I try to say goodbye, and I can't. I got to make the gray sound, but it's the air conditioning. And you're like, okay, you suck.
I love how your roast of him is that he's super fit.
No, it's not a roast. It's not a roast.
It's just the truth, Gerald.
It's just the truth, Gerald.
No, I know, but we should arm wrestle. I'd probably beat you.
For crying out loud, there are starving kids in Zambia with higher body fat than him.
There really are, yeah.
All right.
Vultures actually circle Lane as he goes for a jog. It's weird.
The last thing I do want to bring up to you is we got a new update I sent on Pennsylvania, and it is Yeah, it looks like he only needs 38% of the remaining vote to win. So basically, one out of every 3 votes goes to Donald Trump. He wins Pennsylvania.
Okay. At what point do you have to go like?
Well, hold on one second, guys. Let's not ask at what point. So, Lane the Brain, can you do me a favor? Go back, pour over this Pennsylvania. I know we have the other numbers coming in, but pour over with our data analysts right there and our lawyers, and look at those numbers and the probability. If we feel confident, I would you know what? Because hey, if there's some stealing that takes place, I'd rather it take place after we look at the mathematical possibilities and call it if we're there. Can you talk with them and then just check in as soon as you can, or just let us know?
Yes, we will do our best to come up with a concrete answer on that.
Yeah, no, exactly. We don't want to call anything unless we believe it, and Wisconsin as well. I know we're getting closer. Michigan, we're a long ways off because, my God, Wayne County, one of the most corrupt counties in the country. But you guys have been doing stellar work tonight. We really appreciate it. And you know what? Hey, that graph wasn't as complicated as I thought when you explained it.
The more we get through the night, the easier it gets to comprehend.
Yeah, well, it was harder to comprehend because we were doing last election's vote dumps, and that made no sense. So, all right, Lane the Brain, we appreciate it. And, of course, everyone out there in Mission Control, everyone still stay sober. Don't go full James Woods. We'll check back in with them later. Oh, look at King's face. It's a frowning emoji.
He doesn't like it.
Do you see him? He's like, "Ugh."
You know what he just showed?
I sniff farts.
So here's why. Here's what he just showed. I want to make sure I've got this right. Is it Philadelphia County? So in 2020, we had Biden at 603,000 in Philadelphia County, 132,000 for Donald Trump. Donald Trump in 2024, if we can pull that up, probably
over one more there, Noodles. Philadelphia County.
Philadelphia County, right there. What does that show? Pull that.
Kamala Harris has 400.
So that's right. I wanted to make sure I jotted this down right. So Donald Trump actually is performing about where he did, just a little bit under it, 128,000. Kamala Harris is performing, and it's not done yet. Not all the votes are in yet, but 484.
Right.
That's massive, man. Like, I don't know what, I mean, maybe that ends up being like 550 or something like that. We'll have to have the data analysts kind of go over it and see what they project it to be. But Donald Trump is on track to outperform what he did in 2020. And she is on track, as so many counties in Pennsylvania, to way underperform.
But here's the thing, though. That's where those trucks full of ballots could really come into play.
They can't, though.
There's 100 million ballots in those trucks.
You
can't just... You can do a lot of things.
I think you're wrong on this one. They could do it. I don't think it's likely because...
How can they?
Here's why I don't think they will do it. I think Nick is right, and I think you're wrong, but I think you're both right in the sense that could they do it? Absolutely. We saw it. We saw it with over 100-something thousand votes in Wayne County. Here's the issue. Right now, they're abandoning ship because this is not their broad. So they don't want to do it.
I agree with the second point. I disagree with the first, and here's why. You don't have the requisite number of ballots outstanding with mail-in. You don't have that this time around. You can't go, hey, there's 600,000 outstanding, so we've got this giant pool of ballots that we can just say all went for Biden, which is what happened, right? You can't do that now because those things have come in, they've been counted, or in the process.
Well, they've come in. They haven't been counted.
Limited.
They've come in. We don't know how many of them have been counted at this point. That's the issue. They can say, oh, no, wait. There were a bunch of, we count the, remember with Pennsylvania, we have to count the early votes later. So it's just like the Grinch.
Doing that anymore.
I was taking them from there and bring them back here.
Yes, I know.
I was taking them back to my workshop, my dear. And someone's going like, but why are you stealing our election, Santa Claus? Why? That's so.
I love that voice.
It absolutely could.
Likely
that it's Philadelphia. The fact that it's Philadelphia and they would only need a couple 100,000 votes in Philadelphia. They have those votes in that truck if they wanted to.
You can't hide it this time. I'm just saying.
Let me explain.
For crying out loud, they hit the crack in the Liberty Bell for a century.
Let me explain my. Not negativity. I'm with you guys.
No. I think you both have valid points here.
No, but here's my. I didn't clarify myself all night. Really, it's not about the truck full of ballots and all that crap. It's what I've been reading in the last few months about even if he wins fair and square, it's about the 1,000 lawyers they have with a plan to fuck up the electorate. All this stuff. Yeah. That's the stuff that. But what?
There's a but.
Okay.
If he wins the popular vote and the Electoral College, it all but ensures that those things would have to be widespread, massive cheating, that they have Donald Trump on tape, like throwing ballots into a ballot box or something like that. They're not going to have it.
Well, I think you two are arguing two different points. No. Let's go to chat. I think you are arguing what is possible as far as the optics and what they're willing to do. I think that Nick is arguing, and he's right, what they logistically and technically could do, which we have seen is never beneath the Democrats.
I agree.
So I think Nick is right, but I think you're right. I think for a different reason you're right. the optics would be so bad because, and by the way, huge portion of that is you right now. Is the biggest stream on earth tonight? Eyes are on it. This is not when they want to do it. If it was 50,000 here, 20,000 there, maybe 10,000 in Arizona, they don't want to do it because too many of you are watching. Technically, logistically, could they do it? Of course. But you are a huge reason why they would be reticent.
You know what else was bad optics? Trying to kill him a couple times. Yeah. And that didn't slow him down.
No,
that's
right.
that's
well, the point. Yeah, but that couldn't be if that couldn't be traced. And this would be directly traced to them if they saw these giant vote swaps, right? Because they weren't accused.
All right.
That was pretty good. I'm sorry, Nick.
Yeah, you sure showed him with rolled up paper.
What did I walk into here tonight?
That was pretty good.
Well, what, did you hit me with something?
I think this is the greatest mix that's ever taken place in the history of election coverage. This is the biggest stream that's taken place. More people have tuned in here than any of these legacy media outlets.
Absolutely.
We've had the
You guys should be applauded.
You've got
for
a
that.
curmudgeon like Nick, who, by the way, is the voice of reason, of skepticism. You've got the ever so optimistic Gerald Morgan. Then you have a lawyer. You have Josh here. We haven't even brought in Pops Crowder. You've got the guy who's in a fever dream, like that Bram Stoker, that movie with Keanu Reeves, the shitty vampire one. Every time I watch it, I feel like I have a fever. True. But he's like, you're that, no way. But every time I watch it, I feel sick.
I'd say you're more of in a fever pitch dream,
Yes, exactly.
Like I want to fall in love with you at a Red Sox game.
That's true. Yeah, like the Freddie Prinze. Was that Freddie Prinze Jr.?
Weird. No, that was Jimmy Fallon, the worst late night show
that's
of all
right.
time.
You say that you didn't. Josh, but I do hate myself.
Worst.
I do hate myself. No,
that guy sucks so much.
Oh no.
Did you see my movie?
I do. Yeah.
Out of the three, though, I'll take him.
Hey, can we bring
Really? You take Jimmy Fallon?
Oh, but Kimmel and the other jerk off?
Oh,
Fuck
no,
it.
maybe,
I've met them all.
That's true.
I've met them all. I've done their
That's
shows.
true.
Trust me.
No,
He's
you're
the
right.
fucking most normal one.
He definitely is the most normal one of those.
Colbert, late night news.
Couple of tweets that we have out there right now that we had issued a little bit earlier that I want to go back to. So Angry Staffer. Angry Staffer, looks like I overestimated the American people. This election isn't over, but this should have been the biggest electoral landslide in history. It's like
That's
people
true.
are actively voting for America to fail. Cope harder.
No, hold on a second.
What's that
Actually
person's
voting
name?
for America to fail. Hold on a second.
That's a meltdown.
Do you mean the America where for the first time we became a net energy exporter in our lifetime? Do you mean voting for America to fail where the average American household got a $4,400 salary increase in under 4 years? Do you mean the America to fail that, by the way, had the lowest black unemployment ever? Or do you mean the America to fail where we actually saw American manufacturing moving back? And by the way, the same predictions that you saw from all of these economists before with tariffs that, oh my God, our economy would crumble, and tariffs would raise the prices on goods and services for everyday Americans, even though gas was lower and your dollar actually went further. You know it and I know it because you had a Thanksgiving feast for the first time in your adult life with an overabundance like we all experienced. Look, we all lived it. This is what's not working from the left. Yep, can they technically steal shit? Absolutely. What's not working now is the rhetoric. Here's why. And I talked about this on Piers Morgan before that Tim Miller Bulwark guy literally edited out. Did you see that? He edited out all of my answers and on his own channel. He was like, I absolutely smashed Steven Crowder. By the way, I've never done it. I've never uploaded something where I've edited out somebody's answers to try and make myself look better. These same people, it's not working because we've lived it. They said Donald Trump was Hitler. Hey, America, give yourselves a round of applause. You're the toughest people who've ever lived because you lived through 4 years of Hitler and not a single one of you was executed.
Right.
Wow.
You lived through 4 years of Stalin and not one of you died in the fields. You lived through 4 years of Mussolini, and I guess he was less consequential because he wasn't really that effective in his fascism. But you understand, the point remains, you lived through 4 years of it, and what happened? Your wallet got fatter and the country became more secure. People don't believe the rhetoric of the left anymore because we've lived it. Even people who hate Donald Trump are going, all right, I don't like him, but you know what? I don't think he's going to gas any of us. You know what? Not only is he not going to gas us, I don't think he's going to try and remove Joe Rogan from Spotify like Biden did. It doesn't work.
4 years of Hitler, and then trains got worse after it.
Yes, exactly.
What?
Yes.
I thought trains are supposed to be scary when Hitler's in power. Now when Pete Butt-Sex is in power.
Yeah. Look, the final solution, the trains must have many connections that are grossly inefficient.
It's always the trains. They ran on time with Mussolini. It's always the trains.
It's always the trains.
That's why I don't trust old men who play with their toy train sets. That's true.
Dude, I knew a guy like that.
You mean Neil Young?
Oh.
He bought, what do you mean? Oh, he bought Lionel. You guys didn't know that?
What's Lionel?
my.
Lionel's a fucking train.
The Jews in the caboose have got to die.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. That's
Neil Young.
There's a new stereotype.
Keep on rocking on the train tracks. What did you just say?
Yeah, thank you for. Yeah.
I don't know. I think we were both doing an anti-Semitic Neil Young impression at the same
No,
time.
I wasn't doing any Jew shit.
Oh, I was.
It wouldn't happen. Hey, all right. So really, let me.
I'm a lot like Julia.
I don't think so.
I just realized my iPad's not
Oh
plugged
man,
in.
take a look at my Jew.
Oh, it's in. It's not in.
No.
Oh wow. Did you kick it out?
Outlet that doesn't work.
All right, so let me tell you this. Go ahead and bring this one up. So Harry Sisson, who's a flag without the L, it's really depressing to see how many people voted for the felon, rapist, fraudster who lies constantly. Many Americans failed their fellow Americans.
I can't hear it anymore.
I'm not taking this peer pressure shit from elitist pigs.
I know.
No.
Who is that
Fuck
guy?
you, Harry
Who is
Sisson.
Hold on. This leads me to my final point on this. Might as well do it now.
Weird,
so, crowdershop.com, promo code CRYLIBS. CRYLIBS.
Yep.
Which number is that?
Entire Trump collection, number 6. Sorry, we skipped over number 5 here. Number 6. Entire Trump collection, 45% off for 1 hour or until the next major swing state, Pennsylvania. It's called for Donald Trump.
And by the way,
crowdershop.com, CRYLIBS is your promo code.
Just a quick election update while we're talking about that. So our team right now, our model shows that. So right now, Donald Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania with 3.3%, 93% of the vote in. Our modeling that we're looking at shows that lead, don't panic, will likely narrow to around 2%, but he should win it. We're not making a call. We're just saying that the most likely outcome. So you've seen us make calls and then other networks make calls. You're going to see that 3.3 lead narrow to somewhere around 2%. So as we see that start to unfold, we'll let you know how comfortable we are making a call. But watch for that. Hold us to it.
Yeah.
I don't trust me. Trust the geniuses back there. They've been wrong about nothing all night thus far.
They've been pretty good. I mean, better than CNN by about an hour and 15 minutes. Great job, guys. By the way, there's a link in our description for the Crowder Shop promos. So make sure you guys go there.
Yep.
And also stay with us because when we get to declare what we think is going to be victory at the end of this, there's also a little special treat for everybody. So
yes, we do.
Oh, if anybody has Harry Sisson's email address, I'd like to send him my friend. He's a recruiter. I'd like to send him his information.
Yeah. Join the military.
Make a difference for America, you know?
What is? Can you
careful because you're opening the door. I was sure that Nick was going to say, "I'd like to send him an envelope filled with white powder."
Sugar. I don't know.
He's the new Greta Thunberg. He's the young metrosexual, gender ambiguous.
But he's not a musician or a celebrity.
No, he's a
politician.
He's an influencer who goes out there. By the way, he was the one. He was on there with Piers Morgan. I remember this on Piers Morgan saying Joe Biden is going to be the nominee and he is going to win the presidency. And even then, Piers Morgan was like, "But no one believes that at this point. Are you really saying that with a straight face?" He's like, "Piers, he is going to be the nominee. Watch. You can come back." And he was like, "Well, would you be willing to place a wager on that?" He's like, "I don't bet. I'm not going to bet because I take American politics too seriously."
Oh, God.
I lost a bunch of money already, dude.
Really?
Yeah, I was up about an hour ago. I'm down.
Here's the good thing about the left. They won't, after they lose, they won't even look at why. They won't even analyze what can we do better and shit. They don't even do that.
Yeah.
They just think we're all fucking nuts.
Yeah.
And we'll lie harder next time. We'll cheat harder.
Yeah. I mean, I think, look.
She went to bed going, "You guys figure it out." They said, they told her to go to bed. We'll figure it out for you.
Yeah. You know what I think it is, though, too? This is also really important, guys, is it's no small thing when we say that, Donald Trump does better with, and the left, of course, disparages them and say Donald Trump does better with blue collar workers. And by the way, I don't just buy this whole working class hero thing. I think that small business owners, I think that plumbers, by the way, who have other people in their plumbing company, if they're in charge of contractors, these people all count as the backbone of Americans. I think people who make $1 million, $2 million a year, who employ 50 people at a local restaurant franchise are still the backbone of America. So I don't want to play into the identity politics, but it's no small thing when the left says, and we know that uneducated voters, what they mean is people who don't have college degrees, that Donald Trump wins. And hold on a second. You guys said that Mitt Romney was a part of the elite when he bitched about the fact that 47% of Americans don't pay federal income taxes. Now, there are many things I don't like about Mitt Romney, almost all of it, but that is not amongst them. That means that there are enough Americans out there, if you look at the numbers, there are enough Americans who don't stand to gain. In other words, Kamala Harris went and tried to buy their vote and say, and I'm gonna give you tax breaks, everyone under 400,000, but everyone over 400,000 will be taxed more, and I'm going to tax companies more. For an electorate, this is where there is still, win, lose, or draw, there still is the spirit of America alive, because if you look at the numbers, There are far more people making less than $400,000 a year whose vote was not purchased by the Democrat Party. That means that there are far more people who voted for Donald Trump who are voting based on what they believe is right for America and what this country is, rather than what someone will put directly in their pocket. Now, they do believe probably in the long term it will be better for their own pocket long term, because they understand that a rising tide lifts all ships. But you have to understand, they're trying to buy the vote when they come out and say free health care, when they come out and say college tuition free or to reduce it. That's why Bernie Sanders had a lot of support. There are many Americans, tens of millions of Americans, who do not make $400,000 a year, who said, you know what? That's wrong. And I'm voting for this guy in spite of the fact that he's not promising me a handout just because I happen to have fewer zeros on my check. That's a good thing. That's a take-home message tonight, that those people can be reached. And you know what? You don't reach them. In other words, they just told you they're not going to be reached by promising them just free shit. Some of them will. So let's not next election go, oh, wait a second, let's just make it a selfish personal motivation. It tells you that there are people out there, far more, who are won over by the vision for what America is, and it doesn't have to be the vision for what America was. Donald, think of his, it's no small thing. Make America great again. That means bring back the vision of what America was. We want it back. That's what people are voting for tonight. You think it's a bunch of people making more than $400,000 a year? The math doesn't work. That, to me, is inspiring, and you know what? It gives me hope. Genuinely, that gives me hope. Some guy out there who's making $60,000 a year working as a plumber, or someone out there who's in a trade school says, you know what? I don't want to rob from Peter to pay me as Paul. I still think it's wrong, and I still believe that there's that opportunity there for me, and I want that opportunity to still be there when I get to that point. I'm not there now. There's no guarantee. But we also know that we have more class mobility here in the United States than any country that has ever existed, period. That's something people don't tell you about. And there are enough Americans out there who believe that they will be a part of that mobile class. They believe that they will be a part of those top earners. They believe they will be a part of the ingenuity of spearheading the future that America can provide, by the way, to the rest of the world. When America is at the forefront, yeah, guess what? The world benefits. Hey, if America isn't the tip of the spear, who else is going to benefit the world to this degree? Sweden? France? The UK at this point? Canada? God, America is flawed, absolutely. But on the global scale, you want us leading that charge, and it requires enough Americans out there to get it. And that means most of them, the significant majority of them, are making less than $400,000 a year. And they said, nope, we're not buying it. That's a good thing. That's a beautiful thing. It really is. The left thinks it's a beautiful thing when people get together and vote for free shit. I think it's a beautiful thing when people get together and say, you know what? We're not going to vote for free shit. Yep, we have an update. All right, right now, okay.
We are. So is it official or is it our projection?
So we saw.
Hold on,
Reuters has not done what we are doing.
Okay.
Decision Desk
don't decide it yet.
Decision Desk HQ actually just did.
Okay.
So we are not the first. We are not the first, but we will be very close to do it.
Okay. So it's time for a state call.
Pennsylvania.
And Lane the Brain, I will let you do the honors. What is our official state call?
We are now calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump.
Yeah, baby.
Whoa.
Oh, what's,
I was waiting
what's
on
this
this one.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back.
I'm having a good time, having a good time. Pennsylvania's come back to the guy who's for Israel. Now all you Jews can clearly see. I extend my thanks to all of the Jews and even some black guys. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me.
Before we continue with the numbers, hit that mug, hit that Rumble Premium right now. Tonight is the last night to get this mug. None of this happens without you. It is going to be the competitor to the YouTube of the world. They already have the biggest market share, and now you get it ad-free, all of Mug Club, and so much more to come. Get it on the ground floor. None of this happens tonight without you. Lane the Brain, the floor is yours by all means.
So now with this call, what that means is with the polls just now closing in Alaska, and us, if we can make that call, that'll give 2 more to Trump. And that would mean the Maine 2nd district is all that would be needed for him to
So Arizona, Nevada,
Arizona,
that point,
Nevada would
Michigan,
not
Wisconsin don't matter.
It would not matter.
I would
with
love
Alaska
that. I would
in
love for
second.
Maricopa County to just be sucking it.
Well, you know what? I'm feeling risky tonight. Let's take some risks. It's a good time to go out and make some mistakes. Let's call. Just have your eagle ready. I am going to call.
Hold on.
No.
If polls haven't closed, we can't
Alaska's
call something.
fine.
Oh, is it okay?
Wait.
Let me try.
Lane, I really feel it. Can I make the call?
1 a.m. Eastern.
Can I make the call?
Lane.
You can call.
Lane the break. Can I call Alaska? I'm calling.
Alaska is 3.
3. Sorry.
Okay.
So
does
I
that
can't.
You can.
Yeah.
3 electoral
Three
votes.
electoral votes.
3 electoral votes. Alaska. We're going to put that on the map for Donald Trump.
It's like you smushed.
We don't know
the
about Maine
word,
2nd
yeah.
District yet, but we're pretty damn close.
Sorry, 2 senators and the 1 rep that they have. 3. Sorry, I forgot about the 1 district that they have.
Well, we're still going to have as this rolls in, the updates on the House and on the Senate, but all of that is looking pretty damn
Which we
good.
have the Senate.
We have
that
the
is
Senate. That's official.
That's official?
Yeah,
What's our
officially
final
won the
count here
Senate.
in the Senate?
We won the Senate?
We flipped
have-
it. We have at least had 51.
Yeah, we at least have 51. I don't know if there's more on the table, but Ted Cruz, by the way, also beat the crap out of Colin Allred. And
I
they poured,
said that.
No,
That was
but they
one.
poured millions of dollars into that campaign. They were absolutely trying to flip
A lot of very cringy football ads.
By how many, what was the percentage that he beat?
I don't remember what the final was on that, but they
You can see it
send that
right
in
there
to
on
me.
this map.
Well, I hope Colin
Oh,
made a
okay,
nice
that's right, yeah.
profit
Ted
off
Cruz.
of it.
Oh, he won it by almost 10 points. Remember people saying, this one's really close, guys.
I
Ted
know.
Cruz is going to lose. I was like, are you out of your
Now
mind?
listen, Ted. Do what you said you're going to do.
Yes.
Section 230. We love you. Get it done. You guys are probably going to have all 3. Go for it.
Yes. What were we about to say there, Nick?
I read a list of the states that take the longest to calculate.
Yeah.
And Alaska was the first one they listed.
As far as the
even though
longest?
there's 11 people in the fucking state.
Well, they're all very far apart.
They're all high.
They're all
but that was one of the states they said that takes long. I
Well, you have an idea the trick that they have to evade polar bears and shit?
Well, that's true.
It's they actually get
Yeah, they
hunted in
gotta-
Alaska by
No,
polar
your
bears.
skidoo breaks down on the way to the fucking.
It's the only state where you can go vote with a club.
Yes, that's absolutely right. That's actually the lever on the voting machine.
Can't have your phone out, though. No phone.
No, you cannot have
But
your
there's
phone.
also that one city that's just one hotel that everybody lives in the same hotel. That's a real thing.
Yeah.
So I assume they should count the votes there.
That's where Nanook's been hiding out.
They count a lot of things at that hotel.
And by the way, we are going to have, you know what? Hey, I think we could probably, I don't know if we, I think at this point, because the drinking game, I forgot the drinking game rules.
just
everyone there, by the way,
Drink.
you can finish your drink right now because James Woods did it for the rest of us. Where anytime a state is called for Trump, you drink, but then we said finish a drink anytime a pundit cries on air. We did have that with the leftist meltdown. So, you guys can start enjoying a little bit. We're not counting our
Can
tickets.
I have a drink now?
Yes,
or?
you can.
Okay,
You absolutely
perfect.
can have a drink. But
Go
we
pour a
still-
gin tonic when I'm out
Hey,
there.
there
Lane,
you
can
go.
we get a total right now for Trump with our calls? Like where he is? Is he 269?
He would be 269 with our
Okay,
calls.
269 with our calls.
So we'll watch that Maine second, and we can.
Then at that point, I realized we still
You're
have so
saying
many
Maine
gifts.
is the state? You're talking
Yeah,
about
so
the state of
Maine is split
They break it
districts.
up, yeah.
So they allocate different. So there's a statewide, and then per their districts, I think it's 2 more districts, 3 more that
And
are
I'm-
individually allocated.
And
so you
I'm
can go
quite
up there.
certain isn't the main second district.
So we just need one of those votes in Maine.
Isn't the main second district pretty much pretty consistently conservative?
Yes, correct.
Well, and by the way, I don't know how quickly this is going to resolve itself, but this may be like a moot point because I'm getting a note from our team. We still have Trump up 4% in Wisconsin with 89% reporting, and the modeling still looks really good for Trump to win Wisconsin.
And the modeling has been spectacular so far. From what we've
Data,
seen.
great job.
Data,
He's
great
got a
job.
nickname,
Let us know
so.
if you guys feel like we can go out on a limb and call Wisconsin before anyone else. You let us know. I'm trusting you guys there.
As a I mean,
what do you? I know
We've already made some good calls, so
I know we've already made some. You don't want to ruin your perfect record.
know,
but is there even a mathematical possibility for Kamala to win? Can we have one of your pretty little graphs?
we can. Yes,
For
we
Wisconsin?
can pull up a graph.
Because we had the Pennsylvania graph. I don't think we had the Wisconsin graph.
Venn diagram?
Data, can you send in the newest Wisconsin graph to on
he's
air?
like, oh yeah, I'm on it. Yes.
And by the way, we really do mean thank you to Lane and to everyone out there. I know this has been no small undertaking at all. And this happens because of everyone. I don't know if we have a view of everyone at work there beyond just the chair.
All of the people at work?
Nah, just the chair.
But you can just see everyone there.
They're all on
Hey, I
focus.
don't hear any partying out there.
Hey
They
guys,
can
wave
gather.
out there if you can.
I want somebody to
don't.
kiss somebody.
Hey, keep working.
No, party.
Yeah, they listen to you.
Party.
You guys
don't listen to Tool Man. Party.
I saw
guys
Darren
know
thrown up.
just-
There we go. Got some life.
There you go. Feed me, Seymour.
Yeah, baby. Yeah, big baby.
Nick is so exasperated. He's like, I'm telling you, it's too early.
Yeah.
Oh, me?
What's up?
I have our Wisconsin graph if we want it.
Oh, we do have the Wisconsin graph. Okay. So this is the Wisconsin graph. Oh, that was the graph we had earlier.
42.9. So we called PA with what, 37,
That's a new
38?
one right there.
Oh, this is a new one right here? So
Yeah.
Donald Trump only needs 42.9% of the remaining vote. And do we know which districts are largely? I mean, the one exception would be if Milwaukee, if the county there is the one that is the least counted.
Interestingly enough, in Milwaukee, there's clips going around of, I don't know if it's the election commissioner or the mayor, we can fact check me on this, but basically saying that turnout was not near what they thought it was going to be.
It's not that huge of a city either.
It's not as big as you would think.
No, it's not. It's not like I think it's smaller than Detroit.
Can we go to the map right now since you're here, Lane? Because let's go to Wisconsin and let's look at Milwaukee County. Well, I can't see. You have to. Yeah, let's look at Milwaukee County. So 61% of the expected votes counted. So that's where, I guess the number could change. But even if you're continuing with that march. So, yeah, it might be a little too early to call Wisconsin. But I'm guessing that we probably have far fewer heavily red districts there.
It looks like he's winning Green Bay and after the Brett Favre tweet earlier today.
I know, right?
Probably helped.
Yeah.
It really does. That stuff does help with.
It doesn't help when it just goes out en masse like Taylor Swift, where half of her followers are in Europe and Japan because they think she's a little boy.
Okay, Barb says I should vote for Trump.
Yeah,
okay,
and you know what? He had some great dick pics.
And the people in Green Bay, they actually have shares in the Green Bay Packers.
That's right.
Yeah, I have one share.
They opened up.
Do you really?
One share.
My whole family is like big Packers fans besides me, so my grandpa got us all shares.
That's really cool, actually. You
I can legally go to the team owners meeting.
I had a relative.
Shit. I don't understand why they do that. They opened up publicly for like a month or something.
No, it is publicly. The public owns the Packers.
Yeah.
There's no owner.
I know that the city owns it, but
just to make more money, they'll sell it.
Like they had an IPO. They opened it on the stock market for just like a short period and then closed it.
Yeah, they'll sell shares to raise money.
Well, do you make money on that?
Yeah. Yeah.
How do you make? You sell? You can sell that?
Yeah, it's like when a company wants to make money, they sell more of their.
Guys, let's get back to the victory.
All right, sorry.
But
probable victory.
Yes, the probable victory, the most likely scenario at this point in time. But I don't remember. I was going to say something about I had a relative who I'm pretty sure had an active plot to shoot John Elway. That's how much.
John Elway?
Yes.
98 Super Bowl. I don't know. I get it.
Elway was the Broncos, right?
Yeah.
And didn't they take it from the Packers?
Yeah, they beat the Packers.
I'm pretty sure, and I'm not just joking. I'm pretty sure he was like, I swear to God, I'm going to shoot John Elway. I'm like, he's like, no. Aim for his teeth. I fucking mean it.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And I go you're going to kill John Elway? He's like, I'm just kidding.
But I'm from
not.
Bullets fly better a mile high. So I go to Denver, I shoot them there.
That's right.
You
and you know what?
travel
Frontier has connections going back and forth all the time. They're not going to be able to look at those metrics. Hey, Brett Favre's doing commercials for Wrangler. So
watch out, Walmart.
But I was look. Michigan, I don't know. Again, Michigan, because that is one where I would 100% side with Nick. Anything can happen in Wayne County.
He's right there.
Because here's what's also interesting. Being from Michigan, and we poured through the voter rolls last time after the election. You guys can go through it. Remember that I was up all night, and I was like, guys, I'm looking at some things in Kent County that don't make sense. And then I started doubting myself, kind of like yesterday, but it turns out I had the anti-nausea drug Zofran, and it blocked all my serotonin, so I was actually a prick.
Hyper-specific explanation.
Yes. But I remember we went through all the voter rolls, like, this does not make sense. It does not add up, especially when you take into account that Wayne County, everyone thinks Wayne County is just Detroit. Now, here's the crazy thing about Detroit. First off, they inflate their numbers of citizens, right, in Wayne County. It's largely the people who live in the surrounding areas. So and if you look at the people in the surrounding areas of Wayne County, I'm not saying that it's Trump country, but I'm saying you would get significantly more voters for Trump when you're talking about those old school Democrats in Wayne County than you would get in, for example, Los Angeles or Philadelphia. So those numbers that we saw in 2020 were a statistical, I can't say impossibility, but I would have been willing to bet my life impossibility. Put it that way. So anything can happen, but Wayne County is not as deep blue as you think because it's not what you typically think of when you think of an urban area. What is that, Gerald, you're pointing to?
Don't worry yet. I'm sorry. I just
Main District 2.
That's what we're working
He's
on.
ahead by 10 points. Polls close, only 36% of the vote.
So still some time to go there, but he's up by 10 points in that one that we think he needs to win.
Well, the thing is, how many counties are there? We're talking about Main District 2. How many counties in Main District 2? There can't be that many.
And I mean, they've been closed since 8 o'clock. So
I was going gonna say.
Can we go to Maine, guys? Because I know we have our brain here right now. But can we go to Maine
I gotta step out for 1 second.
Maine.
What are they using, an abacus to count this shit?
Yeah.
So there was a bunch of, I believe, shooting threats in Maine earlier today.
Yeah, those are
another
angry
day.
deer.
Which totally makes sense.
Yeah, it's Maine.
You know how dangerous it is with the lobsters and the shootings.
Well, this doesn't show us which one is which district. But again, it's not like with Maine. The reason they separate, it's not like Maine, the 2nd district, is when we're going, well, wait, we have to wait for all those big city votes.
Yeah, right.
The Bangor vote.
Yeah.
Bangor.
Exactly.
That's where I went to school.
I don't think that Bangor is 2nd district. I think that 2nd district of Maine, if I'm not mistaken, is almost entirely rural, which is why
Bangor's it's the only town.
It's the only town. Yeah.
Right next to the school, Orono. And Orono is the...
Mm-hmm.
Bangor wouldn't exist without Orono.
There was a guy from Maine, I won't say who, but people will know, when I was at Pat Militich's gym in Iowa, where you're going. The last time I was in Bettendorf. And I was in there taping a video. We were trying to get MMA legalized in New York. And I go in, and with the camera, he goes, hey, were you from a barn? I said, what? Just like that. Because he didn't have the rest of the Maine accent. I said, are you from a barn? I go, what? He goes, close the door. It's not a barn. I was like, oh, barn.
That's no English.
And then he kicked my ass. But he was the UFC
doing?
heavyweight champion of the world, so that's to be expected. I've revealed too much.
See ya.
Yeah.
How you doing? Pretty good. How you doing? Good.
What are you?
That's how they talk. It's
I thought I was a pedophile.
No. A pedophile from Bangor.
Yeah, that makes
Let me
sense.
see your pee-pee.
Stephen King stories are all set in Maine, and there's a lot of pedophilic activity in those.
I can imagine. It's very dark and boring.
They fuck a lot of deer up there.
Yes, they do. I have no doubt about
It's
that.
Colin Quince. It's the only state where the sheep have a fucking rape hotline.
Yes.
Where the men are men. And
Joke's on Joe Rogan, because that's on his
tail.
elk meat plate. All right. Is there anything else that we're missing? But I know you're going to probably go back
we'll
there
go
for the
look
numbers,
real
and we'll
hard
look at
Maine.
look at the Maine 2nd
We'll source
district,
Nick
'cause-
if we need any on the ground information.
Yes.
Okay.
But
all over it.
Just go to Iowa real quick. It's the last thing I want to say because that was blowing my mind.
Oh, Iowa, when they were trying to say that Kamala was ahead. Yeah, what is it in Iowa that you want us to get into specifically?
Yeah, okay, so he won by 14 points.
Yeah.
They were talking about
And Seltzer needs to go to jail.
Can we bring, by the way, you know what, when you guys go back there, I know we've been focusing on these numbers, but I also would like to bring it over so people can remember that poll that came out.
It's hers.
Yeah. Can we bring that up so people can remember, and let's have a side-by-side of that and the final results, because she also didn't reveal her methodology. And I remember everywhere on CNN on Sunday night and even last night, they were going, well, gosh, you see this could be one of those where it could be an early night for Trump, and he could be packing it in based on what we're seeing out of Iowa. See, it's the lie that then gets repeated and parroted.
That's right.
It just didn't work this time.
And Iowa's a small enough state that it flew under the radar.
Yeah, exactly. What didn't fly under the radar for them when they were trying to do it was the Hitler propaganda. Iowa is lost. You have no chance. Don't show up to vote.
Yeah.
You have no chance. If Hitler/Trump loses Iowa, you're going to lose.
What are you signaling me at?
We got an interesting tweet you might want to see.
From
one of Hitler's relatives.
Well, yeah, probably. Good old Mark Cuban says, "Congrats at real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. And congrats to Elon Musk as well."
Now he's trying to suck up.
That seems like a guy who's hoping he's not chained up in Musk's backyard.
Right. That's exactly fucking right.
Yeah, he's
Big
gonna be.
girl. Shut up, Cuban.
Oh my God!
You scared the shit out of me.
Me too. Me too. You son of a
Guy,
gun.
that Ellen DeGeneres lookalike. Come on.
He said, congrats, real Donald Trump. You won fair and square. Congrats to Elon Musk as well. # Godspeed. Well, he wants to seem like he's
broken a toe. I think I kicked the door.
Yeah, I heard you kick the door.
Well, that's what you get for rushing in like that.
Now you know what it's like to break a doorstop. I'm up to 2.
Wasn't Rachel Maddow threatening
I hope there's a bone
that the
sticking
U.S.
out of your
government would
sneaker.
take away SpaceX's federal contracts if Trump lost?
I think so. Let's have Mission Control bring that up. And we should probably check in with MSNBC. I guarantee we have liberal meltdowns now.
Yeah,
we have to
should
have
probably
more.
check in with them.
All right.
I'm going to get out of here. Go
Okay.
look at Maine. That's what I'm going to do.
We'll go look at Maine. Thank you.
Lane,
Linda
you're
Brim.
like an angel that brings good news.
Yes. He brings us tidings of great joy. Not a virgin birth because that guy bangs. But tidings of great electoral joy. Get your minds out of the gutter. You're better than that. I know you're not. That's why we'll see you on Rumble Premium. Not tomorrow, which is today. Did you break your toe?
Yeah,
you son of a bitch.
He's hurting right now.
Oh, I hope it shattered.
Guys, look. this is, and here's the thing, by the way, we're going to have to bring in, whether it's Nick or whether it's Josh, we're going to have to bring in Pops Crowder because I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to be super pissed because Pops Crowder said like 6 months ago, it's going to be a landslide. I have no doubt about it. No one else is saying it, but I'm saying it. Just because Donald Trump won didn't mean that Pops Crowder was right then with no data. So he's gonna parrot that every chance he gets.
Rub your face in it.
Yeah, so we'll bring him in. But I always said 60-40, 65-35. And I said today, I think Donald Trump's going to win. But he was like, oh, yeah, he's going to win everything. I think my dad actually thought, he's like, Jersey's in play.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far.
He did say that to me,
all right.
though.
Thank you, Josh.
You're right. About a month ago, he said to me, I think he's going to win.
You know what? And let me let people know, while we're talking about Iowa, I'm trying to find, you're going to be in Ottumwa count. Where? But I don't have your plug.
I got it.
This Saturday night.
This Saturday night.
Ottumwa, Iowa,
the
Bridgeview Center Theater. Come on out, folks.
Funniest man alive. Go see him live. And you know what? It's going to be a really, really fun night after this election.
That's right.
And he's accepted the victory results, which I think you're getting closer.
I hope you don't mind. I'll be doing Nixon jokes.
Yes. Opening for him would be Rich Little.
Let me just say this, Ottumwa.
You do a great Nixon.
What a phenomenal Nixon.
He probably was in Ottumwa at some point.
He probably was. Let me tell you, I love to fuck Indians.
So,
whoa.
Oh, he's still on ABC. I'm sorry.
No. Whoa was shock. I didn't know that.
No. He did. He did like to do that.
I didn't realize. Can we officially call that? Is that allowed?
Can't confirm.
I like the Blackfoot squaw.
Think about this, though. We could end up tonight. Again, Michigan, I hope. We're not going to get the results from Michigan, I don't think, for a long while tonight. But Donald Trump the map could look Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada.
Yeah.
It could look at all of those. And then Michigan is the only, which would put him over 300 at that point with North Carolina and Georgia? Can we bring up the 270 to win, guys? Just to put a final count on it. Let's leave Michigan blank.
Well, because you got 11 in Arizona, 6 in Nevada.
Right.
That's 17. So, yeah.
So North Carolina and Georgia, right? That's already filled in. North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania. Okay. So that would put him at 287. Okay. And then let's put in Wisconsin. So that would put him at 297. Okay.
Well, then, yeah.
So then if it's Michigan, I mean, but
then Maine, you got to put that. So
we do have Maine second district there.
Okay, all right.
We already have Maine second district there.
Cool. Yeah.
So that's a very distinct possibility. Close. And you know what? If you put in Michigan, pop in Michigan, which is a distinct possibility.
Boom.
And by the way, the reason I think it's a possibility is, like I said, at a certain point, this is not the one. This is not the one kid. It's like Apollo's trainer. He's all wrong for us. I don't want you messing with southpaws. They're going, Kamala's all wrong for us. We don't need to back the hoe.
She thinks it's a goddamn fight.
Yes.
Now let's do this bum and go home.
I watched you hit that man with everything you had. I watched you try to kill him. He got shot in the ear. And that man kept on coming. We don't need that kind of man in our lives. That's what's happening. I saw him at a food court.
Where do you guys, can I ask you a question? Like, where do you... No, I hope you're not giving away secrets, but how'd you get like...
Oh, wow. Hold on.
What?
An update?
We need to call a state.
We need to call a state? All right, time to call another state, ladies and gentlemen.
So you may not think that this would have been a big one on the outset. Maine 2nd District, we're comfortable calling that for Donald Trump. Now...
Maine 2nd District.
That's only one.
Uh-oh. I don't
Donald
like the
Trump
look on his face.
But...
Oh, wait, we didn't call Pennsylvania, right?
If we're right.
No, we did.
We did. We have called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. We have called Alaska. We have called Maine 2nd District.
Mm-hmm.
If we're right, Donald Trump is the president-elect.
Yes, Donald Trump. Yes.
As of right now.
Absolutely. There you go, guys. I don't know. Do we have something on the soundboard for that?
Yeah!
I thought we had something a little bit more than that.
Yeah!
Hey! Eat it!
Honey, I can come home soon.
This should be the happiest moment of the last 10 years. He's like, what I win in bets. Okay, let's go to Van Jones real quick. I bet you...
Come on, talk about it, Van.
I bet you he farts.
More aggressive. You're very nervous tonight. You're very nervous tonight.
She lost.
If you're a solar farmer in a red state, trying to deal with this climate issue. We've had
solar farmer? What the hell is that?
Your financing might fall apart tomorrow morning because
Oh,
you
boy.
can't now
Hold on, time
count
out. He's
the
not
federal
president tomorrow
government
morning.
being at the front lines of this fight, the way that the Biden-Harris administration had put the United States government at the front of the climate fight. So you got people all around the world whose fates are now in the hands of someone who can either be aggrieved or it can be big. He's usually not big. And so I think this is a shock. It's a political realignment for sure.
By the way, you see Jersey tightening up there?
He's a little more
right now,
realistic.
You see that right now? Jersey is only 5 points right there.
Get out.
Yeah.
Implications for planet Earth
Dude.
are yet to be known.
I mean, I think that's the real open question.
Wait till he hears that we
get
called
into-
Pennsylvania and we've been right above CNN on every single call.
Yeah.
Can someone call Van Jones? Can we call Van Jones? Is that a possibility? Can we call? Does anyone have Van Jones' number? I'd like to call Van Jones. Can we call Van Jones? I'd like to call Van Jones. Can someone please help me call Van Jones? Do we have his number? Let's call Van Jones. Let's call Van Jones and let him know that we called Pennsylvania. Please, let's call Van Jones.
Do you want to call Van Jones, Mike?
I do want to call Van Jones.
So we just announced it that it's official.
It is official. But right now,
according
what
to
we are
us-
doing is monitoring how the left is going to try and
How
paint this.
long they're going to drag this out.
How long they want to drag this out. Absolutely. How long they want to drag this out. He wins Maine District 2. That means that he wins with Pennsylvania and Maine 2nd District. And hey, it looks good for Wisconsin. You know what? Let's stick with you until at least Wisconsin, right? We should be able to call that tonight. Michigan, I don't know. Maybe they'll give us. Hey, you know what? Maybe we'll even be here for Michigan. At this point, it's just a victory party. That's where we are. And I know that we have, I don't know if we're going to still have Vivek on.
No, we're not having Vivek.
No, we're not having Vivek.
Tonight.
Or I don't know. So you let me know if we have any of our remaining guests. But, you know what? This is as good of a time as any for our 7+1 reload. Because now that we know he's going to be president, we gave you the 7+1 things that Donald Trump would do his first day in office. Then we gave you the 7+1 things that Kamala Harris will do when she loses. Turns out it was just one. It's just she just didn't come out to speak. And we actually have the 7+1 reload things that Donald Trump does his first day in office.
You forgot Stefan in the chamber.
All right, this is the 7+1 reload. So this is, I guess, number at this point. What do we number? We're going into descending order.
We're doing 7, starting from 7
Okay,
again.
so just another 7+1.
Too confusing that.
Number 7, which is really actually 14. But Gerald,
have Elon Musk build Space Force One.
Oh, hey, that's going to be fun.
I like that.
That's going to be fun. Number 6, officially appoint Kamala as fellatio czar. Everyone has a skill. I bring out the best. She brings out a kisser. Let's go with this one. Sorry, number 5. By that, the previous one, I mean tasking her with investigating the root cause of fellatio in the Southern Triangle. Her Southern Triangle.
Oh, you can't do both.
Yes, 7+1. First things Donald Trump will do on day 1. Number 4, Nick DiPaolo.
Executive order. Every first Tuesday of the month is Topless Tuesday.
It's a good Tuesday. Bet you didn't see that one coming. You were expecting a chick.
I saw it coming. McDonald's. It happens.
Number 3, Gerald Morgan.
Pardon Hunter Biden and appoint him head of the DEA.
Oh, well, that one actually, you know what? It takes one to know one.
It does. He's kind of like
It takes one to know one. I am rubber, you are glue. He smokes crack.
Frank Abagnale.
Number 2, this one is actually just for you, Nick DiPaolo.
Executive order banning Uber drivers from talking to passengers.
I clicked no conversation. And the number 1 thing that Donald Trump will do, and my voice is dead, so I'm doing my best. Number 1, federally indict Jake Tapper for being a giant pussy. And the +1, Nick DiPaolo.
Appoint Whoopi Goldberg, Secretary of Twats.
Hey, that's been this week's Reload 7+1.
You forgot Stefan in the chamber.
All right.
I'm actually texting back and forth with Chris Pavlovsky, the CEO of Rumble. He's at Mar-a-Lago, I think. For
oh my God! Look at you guys.
This is
just like celebrating. And
this is a huge.
Like, look, we called it it's not a quick call. This is based only on the data that's available. But CNN, listen, I hope this gives you an insight.
Yeah,
we're not making far out calls.
No, we're not.
We're looking
That's
at the
right.
data and going, this is abundantly clear. At what point do we call it? And 30 minutes later, we call it, and then an hour later, CNN calls it.
Where do you, can I ask you, like, how do you guys get the data before?
Oh, it costs us millions of dollars.
No,
Same
yeah,
data.
but it's the same.
It's the same data. Well, it costs. It costs.
No, but you
many,
get it before.
Hold on a second.
though.
No, it costs. No. It costs many hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then we also added to it third-party analysts and experts, that whole extra suite that you have there, to analyze the same data that they have access to and to do it better. So they all get it from. If you guys, we can probably send.
You get it from what? The AP?
Yeah. So you know what? That's actually a good.
Oh, really?
That's actually a good question. Let's take a brief break. And we're going to decide exactly how we handle it. Let's take a brief break, and we'll come back with someone from data, from Mission Control, to tell you exactly how we came to these numbers, what the methodology was. And again, let you behind the curtain. And we're going to stick with you, I think, at least until Wisconsin is called. So a brief break. Please, hey, none of this tonight would have happened without you. Mug Club, and Mug Club now is Rumble Premium. Tonight is the last night to get the OG mug. Click that button right there, join Rumble Premium. Going forward, right, it's a weekday show, 10 a.m. Eastern. On weekdays, you can tune in. You can continue watching on Rumble Premium. You don't have to click anywhere else. You have an account. You watch Rumble Premium. You get it ad-free. You keep watching for all the exclusive content. Just our show, along with Nick DiPaolo at 5 p.m. It is seamless. None of it happens without you. We're going to take a brief break. I probably won't be eating dinner, but you know what? Let's also get ready to fill our glasses and celebrate this with you. We'll be right back with probably the last chunk of tonight's stream. I've really been enjoying doing this with you. Now it's time to have a good time. Brief break.
Ditch the gym, work out from home. Private, convenient, badass design. Get jacked up.
Howdy. Howdy, I'm Colonel Slanders. Now, we all know about the accusations from the right about Tim Walz. Shoo-hoo! And to those of you taking it to heart, old Colonel's got a question for you. How does it feel to be so dang perfect? Heck, we've all lied. For example, did you know there's only 10 ingredients in my secret blend of 11 herbs and spices? One for each finger. Yeah. Think of that when you're at the ballot box this November, and our country will be just as good as finger-licking chicken. So this November, do the right thing and do something bigger. Vote for Kamala, because she's half-a... This ad's paid for by the Colonels for Harris Family Pack Bucket. Oh, it's just a regular pack?
Did you know Earth is made of 71% water? Doctors recommend we drink at least 1.2 liters of water a day, just to be on the safe side. That's a lot of water. Water is key to our survival, but we don't just drink it. We have fun playing in it too. We wash ourselves in it, and sometimes we even get stuck in a storm of it. An adult's brain is 65% water, and the other 35% is gin. But maybe that's just me. My wife left me, and she has full custody of the children. That's Jeff. My kids call him Dad now. He's a lawyer. In fact, he's her lawyer. I remember when my wife used to brag about being married to a big-time commercial voiceover guy. That was a long time ago when she used to wear her ring. We used to actually have a house on the water, but now it belongs to the bank. Luckily, it was only in my name, so only my credit got ruined. Thank goodness I'm still able to afford this studio apartment that has this pot I'm currently filling with water. This pot is the only thing my wife left behind, besides pain. I'm going to use it to make some macaroni and cheese. Oh, that must be my $12 escort. I hope I'll get to experience the touch of a woman again without getting robbed like last time.
Give me your money or I'll cut ya.
And now for Barely Legal with Bill Richmond, sponsored by Mug Club.
Hi, I'm half-Asian lawyer Bill Richmond for Louder with Crowder, here with some education and tips on the terms we use in the legal world. Our question today comes from Dan McGovern in that hellhole known as East St. Louis, Illinois. Dan's question is, What is the deal with the court names like Supreme Court, Circuit Court, District Court, and Justice Court? And who in the shit is in charge of who gets to be a judge in each one of those? Well, Dan, we're going to split this one up into two parts and deal first with the courts themselves. Most of you have heard about a Supreme Court, which is the final appellate courts in both our federal and state systems. At the very top in the federal system, above all the courts, is the United States Supreme Court. You can end up here whether you start in a state court or a federal court. It is the true court of last resort for judicial relief. Now, secondly, most states also have a Supreme Court that is the highest court in that state.
Stay tuned for more Barely Legal with half-Asian lawyer Bill Richmond.
Hey, boo, Pedro, not today. You're not sending your best. I'm gonna send you right back. Looking over that. Well, let's keep building this wall. There you go, brick by brick. My wall, frankly, shoots fire, you see? And you're gonna pay for it. Here's Trump! Hey, guys, in the chat, let me know what you'd like me to put in my moat. I'm thinking alligators and spikes.
Sudden death among healthy working-age people worldwide is skyrocketing.
She died here at the hospital after she went into cardiac arrest.
Who knows? Young people are dying these days.
These are not statistics. These are human beings. Because I represent science.
When the science's name is Fauci, we just all bent over. It's the same old scheme like his AIDS monarchy in your...
Are you willing to share the data with this committee?
We had to really move at the speed of science.
And their clots have no thoughts on their shots. In your head, you smell bad. In your veins, vaccine, vaccine, vaccine. Hey, hey, what's in your veins? In your veins, vaccine, vaccine.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are preparing for the celebrations here. Just to remind you, if you have not seen this, we have officially called the race for Donald Trump with that district in Maine, with that one vote with Alaska, and calling Pennsylvania, even though they refused to call it on CNN. Looking at all of the data, this is not a quick call. This is something that we looked at the data, we looked at the outstanding votes available and the trends, and there's just no way that we see that Kamala Harris has any path to victory. And this is before Wisconsin, before Arizona, before Nevada, before Michigan, all of that. People are actually having some wonderful, wonderful meltdowns, including this guy right here. What's your podcast called? Barely Legal? Sorry?
Hardly Legal.
Hardly Legal. Hardly Legal. Hardly
There he
Legal.
is.
Where do you find it?
You can find it on YouTube.
There's a microphone right next to you. Come on.
You can find it on YouTube and Spotify and
What are you talking about?
iTunes. It's basically anonymous legal call-ins with comedians who are lawyers. So we help real people
And
who have
funny-
real
funny
legal
law.
issues. Look, I'll tell you, one of the calls we had was a nurse in New York, in Long Island specifically, who did 4,000 fake vaccine cards for first responders. So she got the jab, but she was just totally against the mandates and ended up getting convicted and losing her license over.
I've been seeing it on your reels on
Yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah,
They're
it's
funny.
a fun thing. So Hardly Legal, come check us out, leave a comment, like it. Thank you, Gerald.
Absolutely.
That's a good nurse right
I
there.
also still didn't say you could do a plug, but whatever. I think you guys should go watch it.
Yeah.
No, I really want you to go watch it. Bill's been doing a great job for us on the back end. A lot of the time, Bill keeps us out of trouble. Or minimizes the trouble that we have absolutely stepped all the way into, so that we can still bring you this show. So that's fantastic. But I don't know, Stephen. We've got some meltdowns that we can kind of go to as well, or do we want to just kind of go into our thing and go back to the?
Let's go into some meltdowns first, and then
Okay.
we'll go into.
So this is
go into
one.
our multiple celebrations and toasts tonight.
Yeah, we will absolutely.
Toast to Mug Club,
You know what?
to Rumble Premium.
Yes, to
toast
Rumble
to everything
Premium.
that we've done tonight.
A new era. We have basically done, like, I've told the crew this leading up to this moment. We're going to do something that nobody else has ever done, right? We called it early, considering everybody else has not called this race yet, or very few people that I think, but we have called states based on data. We have called states based on the trends that we've seen. We're not calling it early to try to call a race. We're saying, like, there's no path forward in this district in Maine. There's no path forward in, obviously, Alaska. There's no path forward in Pennsylvania. None of this stuff is us just kind of making a random call. This is us looking at the data. We'll bring some of those guys in to talk about the methodology, but this is what you did, Mug Club, by subscribing all of those times that we asked you to join forces with us leading up to this back in June, July, August, September, October. You guys made this happen. This will be one of the last times, I think, for a presidential election maybe, that you're going to see people depending on them, because they won't even call stuff.
Well,
they know.
Well, then let's make our first toast.
Yes.
Okay, so the first toast
I need
is
champagne. Bring it in here.
Oh, no, you got a red Solo cup. It's not, we didn't put it in your mug, but you know, it's symbolic. It's
Oh,
cool.
all right.
Can you pour it? You can pour it in my puke bucket.
That's his MAGA cup.
I didn't get a
Hey,
shit.
also, Kylie, if we could bring in a thermometer, because maybe my fever's still here. We'll see. I bet you it could be an election miracle.
Bring in the
We're
anal
back
one.
down.
Donald Trump wins and you magically...
My fever is down.
through.
But
Kylie, I need champagne, please.
Okay, well then I'll wait for the toast.
got
So
some
before we
water,
do the toast,
Bring in
before
them
we do the
Manischewitz.
toast, we're gonna have them bring in the drinks. We're gonna bring in Pop Scratter. We're gonna bring in Josh
Just
with
the
a few
bottle.
toasts to make. But we have a leftist meltdown
Yeah,
first.
so Harry Sisson basically tweeted this out again, the flag without the L. America failed women tonight. I'm so sorry. Some of my initial thoughts.
Oh,
Let's
he's
hear
just
it, Harry.
trying to get laid.
Let's hear it, Harry.
He is a woman.
Did we want Stinger?
Not
or no?
CNN.
Is it just a tweet or is it a clip?
Sisson.
Is it a tweet or a clip?
Nope,
It's
we
a
got
tweet
a clip.
with
Here we
it's a
go.
clip.
Okay, all right. Time for one of our leftist meltdowns.
Hold on. There it is.
All right.
You are voting for the devil.
The election between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris has not been called yet. We do
Take
not
the
know
CNN
who the
audio
winner
down,
is,
please.
But it is pointing in one direction.
Oh.
And
That's him.
probably his
Is that his background?
His
Yeah.
background.
Final, but I just wanted to say that America failed women tonight.
Who would know better than you, bitch?
Trump has insulted women, berated
Why does he
them,
have rouge
been
on?
found liable.
They still won't bang you, dude.
You would know a woman if it bit your clit.
Woman. And he took women's reproductive rights away. And instead of standing up to that, people voted for it.
No, people are still allowed to reproduce.
And let your opponent have their
We failed our daughters, our mothers, our sisters.
Your boy bands.
wives. Tonight, America failed them.
No, he wouldn't make the
You don't have a daughter.
Guys on the rag.
Like, I remember Andy Card.
It is unfortunately the reality of the situation.
Yes, we know we won, but we have to wait
So I'm
until
sorry
John Kerry concedes, and then
to
we
everybody
all
out there who will be
traipse back
impacted
in
by
the next
what
morning
may
and
come.
wait.
What a good economy, you dick.
Well, you gotta sing us out.
You are voting for the devil.
Do we fail women?
I think we can say it, baby.
Hold on, do we fail women? Let me watch me fail them extra. Which, by the way, I probably shouldn't be doing with a fever, but I don't care.
You still have a fever?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, jeez. No,
Oh, that's so that it's just so it's savory. I can really taste the failure to women. Oh wait, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh no, wait. I think I'm getting a hint of
Monica Lewinsky.
Oh no, that has a little bit of an essence of heartbeat. Bill, hold on.
How is that?
Oh wait a second.
How many weeks is that?
Third trimester in Texas. No, it's still not happening. Wait, let me make sure.
Jesus Christ. It's like a Duralog.
I have those, by the way. I moved into a house with old wood.
I used to smoke those. Gets you real high.
Duralog? Duraflames?
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Wow. It's all
Hold on, one
chemicals.
last one. The failure to women. I'm letting Gerald pour his champagne.
I'm ready.
You're huffing Duralogs?
I don't think anyone's huffing Duralogs.
No, I'm just kidding.
And hold on a second.
used
Let's see if it's the election miracle. What do I have? I tend to run cold, like about 97.5.
Me too.
Me too. I'm always like 97.4. Yeah. All right, 99.3. So it's a very, very, for me, a very, very low grade fever.
Yeah, that's almost not a
that's almost not a fever.
It's like it's getting better.
It's like it's getting better.
Yeah.
You know
It's
what?
like-
That's what a win will do. A victory will do.
Yes, it will. A victory will do. So look, for the very first toast, I want to toast to, hey, Mug Club, which is now Rumble Premium, tonight only happened because you put the nail in the coffin of legacy media. There's the first toast.
Cheers.
Wonderful. Do we have celebrate?
Confetti would be great.
Yeah.
Do the yay and then the celebrate.
Put it.
I'll do the titty shake. That's it.
And I'm not going to lie, with the fever, this is going to be more symbolic. I'm going to let that sit there. And, Toolman, you're going to have to hit the cigar fan. Someone's going to have to turn on a little bit.
Turn that baby on.
Oh, boy. With no dinner, that makes me feel green. And so, along with that toast, I'm going to propose here a second toast, by the way. You didn't just put the nail in the coffin with all the data that we had in calling these states, which we'll get to, but this was the biggest stream on Earth as far as live concurrent viewership tonight, consistently across the board, and you maintained it for most of the night. So putting a nail in that coffin, but you showed CNN and Fox News and ABC and CBS that guess what? There are more of you than them. A toast.
Bobby and George, get in here really quickly.
Yes.
So you don't have to come on camera yet, but get in the studio because guess what, guys? Reuters just called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. We
There's another toast, guys, because
that's right, baby.
We were the first ones to call. Well, let's go this first. We were the first ones to call Georgia before anyone on mainstream media, and we were confident in doing so because of the work we have here. And that work, by the way, only takes place because a Mug Club costs millions of dollars to do. That's a toast.
Feel like I'm at a white wedding.
Hey, and I almost forgot it. Can I interrupt the toast?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay.
All right, number 10, Tim.
Number 10? What's number 10?
Number 10.
Toast interrupted.
Go to crowdsourced.com right now. Enter in promo code Trump1. 47% off the new Trump
47%
shirt.
off.
Only for the rest of the stream. Go to crowdsourced.com right now. Grab your shirt. Wear it everywhere you possibly can. Do not let them forget this moment. Let it sink in.
For the blind, it's WON.
Yes.
Trump1.
Yes,
WON.
For the visually
It should be
impaired.
For the Asians out there.
Crowdsourced.com. Do it, baby.
You should come out with another one.
Yeah.
Trump won 3 times.
Yes.
That's a good one.
Thrice.
3-0.
Thrice.
And that brings us, by the way, to the next toast. Hey, this place tonight was the first place to call the race live on air. The first place to have the balls. I don't think they've done it. I don't even know if they've done it on these other ones, but you, Mug Club, made it happen, and we were right. A toast.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. They still haven't.
Your mother.
Hey, John Pear-Shaped King, bring up CNN. Wisconsin ain't looking any better, baby.
How's that looking
It's
for you,
not
dog?
looking very good.
You know, John King's ass is worth 12 electoral votes.
Yes, exactly.
Wow.
When he's in a strip club and someone says, back that ass up, he just starts walking backwards because he assumes.
And you hear beep, beep, beep.
What do you think is going to be the most shocking demographic that went the opposite way of what the mainstream media? Was it the Jewish vote, the Latino vote, the woman vote,
the black Amish?
The black Amish. That's a
Black
that's a
Amish.
By the way, that's a good
setting
Black
aside
Amish
the
dwarf.
black
That's a
Amish.
good place to be because it's the only group of people who can still pull off the Abe Lincoln. Like on LeBron, it looks normal. White guy, you're Amish.
I really think it is the black vote that is the most surprising, and they can't say anything about it.
No, they can't.
They've got a few black people that they hire specifically to say the things that they want to say. Which I mean, come on, you're racist, but like,
Yes, we all are.
they won't say shit because they're afraid. Like you can't ever, no matter what they do, we can't blame it. We want to blame them so bad. We can't blame them.
I think it was a higher margin than they thought, but I think you'll be surprised when we go through this to actually see that in many instances, a majority of the Hispanic vote, if not just significant gains at that point. James Woods was.
Right.
By the way, did you know Gay William said, "Oh no, James Woods doesn't drink." When I was out there, I said, "What?" He clearly was drinking. He goes, "No, he's just like that. He doesn't drink." I said, "He said he was drinking." He said, "No, he doesn't drink." I'm like, "He was clearly drinking, Gay William."
Yes, he said he was drinking there. He said his bar wasn't big enough for the show that we had tonight.
Yes, that's exactly what he said.
I don't know why I remembered that factoid and not some of these other ones here. Really quickly, Trump will give a speech at some point. We are going to stay,
of course,
until he gives that speech.
Hell yeah,
absolutely.
Because we need to see it. So just to make sure everybody knows that, tell everybody that you know right now. And so we've got some notes on Nevada.
Yes.
If we wanted to add to the victory toasts here, that's a good one to do, but continue.
Well, I mean, I think I'm trying to think if there were any other
there's
toasts.
one more. So, and I will give this toast for you because this is, look, you've done something that nobody's ever done. You've done the streams bigger than anybody. And I'm not saying, look, I know it's a team effort.
Yeah, we all did
this. Coming here, being the maestro, doing it when you're 574.4 thousand current, not including X. Max Live, the largest stream on the planet for election night. Congratulations to you. Congratulations to all of this team that put in the work. Fantastic job. Cheers, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys. The viewer.
Congrats. And you know what? Can I add something to that? Well, no, hold on. Keep it playing. Keep it playing.
Yeah, keep it playing. The move.
And I mean it. This is something, for as much crap as I give you and for as much crap as I give Nick, being able to do this, because we've done this quite a few times before. 2016, it was in my den.
Yeah.
And you weren't even supposed to be a huge part of it. But I was like, this is going nuts, because obviously no one expected 2016.
No.
At that point, we were still figuring out streaming.
I was there to help you move the studio overnight back to...
We drove overnight with back then Hopper. God rest his soul.
Yes.
Who, Dennis?
No, my pre-Joe Lewis dog.
Yeah.
Farting in the car all the way. We drove all the way through and got White Castle. Huge mistake.
Oh, so bad.
But we drove the next morning to Texas for our new life. But that night, right, we didn't really know what we were doing because we were just figuring out streaming. It was just a couple of webcams.
Yeah.
Then 2020, we were here, we did it, and it was just kind of a rotating, whoever we could get in here. And of course, we had Brodigan, my longest standing employee, who's out there right now. I believe they have a clip of a Steve Austin celebration out there in the parking lot. Nice. Someone smashed some beers together. Don't worry, he doesn't have Down syndrome.
No, he's fine.
No, it does look like he peed his pants.
Yes, it does look like he peed his pants. But being able to do it tonight, look, you guys know, I remember the first time I spoke with you, where I was. I was in a very small hotel. You could almost call it a bed and breakfast in the county that I have no doubt in northern Michigan around Traverse City, Leelanau County. I called you because of was it Engadget or Gizmodo?
Gizmodo.
I keep forgetting. They get them confused.
Yeah.
Where I called my half-Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond, for the first time. I had a friend, went to Harvard Law, graduated cum laude, and he said, I don't really do this kind of law, but this article coming out saying you've been targeted by Facebook. I called him. I could tell on the phone. He's like, yeah, okay, all right, you've been censored. He hung up. He called me back maybe 5 to 10 minutes later and said, yeah, this is really bad. And also went to bat with Facebook, where there's some financial. I don't want to overstep my bounds, but where we won it as far as them acknowledging that some wrong had been committed. But he has been here now for a very long period of time, and also to be here with. If you were to ask me at any point in time, best top 5 comics, living or dead.
Yep.
Nick DiPaolo would always be there. I've always said Norm Macdonald would be there. Nick DiPaolo would be there. I remember when I learned who Nick DiPaolo was, I had seen him and I loved him. I had seen him at the Just for Laughs live, but I saw so many comedians, I didn't remember his name until Joe Rogan said, Carlos Mencia, that controversy back then, he said, you don't write anything. He said, you don't inspire anybody. When I see Dave Chappelle, when I see Nick DiPaolo on stage, I say, that motherfucker was brilliant. I have to go home and write. And I went, no, I know Dave Chappelle, Nick DiPaolo. And I said, oh, that's the guy who had the bit. And I said, okay, top 5, Nick DiPaolo. So being able to celebrate this with someone like, I don't know if you know this, people don't tend to have lawyers for that long of a period of time. Gerald has been here since the very beginning, where really he came on because you have a good voice for radio and you're smart.
I have a face for radio.
No, you don't. You have a face that works everywhere. But I said you have a good voice, a good temperament, but being able to do it also with my comedy idol. And you know what? Gerald and I, we said this because, of course, when you're starting as a company, and Bill, you've been here when you're a company with 3 people. It's not the same as when you're a company with 10 people. And we knew where we wanted to go. But you and I were talking about this these last 2-3 months. We said, this is the team.
Yeah.
This is the team. This is the team that we want here. We wouldn't want to try this with any other team.
No.
We have the right rotation right now. We have people who not only know what they're doing, but we trust them, and we trust them to call us on our crap too, because we never want yes men. We want corner men.
Yeah.
But we want people who keep us sharp. And so this is not just me saying, I know that you were giving me a toast for me and I appreciate it, but to the team who made this happen, we wouldn't be able to do this with anyone else. Thank you guys very much. A toast to the team here who made this happen. Everybody.
Cheers. Can I get more champagne too?
Yes.
Just do that.
Absolutely.
I'll have
He's
champagne.
already been through 2 bottles.
I didn't even know we were doing cigars. Did you know about the cigars?
But if someone were
guy.
to tell me in 2016, I maybe would have believed it because I'd had Nick on by Skype back then. Remember we used Skype?
That's
and
what
I
I
knew
knew.
that I'd pissed him off a few times where I'd throw some curveballs at him.
Yeah.
And but I knew he respected the show. It was still kind of new, but if someone were to tell me, hey, in 2015, you're going to be hosting a show that is, first off, you're going to be hosting one night in 2024, the biggest election stream on earth with something that no one has ever done, with one of your comedy idols who's going to be there, and I assume, glad to be here most of the time.
Are you kidding me? Dude, I am honored. Seriously. I'm not just, and I knew, here's where I became a real crowd fan. When you threw my face up next to Muhammad.
I know. I remember where I was.
But I said, this fucking guy is not playing. And I, seriously, that's when I took a real interest.
It was the episode where Bob Ross painted Muhammad. And I remember where I was driving at the fork in the, I don't remember the road, but Madcap in Grand Rapids. That's where I was at that moment in time. And I got a call from Nick DiPaolo. And it was one of those days where I was taking just a half day to myself. And it says, Nick DiPaolo's calling. I'm like, I'm going to call him right back.
Okay.
Then Nick DiPaolo's calling. And I was like, oh, Nick DiPaolo's calling. And I pick up. He goes, you got me next to Muhammad? Are you out of your fucking mind? And I was like, oh, that means he saw the thumbnail. That means he was going to check the show.
Yeah, I'm out here still touring, you know.
I know.
You really mess with your Muslim base there?
Huh?
Cancel my Doha dates.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks. I'll be at the Comedy Castle in Detroit next week.
So, no, it really is. I'm really, really grateful. And by the way, none of this
Same
happens
here, dude.
without you. We don't get Nick DiPaolo's show here. And by the way, I'm not saying that Nick DiPaolo in any way needs a leg up for me, but it is an interesting
come
period
on.
where you're like, hey, we have something that we can use to support somebody who, by the way, has been an unsung hero in comedy. If you guys watched Skankfest and you saw all of them going, they were calling him legend, like, hey, and every single one of them wants to tour with you, of course, because they want to get some of that heat. But everyone knows
flattered,
who
believe me.
Nick is in this industry. You can go back to 2009. 2006 or 7 when Joe Rogan was streaming from his webcam in his den. And he was talking about Dave Chappelle, Nick DiPaolo. He named 2 brilliant comics who inspired him to write. Dave Chappelle, Nick DiPaolo. That's how long this guy has not only been around, but has been on the top of that Rushmore as far as comedians. So
Thank you, man.
that's a real honor. And everyone out there, honestly, who made this happen, it means a lot to me. We've been here with you for Kyle Rittenhouse. We've been with you for the Summer of Love. We've been with you for the other elections.
All of it,
We
yeah.
were with you, by the way. When we were suspended on YouTube and we saw too many other conservatives saying, you know what, no, the election was free and fair. And we said, nope, we're not going to go along with it. And let me tell you something else. I couldn't be happier. I said earlier, with Rumble Premium, Mug Club was proof. Rumble Premium is what we were always looking to do. Look, we knew we were biting off more than we could chew.
Yeah.
With having Alex Jones on Friday, having Nick DiPaolo, bringing in shows. And it did dawn on us at a certain point, we're like, look, we don't have the ability to manage a whole network, but we do have the ability to bring in people to a network and to make sure that we help facilitate these people with their audiences. And Rumble, Chris Pavlovsky at Rumble said, you know what? Yep, we get it. Rumble. Remember when we sat down with Rumble? At that point, because you were looking at all those contracts. That's one thing that people don't know. When we talked about the contracts out there, there are about 4 or 5 on the table. And the only one that made any sense where they said, we don't want to own you at all was Rumble. They didn't have Rumble Premium yet. But to be able to play out, and I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon, but to be able to have the faith in the franchise, to use the analogy, I know I'm probably mixing it up because I'm not a sports guy, with the people who you wanted to play for, the people who you're happy to be on the team with, and that's Chris Pavlovsky, by the way, the CEO, who's also an unsung hero. A lot of you may not know, the CEO of Rumble, where Rumble Premium is going to grow into something huge. Huge, something that is unprecedented. To be able to do that because of you guys, where you, Mug Club, the hundreds of thousands of you who joined Mug Club, without you, there would be no competitor, which is what it is going to be. Mark my words, just like tonight with our calls. Competitor to YouTube Premium, to Spotify Premium, all that shit. Only they don't hate everything you stand for. That's what Rumble Premium is going to be. Watch, wait for it. The next 2-3 months, you are going to see a cascade of creators coming over, getting fair deals, signing with a company they're happy to be with, and not being castrated. So I also want to really a toast and a thanks to Rumble and Rumble Premium, which launched tonight. Thank you guys, genuinely.
Absolutely.
Cheers.
And hey, so before we move on, hold on one quick. Bill, there's nothing we're going to get sued for tonight, right?
Nah, don't trust that. Don't trust that at all.
He's thinking about his next set.
Here's a cheers to the 3 or 4 lawyers we had. I mean, we don't need any.
Well,
music.
and I mean, and to say that, like, when you talk about the investment in the team and what's going on here, right? The weeks of energy spent thinking about what are going to be the different ways that could be the fuckery in this election. What are the different ways that the team has been out here investigating that, trying to be able to create a system to allow people to communicate what's going on. Multiple lawyers in what we're calling the lawyer coven in the back, who are literally going through all of the different investigative leads that are coming in through the team, and that collaboration. I mean, it's a well-oiled machine in order to be able to provide the best, most accurate, and fastest information as the circumstances are changing. It really is something that I think used to happen in media back before it became what it is today. And now it's a throwback to a time when you could really trust that people were dedicated to the truth. It's amazing.
And you know what else, too? This is something really, and I do want to go to your thing real quick. But, Bill, you and I had knockdown, drag-out brawls as far as arguments?
Always.
Gerald, have you and I had knockdown, drag-out brawl arguments?
I called you
Nick,
cussing.
everyone already knows that you and I have. Josh, not so much.
I kiss all the ass, baby.
No, it's just because you're so nice. And
you're so lovable.
But we had disagreements on stuff.
Sure.
But my point is...
Abortion's the biggest one. Let's have it right now.
Yes, well, we have had those.
Just kidding.
But you know what? Being able to have...
Single
and
issue.
Toolman and everyone... I mean, probably not as much with Noodles and Billy the Kid, but we've had those arguments. And being able to have those arguments and knowing that we're having those arguments because it makes what we do better. And some of those you were right about. And I think some of those, when you look back, I was like, no, Bill, this contract, if we look at this...
There's definitely some of the ones you were right. Absolutely.
Few and far between with half Asian Bill, don't get me wrong. But being able to have a team of people who you can fight with and understand that you're fighting with them because you're both fighting together for something more important than yourselves, and that as soon as that fight's over, you're going to come back and go, okay, all right, how do we put a plan together to make what we all want to happen? I really mean that. Look, if you have friends in your life, and if you have a spouse in your life, if the most important people in your life are not people you can fight with, and even fight with on things that you both kind of agree on, but maybe disagree on the way to get there, well, get yourself some of those, because I'm surrounded with those people in this room, and I'm really, really grateful that we're able to do that and to know that we're all fighting for the same cause, the same reason, and I know that every single one of you in Mug Club are one of those. There's a toast to that.
Cheers. Can I make a toast?
Yes. Well, hold on. We gotta.
Oh, sorry. We gotta celebrate. There's nothing left in this.
I'm also trying to buy time because Pops Crowder's gonna come in with some I told you so.
I'd like to make a toast. I've been it's November, so I've been here full time for a year now.
Yes,
and this has been awesome. We won tonight. I feel like a winner. There's so many things I'm not a part of, but I like to be included. So that's nice. And there's nothing in here I drank 6 beers today.
All right. Well, we'll fill you up with another one.
That's
a somewhat
low.
selfish
That's
host, but
Yeah.
he's so lovable.
Chris is on CNN.
So
by the way.
lovable.
All right, one final toast, and we'll go to CNN.
That's Chris, right there.
Oh, that's Chris right now. Oh, Chris right now is on CNN. Chris Pavlovsky, CEO of Rumble. There we go. Look, he looks like a ghost. He looks like a ghost right there. He's in the corner, just kind of kneeling
Chris?
over. Yeah, right
I
there,
thought he
kneeling
was
down. His
younger
head
than
is
that.
down. There he is.
Oh, that's him.
Oh, he looks like he's stressed. You know he's had some DDoS attacks tonight.
Yeah, he's gone. Oh, he was super stressed. Like, our streams were massive, massive stuff.
Also, one more before you say one toast to everyone. James Woods, who doesn't drink, to Alex Jones, Dan Bongino. Oh, we didn't have Jeremy from the Quartering on yet.
Oh.
Tim Poole. I'm trying to think who, of course, True the Vote. Who else am I missing here right now? Russell Brand, of course. If I'm missing anybody, please let me know. Donald Trump Jr., who's going to be on Rumble Premium. A toast to everyone who has made tonight happen.
How about your undercover team?
Well, yeah, of course. Well, that was part of the team we were talking about.
right.
But yes, to everybody who has appeared tonight. I was going to save a toast specifically for them individually, but all right.
Fine, I guess.
Let's just throw them in. They don't deserve any special. To the guests and undercover team, a toast. And because there's so many toasts, we will definitely need some refills, guys.
Yeah.
Gerald, you had something you wanted to say.
A lot of things. So first off, I don't know that most people don't know this. Like, you and I, when we set out with Rumble, we basically leveraged and mortgaged Mug Club and this company on getting to where we are today. It wasn't an easy route. We didn't just take the easy way. We spent a lot of money on people and everything else to make it to this point to be able to do what we did tonight. And
there was a period there of 6 months.
It's kind of like landing the plane a little bit. We're like, all right, we got to land the plane on this thing. Like, we really need this to work. We're kind of betting everything on this. So Trump, I think, is coming out here in just a second. Do we have him? I don't see him on this TV. So pull up something else that has
Looks
Donald
like
Trump on there. So
there's commercials on.
As soon as
commercials right now.
That's CNN.
So should we not play the closing song and wait for Donald Trump to speak?
We'll wait for Donald Trump to speak before we do that. We have a couple of other things to say. But I just want to make sure everybody understands that, like, you and I had this plan, like, hey, we're going to do this and we're going to get to where we need to be. So there's some better cheersing material
it looks like Trump is on screen right
Trump
now.
is
Everyone else
walking
there,
out.
too.
Yeah.
Trump is walking up.
Oh, sorry.
So hold on. Let me just...
And for Josh and
current president-elect.
Current president-elect Donald Trump. Hey, there's that guy. He was on the show earlier tonight. And by the way, we do have actually a song for you guys that we had for the last election that we didn't get to use. The final saga of the Rent song, Seasons of Love, for when Donald Trump won. And we're going to actually have that here at the end of the show. But right now, we want to go live to the president-elect Donald J. Trump, not Donald J. Harris. Let's hear what this man has to say. Hey, that's a guy who was shot at and they tried to kill. They tried to lock him up. They tried to kill him. They tried to render him ineligible. And guess what? It's the greatest comeback in all of American political history. Let's go to him right now.
Yeah, baby.
Of course, he's got to have
Guy's a winner. Guy's just a winner, man.
There's Barrett.
I really think
Dude,
this is
Barrett
his third
Trump
win.
is so fucking tall.
He's so tall.
My God.
Yes, he is.
6'7".
They had a special camera just for him to be in the shot. Look at he's out of the shot. Monster.
And make sure you guys put on the speaker, if you haven't, Billy the Kid, for people who are here waiting in the wings. And anyone who needs a refill, just let them know, because they're going to be bringing it up. Hey, can we check in with the I don't hear any partying back there. Can we check in with the people at work? We don't need a singer.
Come on, get
just check in. Check in. There we go.
JD
Guys, I don't hear you partying. I see you on your phones. Let's hear you out there partying. Come on, guys. It's Lee Greenwood. Eric, the guy in the other vest. Oh, it's Bailey.
Party.
Guys, turn to the camera and give us a fist pump if you can see this. There's Sam from HR. Even you son of a bitch.
Are you guys even watching the stream?
Are you guys even watching? There it is. Let's see some partying out there. This is the celebration of the internet. Hey, my longest standing employee, Brodigan. Back in the day when I paid him all I could afford and it was less than he was worth, but he stuck around. There's Nancy, 6 Emmys. The bitch got 6 Emmys. The bitch got 6 Emmys.
Trump.
And I say that out of love.
Trump.
All right, let's go to Donald Trump, everybody.
Movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe,
You can bring it up on the speakers, guys, because we're all in this room. We have a bunch of people who you can't see in this room. Bring it up on the
There's
speakers.
never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance.
Watch. He's going to say there's going to be a president for all Americans. Watch.
Oh, yeah.
He's going to take this opportunity to unify. They won't accept it, but he's going to do it.
He just said heal.
Needs help.
As in heal.
Needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And
thing is, I believe.
we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
This is great.
Yeah, buddy.
Vice President.
J.D. Vance is like, people are going to try and kill me now.
Yeah. He's like, I need to go to bed and wake up and fix shit.
Nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president.
Yeah. Toss it in there.
Love him.
And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family.
That's it.
And your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh, yeah.
There you go.
And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But
wow,
that
4,000 electoral votes, 70 million.
But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it.
We did. We called it.
Because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Huge.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as we know.
He's 6 million up or something like that?
Is he?
Yeah.
In the popular vote?
Yes.
Thank you.
West Coast also. Yeah, it's a lot.
99.9. But, you know, it was short-lived, but it felt good.
Thank you.
That's good,
yeah.
Live it up, kid.
Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you.
What's the under-over on him staying alive?
Of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room.
Now it's if they certify it.
Unbelievable people standing by my side.
So now
These
it's if
people
they
have been
certify it.
incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate.
There's not.
We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much.
The MAGA. How pissed is Pelosi right now? You think her husband's wishing he had a guy with tighty whiteys and a hammer?
Yes. We worked with the
Someone to cuddle at night.
It was his second worst night in the last 2 years.
Number of victories in the Senate.
It's okay. He's gonna be just fine with his
we
investments.
did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them, and sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
There you go. We'll have our data people come in and they'll give us an update on the Senate and the House as well. Because look, We're here to celebrate with you tonight
Mike
all of the
Johnson, I think
victories.
he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
Again.
And by the way, that's not just lip service when he says beautiful. She fine.
So by the way,
we believe.
So go to crowdershop.com.
You don't need to confirm.
No.
Fact check fine.
47%. Listen.
Book in the country.
You like her better than Jill?
Hold on. We want to hear Trump. 47% off.
Need towels.
The entire site.
The entire site.
47% off the entire site. Crowdershop.com. Not just the shirt. And I spilled all of my wine on my iPad.
Okay, well, you're interrupting the
They're not even a
But I
sponsor.
want to thank
Somebody
my
shut
whole
him off.
family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children.
We're about due for some new
And we
iPads.
all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but
Not
mine
Joe
are the
Biden.
only ones.
Not Joe Biden.
Good as mine. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura,
Barron.
Barron, Kimberly,
That big
Mike,
fat said Barron with extra height.
Yeah, he's
Baron, not like Kamala's womb. It's his name.
They had to raise the flags because
my
of it.
father-in-law Victor.
Kamala's womb is where they
And
filmed
we miss very
Dune.
much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would
Baron
be very
6'7"
happy right
Dip
now,
Upson.
standing
Still
on this
can't
stage.
dunk.
She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out.
Who?
She was a great
Every
woman.
inch of her.
Marla
I want to
Maples.
be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, probably
that guy.
8 years
There's
advance.
so much excitement.
Love that guy.
Good luck to whoever has to debate that son of a bitch.
I know. What a pick that was.
You think Tim Walz right now is going, maybe I shouldn't have voted for him.
Remarkable and beautiful wife.
That's the debate.
Talk with me.
And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp
Ooh,
is
JD?
certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say,
Nice.
thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's still like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them.
Talking about Vivek.
And he does it with class.
Love this. I love this. Come here. Come here. Talk on the mic.
Clean up your
Credit.
booze.
I'm cleaning up my booze.
Love it.
People are going to try and kill me now.
I know. That's exactly what I was
Jerry.
Like a fretful hero.
I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
Who said that? Hell yeah.
That's right. I'm proud of
Who said that?
Just, yeah.
They were watching.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history.
There we go.
He always knows what to say, man.
Boom.
You can hear how excited that guy is.
Yeah. I mean, he knows he can get stuff done.
He kind of keeps it cool, too. Yeah, he's cool.
He's turned out to be a good choice.
Yes, indeed.
I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special.
And then hand it to him.
It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally, let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come, Susie, come here.
I just heard that Putin is withdrawing from Ukraine.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
He's crazy.
I
didn't mean it. I'm sorry. I'm real sorry, boss.
Look, listen, I hope that not everybody thinks I'm giant pussy, but we all know how this one goes from here on out. My table will be slightly smaller.
For you, as small as you need. Yes, like a two-top.
in the background.
Who the hell's this guy?
That is the bad guy from Iron Man.
That's the guy after whom
He's the entertainment. He's a magician.
He's the guy after whom the disguise glasses were modeled.
Great 47th president, and this
Karl
team
Marx.
that we had.
No, that's the wrong guy.
Groucho Marx.
Groucho
Marx.
Of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They've been
Thank you to the Bridget Nielsen shoulder pads over my right.
Yes.
But
They're as sharp as J.D. Vance.
Yes. Did you say?
Like she said, they're not soldiers, they're sportsmen. Something like that, right?
A star is born. Elon.
There we go.
How about that? Forgot about that.
That guy's going to come in like a wrecking
Oh, my God.
He doesn't have to wear granny panties.
You know, he
Fucking
spent 2 weeks in
chainsaw.
Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
The screen
it's
muted,
Elon.
No sound. I was talking to a very important man.
He
Happens
parallel parked it.
And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually.
Between him and Wayne Newton.
You know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold.
It's your third win,
He
sir.
looks younger now than when he left office.
I know, he
does. He looks better. He's not orange. He's actually tan now.
I went looking at the screen. I'm seeing
carnivore.
this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like
If you go to the right Sephora consultant, you can get anything done.
I need to do that.
That looks like a tan, not
I
orange.
thought it was a space age movie.
What a
or
difference,
something.
right?
I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it.
Then I realized that I was
just like you
talking
hold
to
your
the
baby,
furnace
you
when
know,
my
you
parents
get
were gone.
And it was a
carbon
beautiful thing to
monoxide
see. I
poisoning's
called
a
Elon. I
bitch.
said, Elon, was that you?
You think Kamala's
He
watching
said,
this?
Yes, it was.
I think Kamala
I said,
is
who
already in a
else can
drunken
do that?
stupor.
Can Russia do it? No. Can
Since
China
yesterday.
do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great.
He goes, can
And
Russia
you know,
do
when
it?
we
Can
had
China
the
do it?
Tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina. They were really devastated. The water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen. Water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication.
So he's honest, dude.
That's right.
And I'll tell you what, he had, and it was
By the way,
very
our
dangerous.
merch
People
shop
died.
is
They had
seeing
no
like
communication. All
unprecedented
the
traffic.
wires
So
were
people
down.
go
I
there
called
right now.
Elon Musk. I
Crowdershop.com.
said,
47% off the entire
Rumble
site.
Premium tonight. Last time to get your mug in the shop.
Until we're done
That's what
tonight.
keeps us here to the next election. We're going to have our data analysts on after this to give you some
I
inside
said,
baseball.
Elon, they need it really, really badly in
Did we ever
North
get the gold coin?
Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast.
It's behind the couch. Stop it.
What? And it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have...
Not the baby geniuses. Turns out they're not as smart as we thought.
Fantastic.
The super. And the sequel was disappointing.
Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace.
He's talking about golfers now. Bryce DeChambeau.
What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh. Oh. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls.
I bet so.
Bryson.
Bryson DeChambeau.
Oh, look at him.
He probably is hitting balls, to be honest.
I know. Hits him a mile, too.
He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some...
Surrounded by winners.
Yep. The team he's assembled is insane.
That's right. It really is.
So Dana started UFC. And
not richer than me.
Do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports.
By the way, he's saying this when Donald Trump, I believe, was part owner in Affliction that competed with the UFC for a period of time.
They really go at it.
And it was so they could still have, they had pay-per-views that competed, and they're still friends.
Doing so well.
Isn't that
Dana
something?
Just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like.
We know what that's like, don't we, Gerald?
He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most
resilient,
hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Amen.
That's the highlight there.
By the way, pardoning myself, day one.
Theo Vaughn, busting with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan.
Smokes a lot of pot, but that's okay.
Have a good night.
It's okay now. It's okay.
Great interviews. No live streams for election night, but that's okay.
Who would have thought that a teetotaler would be the guy who wins over Joe Rogan's audience in the alternative media? The guy who's never touched a drink, never touched a drug.
Yeah.
Talk about a rebuttal to identity politics. A guy like this should not be winning over people like you. That's inspiring.
No other. This was something.
And I can't get on Rogan because I defended him.
We're going to pay
back in the day,
6 years ago.
Do the best job. We're going to turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast. And we're going to turn it around. We're going to do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're going to do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Yeah, you're here.
It's absolutely true.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He can.
You talking about me?
He's going to.
Robert, a cough drop, please. Something.
I need a secrets. You got 500,000 votes in California.
Yeah. By the way, guys, Trump won promo code Merch Shop. Make sure you go there right now. It's only good until we're done.
And we're going to let him go too.
Crowdershop.com. Go.
Limited time. Limited time.
Bobby, leave the oil
Don't
to
miss
me.
out. Don't be that guy.
We have more liquid gold, oil and gas.
Leave the oil to me.
We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia.
Is that Lara on the left?
We have more than Russia.
Looking
Bobby,
good.
stay
Russia.
away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're
No
going
one
to be
talks like
reducing
that.
taxes.
You think- Nobody
We
does.
think we can
Bobby
do
can't-
things that
Bobby
nobody
Kennedy Jr.'s
else
like,
can do. Nobody else
"That's
is going
fair."
to be able to do it.
All of Houston is like, all right, sweet. All
But we
right,
have the
good.
greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American,
Jewish.
Muslim American. We had everybody,
Jewish.
and it was beautiful. It was a
say
historic
Jew.
realignment.
Right?
Uniting
Yeah.
citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be
almost
good,
surreal.
safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars.
Listen to this dictator
except
talk.
we defeated ISIS.
Yeah, this guy
defeated
sure
ISIS
sounds like a
in
warmonger.
record time.
Yeah.
But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900
Oh, you'll find a way.
rallies approximately from the, can you imagine?
Until my book.
900.
You know what's crazy is they're going to start in tomorrow back again with
Yeah.
these. He's never going to leave office. He's going to stay in. Da, 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 da. 3 times he's already said.
Because a guy, by the
4
way,
years only.
who's a dictator, goes through the democratic process, which Kamala Harris did not. Goes through, wins the votes, gets the people's mandate, and gives a speech like this.
We're going to make our country better than it ever has been.
And shot it.
Mussolini
I said that
embodied.
Many people have told me that God
You know, those dictators give
spared
credit
my
to other
life
people.
for a reason.
There you go.
And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term.
He's 70.
I will govern by a simple
nervous.
motto.
You can go to
Promises
bed now.
made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises.
78. Imagine.
Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make
Clinton, same
America
age.
safe,
Looks
strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
There we go. Hit the toast there, Billy the Kid. And you know what, guys? If I can take the floor here for literally 2 minutes.
Sure, your name's on the wall.
Before. You know what, Pops Crider, come on out real quick. Pops Crider, and I don't know if we can go to the long shot. Pops Crider can just come on out. No, you can stay right there, Bill, just so people can see Pops Crider. And George the Greek, come on out here. You guys come on, because we're going to bring you out in just a second. Go to the long shot here, Toolman, so people can see. This is just a small sample of everyone. There you go. Who we have, and Nick, Josh, Gerald, everyone here. And I do want to give some more toast afterwards, and just so you know, please do stick around because we're going to give you some inside baseball with our data experts, and I'm going to eat some crow with my dad, even though he was wrong.
That's not how crow eating goes.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Before we go to something that I've been wanting to run for 4 years, we might have run it on a scrapyard. The rent follow-up for the last election. By the way, Half Asian Bill, you're in this one.
Yeah,
I remember. The backup vocals. Think about this for a second. Look, and just give me the floor for just 2 minutes. I've said this for a very long time, and you can go back to clips of me in 2008, 2009, where I said, look, don't look for some transcendent political figure to save you. You have to do the work every single day, and I still stand by that. But that doesn't mean that you cannot recognize a once-in-a-lifetime person who fundamentally changes the fabric that actually weaves your reality day to day. And I was just thinking about this while he was talking about that. Think about this for a second. You have right now, this is what's so unique, and these are just notes that I had to write down off the top of my head. You have Donald Trump, love him or hate him, a teetotaler, a guy who's never touched a drug, a guy who was raised, yep, you can say into wealth, was given millions of dollars from his father, someone who people may look upon as a trust fund kid, someone in a lap of privilege, right? That's how people may look at him. But this is a guy who has built a coalition. Let's just go through specific people, and then let's go through some demographics here so you can understand why this is so different. A teetotaler who's brought together the Joe Rogan audience, right? The audience of people who you would never expect, yeah, they're going to go out and vote for the guy who's never touched a cigarette, who's never touched a drop of alcohol, who's never touched a drug, in combination with, at the same time, the green car guy, Elon Musk. At the same time, Bobby Kennedy Jr., a former hippie, by the way. At the same time, J.D. Vance, a Marine, and a deeply conservative across-the-board representative, the guy who wrote Hillbilly Elegy, right? The guy who's from Appalachia. At the same time, by the way, has also brought together Hispanics and evangelical Christians. Think about this for a second. For the last 4 years, let's say 8 years, we've often wondered this, why evangelical Christians, people out there, when we go, you know what, we share so much more in common with black Americans because they're deeply Christian, they deeply value tradition, and they were very often at voting odds. I'm not saying that Donald Trump has won that demographic entirely, but certainly made some inroads where shattered in the era of Black Lives Matter. That's why your cities were burned down. That's why the riots took place. Black Lives Matter, who have rejected the narrative from the left in numbers that they haven't in modern American history, who at the same time not only find themselves on the same side as evangelical Christians, which is how it should have been, and Catholic Americans, which is how it should have been, but on the same side as the deafeningly silent, but you know, in agreement, Code Pink. You have a guy, Donald Trump, raised in the lap of luxury, teetotaler, who has the coalition, the mandate of the masses, from the Joe Rogan audience, everyone from that to Vivek Ramaswamy, the green car guy, the hippies of the Robert Kennedy Jr.'s, the people who are mistrustful of the establishment, Hispanic voters in the United States for the first time, evangelical Christians, Catholic Christians, and the black Americans, who, by the way, we also include among Christians in most of these statistics, who have rejected Black Lives Matter, who have rejected Antifa, who have rejected the hope and change, who have rejected the mantra of Bernie Sanders, who have rejected the mantra of Hillary Clinton, whether it's, in other words, free health care for all, free tuition for all. Hey, racism, homophobia, sexism, transphobia, everything is an ism, identity politics, privilege, check your privilege, patriarchy has all been rejected for enough people to form a coalition in this country for the first time where, look, I'm not saying that everyone's going to vote the same way, but we can all find ourselves in a room with people from groups and demographics who would never be able to have that conversation. Let me ask you this genuine question. Do you feel more comfortable today having a conversation with a Hispanic American who you didn't know how you voted, maybe thought you would be racist? Remember in 2016, he's racist. He doesn't want immigrants here. Do you feel more comfortable today as a conservative Republican talking about it and less ashamed and afraid that a black person will assume you're racist as the era of George W. Bush? Do you feel more comfortable today talking with someone who maybe supports the Go Green movement and wants to drive? Back in the day, let me put a finer point on it. If you saw a black American hippie or a Hispanic American hippie driving an electric car, you would have kept your mouth shut because you thought it was a lost cause. But today, every single qualifier that I just mentioned could be an indicator that that person is in the same camp as you. And you know what I ask? Is people out there right now, people who are watching who you maybe hate watching this, and I get it, we do some horse crap every now and then, but you know what? Hey, this is a guy who not only is saying that he's a president for all Americans, and you don't just have to believe it because he's not tried to jail or deplatform people who disagree with him. He's not tried to pull with a She's All That or whatever podcast, what Jen Psaki and what Joe Biden and Kamala Harris did with Joe Rogan with this very show. Do you feel more comfortable today reaching across the aisle and having that conversation with people? I can tell you what, I've been here, and by here I know we're on Rumble, I know we have the betting odds if we're removed on YouTube or not. Back in 2008 and 2009, there were no conservatives. There were no Christians on YouTube because, by God, it was like being radioactive. Tonight, you had James Woods on the show, right next to John Rich, right next to Nick DiPaolo, right next to Gay William, who's a Latino gay American to the right of Attila the Hun. You want to talk, whether you like him or not, the coalitions that have been formed. And like I've said, hey, you need to hold these people accountable. You need to hold Donald Trump accountable, this administration accountable, because that's what we do. We're not the party of hero worship. But you do need to take a moment to acknowledge that there's been a fundamental restructuring of not only the American electorate, but the American fabric right now, where you can at the very least, and this is the great irony, because everyone thought, man, Donald Trump, I like him, but he's just too caustic. I like him, but he's just too divisive. You tell me honestly in your quiet moments, how much more comfortable are you? How much more bold and brave are you to tell someone who you wouldn't have before, whether it's someone like Code Pink, an anti-war activist, whether it's someone from the Green Movement, whether it's your neighbor who was a black American who in the era of Obama, did you want to tell that person, you know what, I didn't vote for him because I don't agree with his policies? You more comfortable telling that exact same neighbor today, you know what, I did vote for Donald Trump because I think that's what's right for America? And you know what else? You know that you'll get a response from them that at the very least will be more likely, I should say, to be, yeah, you know what, I get it. Me too. That's a fundamental restructuring of where we are in the United States. And it came from the guy who everyone said would break us, would divide us. You think you'd be better off with Kamala Harris? Do you think you'd be better off if by some stroke of a pen Barack Obama could run for a third term? You know deep down the answer is absolutely not. And so look, the people who I know maybe hate watching right now, just give this a chance right now. You talk all the time about wanting to reach across the aisle, find common ground. Well, guess what? The voting demographics and the coalitions that you see in the cabinet, in the administration taking place, and across this country as far as individual votes cast, say, this is the time. You don't just call for unity when it's your guy in power. This is the one time to those out there on the left where your person didn't win, but you actually can make some headway and have those conversations. That's a big difference. That's a turning of a page. And if every single one of us can just say, you know what? Okay, maybe we're more divided than ever before in the era of TikTok and Instagram and short reels. But yeah, we definitely have seen some blurring of lines here between the Democrat and the Republican Party. And if nothing else, that's a good thing. Give it a chance. You may not care that the income of the average American household will go up again like we saw for 4 years. You may not care that we're an energy exporter if you're on the Go Green movement. You may not care about, take your pick on the policies. But you know what? You are that much more likely, certainly if you're in Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia, you're that much more likely to be able to have that conversation with your neighbor. And everyone told you that it would be the exact opposite if this guy was elected. Remember that. Take a minute. And by the way, anyone, whether you're watching on the left or on the right, just take a second and say, okay, you know what? Maybe we can have those conversations. You don't have to agree. You don't have to find common ground based on a lie. And isn't that a beautiful thing? we can maybe find not some common ground, but find ground on which we can actually have a conversation and air our grievances and disagreements without burning cities down, without demanding a recount, without saying that our country is only available to the wealthy, privileged few of the white male patriarchy. That's an opportunity starting tomorrow, today, November 6th, that we can all take advantage of. And it's why, before we get to the inside baseball here, we're going to have some people who explain to you how we had access to the data that we did, how we ran the analytics that we did, how we made the calls that we did. It's why right now, for the first time really in 4 years, we can run in context what we filmed and should have been able to run in 2020, the closeout to Seasons of Love, only the version where Trump wins. Oh man, I forgot how short that was.
That was short, yeah. That was like the victory we never got.
And by the way, if I've forgotten anybody, something else before we get to our data analysts here, and before we get to Pops Crowder, who's going to say, I told you so. But something else you guys may not know. Everyone's been talking about women. Everyone's been talking about women in this election. Yeah. Let's get everyone here. People may not realize this. I know she probably won't be here, Molly. I know she may not be here, Molly and Nancy, but Johnny Boy, of course, won't come in. But this is the team who has made this happen. When everyone talks about, the female vote and the woman vote, and like everyone, okay, what, I got the gold MAGA hat?
Oh, we got everybody. Wow.
Hey, I do want to make sure you have it up on the speaker so everyone can hear it here. Nancy and Molly, these are the two people you need to know outside of Gerald who are in charge of the day-to-day operations, and no one hates the feminist left more than they do. So when people talk about, women vote one way, Nancy, a toast specifically to Nancy and Molly there. Go to the long shot there, cool man. Go to the long shot so we can see the ladies there. There we go. Got some TNA.
That's right, baby.
And everyone here, there you go. Toast to everybody. Everyone, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you very much. Wow, it's the bottle. And by the way, hey, there you go. Come on here. We got Gay William here. This is a unicorn. This is the man who believes that James Woods doesn't drink. I'll have a talk with him a little bit later on. But none of this happens without them. And we have some the term is thrown around, strong women here with not only capabilities, but opinions and a way to make this happen. It wouldn't have happened without any of them. One last round of applause for all of them. Thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. Hey, there you go. It's going out. There you go. Thank you very much. Absolutely. I know. I think we're having enough mugs because we're shipping them out. Thank you guys. We appreciate it. And now get the hell out of here. All of you. Really appreciate it. You can stick around, Bill.
Love you guys.
And Brodigan, my longest standing employee, he's right there. You guys can see him.
I'm good.
He started out, I met him.
Drive.
I met Brodigan.
That's all I've got.
I met him at
Big win.
some functions back then when it was the old GOP guard, and I was bombing, doing a show where they were like, let's have you come in and do stand-up, and I remember talking with him and saying, hey, we're all misfits, and still here, and we appreciate it, Brodigan. I'm so glad to have you here. And look, by the way, I don't know how much weight you've lost, but you're going to give Alex Jones a run. You're going to give Alex Jones, how much?
50 pounds.
50 pounds. Hey, a toast for that. For Brodigan, long shot. He's down 50 pounds. There we go. We got to get him a jacked up fitness sponsorship.
April, 10 years here, 50 years on Earth. I will challenge Alex Jones.
To a weight loss?
To a weight loss.
Or a duel. Which one?
Well, no, weight loss. I'm not gonna
I don't know. Be careful. He might show
crazy person.
He might show up at your house.
Exactly.
I heard he challenged me.
Yeah.
My honor means quite a bit to me.
Weight loss challenge by April.
All right, weight loss challenge by April. And he's been the one obviously monitoring tonight the leftist meltdowns. We're going to get to our data analyst really quickly in a little bit. But Brodigan, go back and enjoy your... I know you got that bottle of Four Roses back there.
That's long gone.
That's long gone? I didn't even get a sip? All right.
Wow. I mean, Bill had
Tim,
some.
give me my
and
lower
the writers
third.
had some. I finished the rest.
All right. And before we get to, I know some of you have been asking, we'll take some of your chats with those in charge of the numbers. Now, Pops Crowder, do you at least acknowledge that your prediction like 5 months ago was not, it was like, you said a landslide where you were like, he's going to win everything. You were right that he was going to win. I always said it was 60-40 that Donald Trump would win, but it doesn't mean that you were right. Oh, son of a bitch.
I don't know. Here we go. Here we have a bunch of technical folk here sitting in front of me.
Yes.
You guys know, you look at the stock market, there's technical analysis, there's fundamental analysis.
Uh-huh.
I just looked at this thing and thought, I felt he was going to win. And my little poll is the underpolling. They
Don't
cannot
undersell
find us.
yourself.
They can't find us. That's the key.
I've
They
gone
drove us
camping with
underground.
you. It's not a little
They drove us underground. And that's the worst thing you can do is have your enemy hiding on you. And nobody wanted to admit they were Trump supporters. Nobody wants to get their car keyed. No one wants to get their house egged. And so that's what it's
You
the
were called a
underpolling
fairy
is.
in a Kroger parking lot.
That's right.
Remember that? Over
Yes.
a bumper sticker?
That's right, yeah.
And you said, what? You don't know me. You don't call me a fairy. I thought, oh my God, that's right. He's still Pops Crowder. So how
I'll tell you, you made some points tonight. This guy, Russian hoax, all the lawsuits, the assassination attempts. I mean, this is going to be an incredible presidential library.
Yeah. And
that is going to be the one I want to line up for. It's going to be something else.
And by the way, earlier, that was not just lip service, because I can hear them celebrating out there. And of course, we have to have
Been going on a
fire,
while.
rub it in a little bit. But I expect, unfortunately, the left to get worse. I expect more pussy marches and pussy hat economics. But honestly, anyone who's willing to...
It's great for us.
Yeah, but anyone who's willing to lay down their arms and say, okay, why are these coalitions forming? We're happy. And you know what? Let's, Captain Morgan, CEO, let's open up the platform to not everyone with a Twitter egg, but those on the left in the coming 2 weeks to discuss this and where we go as a country, where we can work together.
Okay.
Where we can have more opposing voices. Again, not pricks who just have who have an X egg in their profile.
I was just communicating with some of those said pricks and telling them to go cry in a corner.
Well, there you go. You just undid everything.
That's not nice.
I'm not extending an olive branch at this particular moment right now because elections have consequences.
I'm not extending
Exactly
an olive.
right.
So
This isn't the time to do it.
Gerald is too busy gloating.
No, I'm not just gloating, but saying, look, we have been fighting every single day for kind of the heart of this country to make sure. And I know this sounds weird, but it's like, look, we're doing our part to go out and make sure that we head in the right direction. Like I don't want to see our administration look like Kamala's administration in 4 years after Donald Trump. I don't want it to go back.
Right.
I want to fix the problems that we have so that
We
we
ain't
can
never
go
going
forward.
back, child.
That's right. We turned the page from Kamala.
What Americans built up, let no bitch tear us under.
Yeah, I'm looking forward not to hearing her name again until she has to confirm.
You prefer I say cunt.
Hold on, she has to confirm the vote as the vice president, though. I
Are we
really
in
want to
the
hear
UK?
her name that time where
She
she's
ain't confirming shit.
like, Donald Trump won.
Yeah, he did.
Whoops.
I want to see her run in the primary again and get zero
Oh
votes.
man, yeah.
Oh,
zero
she's
votes.
not running in the primary again. She
No,
knows that
I
she
know,
has no
but I
chance.
said I want to see that.
Yes, I know. So do I.
Where does she end up? There's no book in her. There's no
On her
There's
knees.
no speaking fees.
Well, her skill is not speaking.
She'll end up. she'll end up. With some
It is
law
using
firm
her
somewhere.
mouth.
She will be, and I've said this, and I do maintain this prediction, she will be the only person who doesn't even get that big of a bump selling her book for losing the presidency. Because no one cares.
Yeah, I'm predicting that people want to forget her. On the left. I'm not saying us on the right. I think on the left they're going to be like, oh, thank God this farce is over.
Yeah.
Like we can all kind of like go back. You hated Kamala, right? Yeah, I hated her the entire time.
She's going to be like a Bob Dole.
We could try to win, you know?
They played it completely wrong.
Nope. I think you're right. Well, we can't hear you because you're not on mic. But you know what? Here. All right, Pops Crowder. I just wanted to give you an opportunity to gloat. Anything else?
I'm not gloating. I'm thrilled. I'm so happy, and I know everyone here is too. And gosh, the work done tonight has just been.
And by the way, you know what? We had people go like, "Oh yeah, Crowder's dad called me because he was the booker when no one else would touch this show with a 10-foot pole." Remember the people who we tried to hire as bookers early on? They're like, "I don't know. I can't book the show. People are afraid of it."
They didn't know how to tell the story. They didn't know what we were about. They couldn't brand us. You know?
We had bookers from the biggest morning shows. We had bookers from the biggest AM radio shows who came in and tried to do it.
Yep.
And they would say, "I just can't get anyone." And Pops Crowder would say, "All right, I got him. Can you bring him on tomorrow?" And so it's not something that I'm like, "Oh yeah, my dad do it." I literally asked him. I said, "Hey, could you quit your job and do this because you've basically been doing it?" And
but I almost lost that job when I booked one Nick DiPaolo, and he came on a little prickly.
That's true.
His Uber took him to the wrong hotel.
That's true. I remember it.
He was hopped up and pissed off. He said, "Don't you ever do that again to the talent." So
no, I said that.
Yeah.
Well,
no, it wasn't
really?
you. He said, "Yeah, you were pissed." And we had Ted Cruz in studio in the garage.
Yes.
On the same day.
And that's when you looked at him.
It was a cluster.
You were on your phone. You said, "The fuck are you dressed like the mayor from Amity?" Because my dad had a Don Cherry jacket on.
It was funny.
And I remember the green room used to be in my house, in my office, and I remember pissing myself laughing. I was like, you did screw up, Pops.
Yeah.
I did see, and I remember.
Oh, nobody can hear him. Get over here in my chair.
Well, hold on. We're going to swap Pops out for Nick.
Okay.
But thank you, Pops Crowder. I'm glad that you've been able to. This is
in the transition. We have a 15-second congratulatory video because Lane's a little fishnicka and he wants us to play it really quickly.
All right, let's play that video.
The German politician we interviewed. A personal congratulations from Germany to us.
And we'll play that, and then our data analysts. All right, Pops Crowder, we'll swap you out for the man who insulted you, Nick.
Greetings from Germany to Louder with Crowder, and congratulations to Donald Trump for winning the US presidential election. Together, you have shown the world how to rock a campaign and win elections. All the best for the coming years.
That's fantastic.
That's nice.
You guys could not start World War III. You guys have a bad track record right now. I would really appreciate that, but no, I'm just kidding. Thank
And
you.
dear God, I hope she has an Instagram filter. Otherwise, we should all feel very bad about how we
all
look.
feel very bad.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Nick is here, and we do have state your names and what you guys do here at Louder with Crowder. You two.
Name, rank, and serial number. By the way, CNN has still not called the race. I'm just saying. 3:15 Eastern time. These idiots can't call the race yet.
I mean, you know, I don't know if you know this. You have little ones. Sometimes they have a security blanket.
Yeah.
Anderson Cooper has a security butt plug right now.
Oh.
He has it in him. It makes him feel less alone.
It's been jettisoned, my friend.
Give the people out here who may not be familiar with you what you guys do.
Yes. George the Greek.
Yes.
Of course. Thank you for baptizing me with my.
He doesn't like that name.
I know, but he's got to take it.
I have to take it, and I'll take it proudly. It is kind of a family affair around here. It's very wholesome.
Yes, it is.
So I do appreciate it. So apparently tonight my title is data analyst, and happy to say did it better than the best in the business.
Well, you have to know because obviously Lane the Brain manages the team of research, and he's like, you know what? We'll have George the Greek come out and have everyone and let people know you're new. You were here specifically for election.
Yep, absolutely. So I'm Bobby. I am your data guy.
There you go. Well, that was fast. Some people are asking, and by the way, like we said, tonight is the last chance to get the OG mug, Rumble Premium. Click that button, join up. If you want to get this mug, you still get everything you get in Mug Club. And by the way, Mug Club, you OGs, if you have a problem with your mug, that's something that we can still get for you and ship out to you. If you send an email, we're going to be sending an email out to everyone who's in Mug Club how to convert your account over so you're in Rumble Premium. But tonight is the last night. This is the crossover where you get on this stream, this mug. When you join Rumble Premium, we will have something that is a physical token going forward, but this all came together at the last
Click
minute.
our button, Rumble Premium right
Click
now.
that button,
and I'm telling
none of
you,
this happens without you.
I got like 47 text messages from our merch team. They're like, oh my gosh, people are almost crashing this site. So that promo code is still good right now. Trump won 47% off the entire store at crowdershop.com.
Can we
Go
do
get the Trump one or maybe the Oscar the Grouch or whatever you want to do,
Can we do a promo code based on my temperature? Let's see. Let's guess what it is.
100% off? Good Lord.
99.6 off.
Well, no, it's not. He's lying. 47% off for Trump
All right.
one.
Which is not really anything, but considering that I run cold at around, like you said, around 9. You're at 97.5. Yeah, that's me too. Which I thought meant, but I guess it's fine.
Yeah,
which means we have a slow metabolism.
I don't think it's fine.
I don't know, but the fact is, it's a little bit high. All right, so we got George, we got Bobby. People were asking, and we'll probably take some chats too. How did you get this? And I told them, look, there's no secret to this. How did you get this data? And then what layers did we add to it tonight to make the calls where we're batting 100 right now tonight?
1,000. It's 1,000. 100's not so great. 1,000's fantastic.
Well, screw me. I don't know. I thought, 100%? That's like saying, give it 1,000% effort.
Nick's like, oh, that's 1 out of 10. That's not great.
All right. We're 10-0. Go screw yourself. George and Bobby, tell them what, because everyone kind of subscribes to the one major news wire out there. Let them know, people out there, exactly what is up our.
Yeah, I was asking earlier how you guys do.
Yeah, that's correct. So everybody knows or doesn't know. I'm an attorney by trade, but when you get a job around here, you just have to do it. Right. There is no negotiating on that point. So. We've been given the tools. Thank you for spending all that money to make sure we had all the tools we needed to get the job done. And it's a little overwhelming, but you start to figure out how to put it together.
Well, tell people what the main newswire is that all of these other stations are using to call states.
Right. So it's called the National Election Pool, and it's comprised of a bunch of the mainstream you might know, like your ABCs, NBCs, that kind of thing. It's called the National Election Pool. Edison Research via Reuters. You can pull all that together. That's the official name. They are basically the best in the business when it comes to just pure data. So we were plugged in, getting the same data at the same time as everybody else, which allowed us to basically step up and be on par with everyone.
And the reason that no one...
Hold on. Not on par, guys.
No,
you
much
guys
better.
were able to call
better.
states so much earlier, and not based on gut feel or political affiliation or desire. You guys called it based on the data. They still have not called it.
You do not get every single call that you've made right based on gut feel. But the real, and just so you know, this is why tonight was such a big undertaking. They were talking about the base kind of the material that people were using. The reason that a lot of people online don't do it is it's very, very expensive.
Yeah.
To gain access to this, to gain access to these tools.
Most
just
data
to get
was
that.
Expensive. The data that we bought was cheaper than data.
Yes. So getting access to that is expensive. And that's to create a barrier to entry so that people online with streams can just sort of commentate on it, which, to be fair, is what we did in 2016 and in 2020. Right now, Michigan.
Like
Holy
7
shit.
points up in Michigan, dude.
He's 7 points up in Michigan with 81% of the vote.
I mean, we're not asking you guys to go crunch numbers, but if we were, it would look really good.
And he's 4 points up. Well, our research team right now is drunk.
As well they should be.
But that's
Ubers for everyone.
Yes, our staff right now watching, you're going to see this start chopping out. But we're all working with the same base material. And then in addition to that, unlike CNN and Fox News and those places who made those calls wrong last time, we added additional layers that only we had. And I don't know if you or Bobby want to talk to that.
Yes, I'll let Bobby give you the nuts and bolts of that. But basically, getting the data is just the first half of the job. The other half is actually turning it into something, and that's where you really don't have guidance. And you need someone like Bobby here, who's a legit data engineer, to help us take all that bits of data and turn something into it.
That's right. Yeah. So I took the Reuters data feed, pulled it into a database, and then added lots of calculations on top. And we tried to go really complicated with it and get super technical and kind of overdo it. And then George and I got together and just decided, we just need simple, straightforward calculations that could walk us through the process of how we got, so we could actually explain our decision. And that, I think, was probably the easiest part, or the easiest way to understand what the system is telling us.
It's easier to communicate that, but it's not easy to do. Taking something that's seen as incredibly complex and distilling it in a way that is still effective and accurate, but people can understand, whether it's the graphs that we provided or the calls that we made. Let me ask you, in doing that and the calculations that you made, for example, why were you guys so comfortable in assisting us in calling, for example, like Georgia, and giving us those very specific predictions on Pennsylvania, like, hey, we're not calling it right now, but that gap's going to narrow to probably about 2%. The question is always asked because a lot of times people think, well, there are people, it's the appeal to authority fallacy. They must know something we don't. Tonight, there's no way they knew anything that we didn't, but you made better inferences. Why do you think you were able to do that and CNN still right now is not?
We just took the data that we had and looked to see what votes were left and what was the percent, or what was the margin that either candidate would need to win in order to kind of beat the other candidate.
Yeah.
And the Georgia decision came down that she just didn't have the votes.
Yep.
And it was just super straightforward, and it was really obvious at that point. Even though some of the blue counties were holding out, we looked at the amount of votes that we expected those counties to produce, and the number wasn't there for her to be able to overcome Trump.
But we called it 75 minutes before CNN. Like, this was
75 minutes.
This was obvious to, like, they had
Hold on,
people.
before the most trusted name in news.
Before the most trusted name in news. You're right.
Yeah.
75 minutes. What is that? I mean, I don't know if we can kind of extrapolate from that, but what does that tell you of what these guys are thinking over there? Like, are they holding these calls to make sure people watch their network?
Well, look at the lower third right now. I mean,
Trump poised to clinch presidency.
Poised to clinch presidency.
Yeah,
so
still.
that's the best you're going to get at this point in time.
Yeah. Like, we think it's looking good for Trump.
He might win Maine.
He just made his speech.
Well,
Like,
we
he's
often
not poised anymore.
we often get an education in legacy media as we continue to do this. Because I haven't figured everything out, but we have a hunch. What does it tell you guys working there, being very, very granular, working overtime here these last couple of weeks? What does it tell you about them and still not making some calls that you guys have made tonight?
Right. So underpinning a lot of the data and the way we process it is we make some assumptions, educated guesses. I'll tell you exactly what the difference is. We were not actually trying to be partisan. We weren't trying to find an angle to make Trump look good. We were just being objective. That's your 75 minutes. Simple.
What? You make it sound so easy. Bobby, would you echo what he said? Is that what you think it is?
Yeah, I'd agree. Absolutely.
And of course, I did tell you guys, I'm like, look, if you guys feel confident, let's just call it because I don't want to waste anybody's time here tonight.
No, but we kind of had this feeling of like, are we, like, I trust the data.
Well, and I told them, by the way, every time, right? I said, if you're not confident, don't. But if you feel like we're there, I just don't want to waste people's time. Let's be the first ones to call this because I don't want this dragging out into the middle of the night. Yeah.
Well, you do doubt yourself a little bit because you do feel confident on our end, and then you wonder, am I overconfident? You know, you start second guessing yourself. I'm not sure if Bobby has any election experience. I certainly didn't in crunching these numbers, but it's math. At the end of the day, if your assumptions are good, if you're being objective, you're going to get a result. And we were seeing that, and every time more data came in, it just kept reinforcing it. And again, just trying to be objective about it, not really trying to look for an angle as much as what are the numbers saying, and did we do our assumptions correct? And I think we did. I really do.
Well, the numbers say that you did. Yeah. Bobby.
Yeah, and I'd add to that. I think maybe our lack of experience crunching the specific election data that we were looking at helped us because at the big networks they might be having flashbacks to 2020 and calling states a little bit too early, or
well, that's because they were politicizing it back then, though. That was their mistake. Like knowing what you know, and I didn't mean to, but wouldn't you say that Arizona in 2020 that could only be justified through a political motive? Would that be a fair statement for me to make?
I would agree with that 100%.
And Bobby, if you disagree, but.
No, I mean, I've heard the other argument, which is that they looked at the ballots and just saw that Trump didn't have the ballots, but it was so early in the night that feels like there was something else going on.
Well, there's a difference between
Can I just one because I want to go, but I do have a very specific question about Arizona. In other words, you made some calls tonight earlier than CNN, Fox News, and the rest of them, right? You certainly, is this a factual statement? You certainly did not make that call earlier with data that was in doubt as they made the call for Arizona.
That is true.
Yeah.
That is,
because that came down to 10,000 votes. You guys are making calls. You're like, I don't know. It's several 100,000 votes of a difference right now. And you guys were telling me, right? Every time I was going out to a break, you guys were telling me, look, is it a possibility? Yes. But it's a statistical, almost complete implausibility at this point in time. Considering where they were with Arizona, a state that had gone to Donald Trump in 2016, and they made that call and it came down to 10,000 votes, which could easily be determined by some, tomfoolery, for lack of a better word. I would say that your calls tonight, wouldn't you say you felt your calls were more conservative than Arizona in 2020?
Well, certainly I did. I didn't want us to be that version of 2020. Here for the first time with us piping in that data and having it directly. I didn't want to make, or I should say, none of us really wanted to be on the making an error there. By the time we were able to tell you, go and say it. The writing was kind of on the wall at that point. Small part of me wishes we called it a little sooner.
No. You did it the right way. Because even I know you were going to say, but even when, for example, Owen Schroyer, and by the way, love Alex Jones. Owen's a great guy. But when Owen was giving his justification, I could see Lane here was like, he's right, but these additional numbers, just they provide context. You can't make this call this early. We can't be irresponsible. I was like, okay. That's why if you see, I'm going like, wait, hold on a second. What is it that you're saying? And I'm going, okay, we agree with the fundamentals, but there's some additional data. So I know that you guys take it very seriously. You were about to say something, Gerald. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I was just saying, like, I hope, like, historically we look back at this moment and look, this is a bigger argument than us, right? We did this to kind of lead the way and say, look, you can go out and get this data yourself. You can make these calls. There are rules about how you can make calls, by the way, that you have to make sure of. I inadvertently called something a minute early and had to correct on Idaho earlier. That was my fault, not the team's fault.
And I panicked because I thought you confused Idaho and Iowa.
Yeah. No.
I was like, wait, did I misspeak on Iowa? Because I really stuck it to that bitch with the register.
Completely different terms in that night. We were like 5 hours into a stream. I'm like, I'm getting kind of tired, boys. I need some energy. No, but I mean, I'm looking at CNN right now, and the only reason that I'm watching this is because I want this comparison, and this is a historical moment. What you're seeing for the first time in history is not another news network competing with another news network, but independent data analysis, independent creators with the largest stream on the planet for this stuff, calling it based on the facts. They still have not called Alaska.
Well, to be fair, I took a long shot on Alaska, and I did ask. You saw me asking, like, can I? And he was like, yeah, you can. Call it, right?
I mean, but now,
you know, I wouldn't have done that unless Lane, the brain, said,
later?
all right, fine.
Like, so right now.
Well, Alaska, we know is going red.
Exactly. So it's like California, right? You call it the second the polls close, essentially. I mean, I'm being a little sarcastic, but not a lot. Right now, it's 55 to 40.9. Right, he's 14 points up in Alaska. Like, that's going to change. So if they call Alaska and Maine right now, the election's over, people turn their network off.
Watch Alaska flip because of 4 people in Juneau will be like, fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not even close. And by the way, I think the vote differential in Michigan right now is 320,000 for Trump.
That they would have to overcome.
320,000 votes. It's so clear, the example that you get to see, not only with the media lying and kind of covering for Kamala Harris, but actually not calling states when they could have. You've never seen that before in history. In the history of elections, you've never seen an independent creator come on and say, based on the data, not my personal feeling, not what I want to happen, the data says she has no path to victory. I'm saving you hours of your life.
Yes, absolutely right. Well, before we get to that, let me ask you this. Genuine question. Because during a couple of those breaks, I came out and I said, okay, look, Georgia. And I said, whether it's Georgia or North Carolina, if we feel confident, we want to be people who get to it first, but only if you're confident. I trust you guys. If you guys would have said no, and I just came out and said, by the way, we're calling these states for Donald Trump, probably wouldn't be working here tomorrow, right?
It would have been a little bit of a bridge too far. I mean, we always want to serve, but there's a limit, and we would not give you the nod unless we were sure that we would go with it, no questions about it. So there was no undue pressure there. I think at the end of the day, everybody here was on the same page. Let's do it right. And that's exactly what happened.
At the end of the day, look, I grew up watching, I didn't have AM radio. I didn't have Fox News in Canada. I grew up watching Nick, literally stage side, right? I came into this as a comedian who had some opinions, and early on was banned from colleges, banned from clubs. And I said, well, you know what? I think that there are people out there who have this opinion. And so I never consider myself the authority. But we have people like Lane, we have people like George, even Sam from HR. As much as I hate to admit it, you guys all have to admit that Sam from HR gets some stuff right, especially when it comes to stats on the Jews.
We actually have him. Sam from HR has an update for us that's actually supposed to be pretty profound.
Is he out there?
He's out there ready.
He's out there.
In the chair.
Do you guys accept right now taking a moment to go to an update from, I don't want to steal your thunder, and we know that Sam from HR loves to steal thunder. But if you guys give permission, we'll go to an update from Sam from HR.
I think, what do you think, Bobby? Yeah,
let's do it.
Yeah, we'll do it.
Okay, we'll do it. All right, let's go. We're going to go to people at work. I have to put my headphones back on to hear his voice that is like nails on a Gentile chalkboard. Sam from HR.
Well, Stephen, Gerald, how are y'all doing tonight?
1 second, our sound guy's drunk. Okay, all right. Sam from HR. I don't like that you're here.
No, neither.
But I understand that it's a necessary evil. What's the update?
Well, the update is that the bathroom is out of service. Someone dropped an upper decker in the staff bathroom. So, anyways, I was informed that Wisconsin has been called for President Trump.
Oh, really? Hey, I think we need an eagle sound because it's a state call. I didn't even give you a state call stinger, so you did that. You snuck it in there so that I couldn't do all the pomp and circumstance.
That's right.
You have relatives in Wisconsin there, Sam?
No, most of my family is concentrated in Florida, New York, and New Jersey.
Poor choice of words, Fred.
Bad word.
We don't allow anti-Semitism on this program. Right? Isn't that right, Mr. DiPaolo?
Absolutely not. Don't. That was very. You hate Jews.
Wait, you said we just called Wisconsin?
We just called Wisconsin.
Call?
Oh, wait. Did we just... Hold on a second, guys. I forgot that we've licensed this. What? I'm having a good time, Wisconsin took some fish to me tonight. Live the high life. Sheboygan got some tasty cheese. Kamala got Green Bay packed tonight with no KY. I'm gonna go. There's no stopping me. I have to say, of all the things that have sort of come together tonight, the fact that was by far the roughest swing state call from Donald Trump.
Definitely, yeah.
With the Queen send up couldn't be more appropriate. Did he just say that Kamala got Green Bay packed tonight with no KY?
I wasn't there, so I don't know.
And here's what else I love. I'm going to go to Bobby and George the Greek. That is never a reason to walk off this program, but if we were dishonest, you would, right? You expect this.
Yeah.
Sam, do you have any HR Sam? Sorry, I have to use your full title, otherwise you'll call me to the office tomorrow morning.
Yes.
Yes, there's going to be a long line.
Yes.
Well, in terms of with the Senate, as you know, the GOP is projected to take the Senate with 51 seats. We are currently ahead. GOP is in Montana. Tim Sheehy is leading by 5.4.
Wow!
In Wisconsin, Eric Hovde is leading by 2.1. In Michigan, Mike Rogers is leading by a little over 3 points. In PA, Dave McCormick is leading by a point. And in Nevada, last time I checked, Sam Brown is leading by a 0.7.
Nice.
And as you know, the GOP fended off the Democrats in Texas with Ted Cruz winning, and in Nebraska with Deb Fischer winning against a Democratic-aligned independent.
Wow.
You know, it's funny because I know we share the values as far as, being glad with the Republican victory, but I still hate you so, and I don't know how I feel about that.
That's weird.
It is
I was
weird.
feeling the same thing. Sam, how do you feel about 47% off the entire store at crowdsourced.com entering promo code Trump1? If you could go there right now, would you go there and buy merch, or would you just, not?
I would absolutely go and buy merch.
Because it's a good deal? Is that what you're saying? I don't think that's not how you should do this, Sam. That's very anti-Semitic of you.
Yes,
just
it is.
because it's a good deal.
Stereotype.
Yeah.
It's such a stereotype.
Ow.
You're bigger than that. Look, crowdsourced.com is for all the people.
It's for all the
47%
people, not
off
the not just the
Trump one.
Ashkenazis.
I know it is, and that's why everyone needs to take advantage. 47% applies to everyone.
That's right. Prove that you're not anti-Semitic right now, everybody, because HR Sam apparently is. Go to crowdsourced.com, 47% off Trump 1.
And you know what else I don't
code.
like? His lips are too nice. I never noticed it until he was in the full lights. Look at that. I don't know what that is.
What was that smirk?
But he could be a lip model. Sam, what are you doing to those lips?
Just chapstick when they start chafing, but other than that,
Why are they chafing?
Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's put a moratorium on Sam from HR's supply of chapstick. I need a refill, and Sam from HR, we're not going to be answering your calls tomorrow. Maybe on Thursday morning. Okay.
Well, it doesn't stop the fact that I'm still going to call you.
Well, you can still call me.
whatever.
I'm not going to answer, Sam.
Let me guess. Collect.
It's called being a grown-up.
And I will find out who
No, it
messed
doesn't
up.
get any better than that. That's been Sam from. Let's get out of people
Get
at
out
work.
of here.
phones. It would have been fun.
By the way,
you know what
IP track him and make sure he doesn't get a deal on Crowder Shop.
That's right. And also, he doesn't get any free shipping, too. Every time he asks for free shipping, every single time.
He asks for free shipping when there is no free shipping.
It's 47% off if you promo code Trump1. Crowdershop.com. I mean, come on.
If he wants that, he should go buy cheap Chinese shit on Amazon and get next day shipping.
Exactly. Not at Crowdershop.com.
He won't have the quality that we have at Crowder Shop.
Where you get 47% off.
We shouldn't have given
By the way, and I wasn't just joking, a refill on that because I have been sober as a clam until the victory party. Have I missed anything, Bobby and George the Greek?
Real quick, Bobby did the data on this, and Sam 100% sucks.
Yes.
So,
He absolutely does. And Bobby, don't be a stranger because we want you to run some numbers on some other things that we have going on here that might get old Uncle Steven out of some legal binds, okay?
All right.
All right.
I do want to add one point. I'm really impressed with Michigan tonight.
Yes.
I really underestimated Michigan, and I feel like they're really coming through really strong. So
I think it's
cool.
it's one of those things where you go with the gut feeling, where like the corruption in Wayne County. And I will tell you this: if it was closer, this is just me, just my opinion. If it was closer, I think they would have been all hands on deck and by any means necessary. But I do think there's a huge component tonight of she's not the one. Let's not use all of our powder. Let's keep the powder dry.
Keep our powder dry.
Right. And so, Data, we were talking about this. I call him Data for short just because it's easier.
Yes. Makes sense.
We were talking about this, and I said, look, every bit of actual data that's coming out of these states tells a very, very different story than what you see on the media, social media, everything that you see. And it's like part of kind of your inside stomach churning process was, I know, but I'm seeing so many posts about how they think they're doing very well, that this vote is going to happen, that it's going to be about this, and the women are going to show up, and this is going to happen, and Gen Z is going to miraculously find a way to get to the polls, and something that never happens, Dems turning up on election day, is going to happen. And I was like, okay, well, maybe, I don't know. I mean, but every data point that I look at tells me it's going the other way.
Well, and one, yes, absolutely right. And one thing I want to say is, obviously, it's almost 3 a.m. God's time Central.
People are still buying merch, which is crazy.
So I don't think we'll be doing a show in the morning at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Well, technically, we are doing a show in the morning right now.
Well, technically we are right now.
So.
But, you can be, we always say here, right, you can be first or you can be best. And tonight we were both. We were first and best. But I do think that Thursday morning is probably when we'll want to do a rundown looking at the full picture that we have of the data. And kind of at that point with some clarity saying, okay, this is where we saw some things break. That maybe we didn't expect, or maybe we saw some anomalies, or maybe we saw some consistencies, because I do have full faith in you guys and the entire team out there. And by the way, thanks to Lane the Brain, he was like, look, I've been on here all night. Yeah. Bring out George the Greek and bring out Bobby.
Yeah,
they even said begrudgingly, Sam from HR, he said they deserve to have their faces seen. Good. Thank you guys. And not to put you on the spot, but I think, can we count on you guys for Thursday morning to give a rundown of all this stuff going on?
Yes, absolutely.
And I'll change my flight.
Mostly because of the team out there. Absolutely, thank you to everybody out there in the studio. We couldn't do what we do without them, and they make it possible for us to do that.
And I don't even know this, but Nancy, bitch got 6 Emmys.
6.
She's a showrunner. Bitch got 6 Emmys.
Can we call that one yet, or is that too close to call?
What, the 6 Emmys? We already know
she
it.
Got 6?
She does have 6.
All right, confirmed.
Yeah, she already has 6. It's confirmed.
First call.
Food Network.
Put some onions on it. What the hell is
the fuck?
Don't be jealous.
Let's visit.
Thank you. And you know what? I say this without a hint of hyperbole here. Is you guys tonight, I don't know if you feel it, but you guys made history. This is the first time this has ever taken place. It's the first time that a ragtag crew, to use that term, you guys and everyone out there who made this happen, and not only made it happen, but made it happen with the trust. And you know what? I'm really grateful that we didn't abuse it, that we didn't take advantage of it, and I'm really grateful.
Solid, man.
Genuinely. George the Greek and Bobby, ladies and gentlemen. Now go out there and have a drink or two, because I know you've been on call here tonight.
Yeah.
Let's bring them out. We can put you know what? Let's put Nick Dip and Pops Crowder there back in that chair with our final celebrations, because we're looking at we'll take some chats. We still do have some,
like 240,000 people watching us.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
at
I know.
3 a.m.
How much crack is in
3:41 on the East Coast. You guys are fantastic. We love
Pops
you.
Crowder, you can go up there next to Nick there in third and fourth chair. And yeah, you know what, Brodigan, if you want to take a spot in red chair.
Brodigan.
Thank you guys. We really appreciate it. Yeah, absolutely. And we will need a refill here with whatever it is. Oh, you're taking Gerald's seat. Okay. I don't know. Are we going to take some chat there, Noodles? I know. Sure. I know it's a long night, but it's not nearly as long as it could have been.
No, I think we still got. We still got several thousand people.
All right. Well,
We were
let's,
prepped for
submitting
Arizona's
chat.
days.
let's grab some chats. And of course, Nick DiPaolo is going to be this Saturday in Ottumwa, Iowa. What's the name of the theater there, Nick?
The Bridgeview Center Theater.
Hold on, you have it up there, Toolman. You can bring up the overlay. Bridgeview Center Theater. Look, this does not stop tonight. I get it. It's a victory lap, but go out and support the people out there who are fighting for you. And I guarantee you that you will not only be entertained, but you'll probably see something go down that could be borderline illegal because it's a Nick DiPaolo show. At least illegal in a few states, if not a majority.
It would have been illegal under Kamala.
Yes, it absolutely would have been illegal. And by the way, that's no small thing. We knew that with this election, you know what? I never want to be that group of people when I was at Fox News. I said, well, you know, it's better for us to be the opposition party. We knew that we were going to be in the crosshairs. We knew that for sure removed from YouTube, which, by the way, is probably going to happen anyway at some point. That's why we're so grateful for Rumble Premium. But we knew that tonight, look, there was a lot on the line. Our livelihoods, the proof of the community that was Mug Club. We knew that we had kind of some runway there where we had to make this work before, if the wrong people came in, were emboldened and shut us down. And we're not just saying that because you haven't heard us really talk about it a whole bunch, but there was a lot of pressure on everyone here tonight. So we're grateful to Chris Pavlovsky and everyone here who made it happen. And hey, if nothing else, we know that we're not going to be taken off the air for at least another 4 years. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. And Brodigan, you've been around for a long time. You've seen this.
Yeah.
So.
And actually, that was the main reason I wanted to come on to actually toast you, because the main reason I was brought on, like, actually 10 years in April.
Wow.
Was
holy moly.
Was because, I mean, you needed someone to focus on the website so you could focus on what would develop into the Daily Show.
Right.
And to see that what that's developed into, now it's like, you know, Mug Club, not even Mug Club Premium anymore.
Yeah,
it's Rumble Premium.
Yeah.
And to where, like, it's, you know, Rumble is launching an entire network around us.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, and you know what? And well, thank you very much. I think it's bad luck because I still haven't gotten a refill. But yeah,
come on,
gosh, 10 years. Refill. And by the way, early on, I could pay Brodigan very little, but you know, I paid myself less. And then we just said, hey, do you remember that period of time when we had a guy walk off with the ad revenue from the website?
Yes.
Remember that? It was because it was net 90, where the ads were paid every 90 days, and the guy just left. And I remember having that conversation. I'm like, look. Just don't, if you leave, I won't blame you, but I promise you I will make you whole within the next, because I got this guy. We're tracking him down in Panama or wherever the hell he was. And you stuck around, and yeah, gosh, 10 years.
Yeah, I mean, that was also the time where like the show was basically you and I writing jokes that, like, because, I mean, if you and I sleep past 7 o'clock in the morning, do a welfare check.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
yeah.
I mean, we would be writing the show when it was more, I mean, not more of a comedy show, but it was more, the original version of the show was more based on like the Jon Stewart Daily Show.
There was a stand-up. There was like a monologue.
We had the stand-up monologues and stuff,
so
and I'd look at an empty
so
page.
It was like, you know, you yeah, I mean, you know, you and me on FaceTime, like, writing jokes like 6:30 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning for you.
Yeah. No, I remember that. And yeah, you know, because back then, we've talked about this, there was no ad revenue. There was no ad revenue in video podcasts.
Right.
You know, we've talked about this back then. Thank you very much, Kylie. Appreciate it. And by the way, also thank you to Kylie and everyone here, the associate producers, and as well as the interns who've come in, who've been making this happen. We appreciate it. Oh, but this is warm. What, does this come out of the dishwasher? It's warm beer.
Soapy, too.
Mm-hmm. Frothy is what we say. But I do
urine sample.
Remember having a conversation with one of the biggest advertising agencies where they said, hey, we just want you to do a live read. We just want you to do a live read. What's going on?
This is Jake's hat.
I just needed it.
Okay, good. He looks like by the way, he looks like every single thug in the Flintstones and cartoons. Like, I'll take care of him, boss.
Let's go!
Let's go! I'll break his thumb.
Okay, boss.
No, but he's the other one. Gerald is the okay boss. I'm the sharp one who's short but feisty. But I do remember having a conversation when we started doing the podcast with advertisers, the people who ran advertising, saying, just do a live read at the front of the show, and it has to be in the first 60 seconds. Right. And I said, yeah, but people just skip it. So we're going to put them in, like you saw tonight, whether it's Polymarket, whether it's Noble Gold, we said we're going to actually do commercials that people won't necessarily feel are commercials, but actually is true to the show. And they said, well, they won't pay for that. And then they said, and they won't pay for video advertising because no one watches video podcast. And that's because it makes sense. Everyone was just talking into a webcam. And we said, no, this is going to be different. And we got dropped. So early on, we had to rely on the revenue from the website, which is kind of completely flipped. Remember back then, everyone was making revenue on websites, and then it turned into clickbait. And we said, well, we don't want to be reliant. We don't want to compete with someone who just says, lock Hillary up, click like, and it would get 50 billion likes. Remember that?
And also, Google and Facebook kind of screwed us when it came to even letting us do that in the first place.
Yeah. Do you remember when we had the people who were ripping off our articles and charging us to post links? They were like, hey, we'll pay you $3 per CPM, meaning 1,000 clicks.
I'm not sure if I should mention the name of the company.
Don't mention the names.
No, okay,
there were two of them.
I remember that, yes.
Brodigan, lean forward a little bit. I can't see
well,
the
you can pull the mic down.
microphone.
It's okay. You can pull it. It's not going to get anyone in trouble. You can pull the mic down.
There we go. Okay, got it.
But yeah, no, remember, we went through a lot there where we were like, gosh, is there any future in this industry if you're actually trying to create something original? Because everyone just said, no. The money's in aggregation. The money's in aggregation and just doing live reads and getting as many automatic downloads as you can. On back then, it was on iTunes. It wasn't even Apple. Remember, that's what the industry standard was. And I really do appreciate you having faith in this and being here for 10 years.
And it was going good for a while, but it felt like as soon as I'm sure this is the same for like other websites in the genre. But as soon as we were making headway, Facebook would clamp it down because I remember we had there was a point when we were still with the Blaze where I could look at the numbers and I could see the difference between the traffic we were getting from our Facebook page and the traffic we were getting from their Facebook page.
Right.
And I would post the same article, same thumbnail, same title. Our traffic would shoot up for like 5 minutes and then shoot right back down.
Right.
And their traffic, again, same thumbnail, same title, would just blow up from and at the time we actually had more people following us on Facebook than they did.
Well, here's a trip down memory lane, and I don't know if you'll remember this. You probably will. But do you remember this actually happened where a guy, I believe it was Los Angeles City Council, lost his job because we posted an article about China where they were cracking down on Islamic shopkeepers, where they said, hey, we don't care if you're Islamic, you still have to sell alcohol and cigarettes. And our article we posted on our own page said, hey, just to be clear, if communist China tries it, we think maybe go a different direction. But the article was saying it also highlights that China understands the political threat that Islam is and why they're treating it differently. It got copied, remember, verbatim. But then what happened is the people who copied it said, do you think we should be like China? Click yes if you agree. The city councilman shared that article and lost his job. And then he mentioned Louder with Crowder in the news. We're like, yeah, but we never said we should be like communist China. Do you remember that?
I mean that was also. I mean, you and I always had a sarcastic joke where we could sit down and write a very long thought out article about going with all sources available at the website and all that stuff. And we get no traffic, but someone could post a photo of Obama is gay, and share if you'd agree, and it would completely blow up.
And he probably is, but that's not a way to create an actual media outlet. And and do you remember, this is also a funny story, and then we'll go to some chat. Remember that one year when I got everyone who worked in the staff, I got you those, I can say it now, those spin coffee makers, because it was a GoFundMe, where I was like, because you guys loved coffee.
This is my favorite story.
Yeah, I got them spin coffee. It was the guy who created the coffee maker for Nespresso, the Vertuo line, and he left. There was a patent dispute. I was like, guys, I'm going to get you this coffee maker because you can make espresso, you can make cold brew, because you all had different things you like. I was like, you can also make drink. And it's one machine that does it all, and it's a GoFundMe, and it's going to be shipping Christmas. So you guys remember you guys all got it? You're like, this is one of the...
Okay, our Christmas for 2015, and literally the only employees were me, Courtney, and I think your brother Jordan.
Maybe, yeah, I don't remember who, but yeah.
And all right, you get the presents in 2015, but they're not going to be available in 2016.
Right.
Which is fine, because at the time, no one was doing where you have your app where you can control everything in your life on your iPhone. So eventually 2016,
2017,
a year and a half, 2 years, 3 years, and it became a running gag because I know with Courtney and I, because we would follow Spin on Instagram.
Yeah.
And every so often they would be they would post stuff come join our gay stuff come join our coffee community. Right. And then all the comments would be, where the fuck is my machine?
Yeah.
And then they would shut off comments.
And I bought you guys little espresso machines outside at the Gagias, yeah.
And you gave up. And you bought us entirely new coffee makers. And like 6 months later, Spin actually
It was
like,
finally
gets the
available.
locker. Yeah.
And then you guys got it as a Christmas gift, and I got one, and mine still hasn't worked, Spin. This entire time, I get coffee grounds in my coffee every...
Be expecting a box, and as soon as I saw the box on my front porch, I knew what it was.
Yeah,
I just knew what it was. I started like I was going somewhere with my mom, and like we pulled up. I started laughing hysterically. Like, what are you laughing at? Like, I'll tell you when I open what's on the front porch.
Well, I got the only lemon of the bunch, so I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. But we have Pops Crowder, we have Nick DePaul, and Brodigan. I know you've had a long night, too, so we'll let Gerald tap back in. Thank you, brother. We appreciate it. I'm glad that you've been here. Here's to another 10 years, a toast.
Yeah.
To Brodigan for 10 years. There you go. Cheers. You're old. Yes, I do. And we're going to close this out tonight with some chats. And I guess unless there's some updates that it looks like, I mean, I don't know if we've called Wisconsin, but it's seeming like Wisconsin and Michigan.
I'm literally looking at, so just bring it up in the lower,
Yeah, I got you.
Right. Look, I mean, still 266.
Yeah, we're not, by the way, we're not doing our data analytics now because they're having a party out there.
No,
but we will have it Thursday morning.
Freaking morons.
They're just trying to give people hope.
either.
They're trying to give them hope and just dangle it out there for a while. They know it's over. The man's already spoken. It's done.
Yeah, it is. It really is done. And that was, and you know what? He didn't speak a moment too soon either. Remember when Alex Jones said he should just give a speech right now, and Gerald was right. No, for the optics, you got to wait because they'll say he's trying to do it to tilt it. He waited just long enough, but not too long, so that people knew where we stood.
Yeah.
And like I said, it's a whole lot better if you do that, and then they try and pull a fast one afterwards. And you know what? I guarantee you there were some people behind the scenes who said, stop. We're past that now. That's probably what went down.
Well, Kamala's going to get 100% of the next 2% of votes that come in all these states. So I mean, anything can happen.
I don't think she's. I think at this point, I think they're going like, hey, not this one, not this one.
I mean, there's no COVID to mask any of that shit. So it's not going to happen.
It's 96% reporting in Pennsylvania, and they still aren't calling it. And it's 2.5 point spread. Like, come on. I mean,
hey,
what do you
remember what our prediction was earlier? It'll go from 3.8, I think it was. We said it's going to get closer to 2, but we're still calling. And that's how we made our call. It's going to settle closer to 2, but we're confident we made that call. I don't know how many hours
Unbelievable.
ago. Sorry, what were you saying, Nick?
Nothing. I forgot. I'm punchy.
Well, all of us are at this point. And I don't know
the team he's bringing in. You made a great point about that. Do I dare say diversity? I mean, that team is incredible.
Oh, you dare.
And look at our bench.
I know.
We were talking about this, Nick.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got no bench.
It was the biggest complaint.
Sharpest bunch of people
they picked
after Trump.
I'm telling you, they blew it. Obama was the last one on the team, remember? He didn't want her in there.
Yeah.
And he knows a little bit about this shit.
Well, and people don't realize that you are a Politico, Nick. This is like just like a sports team where Nick has followed this forever, which is, I hope this isn't, but he's also foregone some opportunities because in this industry, he was doing this long before it was cool. But remember the big criticism when it was Barack Obama, right? You had McCain and McCain, Palin, and then you had Romney, Tim Ryan, Paul Ryan. And remember the big criticism was, well, Republicans have no bench. And look at how quickly that turned. Right now you're going, who do the Democrats have? Newsom, Whitmer, probably.
I mean, think about that.
Remember when
I think they're going to lean on this Shapiro guy. It looks like he's their next.
Remember when our bench was Bobby Jindal and Fred, what's his name? The guy from
Travelina.
Fred
Thompson.
Fred Thompson.
Yeah.
Remember that was our bench?
Yeah.
Travelina.
I did that for you.
Fred Travelina.
Thompson was on CSI or something, wasn't he?
But remember, that was our bench. Remember, actually, the State of the Union, the rebuttal was done by Bobby Jindal. And everyone thought, Bobby Jindal's going to be the guy.
Bobby Jindal.
And then everyone saw him speak, and they said, oh, this Jiminy Cricket prick is not a guy.
Now, I mean, look at the field. Finally, we get to get rid of, like, the Chris Christies and the Nikki Haley.
Yes!
Like, they can go into oblivion. Now we've got Vivek, we've got Ron DeSantis, and we've got J.D. Vance.
Yeah.
Who would be
so
vying
smart.
for, and obviously J.D. Vance would have the inside track to that, but you've got 3 people that would be like, yes, and yes.
Yeah.
I mean, figure
and
it out,
we're just
boys.
the dummies on this side, right? We're just the knuckle draggers on the right with an Elon Musk, a James Woods, 165 IQ. And
Yeah,
it's kind
all
of
these
ridiculous.
guys.
Geniuses.
Tulsi Gabbard.
Look at J.D. Vance. Look at Vivek. I mean, they're absolute geniuses.
Yeah, it is pretty hard for the left to argue that they are the party of intelligentsia. Now, the only way they can argue that the left can argue that they are the party of intelligentsia is if the only qualifier is a college degree. But that's pretty tough to do when Tim Walz said, I didn't know anyone who went to Yale. It's like,
That
by the way,
seems
we don't
weird.
condemn
I went to
someone for
St.
going to
Cloud
Yale,
State.
and we don't say
Exactly.
that's what makes them qualify.
Right,
We're like, it's a
right.
component of them. Oh, the guy was also a Marine. The guy has also accomplished a whole lot. The guy also has been a
grew up
successful
in a shithole, and his mother was a drug addict, and if he was black, that's all you would have heard.
Of course, yeah. And even,
it's that shit should be over. But I want the whole culture to change.
Yep.
I'd like to see a
think it
commercial
is,
with
Nick.
four,
I think it's going to. I
four
think it
white
is.
guys in a Bud commercial.
You know what I think
Is
can
that
happen
possible?
now? I think you can have a conversation with black
serious.
Americans and go, do you know J.D. Vance's story? And I think black Americans will go, man, I didn't know that. Okay, that's pretty cool. I think they'll actually hear that, and I think you can have an easier time talking about J.D. Vance's backstory than Tim Walz.
Yeah.
Not that that's
I have
the
more
only
of a
thing that
black
matters.
upbringing than Barack Obama.
That's true, you did.
Yeah.
Detroit, your house sold for, what was it, $7,000?
He was raised in Hawaii, $8,000.
$8,000. The house you grew up in Detroit just sold for $8,000.
But the other two homes in the street are free for squatters.
That's true. That's true. And you never want to be the most expensive house in the block. That was your mistake.
They pulled us down. Yeah.
$8,000 versus free.
Yeah.
So that's a tough place to be. Let's grab some chats here and close out this celebration. And of course, we will be with you Thursday morning. I'm seeing someone come back in. Oh no, Sam from HR. Yeah, Sam from HR. Okay, go ahead.
Sam has a steak call for us.
What do we do?
What is
gentlemen, just wanted to let you know that Nevada is going for President Trump.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yes.
Well, you know what? I would take that as good news if it wasn't coming from you.
Really, it's great. They got gambling and floor shows and beautiful
floor
deserts.
shows. Jeez.
Floor shows.
What the
Sam,
hell?
do me a favor. Just go buy your merch on Crowder Shop for 47% off. Trump
Yes.
1 promo code. Do that and leave the room.
It is a great deal.
Hey.
I love
I was
tension.
finished speaking. That means you leave.
That means you leave the room.
Yeah, you got to go.
I'll see you all tomorrow.
No, you won't see us tomorrow because it's
Just
already 3 a.m.
leave. You suck.
We appreciate you
still
coming
take
in to
advantage of
notify
this
us, but you're still unwelcome. And not because you're Jewish, but because you suck.
He sucks. It's
Yeah.
totally. It's independent of Jewishness.
So Nevada
Did he
officially
say
going to
floor
Donald
shows?
Trump. He said
Something.
floor shows.
What the hell is that?
Oh my! Oh, I forgot.
Throw down CNN.
We're not done.
I'm having a good time, having a good time. Nevada put it all on me tonight, and it paid off. There's a party in the desert heat. You don't have to gamble with all your lives. Luck me a lady. I'm gonna go, go, go. There's no stopping me.
Nice.
Why
worth
is there a
not having a
lighthouse
voice.
in Nevada?
I don't know. Come on. It's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Leave it
Very
to a
rocky
father to be
coast.
critical
Yeah.
no
Rocky
matter what
coast.
you do. A lighthouse.
Lighthouse in the
Jeez.
desert.
The little lights aren't twinkling. Thanks for noticing, Art.
It's emblematic. Yeah, it's emblematic of America, Darren. Do you hate America?
No,
Yeah.
no. I
Thank you.
just
Let's not do
It's
that.
for the caravan to let them know where they're going to move to.
Exactly.
I love the rocky coast of Nevada.
So, assuming Arizona, the electoral map does look, it looks like, would it be 312? So, hold on.
That's what I was going to ask you, what the
Yeah,
electoral
let's bring up
number is.
270 to win, unless there's some kind of crazy ballot dump. Let's bring up 270 to win.
No,
we obviously have pencil. So, what happened to 270 to win?
refresh it.
Still
They
266.
call Georgia, North Carolina, and Nevada. Put in
We haven't been keeping up with 270. Sorry.
Okay, all right. Go to
We've been doing our own
Nevada.
thing.
Pop in Nevada. Pop in Wisconsin. And let's pop in Michigan based on the numbers that we're seeing. Yeah, 312.
312. Wow.
312 to 226.
You told me you didn't think
That's a
Michigan.
blowout.
There's
man.
not enough
that is a
fellatio in the
blowout.
world. Colin.
I mean, that's how it should have been. I mean, there should have been no questions of this result.
I never said Michigan is absolutely zero, but I thought Wisconsin for sure before Michigan.
Yeah, you did.
I thought Michigan was the long shot tonight.
It could still be, but
It could still be because anything can
300,000
happen
votes.
in Wayne County. I don't want to say after dark. I mean, anything can happen in Wayne County at
Wayne
3
County.
p.m.
Yeah.
The valets are no longer there.
There's no more
What if they're like,
population.
hey guys, we did our part, and it doesn't matter at all? Like,
yeah.
This is. I will say this though. Look, and sometimes, and we're going to go to chat, but sometimes, look, you want to talk providential. Hey, did it suck? Was 220 awful? Yeah. But this is the greatest comeback in American political history. And do you think that Donald Trump's a different guy? You think he's a different guy right now where he thought, you know what? All right, fine. I got nothing to lose. Do you think, by the way, and we were there the entire way, and I mean that, the entire right away, we were calling Clark County the registrar in Nevada. We were going to Michigan to these addresses that didn't exist. But now the other conservatives, and look, I'm not throwing shit, but the Johnny-come-latelys are willing to say, hey, you know what? Maybe there was some foul play.
Yeah.
And now all of that is, not all of that, but some of that is absolutely vindicated tonight, where you have an entire half of the country who's emboldened to no longer feel ashamed, to feel afraid to make those claims. You have Donald Trump, who has the mandate of the masses. This, in other words, if you could do it all again, would you go through those 4 years to get what you just got tonight?
Yeah.
Would you do it again?
I mean, I think so. I mean, I think we paid a heavy price.
We did.
But for the comparison, for people to be like, okay, look, maybe I don't love everything, but like this is definitely not the way to go with immigration the way it is under these guys, with the inflation rate that we saw, with the economics, with everything else that we've seen. Like, we've got to get away from censoring the First Amendment, not even recognizing the Second Amendment. We've got to go a different direction. Look, it's going to be a messy process. It's never easy to maintain. Like, you've got it if you can keep it kind of thing. Well, if you can keep it is sometimes you need to come to Jesus moment. Usually that involves pain.
Yeah.
Hopefully the 4 years that we experienced under Biden-Harris was enough pain for us to remember not to go back down that road again.
Well, I think, again, what we do have now that we couldn't have had any other way is you have 8 years of Obama, 1,200 average median home increase or average salary increase.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's average or median. 4,400 under Donald Trump, negative 4,000 under Biden. You're going to have 8, 4, 4, and another 4. You're going to have contrast. It's going to be like a coral snake of policy. Was it red next to yellow can kill a fellow? Red next to black is a friend of Jack? Some bullshit.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about coral snakes.
It's too late. You're dead. We didn't have any.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's red next to yellow can kill a fellow. By the way, anyone out there who lives in the geography where coral snakes thrive, I'm 99% sure it's red next to yellow can kill a fellow. Red next to black is a friend of Jack because they're fake coral snakes. My point is, you got the different colors here. We have 8, 4, 4 again, and then 4 again, where by God, you might have a really stark contrast. And look, we've always said that the president doesn't necessarily control that much as far as policy, but there is an area that does fall under the purview of executive policy. And we saw it with Obama, we saw it with Trump, we saw it with Biden, and we will see it again. That's largely energy, opening up the leases, allowing us to drill on our own land, and immigration. That falls under the purview that can be done through executive policy. Yes, and not, well, because that's a proactive approach, right? Deciding as the commander-in-chief to go to war. You just need to stay the course, and you're going to have another contrast of 4 years with some executive policy that can, under which Donald Trump actually has control, which can create a direct contrast. So you can't necessarily do that with the budget. You can't control that with the presidency. Yeah. I hate to say it because everyone's vying for what project they want and earmarks and pork barrel spending. But as far as, you know what? Yep, you can drill. As far as, you know what? Nope, we're not going to let people in. We're going to make sure that these people can be apprehended and sent back. That can be done with executive policy because we saw it. You don't go from 3 million under 4 years of Donald Trump, illegal immigrants, as far as apprehensions at the border, to over 20 million by conservative estimates in less than 4 years of Biden-Harris.
Watch how quick he signs an executive order to shut that down.
Yep.
Well, the shutting down's one thing. The deportation.
Well, no, that's a big deal.
We're not going to get any wars overseas. We might have some here at home.
Right.
I can't wait till he tries to pull that. That's my favorite thing that he said.
He's going to have not only the mandate of the masses.
On violent criminals, though. I think that's the first.
Let's start with violent criminals.
Well, yeah, but not all illegals are violent.
No,
you're going to have to scoop them up too.
I just can't wait first.
But he's going to have the support of so many Hispanic voters, which I think is going to surprise people. When you look at deportations of people who are here, who came here illegally, especially people who came here in the last 3-4 years, you're going to have a huge portion of Hispanic voters say, yeah. People who haven't paid taxes, even if they're not criminals. Of course, every person who is here illegally is a criminal to some extent because they broke the law to be here. I think what's going to surprise people is the Hispanic support for deportation of people who have no business being here. That's the next blast of cold water, I think.
Yeah.
He'll support
Blast
it.
of Cold Water is the B team on CNN that they brought. I'm not even kidding. This is the B team doing data analytics this late at night. Well, look here. If we go into Wayne
what do you got
County
against
right
B
now,
teams?
Maybe there's a shot.
Well, let's see what they have to say.
fired
But hey,
everyone else.
CNN B team, how tastes our team's PP? Let's see what he says.
a lot about what's happening here because this
Wayne
is the
County.
largest county in the state. 17.6% of the
Wayne.
voting population lives in this state. That margin, you're saying, 29 points. It's got to be, that's a great sign if you're the Harris campaign. It's not when you look at what Joe Biden's margin.
Hold on a second. Pardon me.
At
Sorry, I
5
know it's late.
points.
Fuck this. Think about this for a second. Right now, I'm telling you, these people would be happier if it's 4 a.m. Eastern and you don't go to bed knowing who the president is.
right.
They don't want you to know who the president is, which, by the way, we all knew up until, I want to say,
Yeah,
2016. They would be happier right now. They're trying to, right now, condition you to accept the idea that you don't know who the president is when you go to bed, which is what everyone in this country has known, and in France and the UK and Bangladesh, for God's sakes. You want to tell me these people aren't the enemy of the American people? It's over.
It's over, Johnny. It's over.
Yes.
It's over.
Nothing is over.
You asked me. I didn't ask you.
Nothing. People call me baby killer, all kinds of vile crap.
Like that. Spit that, baby killer.
When I was a kid, Detroit was millions of people.
Yeah.
Bunch of coloreds.
Today it's less than 500,000, and they're lying about that for census money.
Yep.
It is no longer a great American city. I'm surprised it has pro franchises in every sport. It's that bad.
I know.
But the suburbs are
Very
still
impressed.
prospering. The city
Let's go
itself
ahead
is a shell. There's nothing left.
It really is.
And they're often full because it's the only thing left in Detroit.
I would do comedy there, and it's the type of city you walk by Quiznos on a Saturday afternoon, it's closed.
Yes. Yeah.
No, you're
A
right. Sunny day, there's a million people out going to the ballpark. Quiznos is boring.
People don't know this. If you go back and watch Detroit in Ruins, which was my second viral video where I did investigative work, I was with a company called PJTV at that point in time. Remember, they were based out of El Segundo. A lot of great people there. This is not to denigrate them. None of them wanted to be the camera operator going to Detroit.
Right.
You did it. Remember? You did it. And our saving grace was that the crackheads weren't out at 11 a.m. Remember that? Because it was cold.
Steven said, Dad, you think we're safe out here? And I said, well, it's 20 degrees and it's pretty early. You're safe as in your mother's arms.
Yes.
But remember, if it warms up, it gets a little later, we might want to move on.
But remember, we were staying at the Courtyard Marriott in Dearborn. I think that back then it was about $82 a night. And we filmed in that one house where we saw all the antifreeze, the nails, remember? And we filmed it where I was going, we walked into 2 abandoned houses. One had, 50 packs of surgical tubing, right? Remember that? And it had syringes.
Garbage bags of tubing and syringes.
Of individually wrapped surgical tubing. And then the second one, we noticed that there was someone had put up Christmas decorations. And we went back to that hotel and we were going, shit. We didn't get the audio. You didn't turn the mic on because you weren't a cameraman, but you were the only person with the balls to go. We said, we got to go back there tomorrow. And we went back the next day and there were new decorations put up. Remember that? And we sat in our beds at the Courtyard Marriott for $80-something a night in Dearborn, Michigan, with chills going up our spine. Going, remember, there was someone there between when we shot yesterday in the evening and today in the morning. Remember that?
We didn't cherry pick those houses. They were random.
Completely random.
Abandoned homes, yeah.
That's why I say that was
this N10 guy or whatever it is. The N10
N10 guy. What happened to this guy's?
Where's his aggregate?
Yeah, where's his aggregate? By the way, do we have? I know it is way back in our channel. Do we have the side by side of the Des Moines Register versus the final results?
It was bad.
What was the name of that broad?
Seltzer.
Oh yeah, Seltzer.
That's her aggregate.
Our Iowa poll, which showed Kamala how much ahead? It was like 4 points.
Remember seltzer bottles? Those were good.
Yes.
Good,
and Donald
good
Trump
bits.
won it by 14 points.
You're like, he's up by 10.
Again, remember that. You didn't dream it because for 48 hours, people were going, well, just so you know, if we see this, it could be a walk-off for Kamala Harris. They were prepping the stage for you to be gaslit, and it just didn't work. And remember this, whenever people say, you know what, they're going to steal. Hey, if it's insurmountable, they do have to back off. And we saw that tonight.
Well, we're 10 hours into a stream right now. I know we have to land the plane, but one thing we haven't done before, we had sponsors really step up for this one. So I just wanted to thank those guys. So Polymarket obviously did the presenting rights. We really appreciate that. Obviously, Polymarket actually came on board a long time after we started using them, so there was no coordination there at all.
No, they came because we were using them so often.
And then Noble Gold, we thank you guys for that partnership. Make sure you go and support these guys. Like, we don't We don't like dealing with most gold companies. There's a reason Steven hasn't done anything.
I
with
said
that.
no for years. By the way,
Years
we
and
will
years.
find that coin behind the.
We'll have to find it.
Well, next we have a social pocket catheter sponsor.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Thank you to-
True
oh.
Social. Make sure you go to Truth, like Donald
Reverse
Trump
mortgages.
Social right now. Make sure you go and support those guys. And Devin Nunes, we talked to him, is the CEO of that company. And then also Jacked Up Fitness. They've
Jacked Up
done a
Fitness.
phenomenal job getting us outfitted. We'll have more videos and stuff coming from them. So make sure you support all of these guys so that they feel the love as well. This is a win for everybody tonight.
And thank you to Solyndra.
Yes. Thank you. I know so many people out there don't remember. Was that a $68 billion loss?
Yes.
Solyndra? It was huge.
500 billion. What are you talking
Was it 500 billion?
500 million.
I said 68 billion. One of us is
I was
wrong.
a little lower.
Yeah, I don't know who's wrong. I'm going to say it's you.
Okay.
You know, it really does feel like vindication, but you made a point. There are some people in the conservative space that were never Trumpers. Remember that? Up until recently.
Yeah.
Remember the conversations that I had where people said, look, we were going to offer, we want you to come work, here's a contract, but you got to stop talking about the vaccines and you got to stop talking about the election of 2020. Gerald, remember that?
Yeah.
How many conversations did I have? I said, no, absolutely not. And what happens? You talk about the machine going after you. When you say, I absolutely won't do it. And furthermore, you should be ashamed to even bring this up.
Right.
You get the machine that comes after you. We had the exact same thing. And so, look, even though I've never had him on the show, we've had his son on, obviously, many times. And he's mentioned us in his rallies, Donald Trump, with the DOJ hidden camera investigation because Mug Club Undercover, which, by the way, you know what? I meant to do this because then Nick said, mention your undercover. Mug Club Undercover. They did the Nashville Manifesto, the DOJ story as far as weaponizing against Donald Trump. Remember Jay Varma, what was going on? This is the COVID czar from New York City, and we did follow-ups on that. We also had the story that was going on with Georgia here recently. Mug Club Undercover, that was a big risk. We have people here who, by the way, laid a lot on the line. We have some of them out there right now. One very big toast to Mug Club Undercover and what they did, which directly affected this election.
Here.
There you go. We have the
good work.
Creepy children scream. I hear somebody yelling.
Probably.
It's probably Jitsu.
You know, if that Varma thing hadn't happened, we'd probably all be looking at a monkeypox vaccine right now. That would have been the next hoax.
Well,
you saying that's a bad
certainly
thing?
Gerald.
What?
What?
Nothing.
Homosexuality. Let's grab some chats.
Oh, it's
Nice
just a
segue.
couple.
All right.
Oh,
All
let's see.
smokers. Hey, who's on the
Anyone
line?
want to guess my temperature? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, 99.6. It's not that bad.
It hasn't
It's 1 degree.
You're good.
No, it hasn't changed. But again, like I said, I run cold. And I, by the way, I really do appreciate, I was like, yesterday, I never slept like that in my life. I said, whatever it takes, a couple of IVs, we're going to make this happen. Gerald was still finalizing. By the way, a toast, one final toast before we go. I've said chat like 50,000 times to Gerald because when we were looking at the Rumble Premium, obviously this right now, and making sure we finalized that contract so that we could have all of our T's crossed and our I's dotted. Yesterday, 2 days ago, I guess at this point, I was like, Gerald, I don't want to sign anything right now because I'm really excited about it, but I want to make sure we do it right. And I just shit myself. And Gerald said, it's okay.
Oh, I thought you meant right now.
It'll be ready. Well, I did as well. 2 pairs, so I'm safe. Captain Morgan, CEO, we would not have been... Rumble Premium, where we are, would never have happened without, as much as we give him crap, Captain Morgan, CEO. Gerald Morgan.
Yes.
Cheers to him. Yay.
Join or you're gay.
Stop it.
I mean, they're gay, not me.
Premium.
Just think, you know what? Before chat, just think about this coalition right now. You got Nick DiPaolo. You got Gerald Morgan, an absolute Boy Scout. You got Toolman Tim, who, by the way, worked at every major outlet before this, Fox News, The Blaze. You got myself. I have no business being here in the first place. You have Noodles here, who worked at ESPN for close to 10 years. You have people out. You have Emmys out there. You have people who have foregone other opportunities in this industry to be here. Talk about a coalition of people from different walks.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
The only thing we have in common is believing in what we're doing here tonight. And I mean, really, that's the only thing we all have in
Well,
common.
that and I hate the minorities.
If the minority is named Sam.
Yes, of course.
Yes. Let's grab some chat.
All right.
Hurry. First chat from Reasonable Redhead. When and how do you think Kamala will concede? Thank you for making history along with our nation.
That's true.
That's a good
She
point.
has to certify the election, isn't
She does have to certify it as vice
What do you
president.
think? By the way, before we, I also want to check in with the Polymarket as far as the likelihood of this show being banned on YouTube. I think far less now that Donald Trump won. But that's a good question. Do you think she's going to do it soon, or do you think she's? I think at this point it's too much of a result, too overwhelming to contest, right?
She has to do it in the morning, right?
Are you calling?
I'll call her right now. Hey, you stupid bitch, wake up. You get smoked. We want to know when you're going to give it up.
By the way, going home early.
You're clearly not calling because it's full bright
I know.
in your face. That's not what
I
it
know.
looks like.
That's what makes it.
It's a Kamala style
That's
phone
what
call.
makes it funny.
You have it set on ring light.
You going on the View tomorrow, you whore? Yeah.
He's being abducted by his cell phone.
Yes.
Light from space, Nick. What the hell?
I used to work in special effects.
You know, Hillary never conceded.
That's right. She's a cunt.
To being a. Oh, thank you. You stole it. I've never been beat to the C word ever.
I'm sorry.
Holy shit.
There we go.
I'm sorry.
That was my
And by the
favorite
way,
moment of the night.
Nick is, and right, I said, Nick, look, we got to keep it somewhat clean because we're taking people in from CNN and Fox News tonight. So don't let your freak flag fly until later. He's like, all right. And he was holding it and he's like, "Argh," and now I just dropped the C-bomb.
I hate that word, but in the UK, it's a common descriptor.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
we
yeah.
had-
No, that's,
Well, you're
it
being so
means
cunty.
nothing.
I mean, it's like
Yeah, we had a girl, well, Sarah, who works here on a contracting basis. She would say it on Skype calls back before Zoom, and we'd have women who worked here. Thank God, some women who don't work here anymore. Like, I can't believe she said that. I was like, well, she's from the UK. It doesn't mean anything. It's like, you cheeky bastard.
Right.
Your severance package.
Right.
Yes, that did happen with at least one of them.
Yeah.
So, and thank you, Sarah. We know that you were staying up. We appreciate the help. I know it's been kind of centralized here, but we've had a lot of great people who've been helping out. So, I don't know. We're gonna. I would bet sooner than later, because I think Kamala at this point wants to be done with it. I really
I think
do.
she wants to be on it. I think she wants to come out and be like, I believe in America. Again, the thing that you hate, like talking like this.
I think Toolman's right, though. She has to officially certify this.
He's
That's her
100%
role.
right.
Yeah.
She is
I think
vice
she will.
president, has to certify the election.
Yeah,
She
that's
does
not
that by
that's not
licking
They
a
try to
public,
sue and say, he beat us too bad.
By the way, hey, how
not a
funny is
public
this?
concession.
Nick,
Let's-
Pops, Trump on the verge of victory. They still have him at 266.
They won't change it. Like,
Go fuck yourselves with a wire brush, CNN.
Well, look at
Reuters does on the
our
verge
look
of
at
going to
our
bed tonight.
official wire numbers on the board there. I mean, they're not going
Yeah, that's
past
right.
266 either. So CNN is just following suit.
That's right.
I was just doing my job.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I mean, I don't know why they're taking their time with that.
And this is where if it was a Stallone film, we go, so am I.
Well, not to be too self-serving on this, but hopefully something will get done on 230 and some of these,
For sure.
you know, the grip that tech has on us.
Yeah.
It's time now.
Yep. I hope so too. Well, we had Devin Nunez on
ballot.
tonight.
And
I think
we've
he-
done
That's what I mean. This all means nothing unless shit like that changes.
hey, you know who lit a cigar tonight?
Yeah, Monica Lewinsky.
Yes, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden lit a
Vindication.
cigar.
And by the way,
Told you she was
as soon as
useless.
he lit it, he went,
Absolutely.
there's nothing greater than taking a puff and shitting myself.
It comes in one and goes right out the other.
Well, speaking of presidential libraries, there's a guy who can't have one. It's
Oh,
not
it'll
possible.
be like the Gerald Ford Library in
It's in
Grand
the back of
Rapids,
the
where
vet.
it's shaped like a pizza slice. And by the time you get to the back of it, it's an Elvis exhibit. You're like, the fuck? What is happening here?
Gerald Ford
The
flashed
Gerald
Elvis.
Ford Library in Grand Rapids. You get to the end of it, it's like, yeah, he played football at this high school, and here's Elvis's guitar. The hell's the difference?
But Trump's is going to be wild.
Oh,
that'll
yeah.
be
It's going to be
a theme park.
It'll make
The
the Reagan
iconic
Library
moment.
in Simi Valley look like child's play. Let's grab another chat.
All right, next chat from Creation Awaits.
Oh, I like that guy.
What will the deep state do to stop Trump from taking office?
They can't.
Yeah.
I don't think they can at this point.
It's a
I
mandate.
think if I were and they are not stupid, they're going to do everything they can to try and kneecap him, to try and crater this economy and lay it at his feet. And they've been doing. And by the way, they have laid the groundwork there with what they've done the last 3-4 years, where the chickens can come home to roost. But that being said, I think it can be overpowered too easily by energy and immigration.
Yeah.
That's enough to
You're
undo
ruling
it.
out violence?
No, I definitely, but that wouldn't be the deep. They'll try and inspire people to be violent, but as far as the deep state themselves, I was sort of acting on what would be their direct actions. Yeah, I wouldn't rule that out.
And you know, they already have hundreds of lawyers lined up. Again, it was in the Atlantic like a year ago what they were going to do if Trump won outright. They had this whole thing laid
but
out.
they did not anticipate the popular vote. It was all predicated on the idea that he would win the Electoral College and lose the popular vote. I think it's a lot harder for them to do. I really do.
It's very, very difficult for them to do. I mean, nothing is beyond kind of the possibility. But I mean, if his number holds in the popular vote, it's a little over 5 million votes.
The reason I keep sticking with and being so stubborn about this is because they tried to kill him.
Yeah, no, I hear you.
that's why I'm you know, I mean, Jesus, if that doesn't say we'll do anything.
Right. They'll do anything they can get away with. So the question now, the rate limiting factor is what can they get away with? I think after tonight, I think it's far less. But they will do anything they can get away with. And I bet you'll see some protests. You'll see things like the Pussy Hat March, things like that. But as far as immediate violent eruptions, I don't think they're going to have to distance themselves from it if that does happen, because it's just too bad of a look right now.
You beat them so bad, they're not willing to get up off the mat.
I think, but again, I could absolutely be wrong. I hope I'm not wrong on that one. Let's grab some more chats.
All right, next chat from Turtle. Do you think the stream showing the truth stopped the corporate media's lies in their tracks?
It helped. I would certainly never take credit for it. I will say this. Look, and we had a lot of them on tonight, and there were a lot of other streams tonight that you could have chosen. We appreciate that you didn't. No one did what this team here did tonight.
No.
And they're out there celebrating if you can hear them. No one did. Nick, your flashlight's on, for God's sake.
I know.
No, it doesn't do it on its own. You have to shut it off. There you go. Thank you.
It does do it on its
Obviously, you know how it works. You shut it off.
I fucking Googled it, man. Everybody complains about that. But go back to the fucking show. The fuck? Call some fucking Indian and fucking maybe that cocksucker.
Here comes the pent-up rant.
I get a little cranky after 4 a.m.
Yeah, I
Match
get it.
the keypad with your palm. Tell us what happened.
I tell you, he's got some killers.
He's still got it. The guy's got. I'm wearing his shirt, by the way.
You know what?
You know that?
My dad is very much like you've given your dad credit just for the sense of humor you have.
Yeah.
And I says, there are comedians out there who aren't funny, and there are funny people who aren't comedians. Your dad, one of the funniest people you know?
The guy would frickin'...
I'm a huge fan of this guy. I could never...
No. Don't get... I'm giving you credit right now. Stop it. But your dad, Nick, one of the funniest people you know...
in the living room is not a good stand-up.
He could... When he wasn't hitting me, yes.
Yes, exactly. Well, one of the funniest people I know... and it doesn't mean that, of course, you would bomb on stage doing stand-up. Yeah, of course.
This one I knew my dad was funny. It might not... Maybe it was one of these things you had to be there. But we're watching an NFL game. I'm about 14. And remember Sears Die Hard batteries?
Yeah.
There was always that was one of the sponsors of the NFL.
It started in the cold and
And there's a commercial. The guy at the end goes, "Sears Die Hard battery," and he's just smiling at it. My father goes, "Look at it. It looks like he wants to fuck it." Oh my God. I'm 12 years old. Shit, fucking laughing my fucking ass off, telling everybody in school. It just cracked me up.
Yeah, you know what? It's funny. Like, it's like the story of my life. I would go, you know what my dad said last night? Kids would be like, that's mean.
Yeah,
like, it's not mean. It's hilarious.
Yeah, exactly. Go watch Disney.
I got in trouble with Mrs. Lake, my feminist teacher, because of shit you said. And I was going, you know my dad. Yeah,
that's true.
She argued. Like, she kicked me out because I said there were 50 states. She said there were 52.
You told me about that girl, that lady.
So, just rubbing off on me. But as far as do I look, I would never take credit for it, but I will say no one else was doing what we were doing tonight, and that's Lane, that's George, that's Bobby, that's Sam from HR, that's Jake. That's Jitsu. That's Nancy. That's Molly. I don't, because I don't want to miss anybody. The team that makes this happen. Devin's a killer. I don't want to even mention Devin because I feel like she'll kill me in my sleep.
That's true.
Devin has a dark streak. What is there
Donald
news?
Trump has only been the president-elect for a couple of hours, and the Houthis have literally said they want an immediate ceasefire. I'm not kidding.
Listen,
oh my God.
We don't want these 7 lines of smoke. He means what he say.
I'm not kidding.
Oh my God. I love it.
Here's what they said. Our operation in international waters were for defensive purposes only, and we announce an immediate ceasefire.
Gosh, we're about 2 hours away from Hezbollah saying, "Ole, ole, oxen free!"
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, really.
The hostages are at checkpoint Charlie.
Jesus! And I don't even believe in Jesus. I mean, he was a prophet, but he's not the guy he claimed to be. These are theological differences. We don't need to get in right now. But Jesus!
We'll see Zelensky and Putin shaking hands in the morning.
Holy shit! I mean, Trump is.
I don't think they know how it works. They've got a buffer till January.
That's a great point. That's fucking hilarious.
Wait, immediate. We had grace months?
No, that's just 3 more months to piss him off.
Oh, Noodles, that's perfect.
In a couple of hours.
Uncle!
Wait, who won? Okay, stop right now. Put the guns down.
That's right.
Look.
We had our fun. Okay. We get it.
We already got respect back from part of the world.
That's right. We beat our bitches. If you give us what we call the bitch hit grace immunity, we'll call bygones.
They got like 5 Black Hawk helicopters they want to give back.
Yes, exactly. Look. We both had our opinions. For example, you didn't want us to take it. We didn't know how to operate it. So we'll give it back. We'll call it a wash.
We did some detail work on it.
It also shouldn't go without saying that the French are doing what they did the best. Emmanuel Macron says, "Congratulations, Donald Trump. Ready to work together as we did for 4 years. With your convictions in mind, with respect and ambition for more peace."
Yeah, don't try to
you
set
fall
the
in
terms.
line, buddy, and I don't even. Otherwise, I just really don't care about France.
Yeah, exactly right.
Well, he's from France.
Exactly.
He didn't specify that the lube would be butter.
That's right.
Vitamin K12. K2, sorry. K12 is the mountain they climbed in that Chris O'Donnell film.
I think. I don't know. Let's grab another chat. Let's do 3 more chats and then call it a night. Thank you to everyone who's been here because I know they're celebrating out there. I don't think any of us are going to sleep for a good long while.
Maybe not you.
Pretty high.
No, I'm living a fever dream.
I can go home and go to sleep, whereas you go to home and like decompress.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to go to sleep.
Me either.
All right, let's grab a couple. Well, you know what? We'll go.
East Coast time.
We'll paint the town red. He never kept good time anyway. Leave it down.
Nick's just hitting his prime.
You were supposed to be good to me.
I'm 62 years old.
All right.
Don't look a day over 61 and a half. Let's grab a couple more chats.
Forehead shining like a. Anyways.
Look at you. Look at me. I look like Casper. I look like Casper the asexual.
You look better
ghost.
though. As the night went on, you look better.
You know what? There's something for some ladies out there when a man looks like he's been hanging on by a very thin thread, and they think that about me.
Yeah, you look like Tom Hanks in the last scene of Philadelphia.
Come on, Nick, guys!
He's already dead.
Guys!
Come on,
I'm sorry, DePaulo!
Is Nick's head floating next to a horse?
We can redo that. We already have a mug on it. We can put the Apollo.
That's the sketch right there.
Oh, my chest. I forgot. Do you know what? Tonight, perfectly, we're going to close out with the Nick DiPaolo press secretary.
That's right.
Which
I haven't seen any of these tonight.
Universe.
This is an important
You know what
one.
the funny thing is? When we were filming it, because Toolman, we go in the green screen room, and I knew that Toolman was feeding it to you. And I looked to Johnny Boy and Josh at a certain point, and I went, "Oh, Toolman's trying to piss Nick off." And Nick's like, "I don't know what the fuck am I representing? Am I Donald Trump, for God's sake, or fucking Biden?
Yeah,
what are you doing?
know.
Who writes this shit?" And I just looked, and I walked back in. Remember, I walked back and I said, "Tim, were you trying to piss him off?" You're like, "Oh, yeah."
Here we go. Basically, all right, keep that and action.
I'm not the hardest guy to troll. I'll tell
Doesn't
you.
it suck that to access your best self, you have to be angry?
Yes.
Because I get that, too.
Anger is a gift.
It is a
My
gift.
father used to tell me that he's beating the fuck out of me.
Hey, you too. We can exchange letters.
I say.
All right, let's grab. All right, we'll split the difference. 2 more chats. One more, and then one more after that.
All right.
What? 2 more and then 1 more after that?
No, I said 2 more, meaning 1 and 1. 2. Do the math.
It's been a long time.
All right. Next chat from Zulu Romeo 96.
Oh, that's
Mr.
racist.
Lens crackers over here.
Well, it's a question for Bill, but whatever.
Oh, he's not here. Okay,
I know.
That doesn't count. Let's grab 2 other chats. When I said 2 chats, I didn't say give me one for someone who's not here.
Well, yeah.
Oh, by the way, really quickly, a bunch of thank you. Of course, we don't need to do a full toast, but to Kinsey, Bridget, there are a lot of unsung heroes on the legal side who've done a lot here. I don't know everyone's name, but certainly to other people who work with Bill, we really very much appreciate you. Let's grab a couple more chats.
All right. Similar vein, Fearless Krieger asks, question for the crew. Are you guys worried about them refusing to certify a Trump victory?
Sure I am, but I don't give a shit.
I mean, lightly. Again, because he took the popular vote, like, I think most of the legs got chopped out from under them on that front.
Yeah.
I don't think America has the I don't. One, they're not going to support Harris. Like, come on. Like, they didn't show up to vote for her. They're not going to show up with rifles for her. You know?
They're not going to throw him in jail.
And one thing, because I do want to see that terrorist supporter, the Palestinian guy from Piers Morgan, who said that he would eat halal prepared crow.
Yes.
We do need to issue. By the way, you can hit the admonish button because Piers Morgan's people said, when I was on Piers Morgan's show and I brought the bell. We had the bell, and it didn't register in the final cut that made it to Piers Morgan. But I spoke with Piers, and he did say, actually, it just didn't register on our microphone because they had gains set differently.
There might have been a noise gate on.
It might have been a noise gate, and so we, my team here, we were like, hey, you know what? That's pretty shitty because it kind of made the segment because I never spoke unless I hit the bell. You can admonish me. It seems that Pierce and his team actually did have that in there. It was a technical issue, so it wasn't Pierce at all, and I do appreciate that he was a gentleman about it, and I think that I owe him another appearance, and I do hope that he has that terrorist supporter on his show who said he would eat halal prepared crow.
Yes, and there's a lot of people that said they were moving to Canada this time around as well.
Yeah.
Which I think we should
need
get
the
together and
dudes.
sponsor their tickets.
I'll pay for it.
Yeah.
No joke. If enough of you join Rumble Premium at the end of this night, we will personally pay for a ticket. We'll pick one lucky suitor,
future
and
Canadian,
pay for their ticket to Canada.
Send them to Yellowknife.
Yes.
Or
Moose Jaw.
So join Rumble Premium.
Sun goes down at 1
If you've
p.m.
already done that, maybe be the last person to use the promo code Trump1. If you're buying merch at 3:30 a.m., you're making incredibly good decisions. I like it.
Yes, you are.
47% off.
Crackheads are
Go to
buying
crowdsourced.com right now.
Yep.
No, but to Nick's question, do you think they'll put him in jail? No. The Trump administration now is the they.
Yeah,
That's
really-
I am the law. That ship has sailed. That's right.
A little bit.
The man was
They may
just
try.
ousted. They just ousted the man, and now it's
Well, but okay. He's going to get inaugurated in January, so
there's some time.
When's he officially? Yeah, that's my question.
Yeah.
the Houthis didn't know that, so maybe.
Although that would be hilarious if they put him in jail, and then as soon as we get to January 6th, he's like, I'm free!
Yeah.
Like Sam's like, put my hands on these columns one more time. Yeah! It's a fantasy. Let's grab final chat.
All right. Final chat. I like this one. From Denver Mustang, does all the Harris Waltz merch get sent to Africa after this, like the teams that lose the Super Bowl?
Hey, Nick, finally! I've been waiting for one of these funny chat guys.
Closeout sale on their website.
That is so funny.
You're going to have Coney wearing Harris Walls 2024.
Who is this quarterback wide receiver combo?
Yes, exactly. He's going to be wearing that along with Tony Romo.
Were they Super Bowl champions in 2024?
Yes. Well, look, as funny as that would be, before tonight, we just didn't have the budget and we didn't have it in our projection. So we did not, in fact, create any Harris Walls merch. Also, to be fair, a big reason for that is because it's wrong to hate, but I hate them. Now, I hate what they stand for, and I hope they find redemption, very much like Sam from HR, through our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Now, maybe it will come to be, maybe it won't, but I will still love them from afar. Mind you, I don't want to get hit by lightning. And we'll see you Thursday morning with a deep analysis from all of our data team here who did a fantastic job. Please, crowdsourced.com, you have that promo only tonight, and this is the last moment for you. If you want to get it for Christmas, the OG mug, you want to get it tonight. As long as this stream is up, that's the last opportunity as supplies last, and we go to Rumble Premium. There will be some kind of promotional token going forward, but it will not be Mug Club. To everyone who has made this happen tonight, Mug Club, the people who've been here through thick and thin for years, will always make sure that you can have a mug, that we'll make sure that we replenish that mug if it gets broken. I mean, unless we get to the point where like 3-4 years down the line, then, you're just going to have to etch it yourselves. But outside of that, thank you so much, and we appreciate you being proof of something greater than... It started off as something greater than what we do. It started as something greater than a once-a-week show. and then greater than the Never Daily show that you saw, and then greater than the show that was no longer on YouTube but also on Rumble, and now greater than the Mug Club Network, which we launched 2 years ago, but a network that is going to reach far beyond what Mug Club ever could. It is because of you. We couldn't be more grateful for you, and I don't know what else to say. Genuinely, it's almost 4 a.m. Central, so almost 5 a.m. at this point. The sun's probably going to be coming up soon. I don't know how daylight savings works. Hopefully we get that settled in the next administration. Thank you guys so much. And if you want to buy it as a Christmas gift for someone, this is the best chance to do it so that they can have that token and you can be one with James Woods, who does not drink. We will see you, unless there's an emergency before then, Thursday morning, 10 a.m. Eastern, same Mug Club time, which is Rumble Premium time. Same Mug Club channel, which is Rumble Premium channel, and we'll leave you with this final installment, at least for tonight, of Nick DiPaolo, press secretary, if Trump won, which he did.
Well, 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 look at all the long faces. Look at all the long faces. Huh? What's the matter? You mad Hitler's back in office? Won in a landslide. The kind of landslide they had in North Carolina you didn't do shit about. That kind of landslide. He smoked her. She won one state. What state was that, anyways? She didn't even win that? I thought she won, like, what is it, Samoa? American Samoa? Is that a state? What is that, a village? Doesn't Sandals have a resort down in American Samoa? That's right, he won big. And we want to thank you, the press, for helping him. Because every time you opened your dirty fish holes, his numbers went up and up and up. This is a fantastic night. Somebody just saw Kamala, by the way, heading to the ladies' room with a pack of razor blades. I couldn't be happier. Probably for her legs. But anyways, Trump is president again. He's gonna make America great again and start by cleaning house hair. You're all fired. Get out. You think I'm kidding? Get out!
Return of the fat. He's getting the sacks, now he's back. He ain't straight. Return of the fat. Oh my God. Return of the slack.